To prove my choice was right, I immediately dominated the game with the Extreme Realm Sundering Heaven trilogy, effortlessly defeating other players, because I knew my talent would subvert everyone's perception. Remember, this is your last chance. If you still can't enter the Void Realm game, you will be deemed forsaken by heaven. In the classroom, a burly middle-aged teacher looked solemnly at the 7 students below. Hearing this, they trembled, their eyes filled with longing. This is the last chance I must enter the Void Realm. Tang Yun's eyes burned with passion, his yearning stronger than anyone else's. The students behind whispered among themselves, 300 years ago, the Void Realm game descended, changing our world. Abilities and equipment from the game could be brought back to reality. Back then, everyone was like a dragon, they could all enter the Void Realm, and there were no forsaken by heaven. Yeah, but over time, leveling up became harder, and gradually, the forsaken appeared, those who couldn't enter the game world. Now, the proportion of forsaken is almost as high as 1 in 10. Experts say that if this trend continues, in another 100 years, humans won't be able to enter the Void Realm at all. How can we fight against those monsters? Everyone was filled with worry about the future. Alright, come up to the stage, hold the magic stone tightly, and don't let go. Feel it with your heart, Shang Zhe repeated patiently. The 7 stepped forward with heavy footsteps, following Shang Zhe's instructions without missing a single detail. None of them wanted to miss this final opportunity. Tang Yun took a deep breath, staring at the glowing magic stone with unease in his heart. Shang Zhe glanced at Tang Yun and sighed slightly, feeling complicated. Who would have thought Tang Yun was also one of the heavens forsaken? His sister was a genius in Jiangbei City. More than just a genius, she had once entered the imperial capital's top academy as the top scorer in the entire province. And she was beautiful too, rumored to have caught the attention of many young masters from prominent families. That was in the past. Now she lies in a hospital bed, said to be in a vegetative state. No one knows what happened. What a pity. Who knows? It said he offended a powerful figure in the capital. Among the 7, Tang Yun was undoubtedly the most dazzling, solely because his sister was the most exceptional genius in the school's history, and he had been in the spotlight since enrollment. Yet no one expected that he would remain unable to enter the virtual realm. Hearing these discussions, Tang Yun's resolve grew firmer. Sister, I must uncover the truth and save you. He cried out inwardly. The virtual realm was his only chance. Suddenly, the scenery before his eyes changed. An unfamiliar world and warm sunlight struck his soul directly, while a mechanical voice devoid of emotion echoed in Tang Yun's mind, sounding like heavenly music to him. Welcome to the virtual realm. Your ID is times. Please enter a nickname. It worked. This was the virtual realm. Overjoyed, Tang Yun chose the name Wind and Cloud. In the virtual realm, IDs were unique, but nicknames could be duplicated or changed. Without much thought, Tang Yun checked his panel, and in the next moment, all his attributes appeared before his eyes. Nickname, Wind and Cloud. ID, times. Level, 0. HP, 500. Constitution, 10. Mana, 100. Spirit, 20. HP Regen, 0.5/S. Mana regeneration, 0.5/S. Physical attack, 50. Strength times 5. Strength, 10. Magic attack, 50. Intelligence times 5. Intelligence, 10. Physical defense, 10. Constitution times 1. Magic defense, 20. Spirit times 1. Strength growth, 2. Intelligence growth, 2. Constitution growth, 2. Spirit growth, 2. Movement speed, 8 meters/second. Talent, infinite loot drop, unique. Elemental affinity, fire 20%. Mental amplification, 0. Skills, heaven splitting triad, mastered. Ethereal steps, mastered. Cultivation technique, none. Equipment, none. The Void Realm game is different from other games. It has no class divisions and relies entirely on players' in-game experiences and choices. Everyone starts with nearly identical stats, with the only differences lying in talents and elemental affinities. I actually awakened a talent. Not only am I not forsaken by the heavens, but I'm also a talent bearer. Tang Yun was overjoyed, feeling as if he had suddenly risen from the dirt to the clouds. It was important to know that talent bearers were exceptionally rare, 1 in 10,000. Among the tens of thousands of students in his school's recent graduating classes, not a single one possessed a talent, a unique talent. Tang Yun was somewhat puzzled. The term wasn't hard to understand. It meant his talent was one of a kind, exclusive to him alone. However, the teacher had long explained that while the Void Realm game did not rank talents by strength, nations worldwide had established a grading system for all talents, ranging from the lowest F grade to the highest S grade. Never before had anyone heard of additional descriptors attached to a talent. First, let's take a look. Tang Yun suppressed his confusion and turned to the talent description. Infinite loot. Killed targets have a 100% drop rate, and items outside the normal rules can drop without any restrictions. A 100% drop rate? Tang Yun was stunned. The drop rates in the virtual realm had always been a point of criticism, especially as experience gains decreased and leveling up became increasingly difficult. Drop rates had been declining year after year, and compared to the early days of the game's arrival, it now felt like an era of scarcity. Just this feature alone should at least qualify as an S tier, right? Tang Yun muttered to himself. Items outside the normal drop rules, that needs further study, he thought, unsure for now what exactly might drop. Young man, why are you standing there dumbfounded? You look strong, help me kill this chicken. The pillar of light surrounding him dissipated, revealing an elderly woman standing before him in a bustling village, the beginner's village. Tang Yun's heart stirred. These were the most basic lessons. Quest, first trial. Reward, a beginner's weapon upon completion. The old woman handed him a small kitchen knife, plus 5 attack power. Alright, Tang Yun quickly agreed. Cluck, cluck, the rooster in the old woman's hands flapped its wings incessantly. As Tang Yun took the rooster and raised his knife to strike, a voice echoed in his ears. Mortal, I am the Genesis Rooster. If you kill me, calamity will befall you, order will collapse, disasters will follow one after another, and you will become the sinner of this world. Spare me, and you shall receive my blessing. The rooster stopped struggling, its eyes gleaming with intensity. Tang Yun felt as though he had fallen into an illusion. The world before him began to crumble, and visions of the apocalypse flooded his sight. A cheap trick, trying to fool me? Tang Yun sneered. This was a beginner quest every player had to go through. A small perk the virtual realm game offered. Killing this rooster came with a nearly 50% drop rate, yielding many useful items, and posed no danger whatsoever. However, in the early days of the game, many were deceived or hesitated out of compassion, missing their chance. Now, 300 years into the game, only the most naive would spare this rooster. With one swift strike, Tang Yun heard the system's voice in his mind. Congratulations, you have slain the beginner rooster. Rewards, spatial ring, rare, basic skill mastery card X1. A basic skill mastery card? Does this mean it can max out a skill? Tang Yun's breathing grew rapid. Something like this actually exists? Could it really be the Genesis Rooster? Wait, could this be because of my talent? It suddenly dawned on him. Skill drops were rare, and leveling them up usually required relentless practice. While some treasures could help, their effects were limited. In the Void Realm, skill levels are categorized as beginner, proficient, mastery, minor achievement, major achievement, subtlety, perfection, grand perfection, and extreme realm. Aptitude varies, so the speed of improvement naturally differs. Currently, he has reached the mastery level in 2 basic skills, which is already commendable. This took him several years. To achieve minor achievement, he estimates it will take at least 3 more years, and that's just for one basic skill. His aptitude is considered quite good. Ordinary people would need even more time. During the 3rd year of high school, the school assists students in entering the Void Realm. Before that, all teachings revolve around the Void Realm. For example, the 3 forms of heaven splitting he learned as a skill brought out of the Void Realm by a top expert and passed down over time. Schools teach these skills in advance, and upon entering the game, skill levels are retained. Back then, he chose to learn the 3 forms of heaven splitting out of overambition. After years of relentless practice, he only reached the proficient level, proving it to be the most challenging among basic martial skills. Glancing at his skill description, Tang Yun felt a twinge of regret. 3 forms of heaven splitting, proficient. First form, deals 30 points of physical attack damage. Second hit, deals 60 points of physical damage. Third hit, deals 120 points of physical damage. Cost, 20 mana points. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Back then, his sister was a genius level figure, and naturally, he refused to fall behind. Without hesitation, he chose the most difficult skill, the Sundering Heaven Triplet. This skill was rarely selected by anyone. Firstly, it was extremely challenging, and secondly, it was practically useless. The Sundering Heaven Triplet was executed in 3 stages, each with an interval in between, and the damage from the first 2 stages was pitifully low. Currently, he had mastered it to the proficient stage, where only the 3rd stage's damage became somewhat decent. However, the skill was too easy to dodge. The first 2 stages acted like massive wind-up animations, making the 3rd stage nearly impossible to land. It was truly worse than just slashing twice. He chose this skill partly because he was overconfident, and partly because he knew that, when mastered to an advanced level, it would undeniably be the strongest basic skill, even surpassing many first-tier skills. Basic Skill Ultimate Card can elevate a basic skill to the Ultimate Realm. The Ultimate Realm, this was a legendary state. Tang Yun's heart was overwhelmed with anticipation. Skill proficiency is divided into 9 levels though. But in reality, Deshang was already the limit. To be subtle, or even complete, it was not possible for some top geniuses. And it takes a lot of time. Currently, he hadn't heard of anyone reaching the Extreme Realm. Use the Extreme Realm card, Tang Yun said silently. Congratulations, the 3 styles of cracking the sky have been elevated to the ultimate level. Obscure knowledge poured into his mind, and his entire body seemed to undergo a mutation. Extreme Realm. Is this the Extreme Realm's 3 styles of heaven splitting? Looking at the change in skills, Tang Yun was thrilled in his heart. 3 styles of cracking the sky. Extreme Realm. The first deals 150% physical attack damage, the second deals 300% physical attack damage, and the third deals 600% physical attack damage. Consumes 20 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. The first segment is 150% damage. 10 times the damage for all 3 strikes. Terrifying. The key is that as the skill improves, it becomes even silkier to cast, and opponents are afraid that it will be difficult to dodge it if they want to. The difficulty with this skill was that it was easy to empty, but with his current proficiency, it was hard to empty it. This is only the first monster, this talent of mine, it's too strong. Tang Yun was full of hope for the future. Sister, I will awaken you. Tang Yun said silently in his heart. Well done, lad, it's the longsword that suits you, try to be a warrior, there's a world out there that's more than worth exploring. The old woman was quite pleased with Tang Yun and handed over an ancient longsword. Novice long sword. Poor quality. Attack power, plus 10. In the Void Realm, each stage of equipment is graded as inferior, common, fine, rare, excellent, perfect, epic, legendary, and mythic. However, levels 1-10 are in the basic stage, and the equipment is at best excellence level. A rookie chicken giving out a fine ring was something Tang Yun hadn't expected. And it's the newbie weapons the granny gives that are considered normal. Thank you, Granny Yen. Tang Yun politely said. The raiders have long said that you must treat the people in the Void Realm as if they were real. Being on good terms with them can have unexpected rewards. That's a good boy who knows how to be polite. My son is the butcher at the entrance to the village, go to him, maybe he can give you a little guidance. Granny Yen said. Thanks. Tang Yun thanked him repeatedly. But he didn't have time to go to the village entrance right now. There was also a crowd around the classroom. The surrounding scenery changed, and Tang Yun was still a bit uncomfortable as he returned to reality. I did it! I made it! I'm not a sky forsaker. A man next to him agitated. The remaining 5, on the other hand, revealed an envious expression. Apparently, among the 6, he was the only one who was able to communicate with the Void Realm. Not bad, Zhang Hai, record your number first. Shang Zhe was satisfied. Okay, my number is. Zhang Hai loudly reported the number. It was a year of intense pressure, and he finally got the communication done at the last minute. Tang Yun, you. Shang Zhe turned his head to look at Tang Yun. Teacher, I succeeded too, the number is. Tang Yun took a deep breath and said without humbling himself. Successful? Great. Shang Zhe seemed quite pleased. Alas, what a pity, Tang Yun actually succeeded, he's not a heaven forsaker. So what if he succeeds? It's too late, there's still 3 days left in the entrance exam, there's no way he can go to college. That's right, the only way to qualify for an awakening is to enter college and bring the game back to reality. Shoo, you guys forget that he has the privilege to directly enter a university in Imperial Capital because of Tang Miaoying. Damn it, I hate these privileged people. The crowd murmured, and many of them looked at Tang Yun with eyes filled with envy and contempt. They have studied so hard that they don't always get to go to college and get an awakening spot. Tang Yun, on the other hand, was actually able to go straight to the Great Tao because he had a good sister. It's so unfair. Privilege? Tang Yun sighed in his heart, his own family's affairs, only he knew, with Tang Miaoying slumbering, he had long since lost his privileges. Can 3 days really compete with those who have been in the game for a year? Tang Yun clenched his fists. Chapter 3, Re-entering the Void Realm, Trash Skills? Well, as of today, everyone's high school education is over, and the most crucial moment of your lives will follow. Shang Zhe interrupted the chatter. The students also listened attentively to some of the things Shang Zhe explained. It's common knowledge that the only way to get into college is to get an awakening slot and be able to bring your game world abilities back to reality. But different universities get different gains from awakening. Third-rate schools can only bring back 10% to 30% of their abilities. Second rate is 30% to 60%. And first rate 60 to 90%, even up to 100%. Shang Zhe said, and the crowd's breath caught. Who wouldn't want to get into a better college? It's just too difficult. Their first middle school, in Zhangbei City, is also one of the best. Class this more than 70 people, can have half of the university will be good. As for first class, or even first class top, don't even think about it. There are still 3 days left, so everyone can rest and adjust their state. Tang Yun and Zhang Hai stay behind, the others can go home. Shan Zhe continued. The crowd cheered and left, and Tang Yun's heart was still steeped in joy. Zhang Hai, on the other hand, was a bit despondent, even though he had finally succeeded in communicating with the Void Realm. But it's impossible to get into college in 3 days. There doesn't seem to be much difference between that and the few people who didn't qualify for high school. Although you guys can land in the Void Realm, but after all, you only have 3 days, it's impossible to pass the college entrance exams, but you're always not heaven's abandoners, there's still a chance in the future, and there's more than just the exams as a way to go to college, so don't be too discouraged. Shang Tsai encouraged. Thank you, teacher. The two said. It's a short time, but there are opportunities ahead. Work hard and put your heart and soul into the game of Void Realms, maybe you can live off of it later. Shang Zhe gave some more instructions about the game before letting the two leave. Out of the classroom, many of them had excited smiles on their faces. Only Tang Yun and Zhang Hai couldn't see the slightest hint of joy on their faces. Alas, Tang Yun, I can't go to university, and I can't repeat, and there's no way my family will buy me a place, so what should I do? Zhang Hai was very sad. Even if you don't awaken, if you have a good performance in the game, you can still make a good living, so cheer up. Tang Yun said indifferently. Tang Yun, I've heard that your sister has some connections in Imperial Capital, she's already found you a good school, can you take me one? Zhang Hai tried with a smile on his face. To tell you the truth, I'm on my own too, so if I want to go to college, I'll just have to work on myself. Tang Yun sighed. Just forget about it if you don't want to help, what kind of sarcasm is that, humph, no wonder your sister became a vegetable, your family deserves it. Zhang Hai immediately changed his face and said. Tang Yun's face changed, anger about to erupt in his heart. Zhang Hai was abashed and hurriedly ran away. Tang Yun took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and took public transportation home. When I came to the front door of the house, I could faintly hear noisy voices inside. I don't know what's good for her, it's her good fortune that Lu Xiao can look at your family's vegetable, besides, it's just borrowing her body for a bit, so what? Still think she's some kind of proud daughter of heaven? The Lu family said, as long as you promise, the subsequent Tang Miaoying's expenses, they are fully covered, otherwise, humph. The shrill voice was rather harsh. Tang Yun was also filled with rage. Get out! The mid-air roar removed a lot of the emotion. Humph, don't you guys regret it? Inside the house, a demurely dressed middle-aged woman stumbled out. Hurry up and talk to your parents. The middle-aged woman spoke. Get out! Tang Yun directly interrupted the other party. Just roll with it, you guys wait. The middle-aged woman was furious. Tang Yun didn't take it to heart and walked into the house. Dad, Mom. Tang Yun said softly. Only when they saw Tang Yun return did a smile appear on their faces. It's great to be back, and to hear from your teachers that you've been able to log into the Void Realm. Mom Wang Xiuhua piled on a smile and said. It seemed that he didn't want Tang Yun to be affected. It's a bit late, but as long as it's not a sky abandoner, the road ahead will be much better. Dad Tang Qingyang also nodded. His parents weren't rich or famous, but they were a good family. A small store was open to provide for the siblings. But after a change of heart 2 years ago, the days are numbered. I'll try, college, I'm going for sure. Tang Yun firmly said. The two of them glanced at each other and sighed slightly in their hearts, but they didn't strike Tang Yun's self-confidence. Good. Ambitious, worthy of being my Tang Qingyang's son. Tang Qingyang laughed out loud. Mom's cooking a lot of food today, so celebrate. Wang Xiuhua also laughed. Wow, all my favorites. Tang Yun also didn't want to worry the two and acted happy. After eating, Tang Yun returned to his room. Outside the house, the two couples were all of a sudden in a low mood. What do we do now? The doctor said Miaoying is in bad shape again and needs to pay another $200,000, we have no more savings. Wang Xiuhua was full of sorrow. Let's sell the store and the house, let's get Miaoying through this time first, also, Xiaoyan is going to college, let's see if we can buy him a place. Tang Qingyang mused. Myriad Shadows is a bottomless pit right now, and it's time for Little Cloud to spend money, and yet we. Wang Xiuhua's tears cannot help but flow down, she felt sorry for her two children. Well, let's take a step forward. Tang Qingyang held her in a comforting embrace. Inside the room, Tang Yun's mind was already immersed in the void realm. With this talent of mine, in 3 days, I wonder if I'll be able to touch the threshold of college. Tang Yun was a bit despondent. Back in the novice village, everything around him seemed to be unchanged. The newbie villages in the void realm all stand on their own. Everything here has not yet been developed by the old players from before. Also, veteran players can't set foot here. Yo, bro, what a coincidence, team up together. Beside Tang Yun, a short-haired youth smirked. Without waiting for Tang Yun to answer, the short-haired youth said to himself, "The rookie chicken I just killed said it was an idle chicken, it could sing and dance, and tried to trick me. I got my hands on it and popped a good thing." "What did you pop?" "A small piece of equipment." Tang Yun smiled faintly. "Space ring fine. Space, plus 5 cubic meters. Equipment in Void Realm is divided into weapons, tops, pants, shoes, rings, necklaces, bracelets, and some special equipment. A jewelry trio will usually choose a piece of equipment with a spatial attribute. After all, there was no such thing as a backpack in this game, and it was extremely inconvenient to not be able to store things. The equipment is of little use, I'm a special prop." The short-haired youth smiled smugly. "By the way, what skills did you learn?" The short-haired youth continued. 3 styles of cracking the sky." Tang Yun said. "Holy crap, waste of skill, excuse me." The short-haired youth finished speaking and left without looking back. Alas, the 3 styles of cracking the sky, the wind reviews are touching. Tang Yun couldn't help but sigh. Many people who learn the 3 styles of cracking sky are so pitiful that they are basically equal to having no skills. Tang Yun shook his head and headed towards the butcher's territory at the entrance of the village, seeing quite a few newbie players one after another. Chapter 4 Attribute Increase. Kill the player. Each novice village has a maximum of 10,000 players. No new players will join once it is full. It is said that only when you step out of the novice village is you truly stepping into the void realm. And today's Tang Yun was only taking the first step. "Uncle Ma, Granny Yan asked me to find you." Tang Yun looked at the middle-aged butcher who was sharpening his knife and said, "Little one, the village headman's daughter is celebrating her birthday, and I've been very busy lately, so go ahead and bring me back a spotted pig, and I'll pay you handsomely." Ma Butcher looked up slightly. "Quest, hunt the spotted pig and hand it over to the butcher for a reward of 5 copper coins." 5 coins, not bad. Tang Yun nodded slightly. The currencies of the Void Realm game are copper, silver, and gold. 1 gold equals 100 silver equals 10,000 copper. In contrast, copper coins and summer ratios are roughly exchanged on a 1-to-1 basis. That means he gets $5 for doing the task. In this world, the average person's salary is only a few thousand a month, with a high of 10,000 or so. The only way to make tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of millions a month is to go to college. Nowadays, in the end times, the burst rate is very low and currency is scarce, not to mention the equipment, fine equipment, at least it can be sold for 1,000. My old sister was lying in the hospital, burning money every now and then, and now that I can make money, I have to make a contribution to the family. With my 100% explosion rate, I should be able to explode a lot of good stuff. Tang Yun secretly said in his heart. Even though mom and dad didn't pressure him, he could still sense the situation at home. Money, it's important. Tang Yun understood. Families with money will equip their children with the best gear and even realistically hire private tutors to teach skills, kung fu, etc. The average family is left to their own devices. Okay, Uncle Ma. Tang Yun nodded repeatedly. Leaving the village, he saw quite a few people hunting monsters in groups. The monsters in the Void Realm are so strong that in a one-on-one situation, you may even be killed single-handedly if your combat level is low. And dying once is not only a level drop, but also damaging to the body. Must take a day off to continue landing. If you land continuously, it is tantamount to overdrawing your body and sooner or later you will die a violent death. Team up and there will be a corresponding increase in experience. 5 and under is double experience, while 6 to 10 is triple experience. The best mode for grouping is duo for the most experience. I have the extreme realm skill, so I should be able to kill them solo without a group. Tang Yun was quite confident. Gulp. Grr. Not far away, Tang Yun saw a pink-spotted pig drinking water. Just as he approached, the other immediately dropped his head. Spotted pig. Grade, 1. Life value, 500. Physical defense, 20. Magic defense, 20. Roar! The spotted pig saw his enemy and came charging straight ahead in an animalistic frenzy. Its speed was much faster than Tang Yun's. This kind of monster, with a decent attack power, has the disadvantage of a touchy IQ and no skills. Ethereal steps. Tang Yun's speed increased greatly as he ran his stance. Ethereal steps proficient, when used, increases speed by 15%. Lasts for 5s. Consumes 10 points of mana. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Spotted Pig's hit was easily avoided by Tang Yun. Split Sky 3 styles. Tang Yun dodged the blow and immediately struck. 70. 160. 340. 3 stages of damage, instantly dealt. The spotted pig couldn't even react before being killed by Tang Yun in seconds. Is this the Extreme Realm's 3 styles of heaven splitting? Tang Yun was a little excited. The Void Realm is notoriously difficult, and monsters of the same level must be milled for a very long time. Very few people are in the same situation as him. Congratulations, kill level 1 spotted pig, experience value plus 0.1%. Copper coins plus 5. Strength plus 1. Bursting with coins. And it's 5. Tang Yun was slightly stunned. Now the burst rate is super low, and when you kill monsters, most of them are just experience. And again, the experience is super low. Only 0.1%. It meant that he needed to kill 1,000 level 1 monsters in order to upgrade. The difference from the beginning of the game reaches 100-fold. This is the reason why people call this the end times. In addition, in the Void Realm, killing monsters below one's level would not explode anything, not even experience. With all the layers, the game is now hellishly difficult. Even if it's 5 coins, it actually adds a bit of power. Is this something outside the rules? Tang Yun couldn't help but breathe heavily. If he keeps this up, how far will he grow? It's unimaginable. Like the Extreme Realm cards, the game of Void Realms has never heard of something like being able to pop attributes. But that would be luck. Tang Yun suppressed the joy in his heart. After all, talent doesn't say it's bound to explode outside the rules. But in any case, he had been greatly surprised by this talent, too. Take it back to turn in your quests, and return to the blue in the meantime. Tang Yun said darkly. The blue and blood return inside this game is slow. 30 points of blue consumption takes 300 seconds. And only when you're out of combat, and in combat, the autonomous replies are even less. This is one of the things that inhibits players from upgrading faster. Normally, players firefight for a few minutes to kill a monster and rest for a few minutes. In a day, up to a couple dozen kills. That's still the ideal situation, a mistake, giving away a head, zeroing experience, and dropping a level. It is common to go from level 1 to level 2 in about 20 days, with the latter being more difficult. In a year's time, many people can't make it to level 10. However, after reaching level 10, you can perform a rank-breaking quest to advance 1 rank. Since then it's been a real introduction to the Void Realms games. Kid, leave this pig's body. Shortly after killing the spotted pig, a voice came from behind him. Turning back, the 2 men scrutinized Tang Yun left and right. Apparently, they had also taken up the task of hunting spotted pigs. Trying to pick up the slack? Tang Yun raised an eyebrow. This was something that in class, the teacher had also explained. The situation is widespread. And the best way to deal with that is to concede that it's important to keep your rank. And it's a small price to pay to die once. Hey, you just finished fighting this spotted pig, how much power do you have left? The tall guy on the left smiled lewdly. Normally, killing monsters solo would consume most of their strength. When it comes to others, there is no more resistance. This was the reason why the 2 didn't hesitate to rob Tang Yun. Be sensible, or I'll kill you once I see you. A burly youth on the right coldly grunted. You can try. Tang Yun said indifferently. Toast him. Kill him. The burly youth shouted angrily and took the lead in killing. Split Sky 3 styles. Tang Yun didn't hold back. The 3 styles of cracking the sky were unleashed. The 3 skills hit almost instantly. 100. 205. 415. The lanky youth owed him 200 blood backwards. Ha! The tall youth was directly dumbfounded. His companion was powerless and was actually killed in seconds. What kind of monster have they gotten themselves into? Congratulations, you have killed player Wang Shun and gained the novice long sword 1. Basic skill points +1. The stout youth died, and the system voice came again. Hearing the sound, Tang Yun also froze for a moment. Normally this kind of novice weapon would not be exploded. And it's amazing that this basic skill point is used to level up skills. Tang Yun looked toward the remaining man, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 5 Seconds. Harvest. Don't you come over here. The tall youth yelled. Tang Yun smiled faintly, silently using this basic skill point in his mind. Congratulations, Ethereal Steps has been upgraded to Minor Achievement. Ethereal Steps Minor Achievement increases movement speed by 20% for 5s. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. The Ethereal Steps have become small, saving several years of bitter cultivation. Tang Yun was a little excited. The tall youth also flew towards the village. Want to go? Tang Yun naturally wouldn't let him go. Ethereal Steps. In an instant, Tang Yun's speed came to 9.6 ms. But with a distance of a few meters, Tang Yun quickly caught up with his opponent. Mercy! The tall youth yelled. Unfortunately, Tang Yun ignored it, skilling out and taking it down instantly. Congratulations, you have killed player 2 Chang and gained a novice longsword 1. Experience plus 0.1%. Ha, another novice longsword exploded, and you get experience for killing players? Tang Yun couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of talent once again. Killing a player just makes the other player drop a level, and there's only a probability of equipment dropping. But it seems that players killed by him now drop 100% of their equipment. Isn't it a little less friendly to do that? Selling it to an NPC for 10 copper coins isn't bad either. Tang Yun muttered. That's how long it's been, and you've already made $25. After the mission was turned in, another $5 would be earned. But Tang Yun didn't take much joy in it. A few dozen dollars is not enough to solve the family's plight. And there are some people that make tens of thousands of dollars for killing a monster. Compared to those guys, he has a long way to go. Naya, what the hell? Inside the room, Wang Shun opened his eyes and cracked his mouth. Seconds for me? No way. I'd like to see what the hell it is. Wang Shun looked unconvinced. He thought his strength was pretty good, but Tang Yun didn't even give him time to react, killing him directly in seconds. Strength simply cannot be utilized. When he communicated with the Void Realm again, he stumbled and almost fainted. Wang Shun wiped his head full of sweat, almost forgot, damn it. Having no choice, he can only open a Novice Village forum and start asking, Novice Village level 1 seconds? Is there a bug in the game? People soon started commenting below. What an age to be talking about bugs. It's been said that there aren't any bugs in the Void Realm. Everyone disperse, the owner is joking with everyone. Level 1s are generally 500 blood and 60 offense, what's a second with? Even if it's a genius who knows a first order skill, it can't be a second. The Novice Village bigwigs can't get in, and there's no heaven-defying equipment, so according to reason, it's impossible to get seconds. There was a discussion among the crowd, thinking that Wang Shun was just joking. Sooner Express, is that you? Suddenly, a comment caught Wang Shun's attention. A strong batch? Wang Shun hurriedly said. Yeah, it's me. Tu Chang said excitedly. You were seconded too? Wang Shun was curious. Yeah, this guy hit me so hard, 2 clunks and I'm out of people. Tu Chang was busy. Holy, you two are singing and drinking together, it can't be true, can it? Someone said in disbelief. It's true, that guy doesn't know what's going on, he can actually take seconds, I was scared silly. Tu Chang couldn't help but say. By all accounts, we all have 60 attacks, so we can get through a few moves anyways. The teacher didn't teach the situation of being killed in seconds. The exchange between the two almost made the crowd believe it. But a brother know-it-all soon appeared. There are big holes in both of your stories. Knowles said. To kill someone in seconds with 500 blood, the skill has to reach an 8-fold increase. As far as I know, a first rank skill doesn't have such an effect, and a second rank skill, you think a level 1 player can use it? The words of Brother Knowles were quite convincing. Not bad, second order skills, at least hundreds of blue consumption, level 1 players, 100 blue is simply not enough, but correction, 8 times increase, theoretically a first order top skills, to the extreme realm, have such an effect. Brother Know-it-all too said. But a first rank skill of this level costs at least 100 blues, and when you put a skill on, you'll be empty of blues, and you can't do it for 2 people in seconds for a short period of time. Actually, the Void Realm is pretty fair, and there's basically no such thing as a spike in the newbie phase. Of course, these are all theories, and without taking into account talents, some of which, with damage bonuses, as well as some geniuses, with mind increases, can boost damage. Brother Know-It-All too clearly knows better. It's normal to disregard 1 in 10,000 gifted people, and it's impossible to do it in seconds anyway, no matter what kind of genius. Unless the opening slash is 999. Identification complete, 2 pure clowns. Naya, almost fooled. Say, are you two trying to pull a stunt? Suck traffic? And then start a live stream? Disgusting. The crowd cursed. The two were aggravated. I'll be damned. If I'm a liar, I'll kill my whole family. Wang Shun was furious. It's already annoying to be seconded and questioned. Humph, if that could be believed, there wouldn't be any liars in the world. Liars have no family. That's it. The crowd still hasn't let them go. What skill did he spike, you guys? Someone hit the nail on the head. It seems to be the 3 styles of heaven splitting, but it's a bit different, I'm not sure. Tu Chang saw it more clearly and replied in a hurry. The 3 styles of cracking the sky? This answer is very skillful. As we all know, the 3 styles of cracking the sky belongs to the basic skills, but it's so difficult that it's said to be harder to learn than even the first rank skills, and moreover, with low proficiency, it's purely a side effect. Brother Knowles said. Not bad, there is indeed a theoretical possibility of killing in seconds with the 3 styles of heaven splitting. But one has to reach the extreme realm to do so, right? But currently no one has reached it and there is no reference basis, so it can be said that the 2 of you have done your homework as well. Brother Know-It-All too also commented. What do you mean, still suspecting us? Wang Shun said angrily. Oh, get it all. Me. Xin Shi Huang. Hit the money. Dead liar, waste of expression. If what the 2 of you are saying is true, I suggest that you shouldn't be vocalizing here or thinking about revenge, you should seize the time to hug your thighs, and you might be able to soar in the future. Brother Know-It-All too continued. Ha, if you're rich and powerful, don't forget each other. There was a chorus of jeers as the 2 men retreated in stifled silence. What's wrong with the world? No one believes you when you tell the truth, ugh. On the other end, Tang Yun had already handed over the spotted pig to Ma Butcher. You're pretty good, young man, to have hunted a spotted hog so quickly. Ma Tufu patted Tang Yun on the shoulder, very pleased. I have to say, out of all the people, you were the fastest, and here's your payment. Ma Butcher said, pulling out 5 copper coins. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Tang Yun laughed. Your strength has been recognized by me. I have quite a few ingredients that I need lately. All the monsters that you hunt can be sent to me. Of course, if you find all of them, I will also give you a big gift. Ma Butcher laughed. Mission, ingredients for Ma Butcher. A new quest triggers. Horse Butcher acquires some monster corpses, which is a good money-making quest. There is also a list of lists that have additional rewards if they are collected. Chapter 6 Equipment Sublimation Card. Excellence level. Yes. Tang Yun gladly accepted the mission. The average person doesn't have this task. All the monsters' corpses can be used for money. Earning $100 or so a day is not a problem at all. Isn't that better than 3,000 a month? Leaving the village again, 3 spotted hogs appeared by the stream. I can't believe there are 3 of them. Tang Yun didn't make a rash move. But the spotted pig seemed to spot him, and came marching in with haste. Seek death. Tang Yun's eyes changed, and the 3 styles of heaven splitting started. Instant seconds. Congratulations, kill level 1 spotted pig, experience plus 0.1%. Copper coins plus 5. Silver foot boots plus 1. Exploding equipment? Tang Yun was slightly pleased. Normal monsters not only have money, they also have equipment, which is a real bonus. Roar. The 2 remaining spotted pigs were humongous, and instead of being cowed by the death of their companions, they charged even more ferociously. Skills cooling down, Tang Yun used ethereal steps to start pulling. Swish. 50. A sword slashed at the pig's skin, a full 50 points of damage, 10 sword kills. However, Tang Yun didn't dare to be greedy with his sword, and after a sword slash, he quickly adjusted his position to look for an opportunity. The 2 spotted pigs were one in front of the other, and Tang Yun was unharmed to deal with them. When you become familiar with it, you can handle it without using ethereal steps. With a 10-second gap, Tang Yun only slashed 3 times. After all, he still had to dodge the attacks of the 2 spotted pigs. After the Rift Sky 3 styles finished cooling down, Tang Yun didn't use them immediately and found another opportunity to slash twice. Almost got arched by a spotted pig when the Crack Sky triple stance was used. 85. 190. With 2 damage, it killed the spotted pig in front of it. The third segment then quickly attacked the other spotted pig. 400. That hit was 400 blood. It also has a knockout effect. Tang Yun quickly made up for it and took it down with 2 swords. Congratulations, you have killed a level 1 spotted pig, experience plus 0.5. Congratulations, kill level 1 spotted pig, experience plus 0.1. Copper coin plus 5, blue restoration potion 1. The second head has no other rewards, but the experience value has become more. Blue restoration potion, a rare item. Tang Yun was slightly pleased. Blue restoration potion restores 100 mana points in tens. Just 1 bottle of potion is worth 100 copper coins. The average person can't afford to use it. Check out my new outfit. Tang Yun was filled with anticipation as he took out his equipment from his spatial ring. Silver boots, poor quality. Speed, plus 0.5 ms. Unfortunately, it's just poor quality equipment. The shoes are worth hundreds of copper coins instead. Tang Yun sighed. Of the various pieces of equipment, it is generally weapons and shoes that are more important. However, the novice weapons, handfuls of them, can only be sold to NPCs and are not worth as much as shoes. Wearing silver foot boots, Tang Yun's speed increased to 8.5 ms. Woo! A low roar. Tang Yun was slightly stunned, listening to the sound seemed to be nearby, but he turned around but found nothing. A closer look revealed a small creature writhing on the ground, its figure hidden by the grass. Piglet's special oddity. Pups have no attributes other than showing special monsters. It seems to be the same as a novice chicken. Ooh! The young pig hissed as if begging for mercy. Tang Yun naturally wouldn't be fooled by its appearance. This is my chance. The cell phone sword fell and the young pig was split in 2. Congratulations, killing the young pig, rewarded with basic equipment sublimation card 1. Mind increase plus 10%. Equipment sublimation cards? Tang Yun hurriedly checked the message. Basic equipment sublimation card, can sublimate basic equipment once to improve the quality, can only sublimate once. It can enhance the quality of equipment. Good stuff. Tang Yun said excitedly. It's a good thing I'm not overflowing with saints' hearts. Teacher is right, we can't be deceived by the appearance of monsters, all monsters are resources for us to improve our strength. Tang Yun said darkly. In addition to the sublimation card, there's also the mind increase. This is the mark of a top genius. Tang Yun's breathing gradually increased. Among his various attributes, the only one that showed 0 was the increase in his mind. The increase in state of mind indicates mastery of power. There are some strong people who can exert 200% of their strength, which is the effect brought about by the increase of their mind. The fact that he was now 10% meant that he could increase his damage by 10%. Definitely not a small increase. And the mind increase also boosts speed. This is definitely one of the top 2 existences in each attribute. But not before he was happy. 2 roars came from behind him. Tang Yun looked back and was almost shocked. The monster's fur was dark gray, every hair was oily and smooth and seemed to reflect the sun's light, its body was huge and powerful, and its 4 hooves stamped on the ground with a sound that shook the world. The most terrifying thing was that this guy's 2 heads, each turning, seemed to have a mind of their own. Mutant 2-headed pig elite. Grade, 2. Life value, 2000. Physical defense, 60. Magic defense, 60. A level 2 elite monster. 2000 blood. Who is this opponent? Tang Yun couldn't help but say. Normal players have a hard enough time dealing with normal monsters. Elite monsters, not at all something that can be dealt with by the average person. If you get out of the novice village and buy some good equipment, you might be able to through. But now, it's just a matter of looking over your shoulder. 60 double resistance, I'm only 70 attack power, a sword 10 drops of blood, cut 200 blades, sword cut off, afraid to kill. Tang Yun knew he was no match for them. Even with the extreme realm skill, it's only a few hundred blood at a time. This kind of monster is simply not something one can handle. A team of 10 people of the same level, skillfully coordinated, might be able to fight. Go! Tang Yun got his feet wet and prepared to bolt. Ethereal steps. Adding the shoes, Tang Yun's 8.5 ms speed instantly reached 10.2 ms. Also, there is a 10% increase in mindfulness. Tang Yun's terminal velocity is 11.22 ms. This is definitely the extreme speed of an ordinary person. But not for mutant two-headed pigs, apparently. Tang Yun had only run a few steps when the other party caught up. Good thing, the ethereal steps not only improved speed, but also flexibility. Leaning on the pace to avoid a blow. If you are caught by it, you will be bloodied if not dead. Tang Yun said darkly. Is it hard to believe that I killed the special monsters to attract them? Tang Yun slightly regretted it. The mutant two-headed pig followed closely, and Tang Yun clearly sensed that the other party was toying with him. Damn it! Fight it! Tang Yun said viciously. Equip the sublimation card. Upgrade the novice longsword. Tang Yun roared in his heart. Soon, the system voice gave him a great shock. Congratulations, the upgrade was successful. The quality of the novice longsword has been upgraded to excellent. Novice longsword excellent. Attack power, plus 500. Strength, plus 10. Good. Excellent quality longsword. 500 attack power. Can't I kill you? Tang Yun was in a great mood. He had thought that it would be good to raise the quality by 1 or 2 orders, but he hadn't expected that it would directly raise the 4th order. Now his attack power reached a terrifying 660. Tang Yun stopped in his tracks, and the two-headed mutant pig seemed to be tired of playing around as well, its massive body crashing in like a boulder. Good coming. The 3 styles of heaven splitting. Tang Yun took a deep breath. Perfectly making the 3 styles of cracking heaven. 1023. Having a mind increase, the first damage, it reached thousands. 2112. Second damage, straight through 2000. No need for 3 paragraphs at all. This reward? Chapter 7 Attack Factor Enhancement. Congratulations, kill level 2 elite mutant two-headed pig, experience plus 5%. Silver coin plus 5. Tusk necklace 1. Attack power factor plus 2. 300 years ago, killing one of these monsters would have been a direct upgrade, and now it's only adding 5%, but it's still blowing up good stuff for me. Attack power coefficient. It's said that the coefficient will only increase if you break the rank or acquire some powerful feats. Elite monsters can actually raise the coefficient for me. Tang Yun was a bit stunned. The attack power factor plus 2 means that his attack power is now strength 12. With the same power situation, his attack power, then, was 1/5 more than others. It's definitely a huge upgrade. With a superior grade weapon and the extreme realm skill, I can casually kill elite monsters of the same level, but the number of elite monsters is too small. It's considered lucky to come across them. Tang Yun sighed. Quickly, he looked up the equipment description again. Necklace of Fangs Ordinary. Mana regeneration, plus 0.2s. It's actually a necklace that adds mana regeneration, not bad. Tang Yun expressed his satisfaction. Low levels are just short of blue, and the mana regen boost can greatly increase the efficiency of killing monsters. At first 100 blues would take him 1000 seconds to get back to full. 300 seconds or so is enough now. 5 monsters, the space ring won't fit anymore. Tang Yun shook his head helplessly. The downside to Void Realms, a game that is treated as a real game, is that it requires running back and forth to the map, which is time-consuming. The monster was just thrown away, and couldn't be parted with. After all, there was still a special monster, as well as an elite monster, which, I thought, could be sold for a good price. Stuffing all 4 monsters into the ring, he then carried the young pigs towards the village. Luckily, his current location was not far from the village. 10 minutes to walk. Holy, there's this kind of monster? So small, a pure gift? What a blast! Where do you find monsters, brother? Several people asked. Monsters were hard to kill, and the crowd naturally wanted the kind of monsters that were simple and easy to kill, and still had a high explosive rate. Picked it up. Tang Yun casually coped. When he came to the horse butcher at the village entrance, one after another people handed in their quests. He wasn't alone in the task of hunting the spotted hog. Uncle Ma, look at this little suckling pig, how much is it worth? Tang Yun laughed. Ma Butcher's list of tasks does not have a price for young pigs. The horse butcher's eyes lit up when he saw the young pig. I can give you a silver coin. A silver coin. Another 100 earned. Tang Yun's eyes lit up. On what grounds? 1 silver coin for such a small one? A head as big as mine, only 5 copper coins? I'm not convinced. The last player said with some disbelief. This is no ordinary cub, only powerful monsters can give birth to such fine ingredients. You're not in danger, are you? Ma Tufu didn't care about the player at all, and instead inquired about Tang Yun. Thank you Uncle Ma for your concern, I'm fine. Tang Yun laughed. Also, I have 3 spotted hogs. Tang Yun said as the 3 spotted pigs were taken out of their spatial rings. Holy, space equipment so soon. What traitorous luck. Naya, I killed a spicy chicken and nothing exploded. Several people saw Tang Yun's ring and were a bit envious. Having space gear can save you a lot of trouble. 5 copper coins ahead, I'll take them all. Ma Butcher laughed. Spotted pigs were exactly what was on the horse butcher's list, but he needed 10 of them. What's going on? This butcher still collects corpses? Get out of the way, just hit it and it's still hot. A tall player, dragging a monster, threw it over. Butcher Ma, how much is this worth? Duke Nansong said. I don't want it. Ma Butcher shook his head. What do you mean? Duke Nansong said angrily. Being a man should have the spirit of contract, Feng Yun, and I have already made an agreement to only take his goods except for what I need. Horse Butcher said. Holy, what does that mean? Could this Feng Yun have triggered a hidden quest? Each novice village is just the same in general, but the details are different. These hidden quests, you can only find them on your own, you can't draw on those seniors. This guy is lucky. The crowd was envious. Tang Yun was also delighted when he heard this, not expecting Ma Tufu to only additionally charge him for the prey he brought. Grass. Duke Nansong became a bit furious. On what grounds? Just by the fact that we threw in the towel. Ma Butcher didn't seem to care what the players thought and smiled lightly. I have a round head too, I have a round head wrap. Someone yelled. But Ma Tufu directly ignored the other side. Although Duke Nansong was angry, he didn't dare to make a move. Ma Tufu wasn't something he could hold. This friend, I'll offer 2 copper coins for the corpse of this monster. Tang Yun laughed. 2 coppers? The Southern Pine Duke sniffed and gave a slight start. Although he named himself Duke, he was poor. Otherwise it wouldn't be so hot. Okay. The Southern Pine Duke nodded after a little thought. It would be a waste not to sell the corpse, and 2 copper coins was not much, but it was better than nothing. Save up, there's $100 that still smells good. The two completed the transaction, and Tang Yun added, Uncle Ma, what's the price of this monster? Well, let's give you 7 copper coins. Ma Butcher paused. The crowd of onlookers, directly dumbfounded. I'm going. The card is bugged. Mud, this is going to make mad money. Dude, you're losing money. Someone said. Duke Nansong's face twitched, but he didn't say anything. After all, he can't sell it himself. How much can I make playing like this? Tang Yun was thrilled in his heart. Little one, take it easy, even though I know many bosses in the village, I can't ask for that much, these corpses will be stored for 3 days at most, you'd better hurry up and get what I want ready, these are the ingredients needed for the banquet. Seemingly seeing what Tang Yun was thinking, Ma Butcher barked. I know. Tang Yun nodded repeatedly. Then began to calculate how much Ma Butcher could charge. Although it was called a novice village, in reality, it was quite a bit larger than a normal town, and with the addition of the monster area, it was even larger. The whole village, over 100,000 people. Eating 1,000 heads in 3 days is not a problem. 2 copper coins for the monster corpse. No bargaining. Tang Yun shouted. Mard, 2 copper coins to collect, sell it for at least 5 copper coins, it's so black. Wannabe capitalists. No, we're boycotting. Where to collect, just hunted one. The players said they would boycott, but their bodies were honest and they started hunting monsters to go. After all, hunting a monster and getting a solid 2 copper coins, what could be better than that? We all heard what Ma Butcher said just now, and he is not charging infinitely. It will be too late to stop taking them. Time is limited, first come, first served. Tang Yun continued. Go, 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 go. Mud just hunted it and left it where it was. Should have known to drag it back. Team up. Team up. The crowd got busy. The players in the village were, all of a sudden, a lot less. Uncle Ma, how much is this monster worth again? From his ring, Tang Yun took out the two-headed boar. This is... Gosh, Feng Yun, I didn't expect you to be able to kill such a powerful monster. I'm afraid you'll be able to join the warrior team formed by the village chief. Horse Butcher exclaimed. Tang Yun was also delighted. Looking at this, it seemed like there was a new mission. Chapter 8, the next copy. Pendant? This monster is rare. The meat isn't as good as the smaller one, but it's a big piece after all. I can offer 2 silver coins. Ma Butcher continued. Tang Yun nodded slightly. In that case, he was now 8 silver coins. The equivalent of 800 summer coins. That's a lot of money. Of course, it was all thanks to talent, otherwise, he might have been like everyone else, working for a few coins. Uncle Ma, what did you mean when you said that the village chief had formed a warrior team? Tang Yun was curious. This. Ma Butcher seemed a little hesitant. Uncle Ma, I can kill this mutated monster, isn't my strength enough? Tang Yun added. This situation was also covered in class, where the NPC hesitates because the player is not strong enough to trigger the quest. Alas, in fact, the area around the village is not peaceful, and there are many forbidden places. The warriors, who are going to explore these forbidden places, are not strong enough, and are likely to die inside. Horse Butcher said. Forbidden land? When Tang Yun heard this, he instantly realized that this wasn't a copy. The copies in Void Realms are different from other games, though. It's difficult and each copy has a cooldown. That's why it seems to be exceptionally valuable. But inside the copy, there were many monsters and more experience. Uncle Ma, I want to join the warriors. I don't know what the conditions are? Tang Yun hurriedly said. The members of the warrior team, all of them are level 5 or above, although you are not level 5, but if you can kill this monster, you should be almost there in terms of strength, and the specifics still need to be decided by the village chief. Horse Butcher said. Tang Yun nodded in understanding. The qualification to place a copy is in the hands of the village headman. Let me take you to the village chief first. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Tang Yun hurriedly followed. It took a few blocks before the two arrived at the village chief's residence. At the moment, the village chief's house was quite busy. The village headman's daughter will be celebrating her birthday soon, and this birthday party will be very lively. Ma Butcher smiled. After exchanging greetings, the two quickly met the village chief. The village chief had a white beard and looked very kind. Village Chief Wang. The two men hastened to say. Pony, are the ingredients for the banquet ready? Village Chief Wang laughed. Already preparing. This visit is for this little brother who hunted a mutant two-headed pig and wants to join the warriors. The horse butcher was busy. Oh? Village Chief Wang was a bit curious. Tang Yun looked like he was only level 1, but he had this kind of strength? Strength-wise it's barely enough, but the rank is a bit low, so here's the deal, I can make you a trainee warrior. Village Chief Wang said. Trainee warrior? Tang Yun's face was puzzled. As it happens, there are a few warriors who are preparing to explore a new forbidden land, so you will accompany them, and if you can come back alive, you can become a true warrior. Village Chief Wang laughed. New forbidden land. Open land. Tang Yun was slightly pleased. The experience and explosion rate of the openings can be higher than that of a normal copy. Thank you, Village Chief. Tang Yun hurriedly said. Oh, come with me. Village Chief Wang smiled and said. After handing Tang Yun over to the village chief, Ma Tufu went back. It took a few more blocks before the two reached a tavern. This village chief is a real shaft, it must take 10 people to open a copy. There aren't many players above level 5 at the moment, and I don't know how long we'll have to wait. We can't let those people know about this, or I'm afraid there'll be nothing left for us. A few players sat in a huddle, talking. Several warriors, I have gotten you the 10th man, and that forbidden place is ready to be broken into. Village Chief Wang laughed. The players sniffled, then froze. Level 1? There's no such thing as a level 1 player going to a copy? Isn't that exhausting? We're opening up a difficult area. Several players spat back and forth. Never mind, it's important to get started, and it's not impossible to bring a pendant. One of the players holding a large sword said. A few people sniffed and stopped spitting, as if the other party had a lot to say. With my pass, you are already allowed to enter that forbidden place, good luck. The village chief took out a pass and handed it to the big knife player. A few people were also overjoyed when they saw the passes, forgetting all about Tangyun as a procrastinator. Little brother, how did you get this copy quest in advance? A female player who was for not wanting to lose weight came forward. Because I'm handsome. Tangyun narrowed his eyes. In the game, the player looks pretty much like reality, but the age may differ by a small amount, and in addition, the styling is different. Naya, what's the point of being handsome? A man with a rather abstract appearance said. Of course it works, I heard it can hook up with NPCs. No, there's really nothing fair about this game. You're not still angry about being rejected by the village chief's daughter, are you? A few people seemed to think of something funny and laughed. Abstract man did not look good. Che, don't say never mind. Not wanting to lose weight threw her head back, she took the hands of the other two girls next to her and giggled. Tangyun scrutinized a few people, all of them were level 5 or above, but their strength varied from strong to weak. There was no one stronger than the man with the big knife, with all his equipment almost complete, and there was no telling how long these people had been playing. Let's go, don't delay any longer. Doppelganger's greatsword was placed across his shoulder and he took the lead. The crowd followed closely behind. Boss, how will it be distributed later? The female player named Nalan Xiaomei asked. The usual, assigned by the captain. Solo road. There are 2 types of group assignments, one random and one free assignment by the captain. I was going to say what's wrong with this Fengyun, splitting our experience and giving him equipment and coins? Nalan Xiaomei whispered. Give a. He's just a pendant and he wants to share something? The abstract man said coldly. Solo glanced at Tangyun, then said, don't worry, I'll distribute everyone's merits at that time, as for him, don't worry about it. A few people sniffed and dropped their hearts. Even though Solo is the captain, he can't infringe on their interests. As Tangyun watched a few people muttering there, he could guess in his heart. These guys, they can't see me, but let's go down to the copy first, then. Tangyun already had a plan in mind. The Void Realms game is so realistic that it took a few people most of an hour to run the map. Taking out the village chief's pass, a passageway appeared in front of the crowd. At the end of the passage, an air of decay came over him. Go! At the command of Dekuro, the crowd surged into the passageway in unison. Soon, what came into view was a barren land. Click click click. The clicking of bones came as 3 skeleton monsters appeared in front of several people. Decaying skeleton. Grade, 5. Life value, 1900. Physical defense, 60. Magic defense, 40. Go! 9 people struck at the same time, 3 of them surrounding one. These skeletons had just revived and were moving slowly, while these few people were cooperating quite well. It didn't take long for all 3 monsters to be hacked to death. Congratulations, kill level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 4.5%. Copper coins plus 180. Physique plus 1. Congratulations, killing a level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 4.5%. Copper coins plus 180. Armor of skeleton 1. Congratulations, kill level 5 decayed skeleton, plus 9% experience value. Recovery potion. Chapter 9 The Magic of Talent. Upgrade. This group situation counts as my kill? Tangyun, who hadn't put up a fight, directly froze. And the experience, the coins, it's too much. According to the algorithm, his experience was only 0.1% when he killed a level 1 monster. Killing monsters at a higher level doubled it. Over 2 levels, that's triple, and now it's over 4 levels, that's 5 times the experience. At the same time, with a team of 10, there is a triple experience bonus, as well as triple experience for opening copies. Exactly 45 times. But here's the catch, triple experience for a team of 10 is split between 10 people. Now he has it all to himself? Tangyun observed a few people, and his face seemed a bit unsightly. They found out? Tangyun's heart snapped. Grass. Isn't the copy opening burst rate very high, 3 monsters, just a few coins and no materials? What's going on? The abstract man couldn't help but burst out. There's no rush, it's just getting started. Solo road. The opening of the door was unfavorable, and several people were not in a good mood. Tang Yun sniffed and had a guess in his heart. Even though it's a group, the things I explode seem to be independent of the group. Because of me, their popping rate has gotten lower as well? So, they're working for me? Tang Yun was somewhat elated. At this rate, he's upgrading a lot faster. And you don't have to do it yourself to pop. Go on. Solo mused. Tang Yun walked at the end, his mind immersed in the spatial ring. Skeleton armor ordinary. Physical defense, plus 15. Soon, there were 5 more skeleton monsters ahead. The skeleton monsters were all level 5 and less than 2000 blood. They have almost 200 attacks. Combined with pulls plus skills, kills aren't too hard. And a few people were strong, a bit higher than the average player. Congratulations, kill level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 4.5%. Copper coins plus 180. Congratulations, kill level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 18%. Experience blitzed. Tang Yun was ecstatic. Today his experience value has come to 47.4%. That's not much faster than the first generation players, is it? Congratulations, kill level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 4.5%. Basic skill points 1. Congratulations, kill level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 4.5%. Spirit plus 1. Congratulations, killing a level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 4.5%. Copper coins plus 180. Armor of skeleton 1. The armor of bones again? Tang Yun froze slightly and looked at the attributes, nothing was different. Skill points to upgrade ethereal steps again. Tang Yun's heart fluttered as ethereal steps completed its upgrade. Congratulations, ethereal steps has been upgraded to a great accomplishment. Ethereal steps grand finish, increases movement speed by 25% for 5s. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. Phew, finally out of gear. Nalan Xiaomei said excitedly. Several people picked up the equipment on the ground, excited that their efforts were finally rewarded. Armor of skeleton, normal equipment, not bad, trading between players, still sells for 200. A player named Roaming Clouds said. Let the boss put it away first. Another rather clean-looking player said. With a slight nod, Doppelganger took the equipment. Seeing this, Tang Yun couldn't help but shake his head. Ordinary people killed monsters and the explosions fell to the ground. And it's a lot easier to pick up all his stuff with one click. Come on, I'm getting a little excited. Abstract Man rubbed his hands together. A few people were ready to move on. Nope, they're still weird. Watch out. Doppelganger raised his voice. Soon, a skeleton over 2 meters tall and holding a large sword appeared in front of several people. The 2 holes on the other side flickered with green spectral fire. Skeleton Swordsman Elite. Grade, 5. Life value, 6,000. Physical defense, 140. Magic defense, 100. Level 5 Elite. Elite monsters out so soon? Such high blood and defense, not easy to deal with. Watch where you stand. As the crowd sighed, Solo quickly ordered. We all work well together and look out for each other. The skeleton great swordsman was so imposing that the entire ground shook with a jumping chop. Your ass, why me? Abstract Man cursed. This sword directly cut down most of his blood. Hurry! Solo exclaimed. The crowd swarmed up, taking advantage of the gaps between the opponents and outputting frantically. However, because of the opponent's high defense, a slash is basically just tens of blood. But thanks to the large number of people, 1 person and 1 sword, the skeleton great swordsman was beaten back and forth. It quickly dropped 1,000 blood. Swish! Skeleton great swordsman swept his sword across the room, forcing the crowd back, and a stalemate ensued. May! Solo shouted. As soon as the words fell, Nalan Xiaomei used her skill. At once, the surrounding withered grass seemed to come to life and entwined the skeleton great swordsman. A few people once again output, this time matching their skills, directly knocking out more than 2,000 blood. In the end, Doppelganger also stepped in, and he alone hit almost 1,000 blood. The skeleton great swordsman's blood level was already less than 2,000. The crowd backed off and continued to pull. The skeleton great swordsman was uncommonly strong, and if you were not careful, you would lose hundreds of blood. It's a good thing everyone took turns blocking the front and there were no casualties. Although the elite monsters are strong, a team of 10 can handle them with relative ease. Tang Yun thought to himself. Of course, it's also the fact that these guys work well together and have good strength. But if anything goes wrong, a few are sure to die. Especially since these guys have control skills. Congratulations, kill level 5 elite skeleton greatswordsman, experience value plus 90%. Silver coin plus 90. Skeleton sword 1. Speed plus 0.5 ms. Basic skill points plus 1. Strength growth plus 1. The experience value of an elite monster is 20 to 30 times that of a normal monster. And with a higher burst rate, it's a favorite among players. Unfortunately, it's harder to come across in the wild. 90 silver coins, $9,000. Donan had a feeling of being rich. When his oldest sister didn't have an accident, his pocket money was only a few hundred a month, and then it was scaled back even more. Almost 10,000 in his hand now, definitely a rich brother for a student like him. Strength growth plus 1, a new attribute. This way, every time I level up, I'll gain a little more power. Tang Yun was a little excited. I heard that there's an E-rank talent that doubles power growth, so if you explode another power growth attribute, you'll be on par with your opponent. Tang Yun couldn't help but think. In that case, it seems that E-rank talent is scum in front of him. Congratulations, upgraded to level 2, strength plus 3, intelligence plus 2, physique plus 2, spirit plus 2, speed plus 0.5 ms. Upgraded. There are still skill points left, upgrade ethereal step first. Soon, the system voice came again. Congratulations, the ethereal steps have been raised to the entry level. Ethereal steps into the subtle, increases movement speed by 35% for 5s. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. It's not bad at all, it increases your movement speed by 35%. Looking at your panel again, it has changed a lot. Nickname, Fong Yun. Level, 250.9%. Lifesteal, 800 body 100 rep, 0.1 s. Mana, 160 spirit 20 recovery, 0.1 plus 0.2 s. Physical attack, 228 strength 12 equipment plus 500. Magic attack, 70 intelligence 10. Physical defense, 8 physique 1 equipment plus 15. Magic defense, 8 spirit 1. Strength, 9-3 growth equipment plus 10. Intelligence, 7-2 growth. Physical fitness, 8-2 growth. Spirituality, 8-2 growth. Speed, 9 ms 0.5 growth equipment plus 0.5. Talent, infinite treasure drop unique. Elemental affinity, fire 20%. Mindfulness increase, 10%. Skills, 3 styles of cracking the sky extreme realm, ethereal steps into the subtle. Technique, none. Equipment, novice longsword excellent, silver foot boots inferior, necklace of fangs ordinary, armor of bones ordinary, space ring fine. Attack power 728. Most level 10 players aren't as high as me. Tang Yun couldn't help but say. After all, level 10 players, too, rarely had exceptional level equipment. Chapter 10 New Skill. Bone Shield. Huh, you upgraded? Don't want to lose weight shockingly. Among the 10 people, other than Tang Yun who was a pendant, she was the one who could paddle the most and was the first to notice Tang Yun. It's not surprising that he's upgraded after crossing so many levels to eat experience and share the experience of the elite monsters. The abstract man was a bit sour. Burst. Exploded. It's a good thing. Skeleton sword, fine grade weapon. Nalan Xiaomei exclaimed. A few people's eyes caught fire for a moment. Fine grade weapons, which are worth a lot of money, can be sold for almost 2,000. Split between 9 people, that's $200 a person. It was worth it today. Not bad. Solo nodded. He was from a good family, and he was not much excited about the fact that he was using a fine grade weapon himself. Skeleton sword fine. Attack power, plus 130. Fine grade weapons will sell for 2,000, rare can break 10,000, only the rich can afford it, excellent grade weapons, I'm afraid they can sell for tens of thousands. Tang Yun said darkly. There are a lot of poor people in this world, but there are definitely a lot of rich people too. Ordinary people with fine weapons are good enough. Weapons above rare are only used by people with good families. And they're just at the basic stage now. Once the rank is broken, the price of the first rank equipment will also be higher. More than that, it's not for the poor to get their hands on. Everyone adjust first. Solo exclaimed. Although they had killed the elite monsters, several people had different levels of exertion. 2 others in particular are low on blood. A bottle of medicine costs $100 and people can't afford to take it. Yun, everyone brought you upgrades, shouldn't you show something? The abstract man raised his eyebrows. A few people sniffed and looked over at once. Of course, not my share. Yun said with a sense of humor. It would have been. Wasn't going to give it to you. Abstract man stopped in mid-sentence. Although they discussed not giving Yun any points, it wasn't good to put it out in the open. After all, now, everyone is a team. If they didn't get it right, Yun would trip them up and cause the team to be wiped out, which was more than worth it. Yun was only just 2 levels, but they were 5. The cost of dropping a level is completely different. Well, we can't open a copy without him, it's just a matter of rubbing some experience in, nothing wrong with that. Solo rode. A few people sniffed, but they didn't target Yun. The reason people didn't like Yun was that a drag queen who didn't do anything but had to share things. Now that Yun had stated that he didn't need to share, there was no conflict among the crowd. After a short rest, the few moved on again. Click. 8 skeletal monsters appeared directly in front of them. Catskin. Solo shouted. Catskin is a slightly faster player in nice shoes. Only 3 times, he attracted the hatred of 5 monsters. As he fell into the encirclement, he dodged with a stance and opened the monster pulling mode. The remaining 3 heads were killed in a few swarms and a few slashes. If one person goes alone, I'm afraid it will take a long time to grind. After killing 3 heads, the next as it were, a few people did not consume much and directly took down 8 monsters. Congratulations, kill level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 3.6%. Copper coins plus 90. Strength plus 1. The upgrades are significantly less experience, but overall not bad. Congratulations, kill level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 3.6%. Copper coins plus 90. Skeleton bomb 1. Skull bomb? Seeing something new, Yun hurriedly checked it out. Skeleton bomb props, you can throw 10 skeleton bombs, each dealing 100 points of magic damage. Ordinary props. Yun understood. This kind of prop also belongs to special equipment, but most of them are disposable. Congratulations, kill level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 7.2%. Copper coins plus 90. Congratulations, kill level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 3.6%. Copper coins plus 90. Skill bone shield. Actually exploding skills? Yun was slightly stunned, the elite monsters hadn't even popped their skills, but as a result, they were popping them out now. Congratulations, kill level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 3.6%. Copper coins plus 90. Basic skill points plus 1. Congratulations, kill level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 14.4%. Congratulations, kill level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 3.6%. Copper coins plus 90. Speed plus 0.5 ms. Congratulations, kill level 5 decayed skeleton, experience value plus 3.6%. Copper coins plus 90. Armor of skeleton 1. Another skill point. Yun was a little excited. It is important to realize that learning skills inside the Void Realm requires some NPC teaching. In other words, it's useless to have empty skills, you have to be taught to get started. But his skill points can skip this stage and be learned directly. Use a skill point to learn Bone Shield. Yun didn't think much about it. Congratulations, Bone Shield has reached introductory level. Bone Shield Introductory, coalesce a piece of skeleton in front of you to form a shield that can withstand 100% magic attack power damage, consumes 10 mana, lasts 3s, cooldown 8s. Subject to elemental bonuses? 20% from the fire element, that's 120% of magic attack power that can be resisted. Yun mused. Currently, his magic attack power was only 70, far from being comparable to his physical attack power. But an extra 84 shield would be nice. Lasts 3s, cooldown 8s, 5s a shield if not broken. Click click click. After killing the 8 monsters, before the crowd could slow down, suddenly the bones in the sky gathered and formed a huge head. Roar! The head gave a roar that shook like thunder. Giant Bone Skull Elite. Grade, 5. Life value, 5,500. Physical defense, 130. Magic defense, 100. Another elite monster? The elite monsters in this copy are surprisingly frequent? Good thing. More power. The crowd was excited. Tang Yun's eyes also lit up as he seemed to be able to upgrade again. Put. The giant bone head whistled and spat out a number of small skulls that smashed into the crowd. Holy! Nearly 100 blood at once. Take cover. The crowd panicked. This giant bone head clearly belonged to the attack type of monster. Oops. Not wanting to lose weight was slammed several times in a row, and his blood plummeted. Tang Yun also hastily propped up his bone shield. However, these skulls were so numerous that they could not be dodged, and the bone shield was instantly broken. Good thing, it also completely blocked an attack. Ethereal steps. With the addition of body techniques and the increase in his mind, Tang Yun instantly erupted with a speed of 14.85 ms. Dodging several attacks, Tang Yun only dropped less than 100 blood. He had lost the least amount of blood among the crowd. The attack stopped. Go! Solo said angrily. At this moment, the crowd also had fire in them, and one by one, they rushed up. With one skill each, the giant bonehead dropped over 1,000 blood. The control skills then picked up and one person slashed and toppled the giant bonehead. Boom! When the final slash was made, the giant bonehead directly exploded. A huge amount of damage was dealt, blowing several people nearby into crippled blood. The rest of the group took considerable damage as well. Congratulations, kill level 5 elite giant bone skull, experience value plus 82.8%, silver coins plus 70. Basic skill points plus 1. Intelligence plus 1. Skill skeleton ball. Another skill? Tang Yun was slightly stunned. Nima, this elite monster is so fierce? It crippled us all. Holy! It's because of this guy. A small skeleton was left behind when the giant bonehead exploded. At the moment, the little skeleton was about to start running when Abstract Man grabbed him. I'll kill you. Abstract Man slashed the little skeleton to death with a single slash. When Tang Yun heard the system voice, he immediately felt a terrifying force spreading out. Chapter 11, Upgrading Again. Surprise Boss. Congratulations, kill parasitic skeleton, plus 1 strength. Basic skill point 1. Equipment sublimation card 1. No wonder that elite monster attacked so violently just now. Tang Yun couldn't help but say. 2 skill points up, learn a skull ball first. Tang Yun's mind moved, and the system voice came. Congratulations, Skull Ball has reached initiation. Skeleton Sphere Introductory, coalesce a skeleton skull and smash it into the target, dealing 110% physical attack power damage, consumes 10 mana, cooldown 5s. Finally an extra damage skill. Tang Yun was overjoyed. Although the 3 styles of Rift Heaven were strong, the cooldown time was too long, and now that there was an additional medium and long-range attack skill, it was absolutely powerful. And it deals damage based on physical attack power. Also, at the same time, by the elemental bonus, the damage dealt by one of his skeleton balls was quite substantial now. There's one more basic skill point, raise Ethereal Step first. While Skull Ball is great, speed is king. Live to output. Congratulations, Ethereal Steps has been raised to perfection. Ethereal Steps complete, increases movement speed by 50% for 5s. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. Boosting so much. It's worthy of being a consummate level skill. Tang Yun was a bit excited, and I'm level 3 now. It's too fast. Congratulations, upgraded to level 3, strength plus 3, intelligence plus 2, physique plus 2, spirit plus 2, speed plus 0.5 ms. Nickname, Feng Yun. Grade, 376.9%. Life, 1000 body 100 rep, 0.1 s. Mana, 200 spirit 20 recovery, 0.1 plus 0.2 s. Physical attack, 288 strength 12 equipment plus 500. Magic attack, 100 intelligence 10. Physical defense, 10 physique 1 equipment plus 15. Magic defense, 10 spirit 1. Strength, 14-3 growth plus 10 for equipment. Intelligence, 10-2 growth. Physical fitness, 10-2 growth. Spirit, 10-2 growth. Speed, 10 ms 0.5 growth equipment plus 0.5. Talent, infinite treasure drop unique. Elemental affinity, fire 20%. Mindfulness increase, 10%. Skills, 3 styles of cracking the sky extreme realm, ethereal steps perfection. Technique, none. Equipment, novice long sword excellent, silver foot boots inferior, necklace of fangs ordinary, armor of bones ordinary, space ring fine. What is it? As soon as the little skeleton died, the space around it began to shake. Meanwhile, strange noises kept coming. In a few moments, a skeleton monster of enormous size emerged from the ground. Its upper body was humanoid and its lower body was a steed skeleton, and its eye sockets were deep, in which there was an ethereal blue glow, revealing an unrivaled sharpness. Its hands clutched a huge, rusty axe with what appeared to be congealed blood still clinging to the blade. LOL. A few wisps of ghosts floated around it, their voices sometimes harsh, sometimes melodious. Death Knight Boss. Grade, 5. Life value, 20,000. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 200. What's going on, boss? The boss is out now? This defense, it's too thick. Finished. The appearance of the Death Knight directly confused the crowd. Right now everyone is still battle damaged and incapable of facing the boss. And looking at the other side's defense, it was a straight-up hiatus. At level 5, the base attack power can reach 130, and almost 200 attack power with a normal weapon equipped, or with other opportunities. But the opponent's physical defense was 300. I'm afraid that only some unique means can break the defense. Withdraw! Solo exclaimed. The crowd naturally knew this and retreated. However, they still underestimated the boss. With a swing of its great axe, the 5 ghosts around it transformed into evil spirits and lunged towards the crowd. The original few people were just bloodied, and were instantly reduced to 3. The remaining 2 barely blocked it. Phew! The Death Knight's attack didn't stop, a charge, like a ghostly shadow, followed by a reduction of 3 more members. They are all bloodied and can't carry it at all. Boss, what to do? Naylan Xiaomei said anxiously. This would have to drop more than 1 level if they died, and at their speed, it would take at least half a month, if not more than a month. Spell it out. Solo said angrily. Naylan Xiaomei sniffed and hurriedly used her control skills. The withered grass wrapped around the Death Knight's horse's leg, but it didn't last a second before it was cut off by the other's axe. However, Doppelganger and the other man were charging away. Doppelganger was above the crowd, with an attack power of over 300. Skill proficiency was also good, a set of hits went out, and the Death Knight dropped over 200 blood. How did you level 3? Not wanting to lose weight again exclaimed. Tang Yun frowned, why was this woman always staring at him? The shocked cry of not wanting to lose weight caused several people to look this way, resulting in the Death Knight attacking and another person being knocked out of the room with a major maiming. Solo reacts to dodge the blow. It's really level 3. Naylan Xiaomei also opened her mouth wide. Doppelganger's eyes were full of inquiry, and the Life Snatcher Titan climbed to his feet, puzzled, but not daring to be distracted. At first, Tang Yun was only at level 1. Level 2 in front of them, but now it's level 3 again. It's not the right experience. Even if it was a transgression, it shouldn't have been so fast. You guys are crazy to be distracted at this point. Tang Yun drank. Fight the monsters first. Solo was also busy. No, you. Don't want to lose weight and want to say more. Shut up. Tang Yun drank. He was promised a pendant, but he ended up having to do it. The Death Knight had attacked several times in a row, and now instead, he was slowly coming towards a few people. Skeleton ball. Tang Yun saw the right moment to condense a skeleton ball and ruthlessly smashed it. The morose white skeleton ball had red fire attached to it. After the fire increase and subsequent mind increase, the damage was quite impressive. 844. Ha! Crazy, what kind of output is that? Is there a mistake? Several people stared in disbelief. While no damage jumped out in game, several people could see the change in the boss's blood level. Tang Yun had directly dealt over 800 damage with this hit. Doppelganger was even more dumbfounded. He seized the opportunity. A set of only how much blood? A single skill of Tang Yun's was actually so perverse. He's only level 3. Click. The Death Knight turned his head, the ghostly blue flames rising in his eyes. Hiss. As he swung his giant axe, the 5 ghosts killed in unison. Swish. Split sky 3 styles. 1,300. This ghost had a decent attack, but no defense and only 15,000 blood. After the first damage came out, Tang Yun connected with a sword, and a ghost was instantly cut down by him. Congratulations, kill level 5 companion ghost, experience plus 2.7%, copper plus 60. Intelligence plus 1. Bone shield. As Tang Yun killed one ghost, 4 others infested. Tang Yun braced his bone shield, but only blocked 1 strike. Still dropped over 300 blood. This ghost does too much damage and attacks frequently. A scratch is over 100. 2,600. 5,400. The remaining 2 rift triple styles hit, killing 2 more companion ghosts. Congratulations, kill level 5 companion ghost, experience plus 5.4%, copper coins plus 150. Congratulations, kill level 5 companion ghost, experience plus 2.7%, copper plus 60. Spirit plus 1. Chapter 12 Equipment Upgrade. Mighty Boss. Boss, he's too fierce, isn't he? The Raider Titan exclaimed as he drank the potion. Solo didn't know what to say. I originally brought a pendant, but I didn't realize that this pendant was much more fierce than their main Za. What a guy. Nalan Xiaomei and Don't Want to Lose Weight both froze out of their minds. What's the play? Hurry up. Tang Yun couldn't help but say. Help. Solo quickly responded. Just now it was a fight to the death, and now Tang Yun's strength gave a few people hope. Hoo-hoo. The spectral fire in the Death Knight's eyes seeped even more as 3 ghosts died in a row. It swung its giant axe and the 2 remaining ghosts flew back. Immediately, it charged violently, targeting none other than Tang Yun. Ethereal Steps. After the skill bonus and mine increase, Tang Yun's speed soared to 17.3 ms. That speed, though, still didn't seem to be enough for the Death Knight. Tang Yun Limit avoided it, but the Death Knight immediately turned around and charged again. Damn it! Tang Yun cursed, and instantly propped up his bone shield. Click. The fiery red bone shield just blocked 145 damage. However, Tang Yun still dropped over 300 blood. He only has 1,000 blood in total. If he does it again, he'll be dead. Phew! The Death Knight was surprisingly able to make a 3rd charge. However, on the occasion of the 3rd charge, Nalan Xiaomei's skills followed suit and blocked the opponent for a moment. Tang Yun hastily adjusted his position to avoid the strike. Gulp! Tang Yun took out a pill bottle and knocked it down, slowly recovering 100 blood. But it's just a drop in the bucket. This boss can't carry him after 3 hits. Catch! Solo shouted and threw in 2 bottles of recovery potions. Tang Yun wasn't polite and knocked them all off. A few outputs briefly hold the Death Knight at bay. Tang Yun knew that to kill this boss, he was the main output. Equip the sublimation card and upgrade the silver foot boots. For the sake of this boss's life, he could only upgrade his shoes up as well. Otherwise, the speed is still not enough to beat this boss at all. Congratulations, the enhancement was successful and the quality of the silver foot boots has been upgraded to excellent. Silver boots excellent. Speed, plus 6 ms. Bonus, speed class skill effects are increased by 20%. Excellent quality? And with additional words? Tang Yun was pleasantly surprised. Generally speaking, epic level equipment is the only one that has a word, while rare, excellent, and perfect level are 2 attributes. However, there are some nice excellence and perfection gear that comes with additional words. With the equipment bonus, the speed has reached 16 ms. Together with ethereal steps, it reaches a maximum of 31.68 ms. That's a huge speed boost from before. Skeleton Ball. Tang Yun slowed down and continued his output. 844. At this moment, the Death Knight was only dropping over 2,000 blood, most of which had been knocked out by Tang Yun. Obviously, the other party also knew that Tang Yun was the threat. The whirlwind spun so fast that the crowd could only dodge out of the way. Swish! The Death Knight came charging again. Come again? Tang Yun snorted coldly as his ethereal steps activated, his figure extremely fast. Dodged the charge. He's so fast. Who the hell is he? How come he's so strong? Simply horrible. A few people couldn't help but sigh. Swish. One hit misses and the Death Knight continues to charge. 3 charges before stopping. Tang Yun ethereal steps survived the period, swimmingly dodging. The opportunity was then seized. Split Sky 3 styles. 1000. 567. 2300. 4900. 567. 567. Tang Yun became more and more comfortable using Rift Sky triple stance, and added a flat midway through. After the third hit, there was some control and 2 more swords were taken. The whole set of output was nearly 10,000 damage. Holy! What's his attack power? According to the boss blood, 800 attacks. 800 attacks can't knock out that much blood. The 4 men were completely stunned. The first time Tang Yun used the 3 styles of Split Sky, they all killed ghosts in seconds. No visualization yet. But now look at the boss blood level, clicking straight down. Is this still human? His skill proficiency is extremely high. Cracking Heavenly Triple Stance, I've never seen such a skillful cracking Heavenly Triple Stance before. Who is he? Doppelganger's eyes gleamed. Those who could have this kind of proficiency skill were heck of a genius. Phew. Just wait for another skill and you'll be able to kill it. Tang Yun took a deep breath and pulled away. The Death Knight currently shows a total of 3 skills. One is a ghost attack, the second is a triple charge, and the third is swinging a giant axe for a larger attack. Basically eat a full skill and die. The Death Knight danced his giant axe with a majestic momentum. It accelerated on all 4 hooves and killed Tang Yun. Skeleton Ball. Tang Yun threw another skull, but it was sidestepped by his opponent. Tang Yun's face stared, this guy had become more flexible. Hoo. The Death Knight was quite a bit faster than him and quickly killed him. Swords and axes clashed, and the damage was blocked by the opponent. Bang! The horse's hooves struck, and Tang Yun was directly kicked out, dropping over 200 blood. This was something Tang Yun hadn't expected. The Death Knight multiplied his attack, slashing with his great axe. On the other end, Nalan Xiaomei's control technique worked once again. The anger in the Death Knight's eyes increased. Only to see it turn back and throw its giant axe. Nalan Xiaomei shrieked and died under the giant axe. The remaining few didn't react either. No one had expected that this Death Knight had this tactic. Suffered. Tang Yun frowned. Of the few, Nalan Xiaomei's skills were useful, and Doppelganger's skills were purely offensive. The Raider Titan does have a defense skill. And don't want to lose weight, Tang Yun didn't see any use for the other side, basically the whole row. After killing Nalan Xiaomei, the giant axe automatically returned to the Death Knight's hand. During this time, Tang Yun seized the opportunity to slash 2 more times. At this moment, the Death Knight only had less than 7,000 blood left. Swish! The Death Knight's skill cooled down and charged again. And the Tang Yun ethereal steps could also be used. After 3 charges, the 3 styles of Split Sky had also cooled down. Split Sky 3 styles. 1000. 567. 2300. 2 hits in a row, and everyone was expecting the final blow. Boom! The third blow fell. Suddenly, a shocking light blossomed from the Death Knight's body, and a black shield wrapped around his opponent in death. It was this shield that blocked Tang Yun's final blow. This boss has too many tricks up his sleeve. Not wanting to lose weight spat. It's a shield it traded for a companion ghost. Solo Road. Tang Yun also noticed that there was only 1 ghost left by the Death Knight's side. There were only 3,000 blood left as well. I'll do it. Solo shouted and took out a prop, which shot arrows. Click. The shield ruptured in response. This is a prop specifically designed to break shields. With the black shield broken, the Death Knight clearly froze for a moment, and Tang Yun seized the opportunity to slash 2 more times. Also throw a skull ball. The Death Knight's blood level dropped below 2,000. At this moment, Tang Yun didn't dare to be careless. Sure enough, the next moment, the last of the Death Knight's companion ghosts was sacrificed. It exuded a strong power around its body, and if it was nearby, it would definitely be bounced out and lose a lot of blood. Boom! With an explosion, the Death Knight revealed itself. At this moment, it was surrounded by blue flames, no more ghosts to accompany it. It looked like a lonely monarch. Chapter 13, Joyful Acquisition of Feats. Epic Weapon. Buzz. The Death Knight let out a wail and pointed his great axe. At once, a group of death vapors came to attack, their speed faster than a death charge. Tang Yun's ethereal steps were used, and he managed to dodge it. But the remaining few weren't so lucky. The Death Knight's great axe swung again, and another group of death vapors came to attack. Paddling for a whole game of not wanting to lose weight was instantly killed, and the life-threatening titans didn't last long. Over to you. Solo bellowed and threw out another object. The huge golden mantle enveloped the Death Knight, and the blue flames around it gradually went out. And Doppelganger was then killed in action. Only Tang Yun was left in the field to face the Death Knight alone. The golden mantle disappeared, leaving a golden circle around the Death Knight. As it tried to step out of the circle, it was pushed back. Seeing this, Tang Yun began to output, and within a few hits, he decimated the Death Knight. Phew! Tang Yun took a long breath. This was his first time facing a boss. It feels too hard. He had the Extreme Realm skill on his side and 2 pieces of exceptional equipment to stalemate until now. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's long gone. And the 2 props from Solo played a key role. It should be a pre-quest gain. Congratulations, kill level 5 boss Death Knight, experience plus 270%. Gold 10. Skill Death Charge. Skill Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique. Necrotic Bracelet 1. Necrotic Gaiters 1. Necrotic Demon Sword 1. Equipment Sublimation Card 1. Worthy of being a boss, such a generous reward. Tang Yun was excited. Straight to level 6. It's too fast. A few hours, more than half a year for most people. Not only that, but the equipment on the body is more than 99.99% of the population. Nickname, Feng Yun. Grade, 657.7%. Life, 1600 body 100 rep, 0.1 s. Mana, 340 spirit 20 recovery, 0.1 plus 0.2 s. Physical attack, 570 strength 15 equipment plus 500. Magic attack, 170 intelligence 10. Physical defense, 16 physique 1 equipment plus 15. Magic defense, 17 spirit 1. Strength, 28 4 growth equipment plus 10. Intelligence, 17 2 growth. Physical fitness, 16 2 growth. Spirit, 17 2 growth. Speed, 13.1 ms 0.7 growth equipment plus 6. Talent, infinite treasure drop unique. Elemental affinity, fire 20%. Mindfulness increase, 20%. Skills, 3 styles of cracking the sky extreme realm, ethereal steps perfection, bone shield introductory, skeleton ball introductory. Technique, none. Equipment, novice longsword excellent, silver foot boots excellent, necklace of fangs ordinary, armor of bones ordinary, space ring fine. The attack power is over 1000. Looking at the panel, Tang Yun felt like he was dreaming. The boss has exploded feats, and by the looks of it, it should be a main attack power feat. After cultivating it, it can also increase your attacks additionally. Tang Yun secretly rejoiced. Feats in the Void Realm, like skills, need to be cultivated on their own. It can enhance the corresponding attributes. It is another means of boosting base attributes in addition to upgrading. Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique. If you were to cultivate it, it would take quite a bit of time, but now the merit points can be learned directly. As soon as Tang Yun's heart stirred, the cultivation method of the Twin Spirit Demon Heart Technique became familiar to him. Congratulations, Dual Spirit Magic Heart Technique has been raised to 1%. Physical attack plus 10. Magic attack plus 10. Strength plus 1. Intelligence plus 1. Not bad. Tang Yun said silently. 2 basic skill points, continue to improve the ethereal steps a bit. Tang Yun immediately consumed a basic skill point to enhance ethereal steps. Congratulations, ethereal steps has been upgraded to great perfection. Ethereal steps great perfection, increases movement speed by 70% for 5s. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. Increased speed by 70% now. The boost is great, It's just that if you want to reach the extreme realm, one skill point is no longer enough. Tang Yun frowned slightly. Great perfection to extreme realm requires 3 skill points. His current skills also include bone shield as well as skeleton sphere. Rather, there's no rush to improve, learning new skills is more important. After thinking for a moment, Tang Yun didn't upgrade his skills. Instead, they opted for a death charge. Congratulations, death charge has reached initiation. Death charge introductory, launch a charge forward, dealing 110% physical attack damage with a cooldown of 10s. 20 mana is consumed. This skill doesn't do enough damage, but it is more important. Charge speed and distance are related to one's own speed and proficiency. As of now, he wasn't charging too fast, just twice his own speed, and would slowly improve subsequently. Also, the distance is about 10 meters. In the blink of an eye. The next time, Tang Yun looked at the newly acquired equipment. Necromancer's Bracelet Rare. Strength, plus 10. Intelligence, plus 8. A rare grade bracelet that increases output is not bad. Tang Yun was still satisfied. With his current skill Bone Shield, he would need to boost his magic attack. Next up are the Necrotic Gaiters. Necromancer's Legs Fine. Physical Defense, 30. Rare class weapons. Upon seeing the Necromantic Demon Sword, Tang Yun was slightly delighted. Necromancer's Sword Rare. Physical Attack, 200. Magic Attack, 200. Boosting both attacks suits me better. Tang Yun couldn't help but say. Generally, players will focus on one aspect. Even follow this to learn feats, skills, etc. But he's gifted enough to ignore all of that and completely uplift all aspects of it. In this way, dual practice is the way to go. You can swap out the superior grade weapons and have less physical attacks. Tang Yun pondered. One is a better weapon for him and one is of better quality. After thinking about it, he still wasn't going to change his weapon for the sake of his own battle power. There's also an equipment sublimation card. The first 2 times it was sublimating inferior equipment, if it's sublimating rare equipment? Suddenly, Tang Yun had an impulse. It stands to reason that sublimating other parts of your gear would be better. But Tang Yun wanted to give it a try. When he thought about it, he stopped holding back. It'll pop up again later anyway. Thinking this way, Tang Yun decided to upgrade the quality of the Death Spirit Demon Sword. Congratulations, the upgrade was successful. The quality of the Necromancer's magic sword has been upgraded to epic. An epic weapon. I can't believe it's really come true. Tang Yun was breathing heavily. In the Void Realm, at the basic stage, the highest equipment is excellent. But this statement is not a rule set by the Void Realm, but rather a result that people have gotten from experience. Tang Yun then wanted to try out the basic equipment and see if the highest it really was excellence. After all, he now possessed 2 pieces of exceptional equipment and desperately needed to experiment. I didn't expect the experiment to be successful. The textbook knowledge needs to be updated. Tang Yun couldn't help but laugh. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the attributes of the epic weapon once again. Necromancer's Sword Epic. Physical Attack, plus 1200. Magic Attack, plus 1200. Life Regeneration, plus 5s. PS After killing an enemy, you can store its energy and send out a Death Sword Chi that deals up to 20,000 physical damage plus 20,000 magic damage. Not bad for an epic weapon. Life Regen for Mana Regen would be better though. Tang Yun said with some greed. Chapter 14, Abnormal Copy. Upgrade again. In the Void Realm, every bout of death is a damage to the body. You need to log in at least a day apart. However, a few of the doppelgangers, relying on their good health, directly ignored this rule. Boss, this time the luck is too bad. The boss came out before we were even ready. Yeah, they're all bloodied, they die too fast. A big loss, a big loss. Several people's faces were ugly. Dying once hurts too much for them. If the opening fails, won't we have no chance? The abstract man had a depressed look on his face. Failed? Who said we failed? Solo Road. What? Several people looked puzzled. All 9 of us are out and we haven't failed? Wandering Cloud wondered. You guys don't know, that pendant, oh no, that Feng Yun, is very strong. The boss used the last 2 props as well, he should be able to kill the boss. Nalan Xiaomei hurriedly said. Feng Yun? A few people looked at me and I looked at you, feeling a bit confused. That kid in level 1? Abstract man couldn't help himself. What level 1? He's already level 3. I could tell long ago that he wasn't mortal. It's true. Don't want to lose weight excitedly. That fast? The few who had fallen in battle first exclaimed. He's alone, how can he kill the boss? Abstract man was still a bit unconvinced. His attack power, we speculated it to be 800. The skills were also super strong, and at that time, the boss's blood level was at the bottom, so there was a chance. The Raider Titan also said. Seriously? Why am I a bit unconvinced? Several people expressed their skepticism. It's true, Fengyan's strength is beyond our imagination, he should be a genius from a certain family. Solo Road. A genius from a worldly family? The crowd exclaimed in shock. This game had existed for 300 years, and during that time, many big names had come out, and their offspring, their resources were naturally not comparable to others. I feel a new star about to rise. Solo exclaimed. Boss, why hasn't he come out yet? Can it be that there's been an accident? Naylan Xiaomei said with some urgency. After they were killed in action, they adjusted, and that's when they landed up. Although I was not feeling well, I was only dizzy and was able to carry it off completely. According to speculation, Tang Yun should have already killed the boss and walked out of the copy. This. Solo was also confused. Boss, you must be looking at the wrong person. There's no way that kid would have been able to kill the boss. Abstract man said hastily. Is it hard to have a real accident? The Raider Titans and don't want to lose weight are also getting a little skeptical. There's no rush, just wait. Solo shook his head. Several people didn't want to go offline to rest, after all, there was a reward for the completion of the copy. Huh, the boss is killed and it's still not over? Tang Yun looked around and didn't find a teleportation exit, feeling a bit strange. Slowly, he continued on his way. Through the barren land, a field of graves soon appeared. Tang Yun slowed his steps, and as a strange sound rang out, the grave exploded. Roar! The growls rose and fell. Several zombie-like things crawled out. Carrion Walker. Grade, 6. Life value, 2,500. Physical defense, 80. Magic defense, 40. Outside of the 6 carrion walkers, 3 other carrion walkers of a larger model slowly climbed up as well. Large carrion. Grade, 8. Life value, 3,500. Physical defense, 100. Magic defense, 50. This isn't a level 5 copy? Tang Yun was very strange. Now not only are there level 6 monsters, but level 8 monsters as well. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. In the very center of the grave, a giant carrion crawled up, dragging a huge axe in its hand. Giant Axe Carrion Elite. Grade, 8. Life value, 12,000. Physical defense, 200. Magic defense, 100. As the giant axe carrion appeared, more carrion walkers emerged from their graves. That much? Tang Yun was slightly startled. A few speedy carrion rushed to the front. Skeleton ball. Seeing this, Tang Yun threw a skeleton ball over. 2,747. With a whopping 1,795 attack power, Tang Yun threw out a single skeleton ball entrained with firepower, and it directly killed a carrion in seconds. Not bad for an epic weapon. Tang Yun couldn't help but sigh. The necromantic sword absorbed some energy to store while killing the rotting corpses. Congratulations, kill level 6 carrion walker, experience value plus 0.9%. Copper coins plus 30. Although Doppelganger and the others were killed in action, he was still enjoying the group's triple experience bonus. It's just that there really isn't much experience in killing monsters of the same level. 2058. A pummel and another 2,000 output. As the carrion walker attacked, Tang Yun quickly dodged out of the way, followed by another sword to collect the experience. This is the benefit of speed. Congratulations, kill level 6 carrion walker, experience value plus 0.9%. Copper coins plus 30. Physique plus 1. Roar. The rotting corpses around them surrounded them as well. Ethereal steps. After using ethereal steps, Tang Yun's speed came to a terrifying 46.8 ms. It's almost like flying. 2 slashes to settle a monster. Soon, 3 more monsters died in his hands. At the same time, he came to a safe location. Congratulations, killing a level 8 large carrion, experience value plus 2.7%. Copper coins plus 60. Physique plus 1. Congratulations, kill level 6 carrion walker, experience value plus 0.9%. Copper coins plus 30. Speed plus 0.2 ms. Congratulations, killing a level 6 carrion walker, plus 3.6% experience value. Roar. The giant axe carrion roared angrily, but it couldn't do anything to Tang Yun. Skeleton ball. Another carrion was killed. Congratulations, killing a level 6 carrion walker, plus 3.6% experience value. At this moment, he had already killed a third of the carrion. Less than 10 seconds had passed in total. It's too fast. If it was a normal player, they would definitely have to pull monsters and then attack each one. Fail to pull a monster, and you risk losing the whole army. Tang Yun walked and hacked as he went, throwing a skeleton ball every now and then. Carrion monsters are slow to move, skull balls are good to hit and have not been empty so far. In no time, 9 more carrion walkers, and 3 large carrion corpses were cut down by him. And Tang Yun was even more comfortable, not getting hit at once. The total increase in experience was 23.4%, and with the previous ones, at this moment Tang Yun's experience value came to 93.7%. In addition, hundreds of copper coins were also popped, as well as 3 points of constitution, 0.2 ms movement speed, and 1 point of strength. Roar! The giant axe carrion hissed. It had been completely enraged that all of its own men had been killed. Alone it throws the axe. Tang Yun easily dodged it, and this guy's axe wasn't like the Death Knight's usual ability to come back automatically. Death Charge. Split Sky 3 styles. 2149. 3018. 6276. 12792. Death Charge up, direct set of skills, easily killed. Doesn't even require a punt. Congratulations, kill level 8 elite monster giant axe carrion, experience value plus 54%. Silver coin plus 30. Ripper giant axe 1. Basic skill points plus 1. Physical growth plus 1. Congratulations, upgraded to level 7. Strength plus 4, intelligence plus 2, physique plus 3, spirit plus 2, speed plus 0.7 ms. Nickname, Feng Yun. Grade, 747.7%. Life, 3120 body 120 rep, 0.1 plus 5s. Mana, 380 spirit 20 recovery, 0.1 plus 0.2s. Physical attack, 660 strength 15 equipment plus 1200 feats plus 10. Magic attack, 280 intelligence 10 equipment plus 1200 feats plus 10. Physical defense, 26 physique 1 equipment plus 35. Magic defense, 19 spirit 1. Strength, 34 4 growth equipment plus 10. Intelligence, 22 growth equipment plus 8. Physical fitness, 26 3 growth. Spirit, 19 2 growth. Speed, 14.2 ms 0.7 growth equipment plus 6. Talent, infinite treasure drop unique. Elemental affinity, fire 20%. Mindfulness increase, 20%. Skills, 3 styles of cracking the sky extreme realm, ethereal steps great perfection, death charge introductory, skeleton ball introductory, bone shield introductory. Technique, double spirit demon heart technique 1%. Equipment, necromantic sword epic, silver foot boots excellent, necromantic bracelet rare, space ring fine, necromantic leg wrappers fine, necklace of fangs common, armor of bones common. Chapter 15 Level 8. Extreme realm body technique. The life value factor has also increased. The life value is now over 3000. It's about the same as a monster of the same level. Tang Yun was delighted in his heart. Generally speaking, except for the first few levels, monsters will have more blood than players in the back. The exception, of course, are some genius level players. Some of them had attributes that were even comparable to elite monsters. And now Tang Yun's attributes in all areas weren't too bad, especially the attack and speed items, which were riding high. Ordinary players, if they just upgraded step by step, not counting equipment, after level 10, their attack power would be just over 200. The speed, on the other hand, is 13 ms. But Tang Yun had long since surpassed it by now. The level has also reached level 7. At this rate, before the college entrance exam, I'll be able to level 10 as well, and by then it'll be easy to get into college, but I'll have to go to a major university. Or even the #1 school in Imperial Capital. Tang Yun took a deep breath. It had always been his wish to get into the #1 school in Imperial Capital. But when he communicated several times and was unable to land in the Void Realm, his heart faltered. Even when he finally managed to land, his mind was still confused. Now well, he was confident again. This is not an ordinary copy. After passing it, you should be able to get quite a few rewards. Tang Yun pondered, and after resting for a moment, he continued forward. After going over that graveyard from earlier, 3 graves appeared again ahead. These 3 graves looked considerably larger than the previous ones. The first one to crawl out was a carrion with giant arms and bandages. Long-armed carrion elite. Grade, 8. Life value, 11,000. Physical defense, 160. Magic defense, 160. Soon, a second carrion appeared as well, with a huge head that looked a bit clumsy. Big head carrion elite. Grade, 8. Life value, 13,000. Physical defense, 220. Magic defense, 130. The last carrion had tattered armor hanging from its body and a long sword in its hand. Iron armored carrion elite. Grade, 8. Life value, 15,000. Physical defense, 230. Magic defense, 230. This last iron armored carrion was clearly stronger than the other 2. But Tang Yun wasn't the least bit afraid. With an epic weapon in hand, you're still afraid of all this? Swish! The long-armed carrion was the first to strike, swinging in with 2 bandaged arms. 2052. Tang Yun slashed out with a sword that dealt decent damage. Death charge. 2276. Take another flat ace. 2052. In an instant, the long-armed carrion dropped over 6,000 blood. And Tang Yun's offense hadn't stopped. Split Sky 3 styles. 3,174. 2052. The first style connected with a flat A, instantly decapitating the long-armed carrion. Bang! The iron-armored carrion reacted quickly, and after Tang Yun killed him, he quickly launched his sword. Bone Shield. Bone shields that receive a fire bonus are as high as 1967. The sword was completely blocked. The attack is so high. Tang Yun was slightly startled, his bone shield could only resist 2 hits. Boom! On the other side, the big-headed carrion smashed directly over with its large head. Ethereal steps. Dust flew around him as Tang Yun dodged the blow. If it hit, the bone shield probably wouldn't be able to carry it. 6,468. 1980. Everything was electric. Tang Yun used the second style to connect with a universal attack, knocking out more than 8,000 blood from the big-headed carrion. Skeleton Ball. 2,698. Tang Yun used his bone shield to resist another blow and connected with a push attack. 1980. The big-headed carrion was also decapitated. At the same time, the third style was used. The damage of over 13,000 was like slashing the iron-armored carrion's aorta. The control effect is easily connected to the pounce, and it kills them. The whole thing came down to about 3 seconds. Tang Yun had already killed 3 elite monsters. Congratulations, kill level 8 elite long-arm carrion, experience value plus 36%. Silver coins plus 20. Shroud 1. Basic skill points plus 1. Feat points plus 1. Congratulations, kill level 8 elite big head carrion, experience value plus 36%. Silver coins plus 20. Basic skill points plus 1. Feat points plus 1. Intelligence plus 1. Congratulations, kill level 8 elite iron armor carrion, experience value plus 22%. Silver coin plus 10. Silver iron armor 1. Strength plus 1. Life value factor plus 20. After killing 2 elite monsters, Tang Yun had already upgraded, and with the third monster, there was relatively less experience. 3 basic skill points now. Ethereal steps can finally reach the extreme realm. Tang Yun was a little excited. After impatiently consuming 3 skill points, ethereal steps successfully morphed. Congratulations, the ethereal steps have reached the extreme realm. Ethereal Steps Extreme Realm, increases movement speed by 120% for 5s. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. A 120% increase in movement speed? Is this the Extreme Realm? Tang Yun was stunned. I didn't expect the Extreme Realm of Ethereal Steps to take a qualitative leap. It's also hard to imagine that Great Perfection only increases movement speed by 70%. Now the Extreme Realm was even stronger. 2 merit points, just in time to raise the Dual Spirit Demon Heart technique to 2% as well. At the moment, his ascension hadn't stopped. Congratulations, Dual Spirit Magic Heart technique has been raised to 2%. Physical attack plus 20. Magic attack plus 20. Strength plus 2. Intelligence plus 2. Shroud? Tang Yun was a bit curious and took a closer look. Shroud props, used to wrap around opponents and deal 100 points of damage per second for 5s. Control class props, not bad, it works wonders at critical moments. Tang Yun was quite satisfied. The damage isn't great, but the focus is on control. Quickly, he set his sights on the rest of his gear. Silver Iron Armor fine. Physical defense, 30. Replacing his gear has changed his panel quite a bit again. Nickname, Feng Yun. Grade, 841.7%. Life, 40-60 body 140 rep, 0.1 plus 5s. Mana, 420 spirit 20 recovery, 0.1 plus 0.2s. Physical attack, 765 strength 15 equipment plus 1200 feats plus 30. Magic attack, 330 intelligence 10 equipment plus 1200 feats plus 30. Physical defense, 29 physique 1 equipment plus 60. Magic defense, 21 spirit 1. Strength, 41 4 growth equipment plus 10. Intelligence, 25 2 growth equipment plus 8. Physique, 29 3 growth. Spirit, 21 2 growth. Speed, 14.9 ms 0.7 growth equipment plus 6. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop Unique. Elemental Affinity, Fire 20%. Mindfulness Increase, 20%. Skills, Cracking Sky Triple Stance Extreme Realm, Ethereal Steps Extreme Realm, Death Charge Introductory, Skeleton Ball Introductory, Bone Shield Introductory. Technique, Double Spirit Demon Heart Technique 2%. Equipment, Necromantic Sword Epic, Silver Foot Boots Excellent, Necromantic Bracelet Rare, Space Ring Fine, Necromantic Gaiters Fine, Silver Iron Armor Fine, Fong Necklace Common. This time, killing the 3 elite monsters, Tang Yun was pretty much unharmed, only consuming some mana. Continuing towards the front, a large tomb sits horizontally in front of it. The previous tomb had no name and no family, while this one had the words Great General engraved on the tombstone. Jin. Suddenly, a piece of inaudible singing reached his ears. A moment later, a delicate figure came into view. Above the sky, the red-clothed woman seduced people, her red lips gently opened. Young man, would you like to have a moment with your slave? Chapter 16, Red Banshee. Undead General. Sister is so beautiful, I'm naturally willing. Tang Yun said in a loud voice. This red-clothed woman's charming bones were heavenly, and her knitted brows and smile were alluring. Oh? The red-robed woman cackled, her figure swaying to Tang Yun's side. Swish! Tang Yun instantly struck, slashing his sword horizontally. The red-clothed woman had prepared for this, and with a slight retreat, she easily dodged it. Sure enough, men's mouths, lying ghosts. The smile on the red-clothed woman's face was unabated. And Tang Yun's face froze. Red Banshee Boss. Grade, 10. Life value, 100,000. Physical defense, 500. Magic defense, 800. Level 10 boss. 100,000 blood. Tang Yun had to be cautious. Generally speaking, elite monsters have about 3 to 5 times the blood volume of normal monsters. Bosses, on the other hand, are 3 times the size of elite monsters, if not more. LOL, I'll stay out of your men's war. The red-clothed demonist's body vaporized and actually disappeared in front of Tang Yun. Tang Yun was first stunned, and then the tomb cracked open, and a man clad in golden armor with a large body suddenly appeared. Undead General Boss. Grade, 10. Blood volume, 130,000. Physical defense, 700. Magic defense, 700. Another one level 10 boss. Tang Yun frowned. By all rights, what he was facing now should indeed be this boss. But what about the red demoness that just appeared? Although on the surface this undead general had higher attributes, he felt that the red banshee was more dangerous. 3 bosses in 1 copy, what the hell is this? Tang Yun was also surprised. The whole copy down, the elite is quite a lot, boss even reached 3. Instead, there are far fewer normal monsters. Kill. The undead general roared and swung his greatsword to kill. Skeleton ball. Tang Yun condensed a skeleton ball and smashed it over, but it was blocked by his opponent's sword. Bone shield. Death charge. Tang Yun first braced himself with a fiery red bone shield before charging forward. 1793. 1554. A charge connects to a flat A and outputs over 3000. But compared to the undead general's blood, it was simply not enough. Bang! The opponent slammed his sword directly onto the bone shield. Currently, Tang Yun's bone shield had a value of 2059, but the opponent had cut down over 1,000 shields with a single casual strike. Split Sky 3 styles. 2751. 1554. 6342. 13524. 1554. 1554. The first segment picks up the poke, but after the second is released, the timing of the third is especially important and a little more difficult. Tang Yun was also afraid of hitting empty in the end, and didn't take the poke. It took the third hit to pick up 2 pummelings. After this set of hits, more than 27,000 blood, plus the previous damage, the boss dropped 30,000 blood. After the output hit, Tang Yun hurriedly backed away. In the next moment, the undead general roared, his longsword plunged into the ground, a huge shockwave came, and then the ground around him cracked, and a large amount of grey gas gushed out from below. Tang Yun dodged the shockwave, but couldn't go up for output. The grey gas formed a ghost, tearing at Tang Yun. Tang Yun swung his sword and chopped out, but failed to do any damage. Click. The bone shield was also torn through by the ghosts, and Tang Yun dropped hundreds of blood. Ethereal steps. Since he couldn't do any damage, he had no choice but to run. Sure enough, after running out of a certain range, the ghosts hissed mournfully and burrowed back into the ground. The undead general drew his greatsword, while Tang Yun death charge had already killed in front of him. With another set of output, the undead general dropped another 30,000 blood. Tang Yun hastily backed away. However, this time, the undead general didn't use the move from earlier, but instead pointed his longsword to the sky. At once, dense sword chi fell from the sky. Bone shield. Tang Yun once again propped up his bone shield. At the same time, by virtue of his speed to walk, he dodged these sword chi. Swish. The undead general pulled himself up and slammed down, landing exactly where Tang Yun was. Boom. The huge impact lifted Tang Yun off the ground. The bone shield instantly ruptured, and he himself dropped several hundred blood. Without the bone shield, this strike would have killed an ordinary level 10 player. Tang Yun tumbled a few times before stabilizing. That's tough to deal with. Tang Yun was careful. There was no way to deal with this boss in the knowledge base, so he had to rely on himself to try something. In fact, this kind of boss couldn't be dealt with without dozens of powerful players. Double resistance is up to 700. Normal players can't break defense. Even with some armor-breaking props and skill output, the attack power would need to be at least 400 to deal damage. No more than 300. This is something that many players don't reach. The undead general has used 3 skills so far. One is casting shockwaves and ghosts, the second is sword attacks, and the third is swordplay from the sky. Swish. The undead general struck again, dragging its great sword like a god of war. Tang Yun fought it hard for several moves, and it was indistinguishable. During the undead general's halt, Tang Yun seized the moment and death charge killed him. Prepare to execute the 3 styles of heaven splitting as you would. Ding ding ding. Boom. Several consecutive attacks, all of which were blocked. The undead general's greatsword hung in the air, and a powerful sword chi shield appeared around him. Soon, these sword chi exploded, and Tang Yun braced his bone shield to block some of the attacks, dropping hundreds more blood. The 4th skill. Tang Yun's face was grave. Again. After some trial and error, Tang Yun was quite relieved after realizing that his opponent had no more new skills. After circling around for some time, he seized the opportunity and once again performed the 3 styles of heaven splitting. Although this boss didn't have any obvious intelligence, after being hit hard by Tang Yun twice in a row, it became much more difficult to follow up by trying to perfectly execute the 3 styles of rift. The good thing is, it always works. At this moment, the undead general had dropped nearly 100,000 blood. One last go at it and it will be killed. And Tang Yun had currently dropped over 1,000 blood, not daring to be too furtive. After all, this kind of boss was also capable of taking seconds, and it was just as well that his blood was thicker now. After a minute or so of stalemate, Tang Yun found another opportunity and death charge killed in front of him. Split Sky 3 styles. After this set of hits, it will surely decimate the undead general. The first 2 styles were completed perfectly, and the undead general was down to his last less than 20,000 blood. Boom! There was a loud boom, and the last style failed to do any damage. Tang Yun clearly felt that it had hit above the shield. How is that possible? He had tricked his opponent's sword chi shield out before he executed the Rift Heaven 3 styles. TSK, what a powerful young man, I like it more and more, how about my sister personally play with you? The familiar seductive voice came again. Tang Yun also realized that it was the red-clothed banshee who had stepped in to save the undead general just now. Facing 2 bosses at the same time, Tang Yun also found it tricky. The key this red-clothed banshee was too mysterious, even if she was the 3rd boss, the Snowed, she shouldn't have appeared here. Are you blaming sister for not saying anything? Then sister will have to put in more effort. The red-clothed demoness smiled. Saying that, the undead general's body glowed with a red light and his blood level dawdled, quickly recovering to full blood. Tang Yun couldn't help but burst out. Then my sister would love it so much, go for it. The red-clothed demoness smiled even more. With 1 against 2, Tang Yun felt the pressure. Chapter 17 1 against 2. Boss, he hasn't come out yet, he wouldn't have died long ago, would he? Abstract Man was anxious. Yeah, what's taking so long, didn't they say the boss was bloodied? Could it really be dead? This Feng Yun isn't reliable either. The crowd muttered. How can he be dead? If he's going to die, the system would have already prompted us to fail the mission. Nalan Xiaomei said angrily. Yeah, he should still be in there. Maybe something has changed? Several people speculated. Doppelganger was also a bit puzzled. It was reasonable to say that the Tang Yun at that time could have been resolved with just a few more mens. How it's dragged on. Yo, if it isn't our miracle squad, why all the bitter faces? Not far away, a teasing voice came. The crowd sniffed and their faces became even more ugly. Only to see a group of people walking towards them. The person at the head of the group was equipped in a way that was not inferior to Doppelganger. Boss, they all seem to have dropped a level, it can't be that they failed to open the land, right? The other man grinned cheekily. Little doctor, you're not leading a team to open that necromancer copy, are you? Only hands cover the sky and laugh. To hell with you. Not wanting to lose weight grunted. Hey, I just want to remind you guys that you can't go down the copy without getting a full picture of the clues you've gotten. Only Handshake had a gloating look on his face. What do you mean? Nalan Xiaomei was puzzled. A new copy of the quest, which both teams were working on at the time, but they got it. Afraid of sabotage by the team that only had their hands on them, they were also quick to approach the village chief to make a land opening. Didn't you guys get the clues and props and run away then? In fact, there were clues to follow. Only one hand grinned. Solo's face gradually became ugly. Listening to the other party's words, this time's copy was clearly not simple. That copy is not an ordinary level 5 copy, there are 2 bosses in there, a level 5 Death Knight, the props in your hand can restrain it, and a level 8 Undead General, the props to restrain it, are here with me. Only one hand covered the sky and laughed out loud. Dog, you did that on purpose. The abstract man cursed. It was obvious that the other party had known this for a long time, and was saying it now just to see them laugh. Congratulations, you got it right, haha. Just a handful of laughs. The players in the back made provocative gestures as well. Doppelganger and the others were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Level 8 boss, we can't deal with it now, there's no rush, we can't be like some people, we can't bring our team to give it away, we, have plenty of time. Only the hands of the sky continued. Don't get cocky, we haven't failed yet. Feng Yun is still inside. Don't want to lose weight angrily. Feng Yun? What's that? Only the hands froze. Feng Yun is our teammate. Solo rode. It was forgotten that, at first, they were only using Tang Yun as a pendant. What the hell? What, he can fight a boss by himself, or a level 8 boss? I don't know what to say. Only hands cover the sky, coldly said. The crowd sniffed and fell completely silent. Level 5 bosses were hard enough to deal with, let alone a level 8 boss. And Tang Yun was only one person. No wonder he hasn't come out yet. The Death Knight was killed and it's not over yet. It's over. The Life Snatcher Titan sighed in disgust. There's no rush, the fact that he's not out yet means there's still a chance. Solo Road. Oh, what are the chances? A bunch of clowns. If that what's his name Feng Yun comes out alive, I'll rip my head off and use it as a night pot for you guys. Only the hands of the sky angled their necks and said. Ha, a bunch of cuties. Understand, after all, you just lost a level. It's possible that there's something wrong with the psyche, and it's advisable to see a doctor. The crowd kept counting. The two teams were also among the best in the novice village. This time, the solo team suffered a heavy blow, and next, no one would be able to compete with them. Dang! 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 3 mellifluous bells rang out and the two teams stopped to tussle. Hurriedly, he headed towards the village chief's residence. Not long after, the group arrived at the village chief's residence. Village Chief Wang, but is there a new quest released? Only the hands of the sky were busy. That's right, this time, I've summoned you warriors for something big to happen. Village Chief Wang said. The crowd was expecting a lot, which represented the appearance of a new mission. I've gotten word that a red-clothed female demon has appeared in the village. This female demon is incredibly strong. She can freely travel through the Forbidden Land and can strengthen some monsters. When you guys break into the Forbidden Land lately, you have to be careful. Village Chief Wang said. A red-clothed banshee? How many level bosses is this? I don't want to lose weight to get busy. Only a boss-level monster would be worth such an outpouring from Village Chief Wang. Level 10 boss. Village Chief Wang said. Level 10 boss. Many people's eyes lit up. Although the boss was difficult to fight, there were quite a few good things on it. Soon, the crowd heard the system quest appear, kill the red-clothed female demon. This female demon was extraordinary from the sound of it, and after killing it, the rewards would surely be quite a lot. But most don't have the strength to call the shots with a level 10 boss. Boss, a level 10 boss. If I kill it. Don't even think about it, we can't even deal with a level 5 boss. The life-snatching Titan sighed. That's because the Death Knight appeared at the wrong time. We're at full blood, hold it back, and we can take it in an hour. Abstract Man retorted. The crowd sniffed and thought deeply. Although the Death Knight is powerful, it can be killed slowly by holding it back, switching resistances, taking some medicine, and seizing the opportunity. But the situation was that the other side suddenly killed and caught the crowd off guard. It's just that it's too late to say anything. Next time we have experience, we'll be able to take it down for sure. Abstract Man continued. Next time? Solo shook his head, not knowing what to think. Soon, the crowd from the Only Hands of Heaven team gathered around, and there was another mouthful of talk. Tang Yun looked at the two bosses in front of him, and for a moment, he didn't know how to proceed. Against the Red Banshee, this guy is too nimble and can hide. Against the Undead General, the Red Banshee can get behind the scenes. At the moment, he wasn't sure about the strength of the red-clothed Banshee. Just know that it can add shield back, as well as stealth. Honestly, every skill this guy had gave him a headache. The Red Banshee was once again hidden, and the Undead General killed. Tang Yun could only deal with the Undead General. With the consecutive battles, he didn't have much blue left, so he could only stall for time and slowly regain his blue. When fighting 300 blues, he needs at least half an hour. Not serious enough. As the two fought, the red-clothed Banshee reappeared, and Tang Yun was gently nudged by it, directly dropping 1,000 blood. The good thing is that he bleeds back relatively quickly. After the blue level is almost restored, the blood level is also full. Although the red-clothed Banshee harassed repeatedly, Tang Yun was distracted by using his bone shield to fend off his opponent's sneak attacks. On the other hand, dealing with the Undead General was getting better and better. Time passed slowly, and Tang Yun knew he couldn't rush. It was a good thing that the Undead General's blood level was still slowly dropping. And during this time, he realized that his combat skills were rapidly improving. It was important to realize that all of his previous knowledge was just theory, and today was the first time he had actually fought in the Void Realm. I don't know how long it took, but the undead general's blood level dropped below 30,000. Chapter 18 Defense Feats. Disgusting Banshee. Good brother, I didn't realize you lasted so long, my sister loves it. The red-clothed demoness appeared and covered her mouth as she laughed. Tang Yun's gaze was firm. This was a critical moment. In order to kill the red banshee, he had to take care of the undead general first, or else this guy could play him to death. Skeleton Ball. Tang Yun coalesced a skeleton ball and smashed it at the red-clothed banshee. The red-clothed demoness made a fluttering turn and actually caught the skeleton ball. Giggle, like to play with balls? Sister can play with you? Although Tang Yun's attack power was high, the skeleton ball was only entry level. Against this kind of boss, it was just a bit inadequate and easily dodged by the opponent. Sister's balls are bigger. The red-clothed demoness flicked her fingers, and a huge skeleton ball smashed down out of thin air. Tang Yun ethereal step quickly dodged it. This is the fourth skill of the red banshee. What are you hiding for? Aren't your sister's balls fun? The red-clothed demoness bullied her way in. Tang Yun's eyes were quick and he struck again. Shroud. The red-clothed female demoness showed horror on her face and hurriedly retreated. Nay, she had been too big for her own good, and Tang Yun found an opportunity to wrap her firmly in the shroud. Death Charge. Split Sky 3 Styles. Tang Yun didn't bother attacking the red banshee and turned to kill the bloodied undead general. One set down, the undead general fell to his knees and slowly collapsed. Congratulations, kill level 10 boss undead general, experience value plus 270%. Gold plus 10. Skill Sword Chi Lingering. Skill Dragon Elephant Body Forging. Undead Armor 1. Undead Bone Ring 1. Basic Equipment Sublimation Card 1. First level skill points 2. Feat points 3. Strength plus 3. This kind of boss dropped quite a few things. For others, it would drop some rare materials, but Tang Yun directly dropped attributes, which was more practical. Congratulations, upgraded to level 9, strength plus 5, intelligence plus 2, physique plus 4, spirit plus 2, speed plus 0.7 ms. Congratulations, upgraded to level 10, strength plus 5, intelligence plus 2, physique plus 4, spirit plus 2, speed plus 0.7 ms. Once again rising 2 levels in a row, Tang Yun came directly to level 10. Sword Chi Lingshao? A first rank skill? Learn. Tang Yun didn't have time to think about it and used 2 first rank skill points. Congratulations, Sword Chi Lingshao Initiation. Sword Chi Lingering in the Sky First Stage Introductory, cast Sword Chi within a range, dealing 150% physical attack damage to enemies within the target. Cooldown time 15 seconds, consumes 100 mana. Worthy of being a first rank skill, it's already able to deal 150% damage just by getting started, and it's a ranged attack. Tang Yun was slightly pleased. Of his several skills, he currently only has this one group attack. Nice skill, but it's too mana intensive, and it's only introductory, so it doesn't do enough damage. Tang Yun quickly analyzed it in his mind. Congratulations, Sword Chi Lingshao has been upgraded to proficiency. Sword Chi Lingering in the Sky First Level Proficient, cast Sword Chi within a range, dealing 170% physical attack damage to enemies within the target. Cooldown time 15 seconds, consumes 100 mana. Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique. Another Gong method. Main defense type. Very good. Tang Yun's heart fluttered as he directly studied. The feats in the Void Realm were divided into attack classes and defense classes. Basically, you can learn 2 feats, and of course there are a sparse number of speed and recovery classes. But 2 feats were hard enough, and very few people bothered to learn the other 2 classes. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique has been upgraded to 1%, life value plus 100, physique plus 1, physical defense plus 2, magic defense plus 2. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique has been upgraded to 2%, life value plus 200, physique plus 2, physical defense plus 2, magic defense plus 2. Nickname, Feng Yun. Rank, 10 100% to be broken. Life, 6880 physique 160 rep, 0.1 plus 5 s feats plus 300. Mana, 500 spirit 20 recovery, 0.1 plus 0.2 s. Physical attack, 1088 strength 17 equipment plus 1200 feats plus 30. Magic attack, 370 intelligence 10 equipment plus 1200 feats plus 30. Physical defense, 43 physique 1 equipment plus 60 feats plus 4. Magic defense, 25 spirit 1 feats plus 4. Strength, 54 5 growth equipment plus 10. Intelligence, 29 2 growth equipment plus 8. Physical fitness, 43 4 growth. Spirit, 25 2 growth. Speed, 16.3 ms 0.7 growth equipment plus 6. Talent, infinite treasure drop unique. Elemental affinity, fire 20%. Mindfulness increase, 20%. Skills, Sword Chi lingering first level skilled, 3 styles of cracking the sky extreme realm, ethereal steps extreme realm, death charge introductory, skeleton ball introductory, bone shield introductory. Technique, double spirit demon heart technique 2%, dragon elephant body forging technique 2%. Equipment, necromantic sword epic, silver foot boots excellent, necromantic bracelet rare, space ring fine, necromantic gaiters fine, silver iron armor fine, Fong necklace common. Having risen 2 levels in a row, Tang Yun's strength grew rapidly. The attack power reached 2,318. The life value was also more than 7,000. That's disgusting. The red-clothed demoness broke free of her shroud, her face furious. Shroud can be controlled for 5 seconds, but that's the ideal situation. It certainly doesn't have that effect for bosses. It's good enough to have control for a short while. Of course, the only reason why she was able to hold the red-clothed demoness at bay for a moment was because she disliked the shroud for being too dirty. "You're the disgusting one," Tang Yun couldn't help but say. One that gives shield and milk, and also stealthy and can sneak attack and throw skills from a distance. This kind of boss can be disgusting. If I hadn't used some tactics, I would have lost my life today. You've completely enraged me. The red-clothed banshee's voice turned from flirtatious to high-pitched. Skull bomb. Tang Yun took out his props and threw out a skeleton bomb. The red-clothed banshee sneered and reached out to catch it, and the skeleton bomb directly exploded. The damage wasn't high, and it couldn't even break defense, but it made the red-clothed banshee look a bit lousy. Skull bomb and skull ball look the same. However, skull bombs are magic damage from explosions, while skull balls are physical damage from smashing down. Sure enough, this guy catches skills and can return bigger ones, Tang Yun said darkly. Just now, when the red-clothed demoness threw out a large skull, he had his suspicions. Now try and understand. Skeleton ball. Tang Yun took the opportunity to throw the skeleton ball. The red-clothed banshee was still immersed in anger, and when she saw the skeleton ball, she instinctively wanted to pick it up, but thinking of the mess she had just been in, she hesitated for a moment. Just for a moment, the skull ball actually hit her. 3072. Hateful. The red-clothed female demon hissed and her figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, she arrived in front of Tang Yun, her slender jade hands turning into sharp claws. Tang Yun's heart snapped as his blood dropped by thousands, and there was bleeding damage. Space skills? Tang Yun was secretly shocked. He had been careful enough to hold up his bone shield at the first opportunity, but the bone shield could only block damage in one direction. The red banshee attacked directly around the back, defenseless. This banshee's strength is beyond imagination. Blood, defense, etc. are not as good as the undead general, but they are much harder to deal with. Chapter 19 Killing the Banshee. Newbie Village Announcement. The red-clothed banshee wasn't satisfied with one hit and continued to output. Tang Yun backhanded his sword, forcing his opponent back. Death charge. Tang Yun seized the opportunity. 2,460. 2,182. Charge over to pick up the flat A, but lose the chance to perform the rift triple. The red-clothed demoness quickly reacted as she floated in the air, making it difficult for Tang Yun to output. This guy occupies a unique position. Skull bomb. Tang Yun once again dropped a bomb. The red-clothed demoness avoided it, and Tang Yun continued to pick it up, exploding around it. There was no damage, but the filth among the skeletons got on the other side. Ah! The red demoness roared angrily. The voice was shrill and not human-like. Tang Yun covered his ears and hurriedly retreated. The red-clothed female demon transformed into a remnant shadow to kill, and Tang Yun wasn't the least bit afraid, knocking it back with a single sword strike while simultaneously executing the 3 styles of heaven splitting. 3,572. 2,182. 7,744. 16,090. 2,182. 2,182. A full set of over 30,000 hits, plus the previous one, over 40,000 damage. Tang Yun had discovered it. This red-clothed banshee was indeed bizarre, but her frontal strength wasn't as good as the undead general. But this guy has intelligence and can always run if he can't fight. It even allows other bosses to help. Unfortunately, the other party was too big for their britches, and once the undead general was dead, the threat of the red banshee was greatly reduced. In addition, Tang Yun had found his opponent's weakness: fear of dirt. The red-clothed demoness was so enraged by him that she actually fought head-on. Tang Yun wasn't going to spoil her, and with a flurry of output, he was sound. "You've completely pissed me off." The red-clothed female demon's voice was icy cold. "Oh? You're not much better." Tang Yun deliberately provoked. "Yes?" The red-clothed demoness snorted coldly. After saying that, his figure suddenly grew larger, and at the same time, his palms completely transformed into sharp claws. Swish! Huge sharp claws swept across the room. Ethereal steps. Tang Yun dodged hastily. This guy has too many tricks up his sleeve. The ones that have appeared so far are Shield Boost, Blood Return, and Stealth. One of the Shield Boosters and Blood Return seem to only be available to other people. And Stealth is useless in frontal combat. On top of that, the red banshee can catch skills bouncing out. Sound wave attacks, and mysterious space skills sneak attacks. Plus the body is now giganticized. Ah! The red banshee screamed again. An amplified version of the sound wave attack, Tang Yun took hundreds of damage in a single slip. But the important thing is that this sonic attack has a control effect. Tang Yun only felt dizzy, and the next moment he was struck by a giant claw, dropping a full 3,000 blood. If it were an ordinary person, he would have hiccuped long ago. When it gets bigger, the sonic attack is too strong, you have to dodge it in advance. Tang Yun analyzed. The red-clothed demoness kept attacking, and Tang Yun could only retreat and dodge. Maintaining her current form, the red-clad banshee seemed to need to consume quite a bit of energy, and with that, she lifted her giganticization. Humph! With a blink, the red-clothed banshee multiplied her attack. Come again? The moment the other party disappeared, Tang Yun was on guard and struck directly behind him. He was fast and naturally reacted quickly. The red-clothed banshee didn't seem to expect it either. Split Sky 3 styles. Tang Yun seized the opportunity to deliver another set of output. The red-clothed demoness only had 20,000 or so blood left at the moment. Ah! The red demoness hissed. The shrunken version of the sound wave attack was not something Tang Yun was afraid of, and it was very easy to dodge. "I'll play with you some other time," the red-clothed demoness viciously said. "Crap, this guy wants to go." Tang Yun's heart snapped. It's hard to fight so much blood, and you're just going to run away? What a lack of martial arts. Never seen a boss that can still run. Those monsters, they're all just getting to the bottom to be right. Old demoness. In such a hurry to leave, are you afraid of revealing your true colors? Tang Yun shouted. The red-clothed female demon's gradually vaporizing figure suddenly stopped. What did you say? The red-clothed demoness gritted her teeth. She was born to love beauty, but to be called an old hag, and it was hard to bear it when Tang Yun had angered her several times. Even with a human skin, you can't hide the ugliness inside. Tang Yun disdainfully said. You're dead. The red-clothed banshee was completely enraged as she grew larger once again, her two sharp claws sweeping across as if she were a war machine. At the same time, her legs changed and were no longer limited to attacking an area. This time, she was bound to kill Tang Yun. Good coming. Tang Yun's pupils shrunk as he made ample preparations. The bone shield was held up at the first opportunity. A majestic sword chi then burst out from the weapon. The red-clothed demoness guarded against Tang Yun's cracking heavily 3 styles, but she didn't expect him to have such a killing move. The necromantic sword absorbs life energy and converts it into damage at a conversion ratio of roughly 10-1. Killing the undead general alone provided over 10,000 damage. Together with the ones that had been accumulated before, all of them were unleashed, instantly killing the red-clothed banshee. Congratulations, kill level 10 boss red banshee, gold plus 20. Skill space jump. Skill Banshee Curse. Banshee Battlesuit 1. Banshee Heart 1. Basic Skill Points 5. First Level Skill Points 2. Feat Points 5. Basic Skill Extreme Realm Card 1. So many things? The enhancement is surprisingly so big. Tang Yun was overjoyed in his heart. But the surprise wasn't over yet. Immediately after, the system voice sounded again. Congratulations to the Doppelganger Squad, the opening copy is successful, gold +5. Novice Village announcement, player Fong Yun killed the level 10 boss Red Banshee, full attributes +2 levels. Reputation +1. Banshee's tiers 1. There's actually an announcement? This red-clothed demoness really isn't simple. Tang Yun was delighted in his heart. It wasn't just Tang Yun who heard such an announcement. All the players within the novice village all froze at this moment. Announcement? How long has it been since I've heard one? I'll go, adding reputation. I heard that high reputation can lead to knighthood and unexpected benefits. Fong Yun? How come I've never heard of it? Is it level 10 already? It seems like we've only been in this novice village for less than half a year, and there's a level 10 player so soon? The crowd was talking. Around the village, a short-haired youth exclaimed, Fong Yun? What? Chicken Little, you know this big guy? A teammate beside him wondered. This. Chicken Little was a little hesitant. What can't we say when we're treated like outsiders? A sweet girl next to her narrowed her eyes and smiled. I've seen one called Fong Yun before, but the other party is just like me, also just completed the novice quest, only level 1, just the same name, the levels don't match up, can kill a level 10 boss, must have been level 10 already. Chicken Little said. Such a coincidence? Although nicknames can be repeated, it's still relatively rare for a duplicate to appear in a single novice village, right? The sweet girl was puzzled. It should just be a coincidence. It's impossible for someone to go from level 1 to level 10 in a few hours and then kill a level 10 boss. Another person said. Maybe. Chicken Little mumbled. At this moment, he was also a little unsure, was it the same person? On the other hand, Doppelganger and the others were directly dumbfounded. The opening is complete. The crowd rejoiced. I really did see the right person. Don't want to lose weight, said in a hurry. What? He killed the red demoness. Nalin Xiaomei's mouth opened wide in disbelief. The rest of the people who heard the announcement had the same expression. If I remember correctly, he was only level 1 when we first met, said the Life Snatcher Titan hesitantly as he looked at the crowd. He wasn't sure that he hadn't been mistaken before. If you remember correctly, then I should be right, he's level 1. Wandering Cloud Road. That's right, Fong Yun was level 1 over an hour ago. Don't want to lose weight, chopped up. How did he do that? The hearts of the people were filled with doubt. Chapter 20 Banshee Curse. Epic Battle Suit. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Who could tell how he did it? There's a problem. There's definitely something wrong here. There's no way anyone can kill a level 10 boss. Only the hands of the sky screamed. He had thought that he would be able to complete this quest once they were level 10, settled down for a while, and increase their strength. But I didn't expect the mission to be completed just after it was released. And it's a village-wide notification. What's the problem? I'm going to remember correctly, you just said you wanted your head chopped off, do you want me to help you? The Raider Titan sneered. You're looking for death. The face of Only Hands covering the sky changed. The teen was also furious. Solo stopped the Life Snatcher Titan and shook his head at the crowd. A few people could only endure it, after all, the current them, after dropping levels, were not opponents who only had their hands on the ground. It's a good thing that within the village, private fights are not allowed. Boss, that guy definitely has problems, let's guard the exit of the copy and wait for him to come out. A player named Heart not standing still makes a neck-wiping gesture. Go! Hands only sniffed and instantly ordered. Boss, what now? After Only Hands covering the sky and the others left, Nalin Xiaomei busily said. Follow. Solo thought about it and opened his mouth. The crowd was also curious as to how the current Tang Yun was. The group of people headed towards the entrance of the replica in a flurry of wind. Count the harvest. Killing 3 bosses in a row, Tang Yun's heart was happy. Undead armor rare. Physical defense, 40. Magic defense, 40. Undead bone ring rare. Strength, +10. Space, +10 cubic meters. The 2 pieces of rare equipment popped out by the undead general, not bad. Tang Yun was quite satisfied. Next up was the red banshee he was most looking forward to. Space jump, second first rank skill up, learn it. Consuming one first level skill point, space jumping is instantly initiated. Space jump first order introduction, instantly appear in any location within a 10m radius, consumes 200 mana, cooldown 20s. The skill is strong, but it consumes too much and can only be used at critical moments. It's not bad when combined with the cracking Heaven 3 styles. Tang Yun pondered. The consumption of first order skills was difficult to support at this stage. The good thing about this one, though, is that the blue level is boosted quite a bit. Quickly, he looked up at another skill. Banshee Curse passive technique, your normal attacks are cursed by the Banshee with 10% magic attack power damage. Pulse attack with magic damage. A godly passive technique. Tang Yun exclaimed. In this way, he now had normal attacks that did more damage than normal skills, and they didn't consume blue. Passive skills are automatically acquired instead, but there is no level such as introductory, which means they cannot be improved. Tang Yun sighed slightly. Wait a minute, the talent explosion can break through some kind of restriction. Skill points can directly allow me to learn skills now, so can the Extreme Realm card ignore this rule? Tang Yun suddenly thought. Thinking of this, he directly used the first rank skill points to try, but no sound came from the system. The accompanying base skill point boost remains the same. Use the basic skill Extreme Realm card. Still can't make it? No sound came from the system, and Tang Yun frowned. No, the basic skill Extreme Realm card is consumed. Tang Yun's heart stirred as he hurriedly looked at the skill introduction. Banshee Curse passive technique extreme, your normal attacks are cursed by the Banshee with 100% magic attack power damage. It's true that there's no proficiency increase, but this is equivalent to changing a skill. With 100% magic attack power damage attached, it's too strong. Tang Yun exulted. It was definitely a skill that those who specialized in magic attacks crowd could only dream of. There's one more first rank skill point to enhance Sword Qi Lingxiao. Congratulations, Sword Qi Lingxiao has been upgraded to proficient. Sword Qi lingering in the sky first level proficient, casts Sword Qi within a range, dealing 190% physical attack damage to enemies within the target. Cooldown time 15 seconds, consumes 100 mana. 5 base skill points left to boost Skullball. Tang Yun thought briefly and came to a decision. Congratulations, the Skullball has been upgraded to the Inferno. Skeleton Sphere into the subtle, coalesce a skeleton skull to smash into the target, dealing 170% physical attack power damage, consumes 10 mana, cooldown 5s. Merit points to enhance the Dual Spirit Demon Heart technique. Congratulations, Dual Spirit Magic Heart technique has been raised to 3%. Physical attack plus 30. Magic attack plus 30. Strength plus 3. Intelligence plus 3. After the enhancement was completed, the remaining 2 merit points, which could not be enhanced again, could only be dismissed. Banshee Battlesuit. It's the equivalent of a 4-in-1, which is a top, pants, shoes and a special equipment cloak. Tang Yun took a deep breath. Banshee's Battlesuit excellent. Physical defense, 200. Magic defense, 300. Strength, plus 10. Intelligence, plus 10. Physical fitness, plus 10. Mental, plus 10. Speed, 6 ms. Increased full attributes now. Very good. Tang Yun was quite satisfied. There's also a basic equipment sublimation card, just in time to use it. Congratulations, the upgrade was successful, the Banshee Battlesuit has been upgraded to Epic. Banshee's Battlesuit Epic. Physical defense, 400. Magic defense, 600. Strength, plus 30. Intelligence, plus 30. Physical fitness, plus 30. Spirit, plus 30. Speed, 12 ms. Bonus, damage taken is reduced by 20%. Epic. This defense, unbeatable. And such high attributes. Tang Yun was pleasantly surprised. After all, this one tops several pieces of equipment. Tang Yun directly changed into it, and the Banshee Battlesuit was red in color and fit the body very well. The outer layer of the cloak, which was entirely a battle robe, danced with the wind and was very windy. There are 2 props left. Afterward, Tang Yun placed his gaze on the props. Banshee's heart props, when used, it can control monsters below level 10, including bosses. This prop is so strong? Controlling a level 10 boss is basically invincible. Props are strong, but unfortunately they can only be used once and the effect lasts for 2 hours. Banshee's Tear props, up to 1000 mana can be stored, and mana can be restored instantly after use. Great stuff! And it's a permanent use prop. Tang Yun was overjoyed in his heart. Both of these props are great, and for once, the payoff is huge. Boss, this Feng Yun killed a level 10 boss, the harvest must be rich, we must snatch the stuff. A player named Dashing Brother said. Not bad, and this wind cloud level so low, can kill level 10 boss, must have some special method, this method if we master. The heart is not hardened to stand firm also the word. You guys have a point, as soon as this Feng Yun comes out, do it, if he refuses to hand over something, kill him. Kill him once you see him. Only hands cover the sky coldly said. Chapter 21, Siege? Kill them all. At this moment, Tang Yun didn't realize that he was being missed. The corners of his mouth quirked up as he looked at his brand new panel. Nickname, Feng Yun No. Prestige, 1. Rank, 10 100% to be broken. Life, 12,960 Physique 160 Rep, 0.1 plus 5 S feats plus 300. Mana, 1600 Spirit 25 Recovery, 0.1 plus 0.2 S. Physical Attack, 2074 Strength 17 Equipment plus 1200 Feats plus 60. Magic Attack, 948 Intelligence 12 Equipment plus 1200 Feats plus 60. Physical Defense, 81 Physique 1 Equipment plus 400 Feats plus 4. Magic Defense, 64 Spirit 1 Equipment plus 600 Feats plus 4. Strength, 72 6 Growth plus 50 for Equipment. Intelligence, 41 3 Growth Equipment plus 38. Physique, 51 4 Growth plus 30 for Equipment. Spirit, 34 3 Growth plus 30 for Equipment. Speed, 17.7 ms 0.7 Growth Equipment plus 12. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop Unique. Elemental Affinity, Fire 20%, Space 10%. Mindfulness Increase, 20%. Skills, Sword Chi Lingering First Proficient, Space Jump First Introductory, Banshee's Curse Passive Extreme, 3 Styles of Cracking the Sky Extreme, Ethereal Steps Extreme, Death Charge Introductory, Skeleton Ball Introductory, Bone Shield Introductory. Technique, Double Spirit Demon Heart Technique 3%, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique 2%. Equipment, Necromantic Sword Epic, Banshee's Battlesuit Epic, Undead Bone Ring Rare, Necromantic Bracelet Rare, Fang's Necklace Common. The attack power is as high as 3,334. The magic attack is also 2,208. Not counting the defense, a slash is more than 5,000, and there is also a mind increase, ordinary monsters can't carry it at all. Tang Yun was quite proud of himself. He then went around the copy and found some rare materials, some of which were ingredients that Ma Butcher needed. It's time to go. When he entered the copy, he was only level 1, but now, he was level 10. The attributes are even more fierce than some elite monsters. With a single step, Tang Yun appeared at the location where he had entered the copy. He's out, do it. Drinking with only one hand. In an instant 2 long-range skills were thrown and a control skill. Bone Shield. Tang Yun realized that it wasn't good and immediately propped up his Bone Shield. But soon, he realized he was being redundant. These 2 skills couldn't even break his defense. And the control technique damage is even lower. Boss. Holy. What's going on? It doesn't break defense. The 2 men exclaimed. This. The doppelganger and the others who followed behind also froze. They were going to look at the situation and consider whether to lend a helping hand. However, it was never expected that a group of people who only had their hands on the sky would not be able to break the defense. Feng Yun, they want to kill you for the treasure. Not wanting to lose weight yelled. Hands only and the others' faces changed when they heard this. In fact, without the other party having to say it, Tang Yun already understood. Brother, misunderstanding. Only one hand covered the sky in a hurry. Then I'll misunderstand it too. Tang Yun coldly said. After saying that, he was so fast that he cut down one of the people who rushed to the front with a single swipe of his sword. Then came the second and the third. The other side didn't put up half a fight. What's going on? One slice at a time? This is too fierce, isn't it? I'm just watching the fun, and I'm actually seeing a massacre? The surrounding players who had followed him over exclaimed in shock. Those who can come here are not of low rank. And the team that only has a hand in it is the best of the best. But even so, in front of Tang Yun, there wasn't the slightest resistance. Run! Only one hand to cover the sky yells. Skeleton ball. A skeleton orb had a burst of damage, and only this amount of blood couldn't resist it. A few others fled in all directions. Tang Yun didn't intend to let any of them go. Ethereal steps. Tang Yun's speed came to 78.4 ms. These people's speeds, up to no more than 20, were instantly caught up with and subsequently hacked to death with a sword. That fast? Is he flying? That's outrageous, it's faster than a sedan. With this travel speed, can my skills hit? Is this what a newbie village is supposed to look like? The crowd could hardly believe it. The abstract man opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He had been a little jealous of Tang Yun, but now he realized that he didn't even seem qualified to look at the other party. The onlookers only felt that Tang Yun was powerful, but it was the doppelganger and the others who were deeply speechless. Level 1 soars to level 10 and still has that kind of combat power. How? Congratulations, killing player Heartless Standing, copper coin plus 20. Wolf face leather armor 1. Congratulations, kill player only hand to cover the sky, silver head gun 1. Basic skill points plus 1. Congratulations, killing player Dashing Brother, silver coin plus 2. All 8 players were killed, most of them only popping a bit of currency. Kills between players basically rarely explode things. Especially if a high rank kills a low rank. It was already heaven-defying enough for Tang Yun to explode these. After killing these people, Tang Yun's eyes swept over the crowd. Anyone he saw couldn't help but lower their heads. The people from Team Solo didn't dare to look directly at Tang Yun either. And thanks to you guys this time. Tang Yun walked towards the few people and smiled faintly. Although initially the crowd couldn't see him, they all worked together later. Especially Doppelganger and Nalan Xiaomei, in the end, without them to make a move, the first boss, the probability that he could not pass. It's us who should be thanking you, this copy was out of our expectation, you passed the copy and really saved us a lot of losses, according to the contribution, this gold and equipment should be given to you. Solo said, taking out 3 gold coins, and 2 pieces of equipment, as well as a few materials. The reward for opening the land was a total of 5 gold coins, and he gave 3 of them, which was not bad. Tang Yun smiled faintly and didn't refuse. He had a great harvest, but was still short of money. The more money the better. By the way, if you kill the red-clothed banshee, you can go to the village chief to turn in your quest, and there should be a reward. Solo rode. I know, bye. Tang Yun nodded and waved his hand away. A few people looked at his back, stunned. Ugh, why is he gone? Not wanting to lose weight was a bit of a lost cause, he said. Don't flatter yourself, there's no way they're looking at you. The abstract man muttered. To hell with you. Not wanting to lose weight was a little irritating. Well, we are just passing through to him after all, and I have a feeling that his name will shock the entire Grand Xia. Doppelganger's gaze was deep. He took this name, and naturally he wanted to be truly unique. However, he understood that this was ultimately just an unrealistic thought, rather it was Feng Yun, who had truly seen the shadow of Doppelganger from the other party. Tang Yun arrived at the village entrance, and Ma Tufu was still working. Many players around them were doing quests. Big brother, aren't you collecting corpses? I've brought them all over for you. A player hurried over, eyeing Tang Yun. Chapter 22 Elite Training Camp. Heavenly Ladder. Ha! Tang Yun was slightly stunned, he had almost forgotten about this file. It was really the proceeds of the copy that made him look a bit past the matter of a few coins. But the other side collected a surprising number of corpses. Big brother, I've smashed all my capital into it, you can't not want it. White-handed bitterness said. After Tang Yun sent out a message to collect the corpses, everyone hunted frantically to deliver them. Turns out the person was gone. The crowd just cursed and were fooled by him, and some waited. But after waiting for a long time, they all ran out of patience. Seeing an opportunity, the white-handed man took the bodies at a cheaper price. If Tang Yun still wanted it, he had made the right bet, otherwise, he would really lose his family. Don't worry, I want it. Tang Yun laughed. Having hoarded 1,000 corpses from nothing, he naturally couldn't take care of them by himself, so he let the village children help. Taking care of the children in the village was also a task, and it was a talent to have these NPCs help out in the meantime while he was doing his quests. When it arrived, it made over $1,000 for nothing. And Tang Yun earned 7,000 copper coins. Also, I have to collect some materials. Tang Yun said, listing all the things Ma Tufu needed. No problem, I'll take care of it. White Hand looked at it with a grin. Less than 2 hours, earned more than 1,000, natural beauty. After handing the matter over to the other party, Tang Yun went straight to the village chief's residence. Village Chief Wang. Tang Yun laughed. Our warrior has returned. I heard you killed the red banshee? Village Chief Wang said excitedly. Nice. Tang Yun smiled and took out the banshee's heart. Seeing this, Village Chief Wang's eyes widened. It is indeed the heart of the banshee. Mr. Feng Yun, your strength has surpassed our village's #1 warrior. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid this female demon would have set off a big mess. I'm flattered, but it would be better if the village elder could give me clues to break the rank. Tang Yun laughed lightly. He was currently level 10, and if he wanted to level up to 11, he would need to complete the rank-breaking quest. A rank-breaking mission? I naturally have clues, it's just that I think Mr. Feng Yun has a better place to go. Village Chief Wan was busy saying. A better place to go? Tang Yun froze. Normally after level 10, it was here at the village chief to receive the rank-breaking quest. Listening to Mr. Wang, is there any other way? Nice. Village Chief Wang nodded. We are a village created by the gods, the only way to get out of here is to break the ranks, and another one is the elite training camp, which you are fully qualified to receive a pass for. Village Chief Wang said, handing over a card covered in runes. Elite Pass. Tang Yun looked at the words on the card and mused. The Elite Pass allows you to travel to training camps where you have a better future. Village Chief Wang said. So it is. Tang Yun also figured it out. It seems that this is the village's reward after killing the red banshee. I just don't know what's different about this elite boot camp. Open the pass. Tang Yun touched the Elite Pass, and in an instant, a suction pulled him in. After stabilizing his stance, he found himself on top of a huge square. At the center is the teleportation array. Below the square is a long flight of steps, and below the steps is a bustling village. And there is also a staircase above the square that connects to a relatively small square. There were people all around, and any random person was level 10. Ancient disciple, coming to break through the heavenly stairs again? I'm afraid I'll be able to pass the 3rd floor this time. What a genius! Not far away, the two men talked. Elder brother Bai, you're almost at the 5th layer, so don't laugh at me. Gu Shinton let out a bitter smile. Ha, let's go, let's see if there are any bigwigs around today. The white coat chuckled. Stairway to heaven? Tang Yun was a bit puzzled, following the two of them as they walked through the steps above. After passing through the steps, they came to another square where many people sat down on their knees, seemingly recuperating. And at one end of the plaza, a towering stairway to heaven was connected. There were quite a few people standing on top of the heavenly ladder, motionless, not knowing what was happening. Soon, one person on the 1st level of the heavenly ladder directly fell down, his entire body shriveling up. Ha, this guy dares to break into the heavenly ladder on his first visit to the training camp? I told you he couldn't, had to try, stupid. Whoever can come here is not a genius, always so pretentious. Kid, in the outside world, I can honor you as a genius, but this is an elite training camp, so all I can say is that you still have to practice. The crowd laughed out loud. The young man who had fallen down clenched his teeth and grimaced as he headed toward the village. Stairway to heaven. Tang Yun looked at the heavenly ladder and couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. Off. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. Tang Yun looked back, the other party's entire body wrapped under a black robe, unable to see his face. But the aura on his body was not to be underestimated. Tang Yun was disgruntled and just about to say something when he was pulled away by a white coat. The surrounding people also quickly made way. The black-robed man ascended the heavenly ladder amidst the gazes of the crowd. Kid, you're a newcomer, take it easy, this is a magic pupil. The white coat was busy. Demon pupil? Demonic pupil of the 3rd in the heavenly ladder ranking? The ancient avatar exclaimed. The white lab coat looked at the other's back and said enviously, that's him. The first time he climbed the heavenly ladder, he exceeded 10 floors, and after that, he was out of control, and in less than a month, he rushed to the 3rd place. If we give him more time, the 1st and 2nd place will be surpassed by him. More than 10 layers the first time. I passed the 2nd layer for the first time, and you praise me as a genius, elder brother Bai. Compared to him, what kind of genius am I? The ancient avatar laughed bitterly. Don't be presumptuous. When have I ever lied to you? Most people who just came and can't pass the first layer. You're not a genius if you can pass the second layer. The white coat said. If I'm a genius, what does that make him? The ancient avatar pointed at the demon pupil. There is also a gap between geniuses, and this gap is like a heavenly rift. This demon pupil, rare in the entire world, is that his identity is somewhat mysterious, and I don't know which lineage was cultivated. The white coat muttered. Ladder rankings. Tang Yun looked toward the large letters in the sky. Ladder ranking east. First place, Shu Lords level 10, 33rd floor. Second place, Xia Sankai level 10, 33rd floor. Third place, Magic Pupil level 10, 31st floor. 100th place, Song Jiha level 10, 22nd floor. Most of the ladder rankings are real names. Especially the top 10, except for the name Devil's Pupil, which didn't look like a real name. The rest of them, they were all geniuses from the major lineages. Magic Pupil. Tang Yun silently memorized the name in his mind. This demon pupil actually went straight to the second layer. It's too fast. I wonder if he can go further this time. Sure he can, he gets better every time, and he's waited so long to come this time, he must have something big up his sleeve. Give him a little more time. I have a feeling that he's going to surpass Xia Sankai and Shu Lord. It's strange, Shu Lord is at least the son of a super family, and Xia Sankai is even a member of the Xia clan's royal family. This demon pupil is too strange, as if it came out of nowhere. Everyone in the square was intimidated by this demon pupil's natural talent. Elder brother Bai, I'm a little impatient. Watching the demon pupil pass all the way through, Gu Shintong clenched his fists and said. Well, I'm also a little itchy. Do you kids want to climb the heavenly ladder too? The white lab coat looked toward Tang Yun. Tang Yun nodded. It's all a bit hard the first time, so you have to be careful. The white coat laughed. Thanks a lot. Tang Yun nodded. With that, the three of them successively ascended the heavenly ladder. Chapter 23 Tang Yun's Speed. 20 floors. Look guys, another newcomer has ascended the heavenly stairs. How long do you guess he'll last? 2.5 minutes? No, I don't think it would last a minute. 30 seconds. 30 seconds max. Quite a few people watched the action. But the next moment, the crowd was dumbfounded in unison. The moment he ascended the heavenly ladder, the people around him disappeared. In its place was a white enclosed space. On the opposite side was an illusory humanoid creature. Ladder Keeper level 1. Grade, 10. Life value, 20,000. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 300. So strong at the first level? The attributes are the best among the elite monsters. Tang Yun was a bit surprised. No wonder so many people couldn't climb to the first level. Difficulty indeed. Swish. Ethereal steps? Tang Yun was a bit surprised. The other party came to kill with a sword, dryly. Tang Yun snorted coldly, easily dodging his opponent's attack before slashing out with his sword. 5,930. One sword is worth more than 5,000 blood. Who can withstand it? Skeleton Ball. 8,482. Skeleton Orb doesn't have a high damage bonus, only a 170% attack bonus, but the skill is more specific and subject to elemental bonuses. And it's multi-elemental, meaning that 20% of fire and 10% of space can be added on. This equates to 30% more damage. Tang Yun received another sword, instantly killing his opponent in seconds. The whole thing took less than 3 seconds. It then went straight to the second level. It's a pity it's an illusion, otherwise it could have been a good catch. Tang Yun was a bit sorry. Soon, the second tier of opponents appeared before them. Ladder Keeper second level. Grade, 10. Life value, 20,000. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 300. This time, it was no longer a humanoid monster, but a beast. Meanwhile, the number of gatekeepers is 2. Roar. 2 monsters, one on the left and one on the right, killed in unison. What's going on? Was I wrong? Did that guy make it to the second floor? That was too fast. This is the new guy? Is there a mistake? It doesn't feel right. Naya, 3 levels up. Feng Yun? Which big guy changed his name, right? All of the people who were teasing a moment ago had their jaws dropped. Tang Yun's clearance was too fast. The first level went through in almost seconds, and the second in seconds. A few exclamations drew more people. That speed? Is it really a newcomer? It looks strange, it should. That speed, it's an old man, and it must be someone on the list, but he's not on the list. I'll be damned, is it hard to believe that there's another genius? The crowd marveled. The opponents on the third level were still 2, but their strength had increased a little. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Tang Yun swiftly decimated, and on the fourth level, his opponent's strength continued to rise. At the fifth level, the opponents are raised to 3. But Tang Yun was simply fearless, a monster hacked to death with several swords. And with his speed, it would be hard for the opponent to hurt him. On the 9th floor, the monsters reached 4, while the life value came to 30,000. In 20 seconds' time, Tang Yun decimated them all. Soon, he arrived at the 10th floor. Holy! It's only been a few minutes? 10 floors up. Crazy, just crazy. It looks like 10 floors is not his limit. That's the level of the magic pupil the first time, right? Could it be that his strength is close to that of a demon pupil? Impossible, how can his strength be compared to demonic Hitomi? One of Magic Hitomi's supporters roared. The crowd didn't refute it, now that Tang Yun's performance was bright, but compared to Magic Pupil, it was still a bit worse. At this moment, on the 10th floor of the Heavenly Ladder, Tang Yun had only one opponent. Ladder Keeper level 10. Grade, 10. Life value, 20,000. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 300. Tier 10 opponents are the same as Tier 1? Tang Yun was slightly puzzled. In the next moment, the gatekeeper struck out violently. Its speed is much faster than 1 layer. This ethereal step has come to great completion. Tang Yun secretly said in his heart. On the attributes he saw, the 10th level was the same as the first, but the actual battle power was vastly different. Attributes are just attributes after all. For example, he could decimate bosses with over 100,000 blood even when his own blood level was only in the thousands. The guardian in front of him possessed a powerful skill proficiency. The strength is not comparable. Ding! The two sparred. Attacking and fighting aspects have improved quite a bit. Tang Yun felt it. The first level keeper, he took it instantly. However, at this level, it was an exchange of hands 3 times, which attacked the other side. After a sword slash, the opponent quickly adjusted. And Tang Yun pressed on step by step, taking some time this to kill. Really past the 10th floor. Against all odds. I heard that the 10th floor is a humanoid guardian with extremely high skill proficiency. How many people have been abused? The 10th floor guards are at least 3 Deshang level skills, and those who can pass are none other than true geniuses. He can really compare to the demon pupil. Someone exclaimed. Impossible, it's more or less like he's lifting shoes for demon pupil. A person named Demon Pupil 2 said. There are a lot of die-hard fans because Magic Pupil has been able to accomplish this for a month. Indeed, and the Demon Pupil is already 20 floors in, setting a new record for the fastest 20 floors. This time it's really opened my eyes. This Feng Yun is likely to become the second Demon Pupil. And the Demon Pupil is even more perverted as always. I'm looking forward to whether or not Magic Pupil can rush to second, or even first, this time. At this moment, the Demon Pupil was in the spotlight, and Tang Yun's accomplishments seemed worthless in front of the other party. Tang Yun arrived at the 11th floor, and on the 11th level of the Heavenly Ladder, were 240,000 blood monsters. After a few exchanges, Tang Yun felt that the 10th level was even a little more difficult. Soon the 12th and 13th floors passed one after the other. 15 floors of the ladder, 3 monsters with 50,000 blood. It was comparable to a normal level 10 boss. However, these monsters had a single means of attack, so as long as they could pass the 10th floor, along with their own attributes not being bad, they could basically clear the level. Tang Yun was exceptionally good in terms of attack power, and a monster was killed by 10 slashes. Not to mention using skills. It only took a few minutes for the 3 monsters to join forces. And up until now, Tang Yun still maintained a basically full blue state. From the 16th to the 19th floor, the monster's various attributes gradually increased, but there was little pressure on Tang Yun. 20 layers. Straight up 100,000 blood boss level keepers. Skill-wise it's no worse than a boss. To be able to pass the 20th floor is basically the existence of a solo boss. Inside the elite training camp, there are currently at least 100 with such strength. Tang Yun said darkly. Sure enough, it's a gathering place for geniuses. Everyone is strong. Skeleton ball. Skull balls at the entry level aren't that easy to dodge. 8,242. Death charge. 3,801. 5,450. With Banshee's curse, Tang Yun's flat damage was quite a bit higher than Death Rush. Split Sky 3 styles. 5,401. 5,450. 11,402. 23,405. 5,450. 5,450. The total output was over 70,000 damage. Roar. The gatekeeper roared back in anger. Bone shield. Tang Yun held up a shield of over 2,000, resisting the opponent's blow and continuing his output. No tricks, all numerical values. Strong pass on level 20. Chapter 24 Combat Skills. Mental State Enhancement. 21 floors. The opponent once again becomes a humanoid guardian whose strength is greatly enhanced. Ladder Keeper 21st floor. Grade, 10. Life value, 40,000. Physical defense, 400. Magic defense, 400. 40,000 blood. It didn't look like much, but combined with his previous experience, Tang Yun knew that this level wasn't easy to deal with. As expected, the next moment, the gatekeeper had already killed in front of him. An entry-level stance skill. Tang Yun was slightly startled. Boom! The gatekeeper's skill articulation is just right. Tang Yun hurriedly avoided it, and his opponent followed closely. The 3 styles of cracking the sky? The opponent makes his skill again. Not as powerful as him, but exceptionally skillful. Luckily, he also knew the 3 styles of the heaven-splitting stance very well, and easily dodged the first 2 styles. Tang Yun was fully focused, waiting for his opponent's 3rd stance. But all of a sudden, the gatekeeper rushed straight over. Skill Death Charge. Ethereal Steps. Tang Yun's speed increased greatly after using the Extreme Realm Body technique, which allowed him to dodge the death charge. But the Guardian took one move after another, and the 3rd stance fell quickly. Tang Yun relied on his speed to dodge, and then began to counterattack. Ding! Tang Yun's strike was directly blocked by the bone shield. It looks like the other party has replicated my skills, and they're all at the entry level. Tang Yun was somewhat elated. The 21st level starts with a clear uptick in intensity. This guy has high blood, high defense, and strong skills, but he's a bit slower. Tang Yun analyzed. Of course, the other party wasn't actually slow, just a lot slower compared to him. After all, he had an epic level equipment bonus and an extreme realm body technique on his side. Overall, his opponent just had quite a bit more blood than him, as well as a lot to learn in terms of combat skills. Fighting with such an opponent can improve combat skills while promoting skill enhancement. Tang Yun analyzed as he fought. The opponent is very flexible and many skills are dodged. And Tang Yun proceeded with a learning attitude, and the entire battle lasted for 5 minutes before it was cleared. 21 floors. 21 floors now. This Feng Yun is simply heaven-defying. The demonic pupil is also very fast, 28 layers now. It's evident that he's improved a lot. I've heard that after the 20th floor, opponents will be formulated based on individual circumstances. Not bad, and it knows all of its own skills, and they're all at the entry level. Unless one acquires a powerful first-rank skill, or one's own attributes are crushed, one simply won't be able to pass. Feng Yun has already ascended to the 22nd floor, and the top 100 on the leaderboards are only on this floor. He's not going to be top 100 on his first try, is he? The crowd gasped in shock. Tang Yun's strength had already conquered most people. 22 layers. The system saw no change in the opponent's attributes. But after a few exchanges, Tang Yun realized the problem. There's been an improvement in terms of attack power and speed, and the techniques have gone up a notch. This time, I'll have to learn from it. Tang Yun thought for a moment and replaced the 2 pieces of epic equipment. Now it's just a little bit higher in terms of speed and a little bit more in terms of attack power excess. This will boost it even faster. Tang Yun devoted himself to the battle, honing his skills. Congratulations, the increase in mindfulness has increased by 1%. The mind increase has actually increased. Tang Yun was pleasantly surprised. Mind increase is also a mastery of one's own power. All this time, I was ahead of my weapon and ahead of my attributes, overwhelming people with my strength, and now that I've abandoned my weapon and sharpened it, my state of mind has actually improved. Tang Yun was ecstatic. Next, Tang Yun was more confident. As he continued to grind, Tang Yun's state of mind slowly improved. At the same time, skill use techniques and timing are improving. Congratulations, the increase in mindfulness has increased by 1%. Time passed slowly, and Tang Yun's mind increase reached 25%. Ancient disciple, you really didn't let me down, you actually passed the 3rd floor. The white lab coat praised. Elder brother Bai, are you breaking through the 5th layer faster? The ancient avatar also said. Alas, it's true that it's a bit faster, but the 6th floor still can't be one. The white coat was a bit distressed. It's too hard, those classmates say I'm a genius, and my teachers say the same thing, but now I realize what kind of genius I am. Ancient avatar is devastated. His improvement had been fast, but the gap came out when compared to those at the top of the charts. The demon pupil is already 30 floors up. He's just a little earlier than us in ascending the heavenly ladder. The ancient avatar continued. Ancient disciple, why are you always looking for pain yourself? What's the point of comparing with demon pupil? You only came yesterday, you should compare with the newcomer. Just now that newcomer, look, isn't it already grayed out, the silhouette can't even be seen. The white coat consoled. Newbie? The ancient avatar sniffed, feeling much better in his heart, and then began to search for Tang Yun's figure. As his eyes moved upward, surprisingly, he did see the familiar costume. Elder brother Bai, he's actually 22 layers already. The ancient avatar stared in disbelief. What 22 floors, I said, don't compare yourself to the big boys. Not the big guy, the new guy. Storm clouds. The ancient avatar exclaimed. What? Feng Yun? With a puzzled look on his face, the white lab coat followed Gu Shintong's gaze and saw Tang Yun's figure. Is this the new guy from earlier? The white lab coat looked confused. It's him. It's him. The ancient avatar was decisive. This. The white coat was a bit overwhelmed. 23 floors. 23 floors now. Elder brother Bai, he's the real genius. The ancient avatar was busy saying. Kid, what's all the fuss about? Feng Yun is indeed good, but compared to magic pupil, it's too far off. 22 layers stuck for 2 hours. Magic pupil has already 30 floors and is setting his own record. Magic pupil 2 said. 23 floors is still bad, huh? You people are really standing around talking. The white coat couldn't resist. What do you know? 23 layers are naturally not bad, but you don't look at how strong Feng Yun is, it's not much slower than demon pupil. Yeah. For a while I thought that Feng Yun could compete with demon pupil, but unfortunately, he's stuck at the 22nd floor, so I guess he's already reached his limit. Alas, the anticipation is wasted. Although I passed the 22nd floor, my time was too slow and I didn't make it into the top 100. Magic pupil is in the top 3, and this time, he's even running for first place. A person named Magic Pupil Jr. said. Ancient disciple, you must not learn from these people, always compare with the magic pupil, how strong is this Feng Yun, but by them and the magic pupil a comparison, devalued worthless, we are even more needless to say, and their own comparison on the line, do not be overambitious. The white coat whispered. Well, I understand. The ancient avatar nodded fiercely. Indeed, when compared to the devil's pupil, he was under tremendous pressure and kept denying himself. Even more so, he almost collapsed after comparing himself to Tang Yun. But immediately afterward, Tang Yun was also compared to the demon pupil and was actually killed in seconds. He kind of understood the white coat's words. The fact that you have raised a level compared to last time is a huge improvement and something to be happy about. But compared to Tang Yun, demon pupil, and the others, it was completely on a different level. Instead, the white coat, elevated smaller than himself, remained in a good mood. At this moment, he had a realization, and his state of mind seemed to have improved. Chapter 25 Elevation. Something's wrong? Congratulations, Death Charge has been upgraded to Proficiency. Death Charge Proficient, launch a charge forward, dealing 120% physical attack damage with a cooldown of 10s. Consumes 20 mana. Congratulations, Bone Shield upgraded to Proficiency. Bone Shield Proficient, coalesce a piece of skeleton in front of you to form a shield that can withstand 110% of magic attack power, consumes 10 mana, lasts for 3s, cooldown 8s. Looks like this is touch and go. With 2 skills reaching the extreme realm, learning these skills feels quite a bit simpler. It's so quick to autonomously cultivate to proficiency. And it's much more comfortable to utilize. Tang Yun was somewhat elated. The battle on the 22nd floor had improved him greatly in terms of skill. Mindfulness has also been enhanced by 5%. It can be considered no small enhancement. 23rd floor. The opponent's strength rises again. The proficiency of the opponent's skills hadn't changed, only the attributes had been raised by a lot. That's what puts the pressure on me. Although the opponent on the 22nd floor was strong, he still had a huge advantage once his extreme realm skill was out. For this reason, he restrained himself quite a bit. It must be honed, it's a considerable boost to combat skills. After resting for a long time on the 22nd floor to recover his condition, he stepped into the 23rd floor to continue. At tier 24, his opponent's attack and speed are comparable to his, and his defense crushes him. Tang Yun's pressure had become greater, but he was still honing himself. By the 25th floor, his attributes were exceeded on all fronts. That would be a better way to hone the timing of my skill use. Tang Yun said darkly. Although his speed was exceeded, he was still faster than his opponent after using the extreme realm body technique. A little harder. The pressure was on after a handful of exchanges. After all of the opponent's skills were at the entry level. Tang Yun could only rely on his stance to fight against his opponent. Time passed slowly, and Tang Yun had a flagging feeling. Space jump. Several times, Tang Yun used a space jump when he couldn't avoid it. This kind of first-order skill was not reproduced by the other party. But in doing so, his consumption became much greater. This battle lasted for a full 2 hours, with Tang Yun seizing the opportunity, space jumping coupled with the Rift Sky triple stance working perfectly together to take away his opponent. 26 layers. The opponent's skill is at the consummate level. You'll have to wear superior grade equipment for this one. Tang Yun said darkly. Wearing normal gear, 25 floors was pretty much his limit. The opponent is very skillful and the skills are hard to hit, plus, the pummel is blocked. After a good fight, 26 floors passed. The increase in the mindscape grew by another 5%. He was about to break into the 27th floor when there was a dripping sound. The alarm clock went off? I can't believe it's been a night. Tang Yun sighed. He finished dinner and immersed himself in the Void Realm. It only takes 2 or 3 hours to level up to 10. But grinding on the heavenly ladder took a lot of time. Logged out and looked at the time, and sure enough it was 6:50. Turning off the alarm clock, Tang Yun remembered that he no longer had to go to school. Rest, or continue? Tang Yun was somewhat unaware of his exhaustion. Most people who fought continuously would only grow more and more tired, but Tang Yun, on the contrary, was particularly exuberant in spirit. Eat something first. It was only after quitting the game that he felt hungry. At this hour, Mom and Dad have already gone to the store to work. They own a nice restaurant, plus a breakfast business, and are usually quite busy. Still took the time to celebrate him yesterday. After eating and shuffling around, a message came through on his cell phone. Tang Yun, read the message in the group. The class is organizing a trip together to relax. Are you going? Class President He Cohen sent a message. Tang Yun looked at the group messages, which were basically people discussing which places to go and play. No go. Tang Yun returned. It wasn't long before He Cohen said, Tang Yun, everyone's going what's wrong with one less you, and it's pretty much the last time everyone's going to gather together. I've just entered the Void Realm and have a lot to learn. Tang Yun said. Studying is important, but it's too late now, the exam is the day after tomorrow, and to put it mildly, you're only level 1 now, so it's useless to try any harder, so you might as well have fun. He Cohen was bitter. Tang Yun was unmoved. You guys have fun, don't worry about me, I have things to do today, more than just studying. For a long time, He Cohen did not reply again. Ugh. Tang Yun sighed lightly. Sad to say, the reason he doesn't go is also because he doesn't have many friends in the class. How many people surrounded him when he first arrived in the first class? But then something happened to my oldest sister and my attitude changed all of a sudden. Many have fallen by the wayside, and there are still some relationships that are slowly fading. How much cynicism he was subjected to during his senior year of high school for failing to communicate the void realm. These are the same people who watched him fall from the clouds to the bottom. Some stomped on him, others stood by coldly. Hikoen did help him a little, but was soon stopped by the family. After all, it was all rumored at the time that their family had offended the powerful and influential people in the capital, and it would be bad luck to dip into it. Soon, on the other side, Hikoen built a tour group. There are 57 people this time. Joyen, Fong Tao, and Tang Yun have something not coming at all. Hikoen said. Joyen and Fong Tao I know, they have to study, but what's up with Tang Yun? He has to study too? Isn't that funny? Still learning my ass. What's the point of communicating with the void realm for the last 3 days? You can't even reach level 2. Really, who knows what he's thinking? Don't mind him, he doesn't fit in anyway. Okay, everyone stop talking. Tang Yun has something going on at home. Hikoen said. Something at home? What? His sister was dying only that day? Zhang Hai spat. You don't say. Tang Miaoying seems to be really dying. My cousin is working as a nurse in the Jiangbei First Hospital. Tang Miaoying has been in the resuscitation room. It seems to be an accident. Really, but it's been laying there for 2 years, and I've heard there's only one breath left, so I guess it's really soon. Quite a few people in the group watched the action. Tang Yun finished eating and was ready to continue fighting, but he didn't expect his mom to call. Xiao Yun. To the hospital to see your sister one last time. Wang Xiuhe's voice choked. Tang Yun's heart thumped, and he couldn't help but think of the times when he had fought as a child. Although his oldest sister likes to tease him, she will stand up for him when things go wrong. Besides, his oldest sister had always been the pride of his heart. Tang Yun dropped everything and headed towards Jiangbei First Hospital. A little over half an hour later, he arrived at the door of the operating room. Second uncle, brother Far. Not only were my parents outside the operating room, but my second uncle and cousins were there as well. Xiao Yun is also here. Don't worry, your sister is still saved. Yuaner has invited Professor Su from Jianghai City to help him. He can definitely save Miaoying. Second uncle Tang Xing has said. Tang Yun sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The crowd was heavy-hearted, just whispering things, and after a long time, the door to the operating room opened. The man at the head of the group wore glasses and looked rather imposing. How's it going? Professor Su? Wang Xiuhe said cautiously. Ugh. Professor Su let out a sigh, directly causing everyone's hearts to tighten. Chapter 26 7-star Purple Lotus Fruit. Tainted. Wang Soho staggered and almost fell. Tang Qingyang hurriedly supported it. Uncle Su, even you couldn't save my sister? Tang Yuan hurriedly said. In her current condition, she's already running out of gas, and no amount of good medicine can save her. Professor Su shook his head. If medical science can't save it, can't something that transcends medical science? Tang Yun rushed forward. Professor Su sniffed and nodded slightly. That's exactly what I'm saying. If you want her to live, you can only use powerful medicines to sustain her body's consumption. It's just that in her current state, many medicines can't be used. Also, these drugs can only hang her life. Wanna live unless she wakes up now, and this drug only exists in the void realm, and it's expensive. Professor Su, you tell me, what medicine? I'll sell my house and store to get it. Tang Xingyang clenched his fists and said. It's no longer a problem you can solve by selling your house. The second-order drug, the 7-star Purple Lotus Fruit. It's worth hundreds of gold. And materializing, it's at least 1,000 gold. Professor Su said. At least 1,000 gold. The crowd was shocked by the price. Jiangbei City is only a small city, and the house and store were sold for only $1 million. And 1,000 gold represents $10 million. It may not count for much to the rich, but they're just ordinary families. Uncle Su, a loan to the company in my name, I wonder if it will work? Tang Yuan asked. Xiao Yuan, you have to think clearly. You just graduated and are only now entering the Shanghai group as a member of their elite squad. If you sign the agreement now, it will take at least 10 years to repay it. Professor Su said. I can. Big uncle and sister Myriad Shadows have both helped me. Without them, I wouldn't be here today. Tang Yuan took a deep breath and said. Tang Xingyang and his wife were doubly relieved when they heard this. It's just that this $10 million loan is just too heavy. Oh, you mean for my daughter to follow you into debt? Professor Su said faintly. Tang Yuan was at a loss for words, and for a while, he didn't know how to choose. Dad, I'm willing, it's only $10 million, it's hard for ordinary people, but we're both from top universities, it's quick to make money if you want to. At some point, a youthful, beautiful girl with arched eyebrows walked over. Nonsense, your future is not to make money, but to improve your strength. There is a lot of money to spend. Moreover, the effect of 1 7-star purple lotus fruit is limited. If you continue to suffer from the disease, this is a bottomless pit. Your family can't support the subsequent treatments. My advice is to give up. Professor Su shook his head. The money that Tang Yuan and the others earned would ruin their future if they didn't use it to improve themselves, but to pay off their debts. Professor Su naturally disagreed. Available. Tang Yuan looked at Tang Yun's family, unable to bear it. Well, let's give up. Tang Qingyang spoke with difficulty. Professor Su was telling the truth. It was hard for a family like theirs to maintain the medication Tang Miaoying needed. Even if we put together $10 million, it's just a drop in the bucket. Big brother, how can we give up? Miaoying is the genius of our family. Maybe with the medicine she will wake up. Think about it, if she wakes up, more than a few big powers will be willing to cultivate her. Her future is unlimited, so what if we just let Yuan carry the debt for 10 years? Tang Qinghe was busy saying. Well, my mind is made up. Tang Qingyang shook his head. Wang Xiuhe sobbed uncontrollably, but did not stop. 1,000 gold. All my money now adds up to less than 100 gold. What can I do? Tang Yun was also anxious. Of the basic equipment, it would be good to sell a 100,000 for an excellent grade. Epic equipment has never appeared. I don't know how much it can be sold. Thinking, Tang Yun hurriedly found a quiet place and began to log into the Void Realm. No instruments are needed to land in the Void Realm, just meditative communication. But if you are disturbed during that time, it will have an effect on the people in the game. Therefore, everyone basically chooses a place that is comfortable and safe. But Tang Yun was running out of time now. The Void Realm. Elite Training Camp. Magic Pupil 35 layers. Goodness. Not only has he surpassed Xia Sankai, he's even surpassed Chu Lord. Magic Pupil to the top. Worthy of being my idol. Magic Pupil 2 was pleasantly surprised. Wasn't there someone else who compared Fengyun to Demon Pupil just now? He, what kind of trash is Fengyun? A mere 26th floor is worthy of touching Lord Demon Pupil? The Magic Pupil trumpet sneered. Look guys. Devil Pupil has come down. He didn't challenge the 36th floor. What exactly is the identity of the Demon Pupil? It's too invincible. The crowd was in awe. In the midst of all the attention, the Devil Pupil seemed like a king, descending from the heavenly ladder and looking down on all beings. A bunch of trash, only worthy of submitting to our martial cherry kingdom. The Devil Pupil opened his mouth to directly stun the crowd. What? This Demon Pupil is actually from the Martial Cherry Kingdom. What is the Martial Cherry Kingdom? It's clearly the Tainted Een country. This dog didn't stay in the other districts, but actually dared to come to the Eastern District. He must be killed to level 1. Disgusting, I didn't realize that Demon Hitomi was from the Tainted Shade Kingdom. A reptile from the Tainted Underworld. It's so disgusting. Ha, long live Demon Hitomi-sama. The Musakura Kingdom will win. Demon Pupil 2 shouted excitedly. Apparently, this was also a person from the Tainted Een Kingdom. These Shrimp Kingdom people, who pride themselves on being powerful, are still trampled under the feet of Lord Demon Pupil. They're all trash. The Magic Hitomi trumpet also dejectedly said. Be careful, they're provoking us, the elite training camp can't make a move, or else they dare to be so arrogant? Someone reminded. The crowd held back their anger as they looked at the 3 men itching to tear them apart. Humph. Come back and holler at me when you Shrimp Nation people break my record. Demon Hitomi removed her cloak, revealing a pair of dark and deep eyes. I bet it's a chasm you shrimpers will never cross in your lifetime. Devil Hitomi laughed and headed towards the village. The crowd cursed but could do nothing about it. Damn it, surely Chu Lord and Xia Sankai can break his record. Difficult. Chu Lord and Xia Sankai haven't shown up for a long time and are said to be ready to break the rank, which means that the two have already reached their limits and basically can't be promoted. His grandmother, what's the point of clamoring? The highest record in my dasha is 40 floors. He's not even close. That's right, have these people forgotten when we beat them down? Many people are popular enough to step onto the ladder and take on the challenge. The news that Magic Pupil has reached the top and is still tainted spreads quickly. In a tea house at the training camp, two men in dazzling gear sat facing each other. It was none other than the top three on the leaderboard, Chu Lord and Xia Sankai. The Chu Lord was dressed in black armor and looked lonely and cool, while Xia Sankai looked a bit chubby. The two were fully equipped, even with special equipment. Each has reached the top. This demon pupil can actually break 35 layers. The strength has surpassed us. And he's from the Taintedine Kingdom, obviously coming over to provoke. Xia Sankai frowned. This fellow is called Demon Pupil. It is said that his eyes are somewhat special, and his talent should be related to pupil arts. Chu Lord mused. There are more pupil talent over in the Taintedine country, and generally this kind of talent, the grade is not low. Back then the blood pupil with S-grade talent swept through the four directions, trying to invade the summer country. If not for the first speaker coming out of nowhere, I'm afraid that they would have gotten their way. I see that this demon pupil's talent is at least A-grade as well. Xia Sankai said. Chapter 27, Training Hall. Auction. We're also a ranked talents, so if we put up a fight at the end, we might be able to break through the 34th floor, but we're still quite a bit short of reaching the 35th floor. Chu Lord said. Is it hard to believe that he's an S-class talent? Xia Sankai couldn't help but say, if that's the case, it's basically impossible for us to surpass him. Unless the equipment goes up another notch. The Chu Lord sighed. We're already fully equipped with exceptional gear, basically top of the line. What else can we change? Perfection? A perfect equipment would be a good upgrade, but it's never happened. Xia Sankai shook his head. There are good and bad exceptional equipment. Change to a better exceptional equipment, maybe we can still put up another fight. Chu Lord said. You're right, we must put up a fight. We can't lose to those Taintedine Kingdom people, right? Xia Sankai also said. Check out the auction house. The two of them spoke and headed towards the auction house. Tang Yun landed in the Void Realm and appeared directly on the street. Little one, you've come for the broken rank? A drunken old man said. Tang Yun was a bit puzzled, hearing the rank-breaking task, but he still said, yes. The old man got up to take a closer look at him and muttered, not bad, it's ready for the extreme trial. Extreme trial? Tang Yun was slightly stunned, he hadn't heard of any of this. Trials are divided into ordinary trials, advanced trials, extreme trials, and hellish trials. But in my case, the lowest are all advanced trials. The old man said with some amusement. The difficulty of the trial is different, your gains will naturally be different. If you think that the extreme trial is difficult, you can choose the advancement trial, which has a low difficulty and a high pass rate. The old man laughed. So it is. Tang Yun then realized. Then how do you know I'm fit for the ultimate trial? Tang Yun inquired. Naturally, according to the Heavenly Ladder rankings, 20 floors or more will qualify you to participate in the extreme trial. The old man laughed. Then above the 30th floor is the trial of hell. Tang Yun thought. Not bad. But there are too few people above the 30th floor. Can't get out more than a few. I see that you do have the potential to rise even higher. The old man said kindly. I'm in no hurry, thank you. Tang Yun hurriedly thanked him. There was still quite a lot he could improve at the moment. The two feats were not yet fully leveled, and the skills could be improved to the extreme. Naturally, there was no hurry to participate in the step-breaking trial. The young man is right not to be in a hurry. The training hall suits you, lad, go on. The old man said, showing Tang Yun a path. Tang Yun thanked him again and headed to the training hall. Entering the lobby, a total of 5 trainings are displayed. They were skill training, feat training, attribute training, practical combat skill training, and limit breaking training. Skill training naturally helps players improve their skill proficiency. Feat training improves feats, and attribute training can additionally improve various attributes. Practical skill training improves skills, helps you master your own power, and also improves mind increase. Also, limit breaking training is changing the coefficients of attack, lifesteal, defense, and so on. The 5 types of training were so powerful that they were naturally not freely available to anyone. The only way to complete a mission and earn elite points is to train once for 1 elite point. The other thing is to climb the ladder of heaven and pass 1 level to gain an elite point. In other words, Tang Yun now possessed 26 elite points. You can train 26 times. That's great. Tang Yun sighed. Let's go to the auction hall first and gather gold coins to buy the 7-star violet lotus fruit. Tang Yun glanced at the training hall, then turned around and went to the auction hall next door. To be able to go on the auction room, it was at least a fine grade item to be able to do so. Various treasures were scrolling on the large screen in the auction hall, along with offers. Fine equipment is basically thousands, rare equipment broken 10,000 is not much, mainly depends on the attributes. Tang Yun came to the trading ball and threw in all the several pieces of equipment he didn't want. Let's keep the epic level equipment for now, and focus on selling 2 excellence level equipment first. Tang Yun thought about it. Novice longsword excellent and silver foot boots excellent were also thrown in for him. When selling, Tang Yun changed the names of the 2 pieces of equipment. Excellent longsword and gold-footed boots, so that grade is enough. Excellent longsword excellent attribute, starting bid, 50,000 copper coins, 1 byte price, 120,000 gold coins. Auctioneer, Feng Yun. Golden foot boots excellent attribute, starting bid, 60,000 copper coins, 1 byte price, 150,000 gold coins. Auctioneer, Feng Yun. The golden foot boots have a nice extra attribute and are a bit more expensive than the excellent long sword. Not enough even if the auction, terrific more than 100,000, too far away. Tang Yun sighed. So it seems that even after selling the epic equipment, it's not enough. Tang Yun frowned. The necromantic magic sword belonged to dual cultivation, which was more suitable for him, and it was estimated that it could not be sold for much. The Banshee battlesuit was more valuable, and one was worth several. 2 pieces all sold is almost enough. If we kill a few more bosses, we might be able to pop equipment sublimation cards. But bosses can be hard to come by. So fast, the excellent longsword was bought with 100,000 copper coins. Tang Yun was slightly pleased. I didn't realize the auction was so efficient. You can sell the necromantic longsword. Tang Yun took a deep breath. In order to avoid dropping the price, he purposely waited for the excellent longsword to sell before he shelved the necrotic longsword. Good luck, another excellent equipment. It's actually called the Excellence Longsword, how interesting. Xia Sankai looked at the big screen and laughed. Unfortunately, the attributes aren't very good. Shu Lord shook his head. As a super family, there was no shortage of money, only of good things. These golden foot boots are not bad, the effect of the speed class skill is increased by 20%. You're too fast too. Xia Sankai couldn't help but spit. He had just seen one he was satisfied with, only to have it snatched away by the Chu Lord. When you meet something good, don't hesitate. Chu Lord said indifferently. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire auction hall began to flicker. What's going on? Is someone robbing the auction house? Who dares to be so bold? When NPCs are vegetarians? It doesn't feel right. In the auction hall, the crowd was dumbfounded. Immediately after that, all the items on the big screen were emptied and an item profile suddenly flashed out. Necromantic longsword epic attribute, starting bid, 100 gold coins, auctioneer, Feng Yun. Holy. It's really not true. Epic weapons? Am I dreaming? There are epic weapons in the basic stage too? Against all odds. Who's so short of money that they sell epic weapons? Attributes are good, double attack plus 1200. There's also extra recovery, and additional attributes increase output by 40,000. Nonsense, can an epic weapon be bad? Mine, don't even grab it. Everyone started to go crazy. Epic weapon. And it's double attack power. Made for me. Xia Sankai was breathing heavily. It does suit you better, but I'm shooting for a big boost, too. The Chu Lord's gaze was also fiery. Chapter 28, 16 million. Chu Lords. You want to fight me? Xia Sankai said in a deep voice. Why not? Chu Lord said faintly. During the conversation between the two, the price had risen insanely and had reached 150 gold coins. There are a lot of rich people here, you may not be able to get your hands on them. Why don't you and I work together? Xia Sankai said. When the Chu Lords heard this, they frowned slightly, but they nodded. Buy gold coins at the currency market first. Xia Sankai added. 2 people don't have that kind of money in their hands. The currency market is also where players trade currencies. Here gained currency and real currency can be purchased from each other. The gold coins that the two had fought on their own were not enough for this outfit. Naturally, you can only rely on buying the currency that players sell. The volume of daily transactions here is astronomical. A moment later, Chu Lord said, "How many gold coins have you prepared?" 1,000 gold coins, any more will have to be requested from the clan. Xia Sankai sighed. "I'm pretty much the same." Chu Lords chimed in. "It's enough. Even though it's an epic equipment, it's only a basic outfit after all, and we don't need it after we break the rank, so it's enough to spend $10 million. Xia Sankai said. "That's true, but after all, it's the first time a basic epic equipment has appeared, and no one can be sure of the price." Chu Lord said. Soon, everyone came to the big screen and started bidding. 500 gold coins now. So fast. Tang Yun said excitedly. Tang Yun was still disappointed when the starting bidding price was systematically set at 100 gold coins. It's a good thing they didn't set a bite-sized price for him, or they would have made a lot less money. But by the time it reached 500 gold coins, the markup was significantly less. It's all crazy, it's running into the millions. If it's a first-order equipment, I'll buy it even if it's 100 million, not to mention 10 million, but the basic outfit, ugh. Although the attributes are really good, but it's too expensive. It's not cost-effective. Although the crowd stopped raising the price, it didn't stop them from watching the fun. The crowd at the elite training camp were all level 10, and most of them were ready to break rank as well. Once you break rank, you can wear first-rank equipment. By the time the basic equipment is outright eliminated, even epics won't be enough. Naturally, the appeal isn't that great. But there are a lot of rich people after all. Prices continue to rise. It soon came to 1,000 gold coins. Xia Sankai and Chu Lord looked at each other, knowing that they couldn't get this epic weapon by themselves alone. The two of them officially joined forces. When the price came to 1,300 gold coins, the increase slowed down quite a bit. At 1,500 gold coins, there were only two families left in the fray. "Who's fighting me?" A player with a tall figure said. "It seems like it's Xia Sankai and Chu Lord." Someone beside him whispered. "It's them." The man frowned. "Lung, it's better to just forget about it." "Forget it? Am I worse off than that?" Lin Long said coldly. "Brother Long is naturally not bad at all, but for the sake of our Xia people's face, it's not impossible to give it to the two of them. They have epic equipment, so they might be able to over that demon pupil." The person whose net name was not Monkey hurriedly said. Lin Long sniffed and lightly hummed. "Since that's the case, then let them have it." Not Monkey sniffed and hammed and hawed, "Dragon's atmosphere." In fact, he also knew that Lin Long didn't have so many gold coins in his hand, it was just a way to give a step. The Xia and Chu families were strong, but the Lin family wasn't weak either, it just wasn't necessary to make such a stalemate. In the end, the necromantic sword was auctioned off for 1,600 gold coins. There is also no fee for the rookie period, and Donovan receives full payment. 1,600 gold coins, that's $16 million. Converted into summer dollars first. Tang Yun said excitedly. Even if he had gold coins, he didn't know where to purchase the 7-star purple lotus fruit. It can only be exchanged for money, so that cousin Tang Yuan can think of something. After consigning on the currency platform, it didn't take long for 16 million summer dollars to arrive. Tang Yun exited the void realm. 1,600 gold coins, not a small amount, but it's the first time I've seen a basic epic weapon. How did this Feng get it? Yeah, that's so weird. Did anyone ask him about it? Wind Cloud. Who is this Wind Cloud? 43rd place on the Heavenly Ladder ranking. There's just one Feng Yun, it should be the same one. This guy, he must be asked. The auction of the epic weapons came to an end, but these people also began to probe about Tang Yun. Not realizing that he's long gone offline. Inside the hospital room, Mr. and Mrs. Tang Qingyang's bodies were shaking. Tang Miaoying couldn't find the cause of the disease in her whole body, only that her life was passing by, thus she needed to be injected with precious medicines for a long time. The couple's savings, plus what Tang Miaoying left for the family, were basically depleted. Except that those drugs don't work nowadays either, and they have to be even more precious to work. Two people just can't afford it. Now is your last chance, hand over this shell to Lu Xiao, who will naturally ensure that she doesn't die. The middle-aged woman from earlier smelled it and found it here. The Lu family had some power in Jianbei City and had long known about Tang Miaoying's situation. Who are you? Get out. Tang Qinghai came in and saw this scene and immediately repelled it. Tell me to get lost? You don't want to save this little? Let me tell you, if it wasn't for Xiao Lu having to have her, I wouldn't have bothered to come. The sharp-voiced woman said proudly. What young Lu, young Ma, you're not allowed to come in. Tang Qinghai said angrily. You really don't want Tang Miaoying to live? It's really bad luck to have parents as heartless as you guys. Letting her die, rather than handing over Lu Xiao to live. The sharp-voiced woman continued to clamor. What's going on? Hearing that he could live, Tang Qinghai couldn't help but ask. They're going to use Mythic Shadow for research, I might as well have her dead. Wang Xiuhua cried. Do the research. Damn you, farther, get her. Tang Qinghai cursed. Tang Yuan sniffed and slapped the sharp-voiced woman so hard that she spat out blood. He was a college student who had awakened his game world abilities, so it was really simple to deal with ordinary people. Tell your what's-his-name Lu Xiao to come at me if anything happens. Tang Yuan coldly said. Wait, you guys wait. The shrill-voiced woman once again fled in disarray. Uncle, Linlin and I have already applied for a loan from the company, and the 7-star purple lotus fruit will be delivered soon. Sister Miaoying can't be saved. Tang Yuan turned around and said in a firm tone. Yuan, you. How could the husband and wife not expect Tang Yuan to be able to do this? Big brother, sister-in-law, if it wasn't for you guys paying for his schooling, this kid wouldn't be here today. It's only right to repay you. Tang Qinghai hurriedly said. But Tang Qingyang, however, was unwilling to accept it. If it was only $10 million, he had borrowed it, and he had a chance to pay it back in this life. But Professor Su made it very clear that $10 million could only save Tang Miaoying's life, and that more money would be needed in the future. Is it hard to let Tang Yuan keep it? Whether Tang Miaoying could wake up or not was still an unknown. Dad, Mom, second uncle, Father, I still have money here, I don't need to gamble on Father's future. Tang Yun ran in and took out a bank card. Where did you get the money? Tang Qingyang was curious. My sister gave it to me before and didn't ask me to tell you guys. Tang Yun scratched his head. Tang Miaoying did secretly give him money, but it wasn't much, it was just an excuse he made. Why didn't you say so, you child? How much did she give you? Wang Xiuhua said. 16 million. Tang Yun squeezed out a smile. Chapter 29, the 35th floor of the Awakening Sermon. So much. Several people exclaimed. With Sister Myriad Shadow's strength, it's not that hard to earn that much, it's just that the spending is also very big. Tang Yuan was also a bit puzzled. The stronger you are, the faster you make money, but likewise, you spend money like water. Trying to save money is not easy. Not much, my oldest sister still spoils me. Tang Yun said smugly. After all, it's money he's earned. Little brat, didn't bring it out earlier. Tang Qingyang couldn't help but kick him. I just forgot. Tang Yun smiled and ducked. For a while, the family relaxed. Xiao Yuan, how much does the 7-star purple lotus fruit cost? Tang Qingyang asked. 7-star purple lotus fruit, in-game price is almost 300 gold coins, but materialized, need to pay several times the price. Normally, 10 million can be dealt with, but the urgency of what we want, need 12 million. Tang Yuan knows more about this. The price paid for manifestation is often higher than the value of the item itself. $12 million. Enough. The older couple breathed a sigh of relief. But where there was an opportunity, they naturally didn't want to give it up. 2 hours later, the 7-star purple lotus fruit was delivered. Well, keep it close, her body will absorb it automatically, but you'll have to keep it nearby or it will be stolen. Professor Su was experienced and made a point of urging. A few people naturally understood that something in the tens of millions of dollars was definitely something to keep an eye on. Thank you, Professor Su. Mr. and Mrs. Tang Qingyang were grateful. If it weren't for Professor Su, they would have given up long ago. I didn't do anything, it's just that your family teaches really good kids. Professor Su also said with some relief. Tang Yuan was able to put his future on the line to save Tang Miaoying, and Tang Yun was willing to put up over $10 million. This family was so much better than the hooked-up families he'd seen. The in-laws taught Lin well, too. Tang Qinghai giggled. Wang Xiuhua looked after Tang Miaoying, and the three fathers chatted. Tang Yun and Tang Yuan were sitting on the side. Xiaoyun, I know that you just communicated with the Void Realm and that you're taking the exam soon. Don't be stressed, even if you can't go to college, you can buy an awakening quota when the time comes. Tang Yuan patted Tang Yun's shoulder. What is awakening like, Fargo? Tang Yun was a bit curious. Look. Tang Yuan said, condensing a water ball out of thin air. It's something the average person wouldn't dare to imagine. This is the most basic application, and after awakening, you can bring out the gaming ability, gradually. Attribute-wise, the percentage of awakening varies depending on the school, but other abilities you need to bring out on your own. But even so, with the attribute enhancement, the physical quality of human beings has taken a qualitative leap. 300 years ago, those who reached the 4th rank, but they lived until now, and their lifespan is said to be at least 500 years. Tang Yuan said with some yearning. And who doesn't want more life expectancy? Nowadays, it's just a matter of reaching a certain level in the game. Naturally, everyone went crazy about it. It's just that there are a limited number of awakening slots each year, and some are destined not to awaken and get feedback from the game. Sister Myriad Shadow's 100% awakening has strengthened her physical qualities a lot, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold on now. Tang Yuan continued. 100% awakening. Tang Yun muttered. That's right, only the top academies have the possibility of 100% awakening, and not everyone can, and Sister Miaoying is naturally out of the question. Tang Yuan said, quite envious. Fargo, I want to know what happened to my sister. Tang Yun said seriously. I don't know, I'm in Shanghai and don't really know what's going on in the imperial capital, but Uncle Su said that she might have messed with the big shots in the imperial capital, and that it's not for us little people to set foot there after all. Tang Yuan had a deep sense of powerlessness. Is it a big shot from the imperial capital? Tang Yun took a deep breath, wondering if his future self would be able to face these people head-on. Work hard on upgrading, and I'll be able to give you a ride when you break the rank. Tang Yuan laughed. The novice villages are each separate and can only be met in-game after breaking rank. Thank you, Fargo. Tang Yun nodded. Tang Yun hadn't informed anyone about his awakened talent. Back then, Tang Miaoying had told him that there were some things that even the closest people couldn't say. Sis, you don't seem happy? That year, Tang Miaoying was admitted to the first school in imperial capital with the first place in Wanzhong province. Who wouldn't praise her as a genius? Alas, would show in the forest wind will destroy, you cannot learn from me in the future, or a little lower profile is good, do not sway, steady. Tang Miaoying lay on his back and nonchalantly gave him a blow to the head. He showed his teeth but didn't dare to fight back, after all, he couldn't. You have legs, why don't you walk yourself? Tang Yun was dissatisfied. There's an old brother, isn't that what it's for? What, you don't like it? Tang Miaoying lights up his fists. Naturally, he wouldn't dare. After Tang Miaoying left, she didn't come home for 2 years, and that year he saw her sneak back. Haven't seen you in 2 years and you've grown so tall? Tang Miaoying saw him and gave a heartfelt smile. Sis? Why are you back in the middle of the night? Did something happen? Tang Yun's sleepy eyes were a little curious. There are indeed some things. Tang Miaoying laughed. Huh? What happened? Tang Yun didn't understand. It's a secret. Tang Miaoying said. What secret? Even we can't know? Tang Yun grew more and more curious. There are some secrets that even those closest to you can't tell, for your own good. Tang Miaoying seemed to have something on her mind. But? Well, I've got to go, so if you hear from me in the future, don't come looking for me, just take care of Mom and Dad. Tang Miaoying left, and when they met again, they were already in this current state. At first, Tang Yun didn't think there was anything, but now it seemed that Tang Miaoying had quite a few secrets on her. After Tang Miaoying absorbed the 7-star purple lotus fruit, all of her body functions stabilized. Tang Xingyang was in charge of the store, while Wang Xiuhua took care of it in the hospital. And Tang Yun returned home and logged into the Void Realm once more. This time it appeared as a training hall. Many people asked about epic weapons through the private messaging system, and Tang Yun ignored all of them, even shutting down the feature. Great! Xia Sankai also passed the 35th floor. And his speed is even faster than the demon pupil, and he's now ranked number 1. Now I'll see how the dogs of the Taintadine Kingdom bark. Demon pupil just reclimbed the heavenly ladder again, I wonder how it's going. It's only been a while, and then again, surely not. Baka, Lord Demon Hitomi is invincible, and none of you Shrimp Nation people are. Demon Pupil 2 was screaming again. But it was quickly drowned out by the words of the crowd. Tang Yun ignored it and went straight to the attribute training house. Please select the attribute you want to enhance. Immediately afterward, several options appear below, with 5-dimensional attributes, all of which can be upgraded. Tang Yun thought about it and chose the speed attribute first. Hint, after entering the training, death will enter a state of weakness, and you can choose to leave at any time in case of danger. After Tang Yun made his choice, the screen shifted and a luscious, small monster appeared in front of him. Chapter 30 Speed Training. Shadow Cat Speed Training. Grade, 10. Life Value, 80,000. Physical Defense, 300. Magic Defense, 300. This attribute is comparable to a boss. Tang Yun was a bit surprised. Moreover, this shadow cat was different from the virtual monsters on the ladder, possessing a physical entity. This made Tang Yun even more curious about the Void Realm. Blood and defense aren't high, but it's obviously a boss-level monster of the attack speed class, gotta be careful. Tang Yun put up a 12-minute fight. Ooh! The shadow cat arched its back and let out a low growl, then transformed into a black shadow. 2,564. A claw attacked, and Tang Yun couldn't even dodge in time, dropping over 2,000 blood. And it continues to bleed. Possessing the Banshee battlesuit and still dropping so much blood. It's really perverted. Tang Yun said darkly. Wow! Shadowcat strikes again. Tang Yun took a deep breath, his spirit tightening as he felt its movements. Avoiding the blow at the last moment. But Shadowcat reacted quickly, folding back in the air and scratching again. Tang Yun's blood dropped straight down. This was the first time he had faced this kind of high sensitivity and high offense monster. Again! Tang Yun was also on fire, and even though he didn't have an epic weapon now, his attack power was still not bad. Mostly, it's hard to hit each other. Woohoo! In the face of provocation, the shadow cat seemed a bit angry. Swish! Ding! This time, the shadow cat's attack was unsuccessful, and Tang Yun parried with his longsword while beginning to counterattack. But his opponent was too nimble for his attacks to be effective. Ding! A sword and a claw collided again. One man and one cat are evenly matched. The opponent has the speed advantage and the initiative. The only way to counteract this is to use the ethereal steps. Tang Yun thought to himself. But ethereal steps he couldn't use all the time. The other thing is that Shadowcat's speed is only one aspect of the game, agility is also top-notch. Even if he used ethereal steps, he was still inferior to his opponent in terms of flexibility. But fighting it will develop my fighting instincts. Tang Yun grew more and more excited. Bang! 3,084. After many firefights, Tang Yun finally hit once. After the trials and tribulations of the heavenly stairs, his mind increased by 30%. A pummel damage is also bursting at the seams. Wow! Wow! The Shadowcat paced back and forth, his entire body poised for action. Tang Yun hooked his hand to provoke his opponent. The Shadowcat was impatient and struck again, its speed a few more points faster. Leaving a trail of shadows. Ethereal steps. Tang Yun was at full speed. Close to 85 ms. It lasts 5 spells. Shadowcats have high instant burst, but they can't move at high speeds consistently. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have already become a dead soul under the other party's claws. Death charge. Seeing that the Shadowcat wasn't moving, Tang Yun took the initiative. Swish. But Shadowcat's reflexes were still top-notch, and his sneak attack missed. Both sides exchanged several moves again, and for a while, no one could help anyone. Tang Yun didn't dare to be careless, after all, he was still losing more blood. If you want a sure hit, you can only use this move. Tang Yun already had a plan in mind. Exchanging blows again, Tang Yun started with the heaven-splitting 3 styles. It was easily dodged by the Shadowcat, even disturbing a claw. This was also the drawback of the 3 styles of splitting the sky, which were wide open and easily revealed cracks. Space jump. 14,929. The third style hit instantly, directly smashing the Shadowcat into a daze. Also pick up another attack and skull ball. 3,084. 3,950. One set hit over 20,000 blood. Wow! The shadow cat exploded with fur and attacked continuously. It was good that Tang Yun had responded early. Bone shield. The bone shield blocked the blow, and Tang Yun seized the opportunity to be hit with another sword. At this moment, the shadow cat didn't dare to attack again. The parties entered a stalemate. Tang Yun became comfortable after familiarizing himself with the shadow cat speed and attack frequency. Again. Tang Yun relaxed. Space jump. Space jump combined with cracking sky triple stance, once again hitting over 20,000 output. The shadow cat began to lewdly, hiding its figure and sneaking up on Tang Yun at any time. This guy. Tang Yun could only be more careful. Swish. The shadow cat appeared, and Tang Yun directly propped up his bone shield. This time, the shadow cat stopped its attack and folded back in the air. Tang Yun fails with the counter takedown. Space jump. Waiting for the skill to finish cooling down, Tang Yun once again used his killing move. Swish. The shadow cat actually grabbed the spot and disappeared in place, and Tang Yun's blow came up empty. It's growing too. Tang Yun frowned slightly. I'd like to see how many times you can dodge. Tang Yun sneered and continued to wait for cooling. It was already difficult to hurt the shadow cat by conventional means. It can only be used in conjunction with space jumps to take people by surprise. This was his initiative, the other side could only play passive defense, and there was always a time to fail. After several times, the shadow cat was finally decapitated. And his own blood is actually unhealthy. Good thing the bone shield blocked the damage a couple times. In addition, the shadow cat had almost no skills and relied solely on its stance. Otherwise it's really hard to deal with. Congratulations, you've completed the training and your speed is plus 0.3 ms. Congratulations, kill level 10 shadow cat training, gold plus 5, extreme shadow meteor technique 1. Basic skill points 3, first level skill points 1, feat points 3, strength plus 1, speed plus 0.3 ms. One of the announcements in the training camp states that killing accompanying monsters is not explosive. I didn't realize that I have the talent to ignore this rule. Tang Yun exulted. He still maintained a 100% burst rate, but only if the opponent was a real monster. That way, in one training session, I can improve several times as much as anyone else. Tang Yun was excited. Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique, Speed Type Technique, learn it first. Tang Yun meditated in his heart. After consuming 1 merit point, the Polar Shadow Meteor Technique was instantly learned. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique has been raised to 1%. Strength plus 2. Speed plus 0.5 ms. Keep lifting. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique has increased to 2%. Strength plus 2. Speed plus 0.5 ms. Speed growth plus 0.1 ms. Another 1.6 ms speed boost from one fight. How much more can it be boosted by finishing all the remaining 25 fights? Tang Yun was a little impatient. Upgrade your skills first. Tang Yun thought, directly expending 2 skill points to raise the skeleton ball to grand completion. Congratulations, the skull ball has been upgraded to the Great Perfection. Skeleton Sphere Great Perfection, coalesce a skeleton skull to smash into the target, dealing 240% physical attack power damage, consumes 10 mana, cooldown time 5 seconds. Keep the remaining 1 basic skill point. Next time, directly raise the skeleton ball to the extreme level. Next, first rank skill. Tang Yun thought briefly and chose to boost his space jump. As of now, the skill of Sword Chi Lingxiao was one that he rarely used. Moreover, the battle with the shadow cat had made him realize the importance of speed. And this spatial skill is something that is 1 level higher than speed. At first, Tang Yun didn't think much of it as he felt that the consumption was too great and the cooldown was too long. But this time, it was the skill that took the credit. Tang Yun reconsidered. Congratulations, Space Jump upgraded to proficiency. Space Jump first order skilled, instantly appear in any location within a 15 m radius, consumes 200 mana, cooldown 15s. Ha! Increased range. And the cooldown has been reduced. I didn't realize that the increased proficiency in Space Jump would be such a big boost. Tang Yun was pleasantly surprised. Continue speed training. Chapter 31 Elevation. Another Gate Extreme Realm. Unfortunately, it's not monster versus monster. Entering training mode, Tang Yun sighed. In front of him was a long corridor, roughly 200 meters in distance. Training mission, pass the corridor without being attacked more than 5 times. Time limit, 2 hours. Kind of. Tang Yin smiled faintly. Counting my equipment, my speed is 31.3 ms. Ethereal steps plus 1.3 times increase in mind can reach up to 89.5 ms. Over 200 meters in 3 seconds. Ethereal steps. Ethereal step lasted for 5s, and Tang Yun chose to use it at the first opportunity. Swish. Tang Yun launched out like a sharp arrow. Bang. Swoosh. There was a boom, followed by several wind blades that killed. Tang Yun couldn't avoid it, his blood dropped by hundreds, and he had been attacked more than 5 times. Air wall. Tang Yun gritted his teeth. He had thought that he would be able to pass with a single acceleration, but he was blocked by a barrier in the middle of the process, causing him to fail. This training should primarily test agility and limit absolute speed. Tang Yun analyzed. Then I'll take my time. Tang Yun renewed his challenge. Phew. Just as he stepped into the corridor, a blade of wind met him. Tang Yun easily dodged it, followed by 2, 4. The wind blades were growing more and more rapidly. Ethereal steps. Once again, he used ethereal steps, but Tang Yun didn't rush through the level, instead using it to dodge the wind blades as he slowly stepped forward. Pust. With such an intensive attack, even with the extreme realm ethereal steps, Tang Yun was still injured by a wind blade when he wasn't careful. Not a lot of blood dropped, but a wasted opportunity. Tang Yun was even more careful next. After tens of meters, the wind blades disappeared into thin air and entered the second stage. The air was filled with ice picks of all sizes, and the ground was slick enough to seriously affect play. Shoo shoo shoo. The ice pick snapped, as if fired by something. Its speed was faster than a wind blade. Luckily, Tang Yun's own speed was considered top-notch, and after utilizing the ethereal steps, he even surpassed everything. Pust. Suddenly, Tang Yun was hit twice in a row. The back too. Tang Yun looked back. After those ice cones shattered, they didn't completely dissipate, but turned into water droplets and coalesced again. One slip up and 2 more chances are lost. It's a bit difficult to attack from the front and back. Tang Yun became cautious. After passing through the ice cone formation, enter the third section. Tang Yun didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. The front was empty, but if you looked closely, a soybean-sized point of light was suspended in the air. Immediately afterward, the point of light split into 2, one on the left and one on the right, attacking towards Tang Yun. After dodging it with relative ease, the point of light unexpectedly turned quickly and crashed into Tang Yun. It didn't hurt, but it cost him a chance. Soon, there was a second impact. He eventually collapsed in the third section of the corridor, with dozens of meters ahead of him from the finish line. It's not difficult, it's challenging. Tang Yun's entire body became excited. The challenge begins again, and the first and second stages are a bit easier. And having had one experience, the first 2 legs, he didn't lose a chance. Entering the third segment, the points of light became more and more numerous and ran in an irregular trajectory. This training is the ultimate in reflexes now, Tang Yun said darkly. Although he failed the challenge once again, Tang Yun grew more and more skillful. After tens of minutes, Tang Yun finally passed. Congratulations, you've completed your training, speed plus 1 ms. An increase of 1 ms in speed, this training, and the gains are not small. It doesn't use the talent, but it's not bad to add that much speed. Keep training. Tang Yun grew more and more excited. The third speed workout begins. There was still a shadow cat in front of him, but this one looked one size bigger than the last one. Swish. Shadow cat attacked first. Tang Yun traveled with ease, forcing him back with a single sword strike. Swish. The shadow cat transformed into a phantom, dancing around Tang Yun like an elf. More skills than the one before. Tang Yun's gaze stared slightly. But he's also improved quite a bit from the last time. The shadow cat launched an attack, and Tang Yun sneered, space jump. The opponent steals, and he counters the attack. A set of output is tens of thousands of blood. The shadow cat had become more careful, but Tang Yun took the initiative. If it didn't work once, it would work twice. It was a long battle, but it was taken down. Congratulations, you've completed your training and your speed is plus 0.5 ms. Congratulations, kill level 10 shadow cat training, gold plus 5, basic skill points 5, first level skill points 2, feat points 5, strength plus 1, speed plus 0.3 ms. Yes. In this battle, Tang Yun felt hearty, consuming but rewarding. Together with the previous ones, there are still 6 basic skill points. Enough for the skeleton ball to ascend to the extreme realm. With a thought, Tang Yun consumed 3 basic skill points and the skeleton orb automatically upgraded. Congratulations, the skull ball has been upgraded to the extreme realm. Skeleton Sphere Extreme Realm, coalesce a skeleton skull to smash into the target, dealing 300% physical attack power damage, consumes 10 mana, cooldown time 5 seconds. Very good, and the Extreme Realm skeleton balls do a decent amount of damage. Death Charge is next. After all 3 skill points have been used, Death Charge is raised to grand completion. Congratulations, Death Charge has been upgraded to a great success. Death Charge Chang, launch a charge forward, dealing 170% physical attack damage with a cooldown of 10s. Consume 20 mana. This kind of enhancement is too good. If I were to cultivate and devote all my time to this one skill, it would take me at least 5 years to achieve greatness, if not more. Tang Yun was ecstatic. 2 first-order skill points, all of them to enhance space jumping. Congratulations, space jump upgraded to proficiency. Space Jump First Order Adept, instantly appear in any location within a 20m radius, consumes 200 mana, cooldown 12s. Congratulations, Space Jump upgraded to Minor Achievement. Space Jump First Order Minor Achievement, instantly appear in any location within a 30m radius, consumes 200 mana, cooldown 10s. Good. Minor Achievement level now. The range is 30 meters and the cooldown is only 10s. Tang Yun was overjoyed. Spatial skills were already few and far between, and not everyone was qualified to learn these skills. Without a corresponding elemental affinity, there is no qualification for learning at all. 5 feat points, plus the previous 2, 7 feat points, just enough to raise the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique to 4%. With a thought, the Gong method automatically climbed, and Tang Yun only felt a sense of relief. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique has increased to 3%. Strength plus 2. Speed plus 0.7 ms. Keep lifting. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique has increased to 4%. Strength plus 2. Speed plus 0.8 ms. Speed growth plus 0.1 ms. Right now my speed is 34.6 ms. I'm afraid that I've already surpassed the speed of some first-rank players. Continue speed training. Chapter 32 Extreme Shadow Sword. Legendary equipment. 4th training session, still in the hallway. Training mission, pass the corridor without being attacked more than 3 times. Time limit, 2 hours. The requirements have become higher. The difficulty should have increased as well. Tang Yun took a deep breath and stepped into the corridor. His guess was correct, the speed and density of the wind blades were quite a bit higher than before. He's not a bad lift, though. The first 2 stages passed without injury, and the final point of light was still attacked several times. It was on the 5th attempt that Tang Yun passed with flying colors. Congratulations, you've completed the training, speed plus 1.5 ms. Continue. Training number 5. Tang Yun was looking forward to it with great anticipation. The 5th time is monster training, and instead of a shadow cat in front of you, there is a white cat. The white cat looked very condescending and even yawned. No matter what kind of cat you are, if you can provide attributes, you're a good cat. Tang Yun's gaze was fiery. It seemed that Tang Yun's eyes were too hot, and the white cat let out a low growl with some dissatisfaction. Humph. Death Charge. This time Tang Yun took the lead. The white cat also reacted quickly, and the 1 person and 1 cat were like a phantom. My speed is already fast, but unfortunately, it's still not enough in front of these speedy monsters. After a battle, Tang Yun clearly recognized the shortcomings. However, the first few training sessions had greatly improved his reflexes. Although the white cat was fast, it was unlikely that it would want to hurt him easily. Even many times, attacking a bit, to be caught by Tang Yun, countering with a set and dropping tens of thousands of blood. This was still without Tang Yun using a space jump. Space jump. When the stalemate was too much, Tang Yun no longer stayed his hand, directly space jumping a set to take away. Congratulations, you've completed your training and your speed is plus 0.7 ms. Congratulations, kill level 10 light and shadow cat training, gold plus 5, extreme shadow sword 1, equipment sublimation card 1. First level skill points 2, feat points 5, strength plus 1, speed plus 0.5 ms. Exploding equipment, that's nice. Tang Yun smiled faintly. Upon seeing the equipment attributes, Tang Yun was pleasantly surprised. Sword of Extreme Shadow Excellence. Physical attack, plus 400. Magic attack, plus 400. Bonus, attacks and skills have a 10% chance of bludgeoning. It's actually an excellent grade weapon. A burst of luck. Tang Yun exulted. At the novice stage, how many people can't explode an exceptional level of equipment in their lifetime? It's only his second day and he's popping out. And it's still superb. In the Void Realm, Blitz was not a player's base attribute, and could only be stacked through some props and equipment. This attribute is extremely rare. It's better than the Death Spirit Demon Sword. I wonder what will happen after sublimation. Tang Yun had some expectations. After all, before the Necromantic Magic Sword was sublimated, it was only at the rare level. Equip the sublimation card. Sublimate the Polar Shadow Sword. Tang Yun took a deep breath. Congratulations, the sublimation is successful. The Polar Shadow Sword is upgraded to Legendary. Legendary. Tang Yun was first stunned, then ecstatic. It's actually a legendary grade weapon. He was still a bit sad to sell the Necromantic Demon Sword, but now that he had an extra legendary, it was simply awesome. Sword of Extreme Shadow Legendary. Physical attack, plus 2000. Magic attack, plus 2000. Strength, plus 50. Intelligence, plus 50. Bonus 1, attacks and skills have a 30% chance of bludgeoning. Attachment 2, all damage is increased by 30%. Good, it's worthy of being a legendary weapon. The additional phrases are all about increasing damage, and even a level 1 novice with this weapon can go slash bosses. Tang Yun couldn't help but laugh. Now that I'm equipped with this weapon, my attack power is over 5,000. It's simply terrifying. Tang Yun felt that his current self was a bit too strong. When he entered training, he wasn't even equipped with a weapon, using just a training-exclusive weapon that didn't add any attributes. Even so, it could decimate boss-level monsters. And now he's doing straight-up damage. Upgrade the Space Jump next. Congratulations, Space Jump upgraded to a great success. Space Jump First Order Great Achievement, instantly appear in any location within a 40m radius, consumes 200 mana, cooldown 8s. Congratulations, Space Jump upgraded to perfection. Space Jump First Order Inception, instantly appear in any location within a 50m radius, consumes 200 mana, cooldown 7s. Merit points to enhance the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique. Congratulations, the Polar Shadow Meteor technique has increased to 5%. Strength plus 3. Speed plus 1 ms. Continue. Continue. Training number 6. After all the boosts were completed, Tang Yun couldn't wait for the 6th training session. Down the hallway, the training mission reappeared. Training mission, get through the corridor without being attacked. Limited to 2 hours. It's actually unharmed? Tang Yun was a bit surprised. That's a top-notch request. There can't be a single mistake. And there's been an increase in difficulty. The good thing was, his speed increase wasn't too bad. The first 2 stages still couldn't stop him, but the 3rd stage always came up short. The trajectory of the points of light was difficult to fathom, and when there were a lot of them, he had to be on his toes. And as fast as you are limited in your play, and measured entirely in your reflexes, your coordination. Failed once, failed twice. It is especially difficult near the end. On the first 2 occasions, he had fought to lose a chance or 2 to pass quickly. But now, asking to pass without injury is a completely different level of difficulty. Trying again and again, Tang Yun not only didn't get discouraged, but instead grew more and more spirited. Again. Immersed in the world of light spots, Tang Yun only felt that the world in his eyes seemed to have slowed down quite a bit. His own speed clearly hadn't changed, and the speed of the point of light was the same. But he just felt everything in front of him slowing down. Congratulations, the increase in mindfulness has increased by 10%. Congratulations, completion of training, speed plus 2 ms. Success? The increase in mindfulness increased by 10%. Tang Yun was still a bit stunned. Just now he seemed to have fallen into a peculiar state. These training boosts are bigger than going up to level 10 and improving. Tang Yun was overjoyed. Continue speed training. Hint, the current speed training has been completed, you can do other training. Can't train? Just as he was about to continue, a prompt came from the system, and Tang Yun was a bit sorry. Forget it, it's enough to reach a speed of 38.8 ms. When the time comes to enhance the extreme shadow meteor technique, it will be easy to break the 40 mark in speed. Tang Yun no longer dwelled on it. Let's get something to eat before we continue. After stopping, Tang Yun felt exhausted. I was up all night yesterday, went to the hospital in the morning, and then had an intense training session in the afternoon. The 6 training sessions also took over 5 hours. The last one, in particular, took 2 hours straight away, and this worked at the crucial moment. Looking at the time again, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Tang Xingyan was busy in the store, and Wang Zuho was still taking care of her sister. The second uncle's family accompanied Professor Su's family. He simply made himself something to eat, and opened the newbie players forum on his cell phone. One of the hotter threads was, can a level 1 player get seconds? The poster is Sooner Express. Clicked in and found quite a few people talking about it. I swear on my life, what I'm saying is absolutely true, there's definitely something wrong with that Fengyun. Wang Shan was in the forum, desperately debating. Chapter 33, The Name of the Wind and Cloud. What's the problem? I think you're the one with the problem, people killed you once, why do you flip-flop and keep saying that? Someone looked offended. It's not about him killing us in seconds at level 1 anymore, it's that he's already level 10. It's only been a day. A strong batch can testify to that. Wang Shan said angrily. Yes, I'll testify. Fengyun is already level 10 in our novice village. Tu Chang rushed to help. After the two were killed, they didn't log into the game for the first time, and when their body slowed down and they logged in again, they realized that Tang Yun had long been level 10. Nima, 10 levels a day? You think it's early in the game? Ridiculously high experience? That's it, what a ing bull, old man ascending a level for half a month, already counted fast, what kind of monster can be 10 levels a day? Even if the talent has a 10-fold experience bonus, it can't do it. Don't 10-fold, it's hard to get a 100-fold experience. These two are inconsistent, the front speculates that the talent has a damage bonus, and the back says it's an experience bonus, what? Can't it be that this Fengyun has 2 talents? The crowd was all questioning, not believing it at all. Talking about me? These two are. Tang Yun checked it out as he ate. It was only after reading all the speeches that it dawned on him, it's them. These two guys tried to rob him of a speckled pig carcass and it backfired on them, and they have the nerve to post about it. I don't know how to explain it. But there's just something wrong with this wind cloud. And my newbie weapons are all blown up. Wang Shan stubbornly said. Mine got popped too. Tu Chang followed closely. You two sing and drink together, is it hard to be a couple? Someone teased. What I said is the truth, why don't you guys believe it? Bunch of idiots. Wang Shan cursed angrily. Because you're outrageous. Mud, give you face? Dog. You two are the stupid ones. That's right, if you say it's true, it proves that you two are stupid, and if you say it's not true, it means you two are bad, in short, you're no good. The crowd quickly cursed back. Well, I'll be fair, it's actually not impossible to level up 10 in a day, it's well known that there's a bonus for killing monsters by crossing levels, and elites, and bosses as well. That is to say, as long as you cross a level 5 or 6 to kill bosses, just kill a few more heads. Dong said. It's worthy of being Dong, what he said makes sense, it's not hard at all to go up to level 10, just cross a few levels and kill a few bosses. So, this Fengyun can kill bosses alone. Sure enough, there's something wrong, huh? If he can kill the boss solo, it seems like it all makes sense, huh? Kill my ass, normal monsters are hard enough to kill, let alone bosses. The crowd murmured. Yeah. He's the one who killed a boss called the Red Banshee, and the whole village was informed. Wang Shan hurriedly said. The crowd turned another output on him, and basically no one believed it. Those that can be notified by the entire village are not ordinary bosses, it's hard for a single person to pass unless they are some of the top geniuses. Brother Understanding 2 finally spoke up. No way, someone really killed the boss solo. Brother Know-It-All 2 seemed quite convincing, and no one doubted his word. There is. Ranking in the top 100 amongst your peers, you basically have this strength. Brother Understanding 2 said. This person is also from the elite training camp? Tang Yun was a bit surprised as he looked at what this man said. The top 100 on the ladder list all had the strength to single-handedly challenge bosses. Also, I know a Fengyun who was actually quite famous and ranked in the top 50. But it shouldn't be a newbie, unlike this one you're talking about. Brother Understanding 2 continued. Sure enough, it's from the elite training camp. Tang Yun couldn't help but say. Knowing that he's ranked in the top 50, only people there know that. I know, these two guys are doing it on purpose. They've heard the name and started making up stories. Tell me, what's the intention? A man said. I hope this post ends here. Many geniuses aren't willing to be too high profile. After all, they are prone to assassination, especially now that they haven't undergone an awakening and are no different from ordinary people. Once the enemy country knows about it, the consequences can be imagined. Brother Know-It-All too continued. I see, these two are from the enemy country, trying to find this Fengyun and assassinate him. Too bad, traitor. The crowd quickly began to attack the two men. Assassination? These two are trying to harm me. Tang Yun had a moment of hindsight. Understand that Brother 2 wasn't wrong, he's just an ordinary person, he's not awakened, and he can't bring out his abilities inside the game. A random person, creating a little accident, could kill him. Although Daxia was a dominant force in the Eastern District, there were always small elements that liked to harm people, such as the Taintadine Kingdom, and even people from other districts. After 300 years, the Void Realm is not just a game, it can affect the pattern of the whole world. I can't afford to be exposed now, unless I get into college and get protection, or awaken my gaming abilities and have the power to defend myself. Tang Yun said darkly. With what Brother Know-It-All 2 did, the thread was banned, along with Wang Shun and Tu Chang. After eating and washing up, Tang Yun once again landed in the Void Realm. Xia Sankai was overtaken. That demon pupil is even faster. It's okay. It can still overtake back again. Go Xia Sankai. On the heavenly ladder, the crowd murmured. Since the identity of the demon pupil Taintadine Kingdom was revealed, the ladder list has also received more attention from everyone. The number of people breaking into the heavenly staircase had also significantly increased recently. It was just that it was still difficult to surpass the magic pupil. Xia Sankai was the only one who could go hand in hand with the other. Lord Demon Pupil is invincible. Xia Sankai is just relying on an epic weapon. Don't think we don't know. Demon Pupil too said contemptuously. Mud, weapons are part of strength, don't scream if you don't have them. You Shrimp Nation people are shameless. The magic pupil trumpet also screamed. I can't stand it anymore. Someone rushed over to do it, only to be penalized by the system. Some were kicked out of the elite training camp outright, some were forced offline. Ha, Shrimp Nation, eat my ass. Magic Pupil Jr. puckered his ass and kept shaking it. The crowd was furious, but there was nothing they could do. In the tavern, the two of them, Shu Lord and Xia Sankai, were stony-faced. Now that this spirit wine made by consuming so many precious materials won't be able to enhance its attributes, I've already reached my limit. The Chu Lord sighed. Me too. Xia Sankai put down his glass. Magic Pupil set a new record, won't you be suppressed by him? Could it be that having an epic weapon won't work? Chu Lord couldn't help but say. Play better, and I can bring my time up again. It may not be impossible to surpass him. Xia Sankai was somewhat confident. In that case, it's time to break through the ranks one last time. Chu Lord said that although the foundation stage was important, it was impossible for them to stay here for the rest of their lives. Continuing to waste time pays for itself. Good thing too. Xia Sankai laughed. The two of them walked out of the tavern and stepped onto the celestial ladder together in the midst of all the attention. On the other hand, the devil's pupil on the other side actually stepped onto the heavenly ladder again at this moment. The top three of the heavenly ladder ranking descended at the same time, drawing the attention of everyone in the elite camp. Chapter 34, 36th floor of the heavenly ladder. Training again. It's so exciting, 3 people breaking through the heavenly ladder together. So fast. All in seconds. Pity us for having such a hard time getting through the first few levels, they actually got through in seconds. You can't compare people to people. It's starting to pull away, and of the 3 Chu Lords is slightly slower. Looking at the 3 people on the heavenly ladder, the crowd was excited. Within a short time, the 3 of them had already killed their way to the 20th floor. Mind you, this is close to the top 100. It was just these 3 that had left the others far behind. In the top 100 of the heavenly ladder ranking, only the three of them exceeded 30 floors. When the three of them arrived at the 30th floor, Chu Lord was already one floor behind. And Xia Sankai and Magic Pupil went hand in hand. Alas, Chu Lord was also the first in the hegemony ranking in the beginning, but I didn't expect that he would now settle for third. It can't be helped, this demon pupil is capable of a lot, he should be the strongest person in this generation of the Taintedine Kingdom, and Xia Sankai has obtained an epic weapon. I don't know if Xia Sanjie can take back the first place. Of course not, Lord Demon Pupil will always be number one. The Demon Pupil trumpet spoke again. Another tirade from the crowd. Time slowly passed, and the Chu Lords had gradually fallen 2 levels behind. At this moment, Xia Sankai and Demon Pupil killed to the 35th floor. Quick look! Xia Sankai is the first to pass the 35th floor. First up. He's first. Great, it's finally out of the way. These demon pupils really deserve to die. Running into our territory and picking fights, surely killing them back to level 1 out there. The crowd only felt a raised eyebrow. Devil Pupil Little and Devil Pupil 2 didn't dare to clamor anymore at this moment. Soon, Chu Lord fell down from the 34th floor and ended up stopping at the 33rd floor. And Xia Sankai dropped from the 36th floor shortly afterward. Unfortunately, it still didn't pass the 36th floor. Xia Sankai clenched his fists. As a top genius, why would he not want to climb to the top? Just 35 floors was already his limit, not even with an epic weapon. You're number 1 now, not bad for not burying this epic weapon. The Chu Lord comforted once in a while. Look guys. Magic Pupil passed the 36th floor. Geez. With all eyes on her, the Magic Pupil ascended to the 37th floor. It became the brightest star. Chu Lord and Xia Sankai glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Above the 36th floor, it's not possible to have an S-rank talent. This demon pupil is really an S-class talent. Xia Sankai muttered. Talents that can be rated as S-ranked are all existences that turn the tide, we didn't lose unjustly. The Chu Lord was a little envious. Lord Demon Pupil is invincible. The Shrimp Kingdom people really do deserve to be trampled under our feet only. Demon Pupil Trumpet yelled. Damn it, can you find out where they are in reality? I want to get them killed. Someone couldn't help it. The crowd was furious, but there was nothing they could do. And the Devil's Pupil came down from the 37th floor as if he were a monarch looking down on the world. You guys are so disappointing. The Devil Pupil looked at Chu Lord and Xia Sankai and slowly said. The two of them sniffed and only felt unusually embarrassed. Demon Pupil, don't be complacent, the top geniuses of my summer kingdom only broke the rank early. Otherwise, your mere 36th level wouldn't be enough to look at. Xia Sankai coldly said. I love it when you guys get all impotent and raging and mouthy, like a dog that only barks, huh? The demonic pupil was reckless and wild. His pair of eyes were pitch black, as if they were black whirlpools, rather bizarre. The 36th floor is just your limit, not mine. I'm waiting for you to come and challenge me. Devil Pupil said contemptuously. After saying that, he left straight away. It's so hateful, what to do? What can we do? Xia Sankai has lost. Mud, really let this guy get loaded. He's a piece of, the top geniuses would have broken the ranks and gone away long ago. The crowd screamed and cursed, but they were clearly short of breath. Alas, this demon pupil is no longer something we can cope with, so I will prepare to leave today. The Chu Lord sighed. An epic weapon has already boosted a lot, if we have a few more epic equipment, we might have a chance, I think, we should look for that Fengyun. Xia Sankai was still a bit unwilling. Although I don't know how he obtained the epic weapon, this kind of equipment must be extremely rare and unattainable, a few more pieces, what are you thinking? And even if you break through the 36th layer, you still don't know the limit of this demon pupil, there's no need to spend time with him here, the first rank is the starting point. The Chu Lord said. Xia Sankai sniffed, gritted his teeth, and finally nodded, choosing to give up. On the other end, Tang Yun landed up and heard the crowd around him talking about the news of demon pupil's ascent to the 36th floor. Over 30 floors you can have a hellish trial, 36 floors. There are a lot of geniuses. Tang Yun said darkly. Most of those who could arrive at the elite training camp were gifted. There are all sorts of talents, some with several times the growth, others with damage bonuses. There are also some that alienate the body and get an all-around boost. What's more, take away the attributes of others. Every talent, powerful. I don't know if I can surpass them with my current strength. Never mind, let's train first. Tang Yun shook his head and trained once more. The speed attribute can't be raised any further, so now start raising the coefficient. That's what's important. Tang Yun had already made his decision. With the same 100 points of strength, your attack factor is only 10, and the other person's is 20, so the difference in attack power is double. He felt that boosting coefficients was better than simply boosting attributes. There are 6 options for coefficient enhancement training. Life and mana, as well as double attack and double defense. I'll go with the attack power factor. Tang Yun quickly made a choice. A human-sized mantis appeared before him in the training space. Blade Mantis Attack Factor Training. Grade, 10. Life value, 100,000. Physical defense, 400. Magic defense, 300. The attributes are not low. Come on. Tang Yun held the Extreme Shadow Sword with confidence. Swish. Blade Mantis wielded 2 large swords and swung them rapidly. Ding. The swords collided, clashing with fierce sparks. What a fast knife. Tang Yun was quite surprised. The opponent's double knife situation is a ferocious attack. According to the opponent's attack power, he was afraid that one slash could cut him for 3,000 blood. Bone Shield. Now Tang Yun's magic attack power reached 3,608. With the addition of the 2 elements, the Bone Shield took a damage value of over 5,000. Bang! Stiffly resisting the other party's 2 slashes, the Bone Shield then shattered. And Tang Yun found a chance to output. Split Sky 3 styles. 27,056. The first of the 3 styles of Heaven Splitting hit a terrifying output of 27,000. Tang Yun's attack power is 5,222. The Polar Shadow Sword first increases damage by 30%, then there is a 40% increase in mindfulness. At the same time, this hit triggers a blast. The damage is so high that it explodes. 14,797. Connecting with a pummel, although there was no blitz, it was still over 10,000 output. Followed by the second strike. Third strike. 27,784. 56,296. A skill hit takes Blade Mantis straight away. Congratulations, you've completed your training. Attack power factor +1. Congratulations, kill level 10 Blade Mantis training, gold 5. Basic skill points 3, first level skill points 2, feat points 5, strength +2, attack power factor +1. Chapter 35, Continuous Promotion. Death Charge Extreme Realm. With this, my attack power factor reaches 19. It's awesome. Tang Yun couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Boost Death Charge. After all 3 skill points were used, Death Charge was directly raised from Great Perfection to Great Perfection. Congratulations, Death Charge has been upgraded to the Grand Completion. Death Charge Great Perfection, launch a charge forward, dealing 300% physical attack damage with a cooldown of 10s. Consumes 20 mana. Boost Space Jump. Congratulations, Space Jump upgraded to Perfection. Space Jump First Order Complete, instantly appear in any location within a 70 m radius, consumes 200 mana, cooldown 6s. Congratulations, Space Jump upgraded to Great Perfection. Space Jump First Order Great Perfection, instantly appear in any location within a 100 m radius, consumes 200 mana, cooldown 5s. Both skills are all great rounds. Especially Space Jump. The cooldown is only 5s as well. But it's mainly because there's not enough blue. Tang Yun was ecstatic. The remaining 5 merit points were not enough to enhance the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique either, so Tang Yun directly kept them. According to his idea was to upgrade the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique first, followed by the Dual Spirit Demon Heart technique and the Dragon Elephant Body Forging technique. Keep training. Unaware of his fatigue, Tang Yun once again chose the attack power factor training. Second training session, still monsters, just a little stronger. But to Tang Yun, it was nothing. There has been a sense of foul play in his damage. Congratulations, you've completed your training. Attack power factor +1. Congratulations, kill level 10 Blade Mantis training, gold 5. Basic skill points 3, first level skill points 2, feat points 5, strength +2, attack power factor +1. The same rewards come again, and the strength increases rapidly. Congratulations, Death Charge has been upgraded to the ultimate level. Death Charge Extreme Realm, launch a charge forward, dealing 400% physical attack damage with a cooldown of 10s. 20 mana consumed. Consume merit points to enhance the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique. Congratulations, the Polar Shadow Meteor technique has increased to 6%. Strength plus 3. Speed plus 1.2 ms. Speed growth plus 0.1 ms. Attack power is over 6,000. The speed is also 40 ms. It's awesome. Tang Yun was excited. Continue attack power factor training. The third training session begins. There was no longer a monster in front of him, but a cream-colored wall. And there were faint ripples above the walls, like a kind of prohibition. Training mission, accurately hit all black dots within 1 minute. Training time 2 hours. Another kind of training? Tang Yun stared at the wall carefully. Sure enough, a black dot flashed by. Tang Yun decisively struck a hit, followed by 2 black spots. It seems to be very simple. But soon the black dots became 3, 4, and the fading time was extremely fast. It's also a test of mastery of power. Tang Yun said darkly. It wasn't just about speed and reflexes, he had to be decisive with his next attack after 1 hit. And it must be struck with full force each time, or it is considered a failure. That was the conclusion he had come to after several failed attempts. The more control he had, the easier it would be for him to make his next attack. After many attempts, Tang Yun quickly passed the test. Congratulations, you've completed your training. Attack factor plus 2. Not bad. Tang Yun didn't have much to cheer about. With the infinite drop treasure present, he preferred to face the monster. Keep training. As if hearing his heart, for the 4th training, 2 blade mantis directly appeared. Good coming. Fighting 1 against 2, Tang Yun wasn't weak at all. One was killed instantly and the other within seconds. It's too fast. Congratulations, you've completed your training. Attack factor plus 2. Congratulations, kill level 10 blade mantis training, gold 5. Basic skill points 3, first level skill points 2, feat points 5, strength plus 2, attack power factor plus 1. Congratulations, kill level 10 blade mantis training, gold 5. Basic skill points 3, first level skill points 2, feat points 5, strength plus 2. Strength growth plus 1. 6 basic skill points. All of them to boost bone shield. Congratulations, the bone shield has been upgraded to the Great Perfection. Bone shield Great Perfection, coalesce a piece of skeleton in front of you to form a shield that can withstand 200% of magic attack power, consumes 10 mana, lasts for 3s, cooldown 8s. Even the bone shield has reached a great circle, and the other basic skills are already in the extreme realm. The strength, I'm afraid that no one will believe it when I say it. Tang Yun was in a happy mood. Boost space jump. Congratulations, space jumping upgraded to the extreme realm. Space jump first order extreme realm, instantly appear in any location within a 200 m radius, consumes 200 mana, cooldown 3s. Compared to the great circle, there's an extra 100 meters of distance. The cooldown time is even only 3 seconds. An absolute divine skill now. Tang Yun was overjoyed. There are still 5 first rank skill points left. Raise Sword Qi Ling Xiao. Congratulations, Sword Qi Ling Xiao has been upgraded to Great Perfection. Sword Qi lingering in the sky first stage Great Perfection, casts Sword Qi within a range, dealing 450% physical attack damage to enemies within the target. Cooldown time 15 seconds, consumes 100 mana. Grand Circle. This damage is finally enough. It surpasses the Extreme Realm Skeleton Ball and Death Charge. And it's ranged damage. There are still 14 merit points left, but unfortunately, I can only raise the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique to 7%. Tang Yun sighed slightly. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique has been raised to 7%. Strength plus 4. Speed plus 1.5 ms. Keep training. Tang Yun couldn't wait. Hint, the current attack power factor has exceeded the training limit. Please choose another training. Exceeding training limits? Tang Yun was slightly stunned. In that case, train the magic attack power factor. He was prepared to go dual cultivation all the way, and naturally his magical attack power couldn't be left behind. Entering the middle of the training, what appeared in front of him was a magical woman with a cloak on top. Flaming Witch Magic Attack Factor Training. Grade, 10. Life value, 80,000. Physical defense, 250. Magic defense, 600. Boom! Tang Yun had only just gotten a good look at his opponent's position when a huge fireball smashed over. Ethereal steps. Tang Yun hurriedly dodged. Phew! The flame demoness waved her long whip and a fire snake came out of nowhere. Bone shield. Tang Yun couldn't avoid it and could only parry it with his bone shield. Zip! The fire snake impacted on the bone shield and made a zipping sound. The opponent's attack wasn't bad, but it didn't manage to break through the bone shield. You know, his current shield for a bone shield was nearly 10,000. Shoo shoo! The flame witch swung her long whip twice in a row. Two rapidly approaching walls of fire appeared on Tang Yun's left and right sides. There's no end to it. Death charge. The other party's attack methods were endless, and 3 skills were directly thrown over, so he naturally returned the favor. The flame witch also reacted quickly and flew directly into the air, while another fireball came at the same time. Tang Yun frowned slightly. Monsters that could fly weren't that easy to deal with. As far as he was concerned, the flame witch was much harder to deal with than the blade mantis. After all, blade mantis was fighting him hard, and he wasn't the least bit weak. And flame witch started playing tricks, trying to kite him. Skeleton ball. Boom! The fireball and skeleton ball collided and exploded like fireworks. The skeleton ball, though more powerful, was blocked and followed by an easy dodge. The two of them exchanged blows, but surprisingly, not a single drop of blood was lost. Chapter 36 Fire Snake Dance. Magic Attack Training. Space Jump. Split Sky 3 Styles. Tang Yun suddenly appeared behind the flame demoness and executed the 3 styles of heaven splitting. Click. A barrier shattered in response. The flame witch had an invisible shield on her all the time. That strike just now was just a shield breaker. She also reacted quickly dodging the follow-up attack and, at the same time, drawing a circle of fire. Snap! With a wave of the long whip, the circle of fire swiftly spun and killed towards Tang Yun. Tang Yun shattered the circle of fire with just 2 swords. However, the flame witch once again cast circle of fire, and a fireball coalesced as well. The fireball went through the circle of fire and became fast and big. Skeleton ball. Boom! This time the skull ball was actually on the downside. Moreover, the flame witch once again condensed a large circle of fire, and the large fireball became even larger after it passed through the large circle of fire. Boom! The huge fireball smashed down, and Tang Yun braced his bone shield to block part of the attack. Still taking over 2,000 damage to himself. If smashed solidly, this huge fireball could second him. Both are offensive players, capable of exchanging seconds. Sword Chi Ling Xiao. Tang Yun pointed his long sword, and hundreds of sword chi appeared above the sky. All the sword chi slammed into the flame demoness. The flame witch hurriedly dodged, but this ranked ranged skill wasn't that easy to dodge. Coupled with Tang Yun's early preparation, the skill hit instantly. 61,134. With one skill, the flame witch instantly dropped over 60,000 blood. After some entanglement, Tang Yun managed to take down the flame witch. This guy was a bit difficult to deal with, but at this moment, Tang Yun's strength had already reached the point of ignoring everything. Congratulations, you've completed the trial, +1 to the magic attack factor. Congratulations, kill level 10 fiery witch training, gold coins 5, skill fire serpent dance, basic skill points 3, first level skill points 2, feat points 5. Intelligence +2, spirit +1. Skills? Learn. Congratulations, you've acquired the first level skill Fire Snake Dance. Fire Serpent Dance First Stage Introduction. Coalesce a rapidly weaving fire serpent, inflicting 70% of the target's magical attack power damage per second for 3s, cooldown time 15 seconds, mana consumption 100. Not bad, if you hit all 3s, the damage is not bad, and it's a fire skill with an extra 20% bonus. Tang Yun nodded slightly. This skill, however, is best used against clumsy monsters with a higher probability of hitting full damage. Raise the Bone Shield. Congratulations, Bone Shield upgraded to the Extreme Realm. Bone Shield Extreme Realm. Coalesce a piece of skeleton in front of you to form a shield that can withstand 300% of magic attack power, consumes 10 mana, lasts for 3s, cooldown 8s. Keep the remaining 1 first rank skill point for now, and enhance the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique has increased to 8%. Strength +4. Speed +1.7 ms. Speed growth +0.1 ms. Phew, rest up. After many battles, Tang Yun was already a bit tired. Logging out and logging in, Tang Yun washed his face. Tang Xingyang hadn't come back yet, he should have gone to the hospital. He was the only one left in the large house. Keep training. After moving his body, Tang Yun was much more refreshed. When you enter the game, your body is at rest, and you will be stiff and tired even after a long period of immobilization. To carry on gaming for such a long period of time is nothing more than relying on youth. Getting into training again. The opponent was still the Flame Witch, only this time the witch was a bit stronger and her skills had changed. Tang Yun consumed quite a bit of blue, which resolved the battle. Congratulations, you've completed the trial, +1 to the magic attack factor. Congratulations, kill level 10 Flame Witch training, gold 5, first level skill points 2, feat points 5. Intelligence +2, spirit +1. Magic attack coefficient +1. Sword Chi Lingxiao can be upgraded to the extreme realm as well. The first attack class first rank extreme realm skill. Tang Yun had some expectations. Congratulations, Sword Chi Lingxiao has been upgraded to the extreme realm. Sword Chi lingering in the sky first stage extreme realm, casts Sword Chi within a range, dealing 800% physical attack damage to enemies within the target. Cooldown time 15 seconds, consumes 100 mana. 800% output, the extreme realm boost is actually this big. Tang Yun was secretly shocked. When a first rank skill reaches the extreme level, the boost is quite a bit higher than the base skill. 9 merit points, just the right amount to upgrade your merit. Congratulations, the Polar Shadow Meteor technique has increased to 9%. Strength +5. Speed +2 ms. Speed growth +0.1 ms. The third magic attack factor training begins. This time, in addition to the Flame Witch, there was a large stone monster that was clearly a meat shield. Monolithic Monsters Magic Attack Factor Training. Grade, 10. Life value, 200,000. Physical defense, 1,000. Magic defense, 700. 200,000 blood. Meaty enough? Tang Yun was a bit surprised. This difficulty, it was directly pulled up a notch. Fire Snake Dance. Death Charge. Tang Yun wasn't the least bit afraid and charged straight up. 4,670. 4,670. The fire serpent slammed back and forth against the gargoyle's body, all at over 4,000 output per second. 105,851. Death Charge formed a direct blast, hitting over 100,000 output. Followed by 2 flat A's and an explosion of output. Seeing this, the Flame Witch immediately tried to output, and Tang Yun double-tapped, directly throwing out the skeleton ball so that she was forced to adjust her position. Meanwhile, frantically output the monolithic monster. Sword Chi Lingxiao. Split Sky 3 styles. The Flame Fiend tried to support her, and Tang Yun forced her back with another Sword Chi Lingxiao. He then performed the Rift 3 styles and took away the monolithic monster in one set. The next step is much simpler. Bone Shield blocked the Flame Witch's attacks and walked around to stall the skill cooldown. Once again, the Flame Witch was attacked. But the Flame Witch was flying in the air after all, unlike a living target like a monolithic monster. You have to be surprised to hurt your opponent. Very much a test of Tang Yun's resilience. It didn't take long before Tang Yun still took it down. Congratulations, you've completed your training. Magic attack factor +2. Congratulations, kill level 10 monolithic monster training, gold 5. First level skill points 2, feat points 5, physique +2, lifesteal factor +20. Congratulations, kill level 10 fiery witch training, gold 5. First level skill points 2, feat points 5, intelligence +2, magic attack factor +1. Fire affinity +10%. An extra fire affinity has reached 30%. Tang Yun was excited. Elemental affinity boosts magic damage quite a bit, and many shield-based skills are also bonused. Boosting Fire Serpent Dance, now Fire Serpent Dance is also a powerful output skill. Congratulations, the Fire Snake Dance has been upgraded to a great success. Fire Serpent Dance First Order Grade Achievement, coalesce a rapidly weaving fire serpent, inflicting 130% of magic attack power damage to the target per second for 3s, cooldown time 15 seconds, mana consumption 100. The Extreme Shadow Meteor technique is able to be raised to 10% now that the base stage has been repaired to its fullest. I wonder what changes it will have. Tang Yun was quite looking forward to it. Chapter 37 Polar Star Flash. Magic confinement. Congratulations, the polar shadow meteor technique has increased to 10%. Strength plus 8. Speed plus 3 ms. Speed growth plus 0.2 ms. Congratulations, you've realized the skill Polar Star Flash. Polar Star Flash first stage to Shang, meteors generally pass through enemies to their backs, dealing 180% of attack power damage to up to 3 enemies. Cooldown 20s, consumes 150 blue. One more skill. And it's actually a direct grand achievement. Tang Yun exulted. Sort of an enhanced version of Death Charge. Keep training, I wonder how far the magic attack factor can be raised. Soon, the fourth magic attack factor training began. This time it wasn't a monster, in a testing sort of way. It took Tang Yun some time to complete his training. Congratulations, you've completed your training. Magic attack factor plus 2. Keep training. The fifth training session begins. Still 2 enemies. And both are magical girls. One black and one red complement each other. Boom! A fireball came crashing straight down. Ethereal steps. Tang Yun instinctively had to dodge, but what he didn't expect was that he couldn't move. What's going on? Tang Yun was shocked in his heart. Space jump. Seeing the fireball smashing in, Tang Yun directly performed a jump and attacked the Black Witch. This guy has control skills. Tang Yun instantly realized, intending to kill the Black Demoness first. With one swing of the sword, the Black Witch dropped over 20,000 blood. Split Sky 3 styles. Immediately afterward, Tang Yun executed the 3 styles of heaven splitting. But just as he did, there was a stabbing pain in his head. The blood level instantly dropped by 5,000, and the skills were also interrupted. Mental attack? Tang Yun froze as he fell to the ground. At the same time, the output of the Flame Witch arrived. Bone Shield. Tang Yun wanted to brace his bone shield against the damage, but realized that he couldn't use his skills at all. Apparently, it was the Black Witch again. Abandoned the challenge. At the critical moment, Tang Yun directly chose to give up to avoid being killed in battle. Dying in battle while training doesn't cause you to lose a level, but you do become weaker. Outside the training house, Tang Yun fell into deep thought. It was his first training failure. The main opponents are too powerful. Black Witch skills, imprisonment, spiritual attack, forbidden demon field. In previous encounters, he had rarely encountered this. This is even harder to deal with than the Red Banshee in the first place. The point is that the Black Witch is incredibly skillful and defenseless. The confinement is traceable, the spatial jump can be broken, and the forbidden demonic field was released by predicting where I would fall. The key is the spiritual attack, I have no skills to resist it. Tang Yun pondered what to do. After thinking for a while, Tang Yun's unconquerable personality decided to challenge again. Space jump. The fireball and imprisonment skills were flung at the same time. Tang Yun leapt directly to the Black Witch's side, a sword with more than 20,000 blood. As if replicating, another spiritual attack knocked Tang Yun down. This time, however, he cast Bone Shield ahead of time instead of the 3 styles of heaven splitting. Boom! The fireball smashed in, and Tang Yun didn't take any damage, then quickly fled the small area of the forbidden demon field. Polar Star Flash. Tang Yun aimed straight for the Black Witch. 24,090. Death Charge can only attack on the ground, but Polar Star Flash can attack targets in the sky. Killing behind the opponent, Tang Yun received another sword, another 20,000 plus blood. At the moment, the Black Witch was one sword away from being able to settle it. But the Flame Witch's attack had also killed. Tang Yun frowned, ready to kill the Black Demoness even if he had to carry it hard. Unfortunately, a black ring also emanated from the Black Witch's body, and Tang Yun was directly shaken away. Space jump. Suddenly appearing behind the Black Demoness, he killed her with a single sword strike. With only the Flame Witch left in his opponent, Tang Yun was much better able to cope. Congratulations, you've completed your training. Magic attack factor plus 3. Congratulations, kill level 10 Black Witch training, gold coins 5. Skill magic confinement. Level 1 skill points 2, feat points 5. Intelligence plus 3. Spirit plus 3. Magic attack factor plus 2. Congratulations, kill level 10 Fiery Witch training, gold 5, first level skill points 2. Feat points 5. Intelligence plus 2. Spirit plus 1. Magic confinement? Control skill? Learn. Tang Yun was quite excited. What he lacked the most right now was control techniques. Moreover, this confinement also belonged to a type of spatial skill that he was fully capable of learning. Congratulations, Magic Confinement Initiation. Magic Imprisonment First Level Initiate. Imprison a piece of space, restricting the enemy for 3s and dealing 110% magic attack damage. Cooldown, 25s, consumes 200 mana. Note, bonused by Space Elemental. Limit 3s, not bad, damage is a close second. Tang Yun was quite satisfied. There are still 3 skill points left. Let's first raise Polar Star Flash to great perfection. The Polar Star Flash is significantly more important than the Fire Serpent Dance. Congratulations, Polar Star Flash is upgraded to great perfection. Polar Star Flash First Stage Great Perfection. Meteors generally pass through enemies to their backs, dealing 300% of attack power damage to up to 3 enemies. Cooldown 20s, consumes 150 blue. Feat points. It's better to raise the Dragon Elephant Body Forging technique first. Tang Yun made his choice after a moment of contemplation. According to his previous thoughts, he took the violent route and definitely raised the Dual Spirit Demon Heart technique first. However, after the battle just now, he felt that blood defense was also important. After all, it's living that gives you output. He was in a situation where he was overflowing with output and short on blood. There is also a great danger of encountering high attack bosses. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Forging technique has been upgraded to 3%, life value plus 300, physique plus 3, physical defense plus 3, magic defense plus 3. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Forging technique has been upgraded to 4%, life value plus 400, physique plus 4, physical defense plus 3, magic defense plus 3. After resting for a moment and recovering his blue amount, Tang Yun continued training. Nay, the system voice came. Alert, the current magic attack factor has exceeded the training limit. In that case, let's go with the life value factor challenge. The first challenge began against 3 Minotaur Elite monsters. Minotaur Elite Vitality Factor Training. Grade, 10. Life value, 25,000. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 300. Quite a bit easier. Tang Yun couldn't help but say. Soon, all 3 elites were beheaded by him. Congratulations, you've completed your training, life value factor plus 10. Congratulations, kill level 10 Minotaur Elite Training, silver plus 10, physique plus 1, physique growth plus 1. Congratulations, kill level 10 Bullhead Elite Training, silver coin plus 10, physique plus 2. Feat points 2. Congratulations, kill level 10 Minotaur Elite Training, silver plus 10, physique plus 1, life factor plus 10. Raise the Dragon Elephant Body Forging technique. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Forging technique has been upgraded to 5%, life value plus 500, physique plus 5, physical defense plus 4, magic defense plus 4. The second challenge began with a straight-up 5-headed elite monster. After killing them all, Tang Yun's life value factor was directly increased by 30. Physique was also increased by 7 points, and physique growth was increased by 1 point, as well as 4 feat points. At the beginning of the third time, the difficulty rises and boss-level monsters appear. It wasn't until the 7th training session was completed that Tang Yun gained immensely. Chapter 38, Dragon Elephant Body Forging 10%. Full Skill Extreme Realm. With 5 training sessions, the total boosted life value factor was 220, Constitution increased by 25, Constitution growth increased by 4 points, and the number of merit points reached 50. A total of 20 first-rank skill points. Dragon Elephant Body Forging technique has been raised to 10%, 14 merit points left. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Forging technique has been upgraded to 6%, life value plus 600, physique plus 6, physical defense plus 4, magic defense plus 4. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Forging technique has been upgraded to 7%, life value plus 700, physique plus 7, physical defense plus 5, magic defense plus 5. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Forging technique has been upgraded to 10%, life value plus 1000, physique plus 10, physical defense plus 6, magical defense plus 6. Life value factor plus 50. Physical defense factor plus 1. The Dragon Elephant Body Forging technique 10% boost is so big. Now my blood quantity is 91,000. It's higher than some bosses. The double resistance is also sky high. Higher attributes than a boss, who can surpass me in the entrance exam. Tang Yun was incomparably eager to show off his fists at the moment. Raise the Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique. Congratulations, the Dual Spirit Magic Heart Technique has increased to 4%. Physical Attack plus 40. Magic Attack plus 40. Strength plus 4. Intelligence plus 4. Congratulations, Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique has increased to 5%. Physical Attack plus 50. Magic Attack plus 50. Strength plus 5. Intelligence plus 5. With 21st rank skill points, both Polar Star Flash and Fire Serpent Dance can reach the Extreme Realm. Congratulations, Polar Star Flash has been elevated to the Extreme Realm. Extreme Star Flash First Order Extreme Realm, meteors generally pass through enemies to their backs, dealing 500% of attack power damage to up to 3 enemies. Cooldown 20s, consumes 150 blue. Congratulations, the Fire Snake Dance has been elevated to the ultimate level. Fire Serpent Dance First Stage Extreme Realm, condense a rapidly weaving fire snake, inflicting 350% of the target's magical attack power damage per second for 3s, cooldown time 15 seconds, consumes 100 mana. 11 skill points to enhance Magic Confinement. Congratulations, Magic Confinement has been raised to the Extreme Realm. Magic Confinement First Order Extreme Realm, confines a piece of space, restricts the enemy for 3s, and deals 300% magic attack damage. Cooldown time 25 seconds, consumes 200 mana. Note, bonused by Space Elemental. The Life Value Factor training is also finished, there are 3 more chances, so mana training. Currently he had 5 first rank skills, all of which consumed blue, and had to be upgraded a bit, or else he wouldn't even be able to output painfully with empty skills. The mana factor is about the same as the life factor, and the first 2 times it was just elite level monsters. Tang Yun solved it easily. After 2 times, the mana coefficient was directly increased by 15. Spiritual Attributes plus 8. Feat points plus 4. Spiritual Growth plus 3. The third training session began, and a flower-like boss appeared in front of it. The flowers kept spewing out poisonous mist, and when the poisonous mist got on them, Tang Yun's mana value plummeted. However, with his current attributes, he could defeat it without skills and with hard slashes. Congratulations, you've completed your training, mana factor plus 5. Congratulations, kill level 10 flower demon training, gold 5. Feat Spirit Elemental Tidal Wave Technique. Feat points 5. Spirit plus 3. Intelligence plus 3. Mana factor plus 10. Mana recovery plus 0.1. Another merit technique. And it has the attribute of mana value recovery. Tang Yun was a bit surprised. Theoretically his talent could pop a lot of things, but lifesteal and mana recovery never did. Now it's the first time it's happened. Learn the Spirit Elemental Tidal Wave Technique. Congratulations, the Spiritual Elemental Tidal Wave Technique has been raised to 1%. Physique plus 1, Spirit plus 1, Lifesteal Recovery plus 0.1, Mana Recovery plus 0.1. 13 feat points, first raise the Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique to 7%. Congratulations, Dual Spirit Magic Heart Technique has been raised to 6%. Physical Attack plus 60. Magic Attack plus 60. Strength plus 6. Intelligence plus 6. Congratulations, Dual Spirit Magic Heart Technique has been raised to 7%. Physical Attack plus 70. Magic Attack plus 70. Strength plus 7. Intelligence plus 7. After all this time, all the training is finally done. Tang Yun took a deep breath. Next, if you want to continue training, you have to break the ladder. Looking at his panel again, although he hadn't upgraded, his various attributes had increased tremendously. Nickname, Feng Yun No. Prestige, 1. Rank, 10 100% to be broken. Lifesteal, 86,000 Physique 500 Rep, 0.2s Feats plus 5,500. Mana, 4920 Spirit 60 Recovery, 0.3 plus 0.2s. Physical Attack, 6032 Strength 26 Equipment plus 2000 Feats plus 280. Magic Attack, 4125 Intelligence 25 Equipment plus 2000 Feats plus 280. Physical Defense, 344 Physique 2 Equipment plus 400 Feats plus 40. Magic Defense, 164 Spirit 2 Equipment plus 600 Feats plus 40. Strength, 132 7 Growth plus 100 for Equipment. Intelligence, 77 3 Growth plus 88 Equipped. Physique, 142-10 growth plus 30 for equipment. Spirit, 52-6 growth plus 30 for equipment. Speed, 33.2 ms 1.2 growth equipment plus 12. Talent, infinite treasure drop unique. Elemental affinity, fire 30%, space 10%. Mindfulness increase, 40%. Skills, sword chi lingering first extreme, space jump first extreme, fire snake dance first extreme, magic confinement first extreme star flash first extreme, banshee's curse passive extreme, cracking heavenly triple stance extreme, ethereal steps extreme, death charge extreme, skeleton ball extreme, bone shield extreme. Techniques, dual spirit demon heart technique 7%, dragon elephant body forging technique 10%, extreme shadow meteor technique 10%, spirit element tidal wave technique 1%. Equipment, Polar Shadow Sword Legendary, Banshee's Battlesuit Epic, Undead Bone Ring Rare, Necromancer's Bracelet Rare, Fang's Necklace Common. Exiting the game, it was already 10 o'clock the next day. So tired. Tang Yun stretched his back. Inside his cell phone, his parents sent a message that he was asked to do some chores around the house. In the class group, Shang Zhe also notified everyone, tomorrow is the college entrance examination, everyone pay attention to rest, but also pay attention to the body, the reality of the body collapsed, but also easy to affect the gameplay, the following there are a few points I hope you pay attention to. A large section of the notice was sent by Shangza before, this time it was just a resend. Everyone inside the group responded. Tomorrow is the exam. So excited. I've had a great couple of days, so I'll be sure to take the test tomorrow. I heard that Zhou Yan and Feng Tao studied for 2 days, how did it go? They're strong, and they happen to be in a novice village, the two of them spar and hone their skills, and I've heard that both of them have basic skills that have reached the level of minor achievement. A small achievement level. It really doesn't let people live, high enlightenment and willingness to work hard, it seriously hits my self-confidence. Don't panic, there's Zhang Hai and Tang Yun padding out anyway, at Zhang Hai at Tang Yun. Someone smirked. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hai was quite indignant in his heart and hurriedly replied, I'm sure I won't be able to go to college anyway, so I might as well play the game, and just feel the exams, so I might be able to live off of the game in the future as well. I see that Tang Yun seems to still be working hard, he should have a chance. Tang Yun has a F-King chance, can you go up a level without resting for 2 days? Zhang Hai has a really good mindset, Tang Yun should learn from him. Looking at the messages in the group, Tang Yun ignored them. All depends on tomorrow's exam. After putting everything down, Tang Yun fell back to sleep, and in his dream, he stood on top of the world, and his oldest sister came to her senses, and in a daze, it seemed as if someone had slapped his face. Chapter 39, High School Exams. Points Race. What time is it and you're still asleep? Tang Xingyang patted his face and said. Tang Yun woke up with a start and looked at the time, it was almost 8 o'clock. The exam started at 9 o'clock. Stayed up late the last few days, didn't you? So sleepy. Tang Xingyang couldn't help but say. He was also running back and forth between the hospital and the store, leaving Tang Yun alone at home. Pretty much. Tang Yun stretched, got up, washed up, ate something, and it was already past 8. I'll take you to the exam room when you're done eating. Tang Xingyang said. Well, I'll squint a little longer then. Tang Yun yawned. He was still a little disoriented after sleeping all day. After getting into the car and taking a nap, Tang Xingyang sent him to the examination center. After getting out of the car, he found that Tang Yuan and Su Linlin were also there. Go for it. Su Linlin smirked. Thank you, sister-in-law. What brings brother Far and sister-in-law here? Tang Yun laughed. Su Linlin sniffed, her pretty face reddened, but her heart was gorgeous. Naturally, I'm here to cheer you up. Tang Yuan was also all smiles. With you guys cheering me on, then I promise to come back with a first-place finish. Tang Yun patted his chest. Little brat, still blowing on it, hurry up and get in. Tang Xingyang gave him a blow to the head. Tang Yun easily dodged it, there was no other way, practice makes perfect. He grew up being beaten up by Tang Xingyang and Tang Miaoying. At that time he also said that when he grew up he would follow his mom's surname and seek revenge on these two surnamed Tang. Tang Xingyang, wait for me. Tang Yun came up with a treacherous sentence, then ran out of sight in a puff of smoke. Little brat, flipped out. Tang Xingyang laughed and cursed. Tang Yuan and Su Linlin were also stifling their laughter. Tang Yun has a pretty good heart. Su Linlin laughed. Ugh, I don't know what kind of test he can take, he only entered the Void Realm 2 days ago, and I can only hope that he doesn't get too stressed out. Tang Qingyang sighed. Don't worry, uncle, the college entrance exam isn't the only way out, you can still get an awakening quota through other paths in the future. Tang Yuan said. Xiao Yuan Linlin, I can only ask you to look after this child for me from now on. Tang Qingyang said. There was still a Tang Miaoying at home that needed to be taken care of, and there wasn't much that could be done to provide help to Tang Yun, so he couldn't help but feel sorry for him in his heart. We sure will. Tang Yuan nodded. On the other hand, Tang Yun passed the examination room inspection and went straight to his own examination room. There were 30 seats in all, and a goggle was placed on each seat. This goggle is the tool used to land on the test site. The real examination room was in the virtual world, and it was a special space that Xia had opened up in the virtual world. Access is only possible with the aid of instruments. The exam lasts 8 hours. Enter your name to log into the exam room. After logging in, the default nickname is your name and cannot be changed. You can take breaks and go to the bathroom in the middle of the exam, but you are not allowed to take drugs. The invigilator said something about the test. Soon, exam time began. Tang Yun put on his goggles, and the input items for number and name appeared in front of him. After landing successfully, Tang Yun was in a training field. There were quite a few other people on the grounds, but everyone was in uniform. There are a variety of weapons on the training ground that you can choose at your own discretion. It's just that weapons here don't carry any attributes. The equipment in the virtual world was not brought into the examination hall. The entire examination room relies on the void realm, yet it is detached from it. Not being able to use equipment is naturally fair. After all, many people with money can just buy top-tier equipment with attributes that crush others. The rules of the examination are as follows. The first 4 hours is a points race, according to the level of the monster to get the corresponding points, elite monster points for the level 10 times. Each exam room is infested with bosses, please deal with them carefully, boss points are 100 times. The next 4 hours will be a points plundering tournament, where candidates will fight against each other and defeat each other to gain half of the other's points. Candidates will have a total of 3 chances, and depending on the number of times they are killed in action, the final points will be divided by 2, 4, and 8 respectively. Note, there shall be no trading of any kind in the examination and no use of psychotropic substances in the examination. In order to avoid private transactions, points are intentionally lost to the other side when points are plundered. Each candidate is randomized to the exam room. In addition, there are people who are always observing, and once you cheat, your points are zeroed out and you are permanently barred from awakening. And the other use is a drug that doesn't make the attributes go up, but it can make the mind hyperactive. At the same time, there's basically no damage when you die in battle. Examining a death in battle, although it was not as bad as a death in the void realm, but every death was also a huge burden on oneself. Exam begins. Current exam room is 88,888. Finally. Tang Yun was a little excited. At the moment, he was in a vast forest. Timber wolves. Grade, 5. Life value, 1900. Physical defense, 60. Magic defense, 50. Not far away, Tang Yun had already seen a monster. The other party quickly rushed over as Tang Yun approached. Phew! A sword was swung. 8,130. Even without any equipment, his attack power was 3,712 and his magic attack power was 2,205. These monsters, they weren't even enough for him to cut. Congratulations, killing a level 5 forest wolf, plus 5 copper coins. Alert, points plus 5, current points 5. It's actually bursting with copper coins? Tang Yun was slightly startled. According to the rules of the Void Realm, there was no experience or reward for killing low-level monsters. And according to the rules of the examination center, killing monsters would not explode anything. And he was gifted with a direct disregard for both rules. It's just a little bit of money, but it's better than nothing. Tang Yun smirked. 5 coins, that's $5. Kill. Tang Yun charged all the way across the room, one sword at a time. The points rub off. An hour later, Tang Yun's points came to 500. In less than a minute, a monster can be found and hunted down. It's mostly just the speed and high attack that makes it so effective. Roar. With a tiger's roar, Tang Yun saw a large-sized tiger-type monster. Glistening tiger. Grade, 10. Life value, 5,000. Physical defense, 120. Magic defense, 120. Swish. A sword chop. Crisp and clean. Congratulations, kill level 10 spotted tiger, copper coins 10. Physique +1. Physique +1. It seems like a monster of the same level is the only thing that can provide me with additional bonuses. Tang Yun muttered. Roar. There was another roar, its voice carrying a hint of majesty. Soon, a black figure broke into view. Magic Sound Tiger Elite. Grade, 10. Life value, 20,000. Physical defense, 230. Magic defense, 230. Roar. The devil's voice tiger let out a roar, and the gusts of wind around it rose in all directions, causing Tang Yun's blood to drop a bit. Skeleton Ball. 21,376. The Extreme Realm Skeleton Ball was fast and accurate, and the Demonic Sound Tiger's tiny elite monsters couldn't dodge it at all. One skill, Elite Monster, straight away. Congratulations, kill level 10 Elite Magic Sound Tiger, silver coin 1. Spirit +1. Merit points 1. Alert, points +100, current points 610. Chapter 40 Kill the Boss. Points soar. Well, anything unusual? A bald man asked in the surveillance room. It's kind of weird, the staffer said. What's wrong? The bald man said hastily. There's a guy who slashes one at a time, and a level 10 elite wouldn't survive 2 seconds in front of him. The staff was busy. There's such a thing. Take a closer look. Could it be a first-order candidate? System allocation error? The bald man was busy saying. Soon after, the staff accessed Tang Yun's information and showed that he was indeed level 10. Holy, this is top genius. Focus on it, I'll report it. The bald man agitated. He was aware that these top geniuses would be fought over by the top academies. He reports first, and those schools are rewarded handsomely. Brother Nan, don't forget me. The staff member said in a hurry. Don't worry. Sure Nan patted the other's shoulder and said. After that, he hurriedly reported Tang Yun's situation. On the other hand, Tang Yun also didn't expect to be noticed so quickly. At this moment, he met the first candidate in the examination room. Again, at level 10, the other side is not bad among the candidates. The normal player grows to level 10 normally, and without equipment, the attack power is 250. This is also the case with most players. In addition, there is also a part where practicing feats increases the attack power by 1 notch. On top of that, there are quite a few treasures, quests, etc. that can increase your attributes additionally. But these are not universal. This player in front of him, Tang Yun estimated that the other party's attack power could reach 400 or 500, which was already pretty good. Even so, facing a level 10 monster, the other side will have to maneuver around for a while, too. Get out! Pang Yuanhang let out a furious cry. Tang Yun frowned slightly. The first stage of the points competition prohibited attacks on the candidates, or else he would have had to cut his opponent down with a sword. You better get out of here, this is my place. Pang Yuanhang said angrily. Obviously, this guy is trying to hog this piece for points. Heh, your place, taking yourself too seriously. Tang Yun sneered. You've angered me, just wait, I can't kill you, but I can make sure you don't get a single point. Pang Farhang threatened. Oh? I'd like to see what you're capable of. Tang Yun was also enraged. Very well. You'll regret this. Pang Yuanhang said and followed Tang Yun like this. Tang Yun let out a kind smile, he already understood the other party's thoughts. It's to steal the monster from him. It didn't take long for the two to encounter a level 10 monster. Pang Yuanhang revealed a smug look and quietly backed away. You do it. Tang Yun snorted and retreated even farther. You. Pang Yuanhang didn't expect Tang Yun to be so fast. There was no way, the monster was already on, and it was definitely impossible to hide, so it could only be hard. After hours of conquest, mana was precious and he didn't dare to use it indiscriminately. It's still mostly about flat slashing. But he'd have at most 300 blood in one slash, and it would take a dozen slashes to do that. The monster also attacks and dodges during this time. I'll do it. When Pang Yuanhang was almost done fighting, Tang Yun directly rushed out to collect the monsters. Spirit +1. Good luck. Tang Yun laughed darkly. You mud. Pang Yuanhang was furious, the monster he fought was actually robbed. Since I was a kid, when have I ever been so angry? Can't get a single point? Tang Yun laughed. You wait. Pang Yuanhang was furious. But also know that it is you who will lose out if this goes on. Soul turned away. Seeing this, Tang Yun didn't bother. Over 600 points, not enough. Tang Yun's eyes revealed a determined gaze. The province of Manjungang is roughly 10 million candidates per year, but for university admission, there are only about 1 million. Pick one out of almost 10. Without Pang Yuanhang to disturb him, Tang Yun hunted at a rapid pace. In this area, level 10 monsters were on the high side, and the average person didn't dare to break in. For Tang Yun, it was heaven. After half an hour, the points came directly to 1,000. Attributes: 2, are strength plus 2, constitution plus 2, and intelligence plus 2. Intelligence growth plus 1. Dogs! Die for me! Suddenly, a tirade came. Tang Yun turned his head to see Pang Yuanhang running towards him, followed by a large-sized python. Silver Armored Ice Python Boss. Grade, 10. Life value, 140,000. Physical defense, 500. Magic defense, 700. Boss monster? Tang Yun was slightly pleased. There was a boss in every exam room, but normal players weren't qualified to challenge it. Extremely hard to kill with everyone unarmored. Had to hide. Obviously, this Pang Yuanhang had discovered the location of the boss and deliberately lured it over. Hiss! The silver-armored Xian Ice Python saw the person and carried out an indiscriminate attack. Pang Farhang has an acceleration to avoid it. Go to hell! Pang Yuanhang revealed a sinister smile. It's not certain who will die. Tang Yun smiled faintly, then his speed soared, directly overtaking Pang Yuanhang. How? Pang Yuanhang was shocked. His stance was at the minor accomplishment level. And the other guy actually floated past like a gust of wind. Hiss! At this moment, the silver-armored Xian Ice Python had already killed, and Pang Yuanhang had thought that Tang Yun would attract the other party's attention. I didn't realize that I was the target again. Damn it, I won't let you go. Pang Yuanhang was furious and could only begin to counterattack the silver-armored Xian Ice Python. Unfortunately, he couldn't even break the defense with his pummeling. You can only use skills to deal a little damage. It didn't take long before it was directly bitten to death by the silver-armored Xian Ice Python after it froze. Meh, it's the end of the harm. Tang Yun smiled. Hiss! After the silver-armored Xian Ice Python finished killing one person, it charged towards Tang Yun again. Magic confinement. 8,491. Fire Snake Dance. 13,090. 13,090. 13,090. Skeleton Ball. Death Charge. Cracking Sky Triple Stance. When the heaven-splitting 3 styles were performed, the silver-armored Xian Ice Python with over 100,000 blood was directly taken away. The whole thing, it was just a few seconds. Ha! The staff member focusing on Tang Yun was directly dumbfounded. No, Nan must be informed. Director Kim, I found a good one, and it's not on any priority list. Nan finally waited until the other party was free and hurriedly talked about Tang Yun. Oh, what kind of seedlings? There was no expression on Director Kim's face. As a person from the admission office of the #1 academy in Imperial Capital, he had seen too many geniuses, and ordinary geniuses simply couldn't catch his eye. Some of the top geniuses, they had obtained information long ago. It can't be said that there aren't any leaks, but they are few and far between, and most of them are just ordinary geniuses. Director Kim, see for yourself. Nan said, playing the video of Tang Yun killing the elite monster. This strength, the attack power has broken 10,000, the skill proficiency is also high, and the state of mind is not low. Director Kim was quick to see the signs. Good. Nan, you've done well. This is a good seedling. Anyone who can break the first rank before the college entrance exam is an extraordinary genius. It looks like it's at least B level. Director Kim praised. Director Jean, this Tang Yun is only level 10 and has yet to break rank. Nan whispered. Chapter 41, Xian Ice Barrier. 100-fold growth? What? Only level 10? You can't be lying to me. Director Kim froze outright. How dare I, Director Kim? Shernan hurriedly said. If that's the case, that's a level, I'll give you a $500,000 bonus. Now give me his information. Director Kim said hastily. As someone from the imperial capital's #1 academy, he had come to Wanjiang province to enroll students, so naturally, he was restricted in every way. Although Jianghai University is not as good as the first school in imperial capital, it is still a top 10 top school, and it occupies a geographical advantage in Wanjiang province. Many good seedlings have long been booked by Jianghai University. Wait, Director Kim. Shernan suddenly said. Director Jean frowned. He was afraid that Shernan would sit on his hands. Director Kim, look at this. Shernan said, and sent over the video of Tang Yun killing the silver-armored Xian ice python. Only to see the screen, Tang Yun's set of skills flowed in a stream, each strike hitting the silver-armored Xian ice python's aorta. This. So many skills. All of them are super high proficiency. Simply heaven-defying. Could it be an S-class genius? Director Kim was struck dumb. S-class genius. Shernan was shocked. Quick, give me his information. Director Kim urged. Okay. Shernan nodded repeatedly. Congratulations, kill level 10 boss silver armor Xian ice python, gold 3, skill Xian ice barrier, feat points 5, first level skill points 2, intelligence plus 2, intelligence growth plus 1. Water affinity plus 10%. Reminder, points plus 1000, current points 2050. First rank skill, Xian ice barrier. Learn. Congratulations, you've acquired the ice barrier. Arcane ice barrier first stage introductory, condenses water elements to form a barrier that resists 120% of magic attack power damage. Lasts for 5s, cooldown time 30 seconds, consumes 150 mana. Note, subject to water element bonus. A skill that resists damage, slightly better than Bone Shield, and can cover the whole body. Tang Yun secretly nodded. While the Bone Shield could only block one direction, this one was wrapped in all directions, all around, and more secure. Congratulations, the Arcane Ice Barrier has been upgraded to proficiency. Arcane Ice Barrier first level proficient, condenses water elements to form a barrier that resists 140% of magic attack power damage. Lasts for 5s, cooldown time 30 seconds, consumes 150 mana. Note, subject to water element bonus. The current shield provided by the Arcane Ice Barrier was certainly not as much as the Bone Shield. The subsequent boost, however, will be quite a bit more than the Bone Shield. There's still over 2 hours to go, I wonder how many points I can get. Tang Yun had some expectations. The first 4 hours of the points race counted for nothing. Based on mass strength, most of those taking the exam are around level 7 level. Even if you're killing level 7 monsters, a score of 7, you'd be lucky to kill 10 of them in an hour. After all, it takes a long time to grind without equipment. Also, after a battle, rest is needed, and at the same time, recovery is an issue. Overall, the average candidate would be lucky to get 300 points for 4 hours. But that score is certainly not enough to get into college. It's at least a top 10 level. Estimates are around the 800-point level, and if everyone plays well, that score will go up. And 2,000 points is almost enough to go to a top university. Alert, the boss in the examination room has been killed. When the silver-armored basalt ice python was beheaded, the entire 88,888 exam dumps PDF field also transmitted a prompt. The rest of the candidates were directly confused when they saw this. So soon, the bosses are all killed? Holy, there's a big man, I wonder if I can hold his leg. I can't believe I'm in the same exam room as the big guy. Now that there's no boss, won't I be able to walk sideways? There's no danger. I communicated the Void Realm so late and I'm only at level 3, people are more angry than people. Candidates marveled. For most people, the fact that the boss is gone is a good thing. As far as the whole exam is concerned, it is not only a test of strength, but also a comprehensive consideration of the judgment of the surrounding environment, the taking of monsters, and so on. Boss monsters are a deterrent, and when ordinary players see them, they must run away. It also limits the play and many are afraid to venture out. And now that the boss was decimated, the entire exam room was much safer. Even if you encounter an elite monster, you can still run if you can't beat it. Time slowly passed, and the candidates in exam room 88888, the hunting efficiency was much faster. And Tang Yun was even more in the lead. Tang Yun. Third class of the first middle school in Jiangbei City. It's only been 3 days since you entered the Void Realm? When Director Jean saw Tang Yun's message, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. My gosh, this Tang Yun is simply heaven-defying. Director Jean, what's his talent? Nan couldn't help but say. Tang Yun had made it this far, and both of them had already concluded that he was gifted. If I'm not wrong, he should be 100 times the growth rate of an S-rank talent. Director Kim said. What? 100-fold growth. Nan's mouth opened wide. 100-fold growth is considered top tier among S-class talents. Tang Yun is definitely an S-class genius. Director Kim was quite certain. 100 times growth means that his upgrade speed is 100 times that of others. Not only that, but there's also skill learning, which is also 100 times faster. Normally for people with a little bit of enlightenment, it takes 20 years for a basic skill to become a great success, while 100-fold growth takes only 2 months, or even less if the enlightenment is high. The same is true in terms of feats. In addition, the attribute growth of a person with this talent is also much higher than the average person for every one level up. We still have to look at the specifics of his talent introduction. Even with the same S-rank talent, there are differences in the subtleties. Most people also don't tell others exactly what their talent does. Director Kim was in a good mood and explained carefully. Nan was dumbfounded as he listened. He only knew that those geniuses were powerful, but he was not sure to what extent they could be powerful. Holy cow, this is too terrifying. No wonder everyone wants to be gifted. Nan marveled. Gifted people are 1 in a million. Basically all of them can go to college, not to mention S-class geniuses. Once they're born, they're all up for grabs. Previously, there was one in the Wanjiang province that was recruited by our first academy, and I didn't think that this time, I'd have a chance too. Director Kim was breathing heavily. If he could recruit such a student, the school would have a steady stream of rewards if the other party achieved something in the future. It's just that this kind of student is so hard to grab. I have a head start, I mustn't miss it. Director Kim thought and immediately made a phone call. Teacher Lee, you now immediately head to Jiangbei City and find Tang Yun's family. With strength like Tang Yun's, it wouldn't be long before everyone found out, and it would be too late to grab it then. 4 hours passed quickly. Tang Yun hunted at a rapid pace. Points reached a terrifying 4,000. The average reached 1,000 an hour. The first 4 hours are just the appetizer, the rest is the highlight. Tang Yun muttered. After all, it was only 10 points to kill a level 10 monster, but if you defeated a candidate, the points were just rubbing off. Chapter 42, the second stage begins. Points break 10,000. Of these monsters hunted, killing monsters of the same level is the only way to have a chance to pop attributes, otherwise there are only coins. After more than 2 hours of hunting, there were only about 70 level 10 monsters in total. In total, Tang Yun gained strength plus 5, intelligence plus 7, physique plus 10, spirit plus 6, and speed plus 0.3 ms. Also, there are 5 merit points. Congratulations, Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique has increased to 8%. Physical attack plus 80. Magic attack plus 80. Strength plus 8. Intelligence plus 8. Reminder, the second stage of the exam has begun. The test center is being reassigned to you, and you can end the exam at any time. You can give up at any time on the way to the exam. After all, if you are killed once, half of your points are plundered and have to be deducted again at the settlement. Basically, die once and only have a quarter of a point left. Theoretically, those with enough points from the first game can opt out of the second. But this is a paradox. Only those who are strong can get high scores in the first game again. The second one is even less likely to give up. Hint, there are 1,000 candidates in the current examination center. If there are less than 100 candidates, other examination centers will be merged automatically. 1,000? The hunt begins. Tang Yun headed in one direction. I'm only level 1 and have only 10 points. It's so ungrateful. I only lose half of my points by dying once, but if I traitorous my luck and pick up the slack, I might have a chance to go to college. One candidate pondered. There's a fight over there, I'll go check it out, maybe I can really pick up the pieces. The candidate was excited. Quickly, he sneaked after them. Only a flash of sword light was seen, and a player was directly killed. Mud, so useless, to be killed so quickly. The candidate was a little indignant. If the two men fought in a bloody battle, you and I, and the blood was at the bottom, he would have a chance. Why does that look so familiar? Candidates are somewhat confused. Anyone else? Tang Yun had just beheaded a candidate when he sensed movement in the surroundings. With a flash of his body, he came directly behind a large tree, and sure enough, he saw a man sneaking around. Tang Yun. You're Tang Yun? The candidate was baffled. Zhang Hai? Tang Yun also froze for a moment, not expecting such a coincidence that both of them could be grouped together in the province's 10 million candidates. Great, Tang Yun, I didn't expect you to be so good. You can help me, so I can go to college too. I won't forget you. Zhang Hai said excitedly. Heh, help you? Why would I help you? Tang Yun couldn't help but laugh out loud. We're classmates. It's only right to help each other. Zhang Hai hurriedly said. This was his only chance, and as long as Tang Yun helped him, there was a good chance he could go to college. In that case, help me. Tang Yun laughed. You're so powerful, you still need my help? Tang Yun, you can't be saying you don't want to help, right? Zhang Hai looked like I'm weak and unjustified. Right answer. Tang Yun sneered. You, no wonder. Zhang Hai seemed to be about to break out into curses again, but he couldn't wait for him to finish, as Tang Yun took him away with a sword. It's only so many points. Looking at the 5 points he had grown, Tang Yun couldn't help but spit. Ah! Tang Yun! In the examination room, Zhang Hai let out a roar. This candidate, please pay attention to discipline and don't disturb the others. If you give up the exam, you can hand in your landing glasses. In the reality exam room, the invigilator said. I'm not giving up. Zhang Hai said angrily, and after finishing, he once again landed on the Void Realm Examination Center. In this case, the fewer points you have, the less you will give up. Tang Yun. I won't let you go. Zhang Hai was furious. Ha? Level 1? Refresh on my face? Zhang Hai had just landed up when a voice came from not far away. Seeing the visitor, Zhang Hai also froze for a moment. He was discovered before he even had time to hide. Wait. Seeing that the other party was about to make a move, Zhang Hai hurriedly called for a stop. Wait your ass off. The man cursed and came up hacking. Zhang Hai was naturally not an opponent, not to mention his attributes being crushed. His own combat skills were basically equal to 0. 500 blood dropped without even a single slash from his opponent. Mud, poor guy, 2.5 points, wasting my time. The man spat and hurriedly looked for his next target. Zhang Hai died twice in a row, and his face was hard to see. The spirit is also a bit overwhelmed. Bastard! It's all Tang Yun's fault this. If he helped me, how did that guy kill me? Zhang Hai was furious. But how is he so good, level 10? It's only been a few days? Zhang Hai suddenly reacted. Gifted. He's gifted. God is so unfair. If he can be gifted, why can't I be? Just because he's handsome? The more Zhang Hai thought about it, the more angry he became, and he directly fainted. Send it to the infirmary. The invigilator said calmly. This kind of thing was commonplace, after all, death in the examination room. The punishment was not as severe as the Void Realm, but some people with poor physique would not be able to bear it if they died continuously. Killing is indeed much faster. Every kill is basically 100 points or more. Except for Zhang Hai. Tang Yun said silently. Now, he had more than 10,000 points. There were fully 50 people killed by him. Basically one cut. Unfortunately, it's starting to slow down now. Tang Yun was a bit sorry. In the examination room, every moment is engaged in battle, and when someone loses, their points are directly deducted by half. This makes it even more reckless to mess around looking for people to PK. Instead, those who won chose to hide or just quit the exam. Ha! 3 of them? While walking, Tang Yun saw a team of 3 people. Now there are people who are starting to band together. This is one of the strategies that are allowed. It's my turn this time. The shorter of the 3 spoke up. Okay. The other 2 nodded in agreement. They've worked together a few times and are fairly trustworthy. Soon, the 3 of them surrounded towards Tang Yun. Phew! At the same time, 2 skills flew over. Bone Shield. Tang Yun's Bone Shield easily blocked it. Ethereal Steps. After using Ethereal Steps, Tang Yun's speed soared to 103 ms. So fast. What a man he is. The 3 were horrified. Swish! Tang Yun killed one person with a single strike of his sword, and all of them in 2 strikes. Not bad, these 3 gave away almost 1,000 points. Tang Yun was quite satisfied. Although I have a lot of points, I guess I'm still a bit short if I want to take the top prize. Tang Yun pondered. There are a lot of geniuses in this world, and there are some top geniuses in the entrance exams. Their points can't be any slower than his. Early test center consolidation, so that's even better. Tang Yun said darkly. That one called Tang Yun is too fierce. He killed me with a single sword, and many others were beheaded by him. I doubt it, he has more than 5,000 points. In the examination hall, a group of people assembled, several of whom had been beheaded by Tang Yun. 5,000. So scary, kill him and go straight to a first-class university. The crowd was heartened. Not bad, but we are no match for him alone, we must join forces. Mud, I've already died once, basically hopeless college, spell it out. I'll fight too. There are so many of us, can't we kill him? All at once, more than 30 people, in unison, found Tang Yun. Chapter 43 Examination Center Merger. First Order. So much. Tang Yun was a bit surprised. Go! Get him! The crowd hissed, and several long-range skills were thrown in a swish. Bone Shield. Naya, he doesn't even take his shield off? How high is his defense? He has high physical defense and magic attacks can break it. Someone shouted. Tang Yun's physical defense now reached 350 without equipment. Magic defense is a little lower, but it's still 160. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen or so skills smashed down, but they couldn't break Tang Yun's bone shield. Sword Chi Ling Xiao. Shoo shoo shoo. The majestic sword chi surged, and the dozen or so people within range were directly killed in seconds. My chow, this is a monster. Run. I should never have messed with him. The crowd regretted it. Skeleton Ball. Death Charge. Tang Yun took away one person with a single skill, and when he rushed into the crowd, he even slashed one. The only pity was that the players had no equipment and could only pop him some coins. Also, it doesn't seem to pop skill points without new skills. As for the first order skill points, currently only bosses can pop them, and for the rest, you still have to feel your way around. It took 2 minutes total to kill over 30 people. It would have been faster if these people hadn't been scared out of their wits and bent on escaping. Unfortunately, it's only 1,000 points. These guys have been killed once and don't have many points. Step it up and merge the exam room quickly. Tang Yun was at full speed, killing on sight. The number of people taking the test has plummeted. There are still over 300 left. In 2 hours, basically, everyone settled for at least 3 lives. You're the demon they're talking about, aren't you? Tang Yun was looking for his next target when another person came walking head-on. Looking at its aura, it was quite strong. Player information can only be seen in nicknames and levels. Individual strengths and weaknesses are only known by hand-to-hand combat. But people who have seen a lot of things can usually tell something too. A level 10 player's blood level is at least 2,500, and a little more can reach around 4,000. Over 5,000 is a pretty good situation. Tang Yun estimated that this person's blood volume could exceed 10,000, definitely a genius level character. Demon? Tang Yun was slightly stunned. I'm guessing you want the exam room to merge, don't you? Jafansong laughed. Nice. Tang Yun nodded. Exam rooms with less than 100 people will be combined, and they will all be masters by then. More points too. To get first place, you have to merge. Otherwise the points would never have caught up. The people who are staying now, who have a good chance of getting into college, are basically hiding, and they're hard to find. Given-song said. Tang Yun naturally understood. Roughly 1 in 10 qualify for college, leaving only 300 or so out of 1,000. Eliminate some more and you're basically solid. Naturally everyone wants to protect themselves. At this rate, it's impossible for the examination centers to merge. Jafansong said. What do you come to me with? Tang Yun asked. You and I are joining forces. Your reputation has spread, so naturally no one dares to find trouble with you, and they even avoid you, but I'm different. As long as I strut around and become a target, there will definitely be teams that will jump out. Given-song said. Although he was strong, a few people joined forces and still had a chance. Many people wanted to put up a fight. After all, Jifan Song's points were not low. Killing him would basically secure a place in college. It's a solution, but fast. Tang Yun said. Naturally. Jifan Song chimed in. Once the other side falls for it and is resurrected, odds are it will spread, and they have to be quick. Yes, I promise. Tang Yun said. Great, I know a team. Jifan Song laughed softly. It was precisely after he had suffered a loss that he took the initiative to find Tang Yun. Soon, Jifan Song was strutting around the forest, even making quite a bit of noise. Tang Yun, on the other hand, hid in the shadows and observed. Within moments, 7 or 8 people rushed out, all of whom had obviously died once. Jifan Song's strength was good, but he couldn't hold back so many people. One skill for one person and he'd have to lose thousands of blood. After all, he didn't have the defense as well as the shield that Tang Yun had. Most people, too, learn just 2 skills. After all, you can't shoot too much, and skill acquisition takes a lot of time. Tang Yun! Jifan Song yelled. What? Several people were stunned. Not waiting for them to react, Tang Yun seemed like a man like the wind, whooshing over to kill. The 8 men were powerless, not even in the same league. So fast. Jifan Song was shocked. He had heard that Tang Yun was strong, but he hadn't expected it to be this strong. It's outrageous. Tang Yun could reach speeds of up to 100 meters per second, several times faster than a small car. The crowd simply couldn't react. Next. Tang Yun said. Yes. Jifan Song was no nonsense and made quite a bit of noise. Needless to say, Jifan Song was the meat and potatoes for those candidates. Kill it once, and you're basically going to college. In just half an hour, the personnel plummeted. Tang Yun had even killed over 100 people. The points came straight to 20,000. Jifan Song's points also went up by hundreds. Still not enough? Tang Yun frowned. After all, everyone has more than one life and can be resurrected after a kill. In this half hour, he eliminated the number of people was almost 50, which was already fast. The others, combined, were on par with him. There are currently about 200 people left in the entire exam room. There's no rush, they'll fight on their own if we don't make a move. Jifan Song said. Hearing him say that, Tang Yun was also instantly dazed. Currently, most of the scores throughout the exam room are concentrated in the hands of some powerful people. At first, everyone was living it up, trying to wait until the last minute to get out and make a big wave. But now, the numbers dropped right down to just 200. Naturally, not everyone scores over 800. The numbers continue to drop and they couldn't find a target if they tried. With their strength, it was naturally impossible for them to wait until the combined examination room. Once they merge, they're all ruthless and have even less of a chance. The two continue to strike, and sure enough, the numbers dropped faster and faster. Less than half an hour later, a voice came from the system. Alert, the current examination center is less than 100 people, merged to the main examination center. The current number of examination center, 35,847. 30,000 people? Very good. Tang Yun was a little excited. Almost 10 million candidates in the province of Manjungang. Thousands of people per test center, 10,000 test centers in total. So far it looks like over 300 test centers have merged, if not more. People who were originally in the exam room were randomly transported around. What luck, the prey is delivered to your door. Just as Tang Yun landed, a rather handsome-looking youth laughed. Bei Young Hian. Rank, 12 First Order. Grade 12? Tang Yun was a bit surprised. An empty conference room was filled with major college admissions offices. Anyone who can sit in this conference room is at least in a first-class university. Everyone's eyes were fixed on a huge screen. This Pei Jingxian is lucky, his points are already in the top 10, and after just killing one person, he actually sent another one to his door. This Tang Yun has over 20,000 points. More than 20,000 points without merging? This Tang Yun isn't ordinary either. So what, the First Order isn't comparable to the Foundation Order? The crowd pointed out. That's not necessarily true. Director Kim smiled slightly. Chapter 44 Grade E Talent Magic Tsunami. The points skyrocketed. Did Director Kim see something? A middle-aged man with thinning hair wondered. This person was none other than Ma Yongping, the enrollment director of Jianghai University's Wanzhong province. The rest of the group looked over. Director Jin was, after all, from the #1 academy in Imperial Capital, so he naturally received a lot of attention. I naturally see something, but Director Ma isn't going to steal someone from me, is he? Director Kim laughed. Director Jin means that he has his eye on this Tang Yun. At least it's the #1 school in Imperial Capital. Could it be that this Tang Yun is really something special? Strange, if it's really some genius figure, Director Ma would not know about it? The crowd was a little curious. After all, this was Ma Yongping's home turf, and many of the best candidates had long been contacted by Jianghai University. It's an honor for us to have Director Jin look at someone from our Wanzhong province, so naturally I wouldn't do such a thing. Ma Yongping couldn't help but laugh. All the people who were focused on, he knew them by heart, and he didn't care about the average genius. The name Tang Yun, which he had no impression of, was obviously quite common. That's good, everyone just watch. Director Kim said with a smile. The crowd sniffed and became more and more curious. After breaking the rank, all the attributes are increased, and the life value coefficient and attack power coefficient are also increased significantly. Generally speaking, a level 10 player with 5,000 blood could reach the 20,000 level after breaking rank. In all other areas, there are huge improvements. Be a good boy and let me kill it, don't waste time. Pei Jingxian smiled and swung his sword. Its speed was no better than Tang Yun's. Humph. Tang Yun snorted coldly and swung his sword to meet the attack head-on. Ding! The swords clashed with a crisp clash. Ha! After an exchange of blows, Pei Jingxian was a bit surprised. I have 4,000 attack power. He actually managed to equal me? Pei Jingxian's heart set off an uproar. First order? That's it? Tang Yun snorted. Seek death. Pei Jingxian's eyes changed and his feet flew. But he was fast, and Tang Yun was even faster. Ethereal steps activated, directly throwing Pei Jingxian out of sight. What? How could Pei Jingxian not expect Tang Yun to be faster than him? Bang! One sword hit. Instant 9,000 damage. How? Pei Jingxian was a little scared. He only had a total of 30,000 blood, which was a huge advantage over a player of the basic rank. But Tang Yun's sword was 9,000 damage. He's a little overwhelmed. Stop. I think we have some misunderstanding. Pei Jingxian shouted. Tang Yun naturally ignored it and attacked even harder. Damn it. Pei Jingxian was hard to resist. That's what you're forcing me to do. Ah. Pei Jingxian finished and let out a loud roar. Its voice shattered the heavens. Tang Yun was also shaken out by the sound wave. E-rank talent magic whistle. The louder the sound emitted, the higher the damage, and it has some control. In the conference room, someone explained. Pei Jingxian is not bad, there's still an E-rank talent, maybe he can bounce back. That said, this Tang Yun's strength is so terrifying that he's able to fight across the ranks. Director Jin's vision is naturally not bad, but Pei Jingxian still has a chance. The crowd murmured. This guy. Tang Yun was shaken and a little dizzy. At the moment, Pei Jingxian was still making noises. Tang Yun was unable to step forward. Skeleton ball. Tang Yun directly threw the skeleton ball. 25,914. Over 20,000 output for a skeleton ball. He now had 3 elemental bonuses that allowed for a 50% boost, as well as a 40% mind increase. That's what makes it such a horrible output. Reminder, points plus 25,400, current points 48,500. A skill smash? How much damage? In the conference room, the crowd was a bit surprised. It's impossible, it's reasonable to say that Pei Jingxian also has tens of thousands of blood. How did he die after only being slashed, plus a skill? A teacher curiously said. Could this Tang Yun's talent be a damage bonus? Ma Yongping wondered. A damage bonus talent? The damage of the skill skull ball isn't that high, so it's at least 5 times the bonus. Impossible. Another person exclaimed. Is there a possibility? Tang Yun's skill proficiency is extremely high? Director Kim laughed. The crowd quickly responded that it did. No matter what, to be able to fight across the ranks, this Tang Yun's talent is at least B rank. After all, his opponent is also the possessor of an E-rank talent. Ma Yongping said with some heartfelt emotion. Gifted people were already rare, and to be able to reach B rank, that was definitely considered the top batch. Pei Jingxian is a bit of a pity. The talent of Demon Tsunami, which is good in melee combat, is ineffective against long range. The crowd said with some regret. Forget about Pei Jingxian, look guys, Zhang Xiaoyun has another battle. A man exclaimed. Having said that, the other screen was put straight to maximum. Everyone stared at the two men on the screen. You're out of luck. Zhang Xiaoyun played with the longsword in his hand and said somewhat cozily. Damn, this person gives me the same feeling as that Tang Yun. Ji Fan's song was horrified in his heart. How could he not expect that he had only begun and met such a strong opponent? I'll give you 10 seconds to do whatever you want. Zhang Xiaoyun laughed. Are you serious? Jifansong was busy. Nature, 1. Zhang Xiaoyun raised a finger. Ji Fansong sniffed and rushed straight out. However, instead of striking out at Zhang Xiaoyun, he chose to flee. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't help but laugh. You made the best choice. 9, 10. After saying that, Zhang Xiaoyun chased after him in Ji Fansong's direction. Its speed can be described as terrifying. In a few moments, Ji Fansong was caught up. So fast. What monster? Faster than Tang Yun? Jifansong couldn't help but say. Who is Tang Yun? Also worthy of being compared to me? Zhang Xiaoyun snorted and instantly struck out. Ji Fansong couldn't resist at all and was directly killed in seconds. The people in the conference room were not too surprised to see this scene and seemed to be used to it. Zhang Xiaoyun is, after all, a top A-ranked genius whose strength is more powerful than some S-ranked talents. If he hadn't entered the Void Realm too late, I'm afraid he would have broken the rank long ago. Ma Yongping said smugly. This person was one of the geniuses he had discovered and had already signed a contract with Shanghai University. There aren't many geniuses of this level in the country. He didn't even want this level of genius to participate in the college entrance exams so that he wouldn't be missed. Unfortunately, this Zhang Xiaoyun had his own ideas. Zhang Xiaoyun. Director Jean was also very moved when he looked at it, but unfortunately, the other party had long been a person from Shanghai University. Zhang Xiaoyun is indeed powerful, and this Tang Yun can also kill Pei Jingxian in seconds. I just don't know who's better between these two. A good person wondered. Naturally, it's Zhang Xiaoyun. Ma Yongping laughed. That's not necessarily true. Director Jean immediately retorted. The two men went toe-to-toe, and the crowd looked on in amusement. Chapter 45 Terrifying Talent. Multiple growth. That's some impressive talent. Tang Yun sighed. With any talent, there is always an overabundance of it. Although there are artificial divisions of rank, they can sometimes exert power beyond their own class. Just this talent of the opponent, group control. At critical moments, it can be extremely useful. Of course, the shortcomings are obvious. Long range is possible to attack the opponent. Nearly 50,000 points now, but still not enough. There's still an hour left. Tang Yun's heart stirred. The entire exam room was more than 30,000 people, and it didn't take long to meet a rival. When the other party saw Tang Yun, they also hurriedly killed him. Naturally, he was easily taken care of. Good, now that's a lot more efficient. Continue. After killing one person just now, the points went up another 2,000, and now the points broke 50,000. He didn't know his ranking and could only raise his points as much as possible. This guy, why is the damage so high? Lost over 20,000 points in one go. We'll have to avoid him next. After Pei Jingxuan's death, he naturally did not give up. You know, he died once and now has over 20,000 points, which will have to be cut in half when the time comes. I've got to pick up the pace and make up for what I've lost. Pei Jingxian was like a gambler. The prey is at the door. Pei Jingxian was overjoyed and rushed over when he saw the person. When the other party saw the person coming, he actually didn't hide or avoid him, and just waited for him. You've got a lot of nerve not to run. Pei Jingxian laughed. Run? Do you deserve it? You really think you're invincible at the first level? The corner of Zhang Xiaoyun's mouth curled into a smile. Looking down on the first rank? You think you're Tang Yun? Pei Jingxian was infuriated and laughed. He just couldn't believe that he could meet perverts twice in a row. Tang Yun again? Jiang Xiaoyun wrinkled his brows. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Die for me. Ah! Pei Jingxian yelled. The talent was unleashed and Jiang Xiaoyun's face changed. There's a talent too? The moment he takes control, Pei Jingxian strikes instantly. Inside the conference room, the crowd sighed as they watched the two men on the screen. Pei Jingxian is too unlucky to have met two top geniuses in a row. If you die once more, you'll be left with just over 10,000 points, and you'll still have to deduct the final points. Luck is part of strength. Only to see the screen, Pei Jingxian struck out to attack Jiang Xiaoyun, and a set also knocked out a lot of blood. But Jiang Xiaoyun quickly reacted with full speed, catching Pei Jingxian off guard. Being slashed, Pei Jingxian exclaimed, "The damage is so high." He realized that with this slash from his opponent, he had dropped nearly 10,000 blood. It's a bit of a skill. Pity. Not enough. Jiang Xiaoyun attacked continuously and killed Pei Jingxian in 3 or 2 hits. Good grief. The crowd in the conference room couldn't help but say. Next they also set their eyes on the two of them, Tang Yun and Jiang Xiaoyun. The opponents that the two encountered along the way were almost always destroyed. Even if some of them possessed talent, they couldn't stop the two. Currently Jiang Xiaoyun has 120,000 points. Tang Yun has 80,000 points. The two are basically fighting for first and second place. I'm somewhat looking forward to the encounter between the two. I'm looking forward to it too. Ma Yongping laughed. It's true that the points are growing fast, but the others don't think they'll be slow either, and over 80,000 points still isn't enough insurance. It would be great if there could be another Pei Jingxian. Tang Yun said darkly. Finally found you, Tang Yun. A figure approached at lightning speed, and Tang Yun's pupils shrank, so fast. Jiang Xiaoyun? Who is this person that actually knows me? And specially came to find me? Tang Yun was a bit curious. You're that Tang Yun, the one who made Ji Fansong and Pei Jingxian both say they could match me? Jiang Xiaoyun laughed. Tang Yun also carefully observed the other party. Jiang Xiaoyun had a baby face and looked rather affable, but his eyes were sharp as if they were fierce beasts. The visitor is not good. After the other party spoke 2 names, Tang Yun became even more vigilant. How dare you come to the door without some skill? Looks like you're pretty confident. Tang Yun said indifferently. Confidence comes from strength, show me your strength. After Jiang Xiaoyun finished speaking, his footsteps flicked and he killed in the blink of an eye. Tang Yun swung his sword to resist, and for a moment it was indistinguishable. A little bit of skill. But not enough. After Jiang Xiaoyun finished speaking, his speed increased. How come so fast? Tang Yun was secretly shocked that his opponent's speed was above his. Critically, he could only be on par with his opponent when he used ethereal steps. But his opponent's base speed was already crushing him. Bone shield. Tang Yun couldn't avoid it and braced his bone shield to ward off the opponent's damage. As soon as the sword went down, the bone shield almost shattered. That's a 12,000 shield. The opponent's attack power was nearly 10,000. Inside the conference room, all eyes were glued. They finally waited for the most anticipated battle. So it seems that Tang Yun's strength is still inferior to Jiang Xiaoyun's. This Jiang Xiaoyun's various attributes are heaven-defying. Tang Yun is already very strong. If it wasn't for Jiang Xiaoyun, the top scholar of the Wanjiang province would have been him. It's a pity. Ma Yongping couldn't suppress the smile on his face. That's not necessarily true. Director Kim frowned. He still believed in his own deduction. In less than 3 days, from level 1 to level 10, killing bosses as if they were playing, such a person must be an S-rank growth talent. How could an S-class gifted person lose? Oh. Director Jean does have complete confidence in this Tang Yun. The smile on Ma Yongping's face was unabated. Director Ma, what exactly is this Jiang Xiaoyun's talent? An enrollment director couldn't help but ask. To tell you the truth, Jiang Xiaoyun's talent is exactly one of the categories of multiplier growth. And it's 30 times. Ma Yongping said. Multiple growth. A very common talent, except that most of them are just double and triple. 30 times growth, a ranked talent now. That's not right, 30 times growth shouldn't be this perverted. The crowd wondered. Ordinary 30-fold growth is just 30 times the upgrade speed and 30 times the learning speed, so naturally it's just an A-rank talent, but what if the 4-dimensional attributes are also 30 times as fast? What about a speed of more than 10 times? What do you all think? Ma Yongping's words were like a bomb, making the crowd unable to calm down for a long time. What? 30 times attribute growth? Impossible. How is it possible? The S-rank 100-fold growth talent appeared before, and the 4-dimensional attribute growth was only 10-fold. Speed grows 5 times. Director Ma, what you said is true. This is a newly emerged talent now. The level is considered S-class too. It's true that this talent has never appeared before, it's just a 30-fold growth, and according to the division, it belongs to an A-class talent, but I do think that this talent of his is already S-class. Specifically, we still have to see how the council side judges it. Director Ma said. Each new talent that appears will be delineated by a department under the Great Summer Council. So heaven-defying, no wonder Jiang Xiaoyan's output is so high, just by growth alone, at level 10, his strength attribute is at least 600. Not only that, the speed is almost 100 ms. It's unimaginable that he hasn't broken the rank yet. Another genius. A genius of this level, Director Ma, you can actually let him take the entrance exam. The crowd was in awe. Chapter 46 S-Class Genius? Crush. Not to mention S-ranked geniuses, generally B and a ranked talent, once discovered, the major schools also took in and said. So that others don't miss it. Within the province of Wanjiangxing, those middle schools, but wherever high-level talent is found, naturally the first time to contact some universities in Jianhai City. High-level talent, too, will be specially recruited in advance, without the need for a college entrance exam at all. Special recruitment has ended, only to find this seedling, the school within the intention to open the door of convenience, but this little guy does not want to engage in special, to be based on the strength of the test in, alas. Director Ma's face was smiling, but he still pretended to sigh. Jiang Xiaoyan is so perverted, it's not simple for this Tang Yun to last this long. Indeed, Tang Yun is at least A-ranked. Director Ma, with Jiang Xiaoyun, don't compete with us for Tang Yun. The crowd rushed. Oh, that's natural. Director Ma was a happy man and answered directly. No, Tang Yun is starting to fight back. A cry of alarm. Everyone watched intently once again. Tang Yun? Nothing more than that. What a disappointment. Jiang Xiaoyun stopped and played with the flavor. After an exchange of blows, he had the absolute advantage. Tang Yun had already lost quite a bit of blood. And he's still full of blood. His base speed, after all, was close to 100 meters per second. It was impossible for Tang Yun to use the ethereal steps all the time. Really think you're invincible? It's my turn. Tang Yun snorted. HM? Big talk, I'd like to see how you can fight me. Jiang Xiaoyun sneered. Faster with the use of the stance case. Almost 150 meters per second. Magic confinement. Tang Yun preempted it, dropping magic confinement directly where he was. Bang! Jiang Xiaoyun's figure came to an abrupt halt. 10,682. You! Jiang Xiaoyun's face sank. At the moment he couldn't move. The 3 styles of heaven splitting. Fire snake dance. Skeleton ball. 7,868. 16,646. 34,202. 7,896. A cracking heavenly triple stance slammed in, and now his cracking heavenly triple stance technique was not something that could be compared to before. The 3 general attacks plus the skill damage from the Rift 3 styles instantly dealt 82,404 damage. Plus Fire Snake Dance, Skull Ball. 37,842. 16,646. Hitting over 100,000 output in an instant. Jiang Xiaoyan's physique was about 650. Blood volume is at least 130,000. Even 200,000 blood. The various attributes are definitely boss level now. The horror. Terrifying. This Tang Yun used 4 skills in a flash. Not only that, but these skill proficiencies look extremely high. What's going on? Jiang Xiaoyun is being fixed, is this a spatial skill? How can it be fixed for so long? Generally speaking, control skills don't have that strong of an effect on bosses and players unless he's extremely skilled. The crowd watched Tang Yun's flurry of output and were directly stunned. Can it be that Tang Yun is going to win? Someone was surprised. Impossible. Jiang Xiaoyun is out of control, Tang Yun doesn't stand a chance anymore. Ma Yongping's face sank. In the middle of the screen, Zhang Xiaoyun's figure unfolded once again, dodging Tang Yun's next attack. Hateful. I didn't think you had it in you. Zhang Xiaoyun was furious. If it wasn't for his thick blood, he would have died. Is that all there is? Tang Yun laughed lightly. So what if Zhang Xiaoyun's attributes were higher? It was nothing more than brushing as a boss. With all the skills he has now, he can be killed with 1,000,000 blood. With no skills, I'll see how hard you can talk. After Zhang Xiaoyun finished speaking, his body swayed and struck again. No skills? Ethereal step. With the use of ethereal steps, Tang Yun's speed was still a hair above Zhang Xiaoyun's, while the opponent's stance skill was on cooldown. With the same speed, Zhang Xiaoyun wasn't Tang Yun's match at all, and was slashed twice in a row, dropping another 10,000 plus blood. Damn it! Zhang Xiaoyun was a bit angry. He clearly had attributes that crushed his opponent, but he had a feeling that he couldn't use his power. Stall him until he's finished. Zhang Xiaoyun didn't fight hard and waited for Tang Yun's ethereal steps to end before striking. My turn is up. Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes glowed red, bound to wipe out his former shame. Good. Zhang Xiaoyun got serious. During this time, Tang Yun has no skills. With his attack power, it's enough to take away in one set. Director Ma exclaimed. Tang Yun is already strong enough, but the opponent has too much blood, and he's only been in contact with the Void Realm for 3 days, alas. Director Kim said darkly. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. I'm a little curious as to what kind of talent Tang Yun has. The crowd had a feverish feeling. In the picture, Zhang Xiaoyun came crushing in with absolute speed. And Tang Yun looked like a lamb to the slaughter. The results, however, were a shock. Death charge. Zhang Xiaoyun wanted to crush with his speed, but Tang Yun's charging speed wasn't slower than his. After the hit, he lost a lot more blood. Polar Star Flash. Tang Yun raced to his back and slashed twice more. Zhang Xiaoyun was empty of power and had nowhere to vent it. Die for me. Finally, Zhang Xiaoyun seized the opportunity and danced around with his long sword in his hand, clearly a good skill. With his attack power, Tang Yun would have to lose quite a bit of blood if it hit. Space jump. In the next moment, Tang Yun appeared behind Zhang Xiaoyun again. Skeleton ball. Alert, points plus 68,000, current points 155,000. Good fellow, he has over 130,000 points. If he didn't take the initiative to look for me, the first prize winner is afraid to be his. Tang Yun was a bit surprised. There's still time, kill more. If there's still a genius like Zhang Xiaoyun, it won't be safe. After resolving Zhang Xiaoyun, Tang Yun continued to strike. It's just that he didn't realize how much attention his maneuvers had drawn. Win? Such horror. I thought Zhang Xiaoyun was perverted enough, but this Tang Yun is the one who's against all odds. How is it possible? Zhang Xiaoyun had 200,000 blood and lost? Ma Yongping was a bit in disbelief. Zhang Xiaoyun is very strong, with a total of 3 skills, and the body technique skill has even reached a grand completion. The other 2 are also minor accomplishments. But Tang Yun is too heaven-defying. Yeah, a total of 8 skills were used. Each of the proficiencies, I looked at them all to be at least a great success. It's really unbelievable. Director Jean, what exactly is this Tang Yun's talent? Someone asked. Needless to say, it's definitely S rank. Zhang Xiaoyun is already S rank, Tang Yun beating him is similar to an adult beating a child. Another person said. Director Jean was also too shocked to speak at the moment. He knew Tang Yun was strong and killed the boss in one set, but he hadn't seen so many skills at the time. Such a perverted attribute of Zhang Xiaoyun was unbeatable in front of him. I actually don't know Tang Yun's exact talent, but I'm speculating that it's 100 times the growth of an S rank. After all, he only entered the Void Realm 3 days ago. Director Kim said. These circumstances, if he didn't talk about them, the others could quickly find out and didn't hide them. What? It's only been 3 days. Chapter 47, Robbing People? The exams are over. To be precise, it's less than 3 days, that's why I said his talent is growing 100-fold, otherwise, it's impossible to upgrade so quickly. Director Kim said. Rank is not the key. The key is his skills. With so many skills, how much time does it take to learn them? According to the common saying, it takes 20 years for a basic skill to become a great success. A higher level of enlightenment would also take 10 or 8 years. First rank skills are even more so. Indeed. According to the hundredfold growth, it would take 2 months for a skill to become a great success. Of course, with his high level of enlightenment, it could be less than a week, but the point now is that he has too many skills. I doubt it's as simple as just growing a hundredfold. Maybe it's another new talent. Jiang Xiaoyan's 30 times growth is accompanied by attribute growth and the like. Maybe Tang Yun is 100 times experience growth, plus 1,000 times skill growth. Someone speculated. No matter what, he's definitely S rank. The hearts of the crowd were very hot. It's still a test, contact his family immediately. Ma Yongping dialed a phone and immediately ordered it down. The crowd also reacted and started a battle to grab people. Director Jean smiled faintly at the sight, and his people were afraid that they had already met Tang Yun's parents. So many people have finished early, why hasn't Little Cloud come out yet? Tang Xingyang stretched out his head and kept looking inside the examination room. The end of the 3 lives, or if you give up on your own, you will end the exam early. There are a lot of people like that. Logically, Tang Yun was only level 1 and should have been eliminated a long time ago. He didn't ask much of Tang Yun, he just didn't want him to get hurt. Uncle, Xiaoyan didn't come out, maybe there are other gains, the second stage of the exam, pick up a leak, maybe there is a chance to go to college. Tang Yuan laughed. Indeed there is such a possibility, didn't our school produce such a person before, although it is a pickup, but the ranking is enough, those schools can't reject it, at least there is a chance of awakening. Su Linlin also said. Pick up a leak? This kid doesn't have this kind of luck. Tang Xingyang exulted. Excuse me, are you Mr. Tang Xingyang? Suddenly, a tall beauty walked over with a pile of information and spoke with a sweet smile. I am, why? Tang Xingyang was a bit dazed. Your child, Tang Yun, has excelled in his performance and has been recognized by Director Jean of our school to be recruited into the school. This is the contract I brought with me and it needs to be signed by him in person. Li Chenlan always had a smile on her face. What? Fancy my little Yun. Tang Xingyang was overjoyed, but quickly reacted, that's not right, how could anyone fancy him? What school are you? Tang Xingyang was a little skeptical, it can't be that it's some kind of irregular school that tricks people into doing some unseemly deeds. The First Academy of Imperial Capital. Li Chenlan narrowed her eyes and smiled. The First Academy of Imperial Capital. Tang Xingyang was dumbfounded, there were still people who took the name of Imperial Capital's #1 academy and lied to people? Just look it up at random, right? You're the teacher of the admissions office of the #1 academy in Imperial Capital? Tang Yuan scrutinized. Not bad, you're Tang Yun's cousin Tang Yuan, right? You graduated from Castle Peak University. Li Chenlan said. They had a brief profile of Tang Yun, and naturally, they were clear about Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan sniffed, still not letting his guard down, I need to see your work license. Sure. Li Chenlan said, taking out her identification from the Imperial Capital's First Academy. Tang Yuan scrutinized it for a while before handing it over to Su Linlin. The two read it and were puzzled, it seemed to be true, but how could it be? Tang Yun had actually been spotted by the First Academy, and had come to his door to snatch him so quickly. This is a situation that they have only heard about. Uncle, the papers are real. Tang Yuan whispered. Ah, this. Xiaoyun he's being looked at by the Imperial Capital's #1 academy? Tang Xingyang was a bit confused. Mainly Tang Yun had only entered the Void Realm a short while ago, and he didn't even hold out much hope. It came to this. You guys really fancy my little Cloud? Tang Xingyang asked in a hurry. Mr. Tang, this is true, I received the notification and rushed over it the first time, which shows the sincerity of our academy. I think there should be other school heads coming over later, but please, Mr. Tang, give our academy a chance. Li Chenlan spoke very decently. Tang Yuan and the two heard Li Chenlan say this and were already somewhat convinced. What opportunity or not, you guys can look at my little Cloud, that's his honor, but this thing, still need his own opinion, or, let's wait? Tang Xingyang stabilized his mind and said. It's natural. Li Chenlan laughed. Tang Yuan, what level of talent do you think brother Tang Yun has if he can be seen by the First Academy and snatch someone in such a hurry? Su Linlin said with some curiosity. It's at least AB grade talent, I didn't realize that Little Cloud possessed a talent as well. Tang Yuan was a bit emotional. Is it hard to believe that brother Tang Yun wasn't joking when he said he'd take a top spot? Su Linlin suddenly thought. This is not so. He was looked at due to his talent, but it is still a bit difficult to take the top prize, although some of the top geniuses have been specially recruited in advance, but the remaining ones are not bad, and he has only entered the virtual world for 3 days. Tang Yuan whispered. We'll know when Brother Tang Yin comes out. Looking at the time that was almost over, Su Linlin had some expectations. Shang Zhe? Which exam room is your class, Tang Yun? Today is the college entrance exam. As the class teacher, Shang Zhe is naturally on vacation. I didn't expect to get a call from the senior director. Tang Yun? Director Zhu, what are you looking for Tang Yun for? Shang Zhe was a bit curious. It was the principal who asked, as if he was being looked at by some school to communicate ahead of time. Director Chu said. Fancy Tang Yun? Shang Zhe was surprised. What's wrong? Director Chu wondered. Tang Yun was the last day to communicate with the Void Realm. Shang Zhe was a bit confused. What? Director Zhu sniffed and exclaimed even more, can it be that he's some kind of top talent? Has it been reported before? Not. Shang Zhe was a bit headstrong, and it seemed that he had been remiss in his duties. There were too few students with talent. There hadn't been a single one in the first middle school for several years, and Tang Yun was on the verge of becoming a heavens abandoner, so how did he suddenly reverse to being a gifted person? It's really a bit unbelievable. Hold on, I've got a call coming in. Director Chu finished, connecting to other calls. A short while later, the call came in again. It's the people who came for Tang Yun again. Director Zhu opened his mouth, and Shang Zhe's heart snapped. This is a case of deja vu. Director Zhu sighed. Not bad, Tang Miaoying was like that before, and Tang Yun is none other than his brother, his own brother. Shang Zhe said. Tang Yun is Tang Miaoying's brother? I've remembered. In that case, the Tang family siblings, they're both extraordinary geniuses. Director Chu exclaimed. Tang Miaoying was looked at by the #1 academy in Imperial Capital in the first place. I wonder which academy is the one looking for Tang Yun. Shang Zhe wondered. Zhanghai University, Upper Beijing Apocalypse Academy. Director Chu said several names in a row, all of which were top universities. I wonder what kind of talent this Tang Yun has, only 3 days and he's being fought over by so many top academies. Shang Zhe said darkly. The melodious bell rang and the 8 hours of exam time finally ended. Outside the exam room, many parents were eagerly waiting. Tang Yun's family was even more eager to see. Out. Su Linlin had the sharpest eyes and instantly saw Tang Yun in the crowd. Chapter 48 Comparison of Top Academic Institutions. Yun. The crowd waved. Tang Yun naturally noticed them. Dad, Yuan, sister-in-law, go eat, I'm starving. Tang Yun urged. All day, just a little something in the morning. I've booked a hotel. Li Chenlan spoke. Tang Yun had long since noticed this pretty sister, but just didn't ask. Seemingly seeing Tang Yun's doubts, Li Chenlan continued, Hello, student Tang Yun, I'm Li Chenlan from the Imperial Capital's First Academy, and I sincerely invite you to join us at the Imperial Capital's First Academy. Here's the contract, why don't we talk about it while we eat? The First Academy of Imperial Capital. Tang Yun sniffed, and his entire body became much more energized. Tang Miaoying is from this very school. I didn't realize it was coming to my door so early. Yes. Tang Yun nodded. Soon, Li Chenlan brought the 4 of them to a luxurious hotel. Tang Yun, you've performed well in this exam, we're inviting you to join the school with special enrollment treatment. This is the contract, you can read it. Li Chenlan said, handing out the contract. Tang Yun took the contract and was about to check it out when someone barged into the box. Wait. A middle-aged, burly man spoke up, and behind him were 3 others, all holding something like a contract in their hands. Hello, Mr. Tang Yun, I'm Xiu Lu, the representative of Zhanghai University. You are also cordially invited to join us at Zhanghai University. Xiu Lu opened the door. I'm Luo Lingyue from the Heavenly Enlightenment Academy in Shangjing. I'm also here to invite you to join our Apocalypse Academy. A smartly dressed woman also spoke up. Zhanghai University. Shangjing Apocalypse Academy. Both top 10 schools. Tang Yuan and Su Linlin were shocked. They didn't understand just what kind of performance Tang Yun had given that had caused the several great universities to be so anxious. We are representatives of Aoyama University. The other two were busy. Sister Gong Meng. Senior Zhou Guan. Seeing the two, Tang Yuan and Su Linlin hurriedly got up. The two were precisely the graduates of Green Mountain University, which was not as good as Jianghai University and the like, but in the North River province, it was also ranked in the top 3. Tang Yuan, Su Linlin? What are you guys? The two were also a bit surprised. Are you guys here to invite Yun too? Tang Yuan asked. Not bad, what is your relationship? Gong Meng was curious. This is my cousin. Tang Yuan laughed. The two men sniffed and their eyes lit up. They had also just gotten the news to make sure to invite someone named Tang Yun, and no information was complete on anything. And the competitor is still the first school in Imperial Capital, the kind of Jianghai University. There's a sense of rushing the ducks. Now that there is this relationship, it seems to speak for itself. The visitor is a guest, please sit down, gentlemen. Li Qianlan smiled. Not at all displeased by the arrival of the others. A few people were naturally not polite. Tang Qingyang was still a bit confused, not knowing how Tang Yun had been favored by so many schools. Several of you have come to invite my brother, may we let our brothers talk first? Don Farrell said. Sure. Gong Meng and Zhou Guan nodded their heads in succession. Naturally. Li Qianlan and Qiu Lu had no objections either. It was only after the four left that Tang Yuan spoke. Little Cloud, every top-tier school, not only is it about awakening, but at the same time, the school itself is a huge power that holds a huge say in the game. The Mountain and Sea Group, which I'm currently employed by, is under the umbrella of Castle Peak University. Of course, even though I graduated from Castle Peak University, I won't speak for them. You join a school and at the same time you choose a faction. These schools are all top-tier academies, with the Imperial Capital's first academy being the first. But the competition inside is also very fierce, there's basically no shortage of geniuses, and the conditions offered are generally slightly lower than the other schools, unless they're particularly dazzling existences. The other thing is that, the water in Imperial Capital is deep, you may encounter a lot of things when you're over there alone, these are things you need to consider. Sister Myriad Shadows is an example of this. Tang Yun sniffed and nodded silently. The Heavens Revelation Academy in Shangjing also exists in the top 3, and the situation is similar to that of the first academy in Imperial Capital, with all sorts of worldly families and powerful people. You have to be careful when you go there. Our Wanjiang province, comparatively speaking, is much better, and we can take care of each other over here. In fact, I recommend you to choose Jianghai University. You can be valued by the #1 school in Imperial Capital. The conditions given by Jianghai University side will only be higher. Another advantage of choosing a school in your province is that your family will be taken care of. Tang Yuan's meaning was obvious, he wanted Tang Yun to choose Jianghai University. Regardless of whether it was the Imperial Capital or the Upper Capital, when the ordinary people went there, they could only do so with their tails between their legs. Otherwise you'll offend the powerful if you're not careful. Tang Yuan naturally knew more than him. Little Yun, Yuaner is right, I think, it's better for Jianghai University, you two brothers can still take care of each other. Tang Qingyang also spoke. The Tang Miaoying at the time had not hesitated to choose the #1 school in Imperial Capital, and had ended up in this situation. He doesn't want his children to repeat the same mistakes. Tang Yun sniffed and fell silent. Jianghai University was a good choice, but 5 years ago, he had wanted to follow in Tang Miaoying's footsteps and enter the #1 school in Imperial Capital. 2 years ago, after Tang Miaoying fell asleep, this idea of his grew stronger. It was only the inability to communicate with the void realm that turned his thoughts into vapor. Now that he has a chance to realize his dream, should he give it up? How is he going to find out the truth without going to the Imperial Capital? Tang Miaoying's unexplained slumber, her life hanging in the balance, is this just going to go away? He's not happy about it. Alas. Seeing this, Tang Yuan also understood Tang Yun's thoughts. It is for this reason that he said this. It was nothing more than not wanting Tang Yun to travel to the Imperial Capital and strike a stone with an egg. The Void Realm had descended for 300 years, and the Great Summer had existed for over 600 years. Both old and new forces are deeply rooted and intertwined. Even some of the top talent possessors would find it difficult to break these shackles. Brother Tang Yun, it's what you think that counts. Su Linlin, however, encouraged. Well, I know, thanks father, sister-in-law. Tang Yun nodded. Soon, the 4 Li Qianlan came in, and at the same time, there were representatives from other schools rushing over. I choose the Imperial Capital's first academy. After the crowd entered, Tang Yun made a direct choice. Li Chenlan wore a smile on her face, as if she had already expected it. Mr. Tang Yun, don't you want to look at our conditions? Xiao Lu Dao. No need, I just want to go to the Imperial Capital's first academy. Tang Yun was resolute. In that case, we won't force it anymore. Xiao Lu Dao. The top academies were never short of geniuses, and after being rejected, they naturally wouldn't force them to stay. When the crowd saw this, they didn't say anything more, but just shook their heads and sighed. Don't worry, the Imperial Capital's first academy won't let you down. Li Qianlan laughed. Chapter 49, Climbing the Heavenly Stairs Again. Second Pass. This contract is just a special recruiting contract on the surface, but in reality, your contract needs to be approved by someone above the vice dean and has a non-disclosure agreement. After dinner, Li Qianlan talked to Tang Yun alone about the contract. She was naturally aware of the S rating given by Dean Kim. But specifically, the top brass has to make the call. Yes. Tang Yun nodded. Don't worry, we'll have the results as soon as tomorrow, so I'll leave your family alone. Li Qianlan smiled and said. After Li Qianlan left, Tang Yuan's mood was a bit heavy, still didn't manage to dissuade Xiao Yun. What's there to advise? I think brother Tang Yun is the right choice. He's still young, isn't it good to do things the way he wants? Not letting himself regret it. Su Linlin, however, was not impressed. Tang Yuan shook his head. Although Su Linlin was not from a prominent noble family, her family's conditions were quite favorable, not something he could compare to. It also made her more simple and everything to her liking. If it wasn't, it wouldn't support him in everything. Eldest uncle, Little Cloud, will rush back to Jianghai tonight. If anything happens on Sister Miao Ying's side, feel free to contact me. After eating, Tang Yuan was also going to depart. Farther, you've been worried about myriad shadows. Tang Qingyan was quite pleased. That's the way it should be, and besides, Little Cloud, since you've made a decision, face everything in the future well. If there's anything, you can look for me. Tang Yuan solemnly said. Thank you, Fargo. Tang Yun was grateful in his heart. After the family said their goodbyes, Tang Qingyan drove Tang Yun home while he himself continued to be busy. Along the way, father and son didn't communicate much. When I got home, I turned on my phone and there were a bunch of messages from the group. There is no one more striking than Zhang Hai. Tang Yun is a exam met me, and not only did he not help me, he even killed me. This dog. Zhang Hai cursed angrily. What do you mean? You guys met? Strange, isn't Tang Yun also level 1, how did he kill you? It's a bit unorthodox, but for the sake of points, it's normal, right? Ha, you two rookies have nothing to say to each other. You guys don't know, Tang Yun is already level 10. He clearly could have helped me. I've begged him, not only did he not help me, he even dropped a stone, hateful. Zhang Hai was furious. What? Tang Yun is level 10? Really? The class was surprised. It's only been a few days and you're actually level 10? You're looking at it wrong, aren't you? Must have misread it, it's normal to rename. It's impossible to be wrong, even if you rename him, he looks so much alike, and besides, he's admitted it. Zhang Hai said angrily. Holy! Such great news, where's Tang Yun? At Tang Yun. Come on out, Tang Yun. At Tang Yun. Is it hard to be some kind of genius? At Tang Yun. At this moment, Tang Yun naturally ignored them. I heard that a lot of school representatives came outside one of the examination centers today, is it possible that it's for Tang Yun? Squad leader He Kun suddenly said. Is this for real? It's so awesome. No way, Tang Yun is taking off? Holy, he was still a heavens abandoner before, how did he reverse it so quickly? He's not going to be first in his class this time, is he? Good talent at best, but it's only been 3 days, it's still impossible to surpass Zhou Yan and Fang Tao. The crowd murmured. Have you guys got it wrong? The point now is that Tang Yun killed me. He didn't care about the slightest bit of classmate friendship. It's just a. Zhang Hai was furious. You have such a foul mouth, I want to kill it too, ha. Someone scoffed. Ha ha. The group chat got hot all of a sudden. Many people speculated about Tang Yun's talent. To be madly sought after by universities and to reach level 10 so quickly, one must be gifted. Zhang Hai not only scolded him in the group, even sent him a message. Killing you once is less. Given the chance, I don't mind killing you once in reality. Tang Yun returned a message and directly deleted the other party. Zhang Hai is just a jumped-up clown, and when he goes to the imperial capital, there will only be more of this kind of thing. Tang Yun said darkly. Where in the game do you not kill people? Various resources are up for grabs, and if you're not careful, you'll get into trouble with the enemy. Those people don't just screw you in the game, they get picked on in reality as well. This was the reason why Tang Yuan advised him to stay in Wanzhong province. Strength. I'm going to continue to raise my strength. Once I awaken, I'll have the power to defend myself. Tang Yun was incomparably hungry for power. Void Realm, Elite Training Camp. It's time to break into the heavenly ladder again. Tang Yun left the training hall and headed for the heavenly staircase. Alas, Chu Lord and Xia Sankai have left, and now the demon pupil is high on the list. The first magic pupil is 36 layers, and the second place is only 30 layers. Mard, is it hard to be mocked by those grandsons from the Taintadine country again? On the heavenly staircase square, the crowd was talking. Tang Yun's arrival also drew a lot of attention. It's him! The ancient avatar exclaimed. Who? Someone wondered. Feng Yun. The first time he broke through the heavenly ladder, he passed the 26th floor, and is rumored to be the one who can surpass the demon pupil. The white coat suddenly became excited. What? Transcendent magic pupil? Really? I was there when he broke through the heavenly stairs last time. He does have a chance to surpass the demon pupil. Ha, what kind of thing can surpass Lord Demon Pupil? Demon Pupil Miner sneered. So it's only 26 floors, if you didn't know, you'd think it was 36? Demon Pupil 2 also said in a conspiratorial manner. Don't bother with the two jumping clowns, they wouldn't dare to fight them alone. Someone said. The elite training camp belonged to the more advanced novice villages, so naturally, trouble was not allowed. However, a duel can be fought by mutual consent. The crowd had long been looking at them with disdain, but the two were just disgusting people and didn't want to duel at all. If you have the ability to find Lord Demon Pupil for a duel. He said that anyone can come, but I'm afraid you won't dare. The Demon Pupil trumpet said proudly. A bunch of stinky fish and shrimps, how dare they seek a duel with Lord Demon Pupil? Ha ha. Demon Pupil 2 chimed in. Tang Yun sniffed and merely glanced at the two of them before beginning to climb the heavenly ladder. Feng Yun. Go for it. The ancient avatar exclaimed. Yes. Tang Yun turned around and nodded slightly. I wonder how many floors I can break through this time. Tang Yun had some expectations. Each additional level provides an additional training opportunity. Wielding the legendary Polar Shadow Sword and wearing the epic Banshee battlesuit. Levels 1 through 10 all pass in seconds. This speed also stunned many people. Worthy of Feng Yun, much faster than last time. It feels like he's improved a lot. Will there be a chance to ascend above the 30th floor? The first 10 floors are just nothing, it's only really fast after 20 floors. The two demon pupils began to scream again. It didn't take Tang Yun long to get from the 11th floor to the 20th floor. Soon 21 floors. Last time, he had spent a lot of time on the 21st floor. This one, however, passed with ease. He now has a physical attack of 8,782. Magic attack 6,960. The Polar Shadow Sword also increases damage by 30%, plus 40% damage increase from the mind. 1 slash is 20,000 plus output. If it's a blitz, it's even better. Levels 21 through 25 are also easy to get through. The various skills of the gatekeeper are all at the entry level. But Tang Yun was an extreme realm skill. And all the attributes were crushing. 26 levels and skill at the consummate level. Previously, Tang Yun had also fought hard and eventually collapsed on the 27th floor. But now 26 floors. 27 floors. Effortless. In a few moments, the 30th floor went straight through. At this speed, he directly shook off the demon pupil and the others by a large margin. Stunned a crowd. Chapter 50, 40th floor. Endless mode. 30 floors. This is 30 floors? That's too fast. How can he be so fast? That's too much, doesn't he have to rest? Yeah, mana, life points don't need to be restored? The crowd was directly confused. This speed, it far exceeds the demon pupil. It's simply invincible. I was a bit skeptical at first, but now I realized that I was out of the loop. I would call Feng Yun the strongest. In that case, the demon pupil is nothing. The crowd had a sense of raised eyebrows. Humph. What's the use of being fast? 30 floors or more is the hard part. You Shrimp Nation people, not a single one of you is above the 30th floor right now. I bet he can't even pass the 31st floor. The two demon pupils mouth off. Just as the words fell, Tang Yun had already stepped into the 32nd floor. 31 floors, and actually a speed pass as well. Ha ha. 31 floors. Good job, Feng Yun. Awesome. Invincible. Invincible. The crowd was excited. 32 layers. Tang Yun's opponent had already achieved great perfection in all of his skills and was powerful in terms of attributes. The difficulty of the heavenly ladder is indeed not small, that Zhang Xiaoyun is afraid that he won't be able to pass the 31st floor either. Tang Yun pondered. Although Zhang Xiaoyun's basic attributes were high, his combat skills were a mess, and his skills were only 3, and his proficiency was at most greatly accomplished. Great perfection proficiency is really good, but it's still not enough. Tang Yun broke through several layers in a row. At the 35th level, the opponent's life value reached 150,000, and all of his basic skills were all great. Even so, it only took Tang Yun some time to pass. After resting for a few moments, you officially step into the 36th floor. 36-tier opponents with skills that have finally reached the extreme. But only bodywork to that extent. However, it also brought some pressure to Tang Yun at the same extreme realm. The other party was clearly more skillful. It's as if it's been hammered 1,000 times. Tang Yun reaped the rewards. My god! Is it really going to surpass the demon pupil? With the time he's taking, if he passes the 36th floor, he'll be number 1. It's definitely going to be super. Magic pupil is a piece of. How dare you dare to insult Lord Demon Pupil? The difficulty of the 36th floor is simply not comparable to the 35th floor. The wind and clouds are surely. Before the words even left his mouth, Tang Yun had already arrived at the 37th floor. The heavenly ladder was directly ranked first. The demonic pupil, who had also passed the 36th floor, was second because of his time ranking behind Tang Yun. Everyone in the heaven staircase square boiled over. Devil's Pupil Small and Devil's Pupil 2 directly left in ashes. Tang Yun made it all the way through, and even though it took a lot of time, he still came to the 40th floor. The 40th floor is not the end. No matter how strong the opponent was, he was only reaching the extreme realm of basic skills, and his techniques were out of this world. Tang Yun defeated him after some study. Hint, the current ladder has reached the highest level. Do you want to continue the challenge? Continuing the challenge will open the endless mode. Endless mode? Tang Yun froze slightly and didn't make a choice. Because he needs to rest and get back in shape. Jesus. Geez. I can't believe it's already 40 floors. The highest in Dasha is 40 floors. No. I've heard that the highest the ladder goes is 40 floors. What exactly is Feng Yun? By no means is he a nobody. I don't know, this kind of person's information is hidden to death, ordinary people don't even know about it. Feng Yun's name shook the entire elite training camp. It has even spread to reality. It was just that no one had the ability to pass through the virtual realm and lock onto Tang Yun in reality. After all, no one knows his nickname except himself. Unless you or someone close to you is exposed, the Void Realm is still relatively safe. Turn on endless mode. Tang Yun chose to continue the challenge. Swish swish swish. The challenge opened and 10 opponents appeared in a flash. All of them are extreme realm skills. Boom. 10 skeleton balls smashed in at the same time. Polar Star Flash. Instantly kills behind one person, dodges the attack, and the damage hits all 3. Magic Confinement. Fire Serpent Dance. A set of skill output that instantly kills one person. But the other 9 weren't idle either, striking out. Not only did they have Tang Yun's 5 basic skills, they also had their own basic skills, all of which were equally extreme. The strength can be overpowering. Moreover, Tang Yun had just killed one person and quickly replenished an opponent. Bone Shield. Space jump. The opponent was coming on strong, so Tang Yun could only put up his bone shield and block a wave of attacks, then space jumped and flashed behind one person. A flurry of output kills one more person. But that man had just died, and once again a man was added, and his opponents were always 10. Tang Yun hastily parried and was hit with a number of knives. It was too difficult to fight 1 against 10, and the key opponent was not low in strength. All are capable of threatening his existence. Caught in the act, a set can kill you. However, Tang Yun's output was still strong, and with a few first-order skills in tow, he wasn't going to lose the battle. Ding ding ding. The swords and weapons roared. Tang Yun blocked a lot of the output, only his blood level was still dropping. Critical blue drops fast. After killing 6 enemies, Tang Yun gradually became unsupported and lost to the opposing team's siege. I give up. At the critical moment, Tang Yun chose to give up and not die. When he came back to his senses, he had already appeared at the 40th floor of the heavenly ladder. Looking down, there was quite an aura of a king's presence in the world. It's over. 40 floors passed. The 40th level of wind and cloud. It's horrible. The first time he broke through the heavenly ladder was 26 floors, and the second time, he actually went straight to 40 floors. It's unbeatable. Absolutely unprecedented. Everyone looked at Tang Yun and couldn't help but marvel. Step by step, Tang Yun's heart was filled with infinite grandeur. The path he will take in the future. No one can stop it. Elder Brother Bai, when those people said that he couldn't compare to Demon Pupil, now it seems that Feng Yin never put those people in his eyes. The ancient avatar couldn't help but marvel. Such a character, naturally, not anyone can fall into his eyes. A bunch of jumping clowns only. The white coat laughed. As the crowd listened, a few of them couldn't help but lower their heads. When they didn't know the identity of the demon pupil, they were also incomparably fanatical, and had even disparaged Tang Yun. Now it seems to be my own short-sightedness. Where are the magic pupils? Why aren't there any magic pupils? Magic Pupil Jr. and 2 aren't here, where's Magic Pupil Big? You can have a 3rd and a 4th, too? I guess the gray rolls back to the Taintedine country. The crowd laughed out loud. Who says we're not, huh? Between the laughter of the crowd, several figures came from below. It was the devil's pupil himself. A pair of dark eyes that always seemed so out of place. Lord Demon Pupil is just invincible. That's right, what's a heavenly ladder? If you have the ability to do it for real. A few small demonic pupils still screamed. 40 floors? Feng Yun. The devil pupil stared at Feng Yun, and the aura on his body was chilling. To be able to ascend to the 40th floor, you are indeed worthy of being my opponent. Feng Yun, do you dare to fight? The devil's pupil's voice was cold. What kind of a thing are you, a mere 36th floor, and you're worthy of challenging Feng Yun? That's right, what kind of goods dare to clamor? Why don't a bunch of gutter creeps go to hell? Without waiting for Tang Yun to speak, everyone was hurling insults. When the devil's pupil had just taken the first place, that arrogance was still fresh in many people's minds. After that, those magic pupil trumpets were even more clamoring every day. A rage filled everyone's heart. Chapter 51 Challenge. The ability of the magic pupil. Shut up. Bunch of trash. Are you Xiao people that weak? You don't even dare to fight me head-on? Devil pupil coldly said. You're the trash, a mere 36th floor, how dare you clamor for 40th floor? That's right, let's go past level 40 first. Get lost and don't humiliate yourself. The crowd lapped up the output. The Shrimp Nation is just scared. What's a ladder? It's all fake, only actual sparring is real. Magic Pupil Trumpet followed suit. Humph, shrimp countrymen are just too wimpy to dare. Demon Pupil 2 chimed in. What followed was a war of words between the two sides. It's not impossible to fight you, just what's in it for you? Tang Yun laughed. Benefits? Demon Hitomi frowned. Good, why would I do something that doesn't benefit me? Tang Yun spread his hands. Good. If you win, I'll give you 100 gold coins, but if you lose, kneel before me and be a groveling dog. Devil Pupil coldly said. Who are you looking down on, 100 gold coins and you dare to call it that? What the hell? That's right, at least 200. What 200? Dignity is priceless, 1,000 to bestow some lessons. The bets just aren't equal. If you lose, I'll make you a dog, and if you win, it's only 100 gold coins. Do you think people are little cuties? Tang Yun didn't even need to speak before someone chided in for him. Good. What are you going to do? Devil Pupil said angrily. You're going to lose 1,000 gold coins. No second price. If you win, count yourself lucky. Otherwise, no negotiation. The white coat shouted. My lord, that's not fair. Magic Pupil Minor hurriedly said. Now you're the one who wants to argue about the date, we're not forcing you. Just forget it if you don't want to. You dirty guys, aren't you arrogant, just this guts? That's right, don't you think you're bound to win? What? Scared again? There was a flurry of mockery from the crowd. Devil Pupil was furious. Good. Wait. The white coat added. What more do you want? Demon Pupil said angrily. Take out the gold coins first. Who knows if you villains will renege on your debt? The white coat grunted. Baka. The magic pupil trumpet was so angry that it spiked his mother tongue. Wait. Not long after, the magic pupil really did pull out 1,000 gold coins. Tang Yun couldn't help but give the crowd a thumbs up. 100 gold coins was 1,000,000, it was already beyond his expectations. I didn't expect the crowd to bargain to 1,000 gold coins. That's a lot of money. As a matter of fact, he also wanted to spar with Demon Pupil. Many people speculated that the other party was an S-rank talent, and he was eager to see who was stronger when the S-rank talent was compared to his own. See you in the dueling arena. The devil's pupil's voice was icy cold. Yes. Tang Yun wasn't the least bit vain. A crowd of people followed behind, heading towards the dueling arena with great vigor. Soon, the two stepped into the dueling arena and could only leave if a winner was decided. Lord Demon Pupil, kill him. These shrimp countrymen must be trampled underfoot. The two demon pupils continued to scream. The demon pupil is a piece of, not even worthy of mentioning Feng Yun's shoes. Hurry up and die. The idiot who paid $10 million for a date, if he doesn't die, who will? The crowd also screamed in chor. Said. In the dueling arena, the two had already finished preparing. Feng Yun, I admit that you are very strong, but I, demon pupil, am the strongest in the world. I will defeat you in front of everyone and trample you under my feet. Devil Hitomi swore. Oh, don't forget, you're only on the 36th floor of the heavenly ladder. Tang Yun raised an eyebrow. Humph, what's a heavenly ladder? My talent is just that I'm not good at climbing heavenly ladders. If we're talking about actual combat, no one is my match. Magic Pupil was confident. Tang Yun was curious as to what kind of talent the other party had. It seems like you have a lot of confidence in your talent. Tang Yun tried. Feng Yun, you don't need to try, my talent is unrivaled in the world. There's no need to hide it from anyone. The devil pupil said loudly, my talent is the devil pupil. It's been rated as an S-class talent. S-rank talent. This demon pupil is really an S-rank talent. This is a top-notch talent. I've never heard of it before, is it possible that it's a new one? So what if it's an S-rank talent? Feng Yun must be an S-rank talent as well, or else he wouldn't be able to ascend to the 40th floor. That's right, Feng Yun is still the strongest. The crowd chimed in. You Shrimp Kingdom people don't understand the strength of Lord Demon Hitomi. That's right, Lord Demon Pupil's magic attack coefficient is 20 times that of an ordinary person. Just this is enough to crush you guys. The magic pupil trumpet gave a horrible message. The magic attack factor is 20 times that of an ordinary person? That's 200 times the magic attack factor. Tang Yun was slightly startled. 1 point of intelligence on the other side is 200 magic attacks. At level 10, he's at least 25 intelligence, and that's 5,000 magic attacks. Plus some feats, treasures that additionally increase intelligence, and equipment. 100 intellects is not hard. That is to say, the magic attacks of the magic pupils were all at least 20,000. With such a terrifying attack power, no wonder it dared to be so arrogant. Holy! This guy is so sick? This Nima, the attack power casually broke 10,000. Can Feng Yun be a match? Hard to top, but should be able to. Any S-class talent can't be bad. The crowd is getting a little worried. Is that enough to be surprised? What's even more surprising is yet to come. What's 200 times the magic attack factor? Magic pupil's ability can be more than that. Devil Hitomi snorted. Any attack I make comes with 100% magic damage. Magic pupil took the initiative to burst out his natural skill. Naya, any attack comes with it? Punch. Skill. This is indeed sick. Key, this guy has high magic attack. A random hit is tens of thousands of damage. Off the charts. How can this be fought? The crowd was panicked. The magic pupil trumpet was even more clamoring. Any attack comes with it, it's stronger than the Banshee curse. Tang Yun said darkly. Banshee's curse just has magic damage attached to the pummel. But how much damage can this guy's skills also be attached to, flat out? Is this an S-rank talent? It's really strong enough. Tang Yun instructed himself in his heart not to underestimate anyone. Go, Demon Flame. Demon Hitomi waved her staff and a ball of demonic flames came rushing in. With just a single stroke of his sword, Tang Yun chopped the demonic flames to pieces. Then bullied his way up. Boom! The sword collided with the staff, sending out fierce sparks. With this strike, the two were equal. This sword of mine is nearly 30,000 output. It looks like his magic attack is about the same. One exchange of hands and Tang Yun already had a judgment. Humph, you do have some strength. Magic Hitomi wasn't surprised. After all, it was simply impossible for Tang Yun to pass the 40th floor of the heavenly ladder without some strength. Just sensing Tang Yun's strength, he seemed even happier. Unfortunately, you met me. Next, I will kill you with one move. A haunting aura emanated from the devil pupil's pitch-black eye sockets. You talk too much crap. Tang Yun was on guard in his heart. Oh, and did I tell you about the third ability of the magic pupil? Devil pupil Jie laughed. Chapter 52 Unstoppable? Tang Yun's strength. What? This demon pupil actually has a third ability? It's too perverted. He thinks he can kill Feng Yun in one move. What exactly is his ability? It can't be, Feng Yun is a 40th tier. Theoretically, it's hanging him. But this demon pupil is also too confident. The crowd was puzzled by Demon Hitomi's confidence. The reason I haven't made a move yet is to see how strong you are. Devil's pupil continued. Then you look good. Tang Yun's eyes changed as ethereal steps activated. The speed reaches 140 ms. It was so fast, it was flying. So fast. This is the strength of Feng Yun. No wonder it's possible to pass the 40th floor. Feng Yun is so strong, what makes demon pupil arrogant? The crowd marveled. When the devil pupil saw this, his expression changed, obviously not expecting Tang Yun to be so fast. He wasn't too bad, hastily bracing himself with a crystal black shield. Tang Yun's sword was blocked by the crystal black shield. My turn. Magic pupil Soul Eater. Demon Hitomi bellowed and unleashed her pupil technique. At the moment, his pair of demonic eyes were like rotating black holes that could absorb everything. Boom! Tang Yun only felt the heavens spinning and was instantly struck. Over 40,000 blood dropped in one fell swoop. My pupil art is irresistible. Go to hell! Devil pupil bellowed. How can that be? My pupil technique can directly deal 100% magic damage, and with the additional damage, it can instantly decapitate someone whose blood level is below 200% of my magic attack. You actually didn't die? Your blood level. After using his pupil technique, Tang Yun remained intact. The demonic pupil froze. This pupil art, it's really weird. It seems like it really can't be resisted? It can only be hit? Tang Yun was somewhat alarmed. If it wasn't for the Banshee's battle clothes, which resisted 20% of the damage, he would have had to lose over 50,000 blood. The key to this strike is not defensible. Impossible. Your attack power is so high. So fast, and your blood level can be so high? Devil Hitomi couldn't believe it. A frog at the bottom of a well. Tang Yun sneered. This ability of the opponent was truly powerful, and it could be said that it restrained all players who took the high attack route. However, in Tang Yun's opinion, Magic Pupil was a super high burst mage. And it's a mage with a huge decimation value. This ability is great, but it's just afraid of blood cow tanks. As long as the life value was high enough, there was no fear of this ability of the Magic Pupil. My god, the demon pupil still has this kind of ability. Thanks to Feng Yun's thick blood. At least tens of thousands of blood. I thought he went the sensitive attack route, but I didn't realize the blood quantity was so high too. The crowd was shocked. Humph, I don't believe how much blood you still have after you took a hit from me. Eat another one of my skills and you'll die. The magic pupil remained confident. Finished? My turn. Tang Yun snorted. He hadn't moved at all, it was just to see what the demon pupil was capable of. Now that you know, there is no point in wasting time. Skeleton ball. A skeleton ball blasted out, forcing the demon pupil to adjust his position. Death charge. During this time, Tang Yun instantly killed. Too late to deliver his last words, Demon Hitomi died in the dueling arena. This guy has really high magic attacks. The talent bonuses are all on the output side. This also led to the fact that the demon pupil's blood was simply not enough. Probably a lot more than the average player. But in front of Tang Yun's terrifying output, it simply wasn't enough. Without shields, a single skill can kill in seconds. Win. So fast. This demon pupil blows so much that he can't even catch a single skill? Is there a possibility that Feng Yun is too perverted? The crowd couldn't help but marvel. One of the magic pupil's abilities is stronger than the other. Especially the last pupil technique, not many of the people present could block it. In addition to the pupil technique, the other abilities of the magic pupil were actually not bad. There are even high shield type skills. It's still a little hard to beat him. Nay, he met Tang Yun. Congratulations, you have slain the demon pupil and gained the black blood magic staff, intelligence plus 10. Actually exploding attributes from players? Tang Yun was a bit surprised, this was the first time something like this had happened. Every gifted person has their own abilities, I must be cautious. Tang Yun was always alerting himself. The last time he encountered Jiang Xiaoyun, his various attributes were also heaven-defying. Just by looking at the attributes, except for the demonic attack, Jiang Xiaoyun crushed the demonic pupil. If the two had fought, it would have been really hard to tell. But for Tang Yun, dealing with the demon pupil was quite a bit simpler than Jiang Xiaoyun. Happy to get 1,000 gold coins, plus the previous one, it's close to 1,200 gold. Another copy of the 7-star purple lotus fruit can be purchased. Tang Yun was a little excited. There are still 20 elite points. Being able to train 20 times, there will be another wave of boosts when the time comes. There were only 14 elite points from tier 27 to tier 40, but he killed 6 opponents in endless mode, giving him 6 more elite points. Ignoring the seething crowd, Tang Yun headed directly to the training hall. Unbeknownst to him, the name of Feng Yun was silently spreading throughout the Grand Xia. Baka. In the real world, Demon Pupil stormed out. Lord Demon Pupil. The two minions were horrified. Find out about this Feng Yun for me. I want to know who he really is. The genius of Grand Xia must die. Devil Pupil said viciously. Lord Demon Pupil, this Feng Yun is very careful, we've questioned many people and none of them know his identity, and it's hard to find out since he hasn't revealed his talent. Magic Pupil Trumpet said. I fought him, and his talent is probably multiplicative growth or something like that. All the attributes are well balanced. Also his skills are very hard to dodge, so it's obvious that the proficiency is extremely high, check towards that. Magic Pupil said. He fought Tang Yun, naturally, not only to save face, but also to probe the bottom of the barrel, realistically finding him and killing him. That's their main purpose. Yes. The two men nodded their heads in unison. Besides, that Liu, hasn't he gotten Tang Miaoying here yet? Demon Pupil said angrily. My lord, this guy is not doing his job well, should we knock him around? Demon Pupil 2 said. Well, I must send Tang Miaoying to me as soon as possible, she has the power of the blood pupil in her. I must obtain it. After absorbing her blood pupil, my intelligence attribute will continue to grow. Humph, no one thought that my demonic pupil has the ability to devour other pupil-type talents. The only unfortunate thing is that although the magic pupil is powerful, it also has a drawback. Every time I die, my intelligence attribute will drop a lot. Devil's Pupil said with some reluctance. Dropping a level, he wasn't afraid of it, sooner or later he could rise back up, but the extra dropped intelligence attribute wasn't that good to add back up. Yes, we'll go and supervise the Liu family. Demon Pupil 2 said. In addition, there is also the need to investigate the whereabouts of the Eye of Insight. As long as I swallow the blood pupil and the eye of insight, I will definitely be able to lead my martial cherry kingdom to sweep away everything. Devil's pupil continued. The blood pupil could help him grow, and the eye of insight could help him see the other side's information, so that he wouldn't be in a situation like today's death at the hands of Tang Yun. His aim was to maximize the intelligence attribute so that the pupil's decimation value would become higher and higher, until everyone was killed by him in seconds. His gift is the world's strongest. Chapter 53, Great Enhancement. Treason? Manufacture training first. Last time, he performed 3 manufacture training sessions and did not reach the training limit. 4 training sessions directly followed. Killed a total of 7 boss-level monsters. The harvest is huge. The manufacture gained through training was 30, but the 7 bosses provided Tang Yun with a manufacture of 60. His manufacture now reached a terrifying 150. Also, 35 merit points. 12 first-order skill points. Spirit plus 5, Intelligence plus 7, Spiritual growth plus 2. Mana restoration plus 0.3. With this, I now have a total mana value of 14. 250. Space jumps can be used 71 times. Tang Yun was quite satisfied. With his current mana value, he was able to use his first rank skills with a great deal of grace. Next, raise the Dual Spirit Demon Heart technique. After consuming 19 feat points, the Dual Spirit Demon Heart technique was raised twice in a row. Congratulations, Dual Spirit Magic Heart technique has been raised to 9%. Physical attack plus 90. Magic attack plus 90. Strength plus 9. Intelligence plus 9. Congratulations, the Dual Spirit Magic Heart technique has been raised to 10%. Physical attack plus 100. Magic attack plus 100. Strength plus 10. Intelligence plus 10. Attack factor plus 5. Magic factor plus 5. Very good. Another 5 points of attack factor and 5 points of magic attack factor have been added. Now he had a huge boost Widhan attack power factor of 31 and a magic attack factor of 30. Raise the Xian Ice Barrier. After consuming 9 skill points, the Xian Ice Barrier was successfully upgraded to the Extreme Realm. Xian Ice Barrier First Order Extreme Realm condenses water elements to form a barrier that resists 900% of magic attack power damage. Lasts for 5s, cooldown time 30 seconds, consumes 150 mana. Note, subject to water element bonus. I'm at 9150 magic attack now, but a Xian Ice Barrier can block over 80,000 output. And the water system bonus can be increased by 10%. Tang Yun's eyes lit up. 16 more training sessions to go, all of them another huge boost. Tang Yun was looking forward to it with great anticipation. The mana factor has been trained to its limit. Next, Tang Yun chose physical attribute training. Now that he wasn't lacking in output at all, he'd feel more secure with an improved physique. After all, these are attributes that are going to be brought into reality later. Physique training begins with a straight-up monster with super thick blood. Although the blood was thick, it was just a living target for Tang Yun. A flurry of output resolves the battle. Subsequently, it gets harder and harder, and there are even secondary monsters plus a time limit. Fortunately, Tang Yun was strong enough, which prevented him from failing. And there seems to be no limit to the training of physical attributes. Tang Yun trains 16 times in a row. The increase in fitness through training reached 100. Every time you train afterward, the increase in fitness is more than 5 points. Not only that, the attributes added through talent are even more terrifying. Physique plus 120. Lifesteal factor plus 300. Strength plus 20. Intelligence plus 13. Spirit plus 8. Speed plus 2 ms. Physical defense factor plus 2. Magical defense factor plus 2. Physique growth plus 5. In addition, the Spirit Elemental Tidal Wave technique did not continue to burst with merit points once it was raised to 10%. Congratulations, the Spiritual Elemental Tidal Wave technique has been raised to 2%. Physique plus 2, Spirit plus 2, Lifesteal recovery plus 0.2, Mana recovery plus 0.2. Congratulations, the Spiritual Elemental Tidal Wave technique has increased to 9%. Physique plus 9, Spirit plus 9, Lifesteal recovery plus 0.9, Mana recovery plus 0.9. Congratulations, the Spiritual Elemental Tidal Wave technique has been raised to 10%. Physique plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Life recovery plus 1, Mana recovery plus 1. The only unfortunate thing is that the Spirit Elemental Tidal Wave technique is boosted to 10% with no additional boost. But boosting lifesteal recovery and mana recovery is actually enough. Tang Yun wasn't too disappointed. Cool. Life value reaches 372,700. Physical defense exceeds 2,000. Magic defense breaks 1,000. Stronger than a boss. Tang Yun was excited. His all-round attributes now exceeded the boss level. Breaking into endless mode again will only decimate more opponents. Tang Yun was a bit eager to try. But at the moment he was out of his mind. After 20 training sessions, it was long past dawn. And today is also the day when the list is released in the province of Manhwa. The points are out after yesterday's test. With some organization, the list can be released straight away. I just don't know how many people will go to college in Johnson & Johnson this time. Not bad, not bad, this time our school has enough 1,000 people to go to college. Director Chu was in a rather happy mood when he saw the grades come down. There are about 3,000 seniors in JNCC, and 1/3 of them go to college. It doesn't sound like much, but the overall percentage of those who make it to college each year is 1 in 10. It's definitely top-notch for Johnson & Johnson 1 to get to 3-1. The first place in the whole school, Min won 2,300 points. He can go to a top school. It's 805 points on the card point, about the same as in previous years. Director Chu muttered. Director Zhu, how many points does Tang Yun have? I can't believe I didn't see his name. Inside the office, Shang Zhe was a bit curious. I don't think I really saw him, look hard. Director Zhu was also puzzled. The two searched frantically through 1,000 people, but never came up with anything. It shouldn't be, Tang Yun can be fought over by several major schools, there's no way he can't even go to college, right? Director Chu was puzzled. Is it hard to believe that the system has made some kind of error? Shang Zhe was busy. No, I'll ask. Director Chu shook his head. The score is out. It's out. Fong Tao is number 1 in our class. With over 1,800 points, he's just short of going to a first-class school. Zhou Yan isn't bad either, also with 1,800 points. Strange, how come there's no Tang Yun? Wasn't he said to be madly snatched by those universities? Yeah, I've looked at it a couple times and it really doesn't have his name on it. I know, that dog must have cheated. God has eyes. Zheng Hai typed with a big smile. Cheating? How is that possible? What's going on with Tang Yun? At Tang Yun. The class group was curious. Could it be that Tang Yun had really been caught cheating and had his points zeroed out? Principal Gu, how did this happen? Inside the office, Director Kim held the phone in a daze. It was so hard to snatch an S-class genius, but this would happen. Alright, this Tang Yun, don't worry about it, the Imperial Capital's first academy doesn't lack geniuses, even if it's an S-class genius, there has to be room for growth. He's not destined to have that chance. Gu Changfeng on the other end of the phone faintly said. I got the news that a Feng Yun appeared in the elite camp, 40th floor of the Heavenly Ladder, absolute top genius, currently don't know the identity, you go and check it out, if it's not attributed, you can be recruited into our academy. Gu Changfeng continued. Ugh, okay. Director Jean sniffed and let out a long sigh, leaning back in his chair with indescribable depression in his heart. Ryoga dialed the phone. First place in Wanjiang Province, Jiang Xiaoyun, with 73,200 points. Looking at the rankings, Tang Yun's heart snapped. He ended up with over 160,000 points. How could the first place be Jiang Xiaoyun? What happened? Tang Yun was puzzled in 100 ways. Soon after, a call came in from none other than Li Qianlan. Tang Yun hurriedly connected, and Li Qianlan's voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, your contract application didn't go through, and your college entrance exam scores are nullified. How come? Tang Yun said in a deep voice. It's like this, your information was submitted and another hidden message was found. You are Tang Miaoying's real brother. Li Qianlan said. Tang Miaoying's information belongs to the top secret, we didn't probe it out at first, and now we've gotten the news that she carries the name of treason, and her closest relatives are not allowed to be awakened for life. Treason? Lifelong inability to awaken? Tang Yun was like a heavy blow. His sister, Tang Miaoying, treason? How is that possible? Chapter 54 Change of Heart. Prestige Seal. Impossible. How could my sister commit treason? Tang Yun's gaze flushed red. Li Qianlun was silent for a while before saying, this message was confirmed by the above. I'm sorry to say, you'd better be an ordinary person. After saying that, Li Qianlun hung up the phone. Tang Yun had trouble accepting it for a while. Lifelong failure to awaken and failure to get into college are two completely different concepts. If he can't get into college, he can still buy an awakening slot. But if he couldn't awaken for life, he wouldn't even be qualified to buy a spot. So what if you're great in the game? You can't bring it back to reality. Sure, he could make money on his gaming abilities and still have a good life. But he's not happy about it. He'd had a few ups and downs over the years and had never been so desperate. At first, Tang Miaoying was radiant, and he also dabbled in the light, being called a little genius. Everyone around him rushed to please him. Then Tang Miaoying had an accident and he hit rock bottom. The results were good, but they could not communicate with the imaginary world and fell again. It was not easy to communicate with the void realm, awakening the talent, and the growth was even more heaven-defying. He regained his confidence and was ready for a big fight, even with an air of wanting to kill people in Buddha. But the news came as a bolt from the blue and dealt him a fatal blow. A melodious song rang out, pulling Tang Yin back to reality, and answering the phone, his voice lowered, Brother Yuan. Something's wrong. Tang Yuan seemed to notice that something was wrong and inquired. Li Qianlun said that my sister committed treason, and that my high school entrance exam results were nullified, and that I would not be allowed to awaken for life. Tang Yun gritted his teeth and uttered this paragraph, even if it's this offense, is it only being said now? There must be a problem. Brother Yuan, don't you think so? Yes. But now that it's exploded, whether she's treasonous or not, someone must have sat on Sister Myriad Shadows. This result, you can only accept. Tang Yuan's tone was a bit harsh. Tang Yun was unwilling, uncomprehending, and indignant. The person that Sister Miaoying offended must have heavily means and can be convicted with a single word. We can't afford to mess with him. It's already a blessing that you guys aren't implicated. The truth is, there's nothing wrong with being a normal person, and you're not that bad at the game, you can get by in life. At least it's better than you going to Imperial Capital to die, don't you think? This world isn't as simple as you think. There are some people who, with a single word, without even speaking, can leave us in the dust. I always thought that going to the Imperial Capital was not a good choice, and now this is good. Tang Yuan continued. Farther, you're right, I was a bit of a show-off. Tang Yun was slightly stunned and quickly realized. Reaching level 10 in a few hours, raking in another $10 million, and crushing first place in the high school. Even geniuses like Zhang Xiaoyun were no match for him. He was confident and a little wild. It's not too late to wake up now, but does he really want to be an ordinary person for the rest of his life? You're still young, you haven't experienced the outside world, it's normal, it's not too late to change your mindset. Tang Yuan said with considerable relief. Well, but, farther, am I only going to be an ordinary person for the rest of my life? Tang Yun still had some expectations in his heart. Especially after Tang Yuan used his in-game abilities in front of him. And to reach the fourth order, the lifespan is at least 500 Ah. Even at the third rank, one can live 100 years or so without suffering from any disease. As it stands now, that's true, but there are no absolutes, such as treason, and many people who have good gaming abilities but can't get an awakening slot will make that choice. Of course, it's dangerous and I don't recommend it. Tang Yuan said. Do you know why the only way to get an awakening slot is to enter a university? Tang Yuan threw out a question. Tang Yun was also curious, only no one had ever explained it to him. Every university, if possible, would like to recruit more people and grow in power, but obviously it can't be done because there are a limited number of awakening slots each year. And this awakening quota, instead of being handed out by the council and the royal family, has something to do with the game. Game? Tang Yun vaguely had some guesses. Not bad. In the game, the only people who can have an awakening quota, as well as the qualification to materialize game items, are those who have titles and fiefdoms. Depending on the knighthood, the quota is naturally different, and at the same time, there is also a difference in the items that can materialize. And if you want to be knighted, you have to raise your reputation. At the beginning of the game's descent, the forefathers took advantage of the situation and produced a lot of capable people. The game's resources were divided up by half in about 10 years. In the decades that followed, only a few were knighted, and now, after more than 200 years, no one has achieved such a feat. Even S-class geniuses have to rely on those big powers. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be difficult to even upgrade. You're in the novice village now, so naturally you can't feel it, and you'll only be able to get a glimpse of this world when you actually step into the void realm. Tang Yuan explained a lot. Tang Yun also realized that being knighted in the game was the key, whether it was awakening or embodiment, it all required reputation. Prestige? In that case, I still have a chance. The fire in Tang Yun's heart rekindled. Thank you, Fargo. Tang Yun said heartily. Knighthood is hard, but not without a chance, so cheer up. Tang Yuan encouraged. Aha! Tang Yun nodded fiercely. At this moment, his mindset was completely different. Not long after, Tang Qingyang came back and scolded with a smile, "Brat, it's good not to go to college, that imperial capital is not a good place, which is not as comfortable as at home." Apparently, he knows it too. Dad, you're right. Tang Yun laughed. Tang Qingyang also didn't quite agree with him traveling to the imperial capital, and although he didn't stop him, yesterday's meaning was clear. Get some rest for a few days, these days, you're exhausted. Tang Qingyang was quite concerned. I want to go see my sister. Tang Yun said. Okay, let's go. Tang Qingyang was quite pleased. Normally when something like this happened, Tang Yun would definitely complain about his sister, but he didn't. Instead he continued to miss Tang Miaoying. Tang Qingyang drove and quickly delivered Tang Yun. And get busy again yourself. Although Tang Miaoying was now considered stable, there were still a lot of places to spend money in the future, and making money became his only thought. Inside the hospital room, Tang Miaoying was lying peacefully, the 7-star purple lotus fruit still not fully absorbed. Wang Soho kept watch and didn't even dare to blink. $10 million worth of stuff, if those guys stole it, there's no place to cry. In the past few days, Tang Qingyang and Wang Zuo had rotated their care. But Wang Suho was the main one, and was obviously a bit sleepy. Tang Yun was doubly refreshed despite having played the game all night. Mom, go rest, I'll take care of my sister. Tang Yun whispered. I'll lie down for a while, and you wake me up at night. Wang Xiuha looked a little haggard. Good. Tang Yun nodded. Soon, Wang Zoho lay down on the bed aside, and not long after, subtle snoring sounded. Tang Yun had an indescribable feeling of happiness as he looked at the two lying down. On the hospital bed, Tang Miaoying's face was quite a bit rosier, obviously the 7-star purple lotus fruit had taken effect. Sis, what's going on? Tang Yun murmured. Time quickly reached night, and in a trance, Tang Yun heard some movement. Chapter 55, Shenbingning. Borderlands. He hadn't slept all night, and although he didn't feel tired, he had actually gotten a little sleepy after sitting for so long. It was only when sleepiness had just set in that the 7-star purple lotus fruit on Tang Miaoying's body shone brightly, and her body seemed to have reacted. Quick, take her away. Two silhouettes quickly flashed by. Who? Tang Yun's heart snapped when he saw the visitor. The two glanced at Tang Miaoying on the bed, directly ignoring Tang Yun and taking him away. Stop! Tang Yun bellowed, ethereal steps activating. Bang! The other party casually lifted his hand, and Tang Yun was flung out by an invisible force. Awakened and powerful. Tang Yun's pupils shrunk. Damn it! Tang Yun desperately wanted to awaken. He could sense that his opponent was not strong, much worse than in the game. But even so, it wasn't something he could resist. Forget about him, get going. Lu Xiao's mission is important. The man was still trying to make a move when the other man said. Humph, count yourself lucky, kid. The two of them spoke and prepared to leave with Tang Miaoying. Tang Yun was seething with rage, but was deeply powerless. Boom! The two had just touched Tang Miaoying, and then the golden light blazed out, and a huge force came from them, directly shaking them away. Sis! Tang Yun's heart was delighted. Tang Miaoying had awakened? But soon, the golden light dimmed, and Tang Miaoying's rosy face turned pale. Obviously, the self-protection function just now had consumed too much energy. This chick is actually so fierce. She can even shock us in her slumber. It's only one strike away, take it away. The two said, striking out again, and this time, Tang Miaoying had no response again. Tang Yun's heart was burning with anxiety, but he couldn't move. Seek death. With a soft cry, the black shadow appeared as if out of nowhere. What a guy! The two men were horrified, and a look of panic appeared in their eyes. Humph! The black shadow snorted coldly, not even being able to see how to strike, and those two became two corpses. A slap followed, and the body was reduced to nothingness. The black shadow did not stop after doing this, and took out another transparent flower out of thin air and placed it on Tang Miaoying's chest, quickly disappearing without a trace. Take it. The black shadow arrived in front of Tang Yun and took out a dose of potion. It's clearly an in-game life potion. Tang Yun didn't doubt it, gulping down 2 mouthfuls, and his injuries quickly recovered. Who are you? Tang Yun was curious. Shen Bingning. The dark shadow removed its mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Tang Yun was puzzled and had not heard of this name. I'm a friend of your sister's, you can call me sis too. Shen Bingning said with a dimpled smile. Sister Bingning. Tang Yun follows good advice. No matter what, if it wasn't for Shen Bingning, his old sister would have been taken away. Good boy, your sister seems to be biased when she says you've been naughty and disobedient. Shen Bingning smiled and touched Tang Yun's face. Tang Yun had a jolt, only to feel ice cold on his face. Sister Bingning, what were those people just now? Tang Yun hurriedly said. Death Seekers. Shen Bingning's tone was icy cold. Tang Yun was speechless. Shen Bingning's body was so chilly that he could feel it from a distance. Seemingly sensing the difference, Shen Bingning once again revealed a smiling face, and the icy feeling dissipated. Tang Yun was also relieved. Sister Bingning, are you here to visit my sister? Tang Yun was curious. He didn't know if Shen Bingning was really his old sister's friend, but he hadn't seen her once. I came here specifically to see you. Shen Bingning shook her head. Looking for me? Tang Yun was even more puzzled. Not bad. Before Myriad Shadow's accident, she asked me to take care of you guys. In fact, 2 years ago, I came here once. I just didn't meet with you guys, but that kid Tang Yuan knows about it. If you don't believe me, you can ask. Shen Bingning said while refining that transparent flower for Tang Miaoying. Hearing this, Tang Yun had basically believed Shen Bingning. Originally I thought, if you were an ordinary person, unable to communicate with the Void Realm, then forget about it, let you have no worries for the rest of your life. If it's not bad, I'll secretly help you. I didn't expect that. Your kid made quite a commotion. Shen Bingning scrutinized Tang Yun. Tang Yun was stared at a bit uncomfortably, dryly coughing, his tone low. Sister Bingning, I'm not allowed to awaken for life, so I can only be an ordinary person in the future. Shen Bingning sniffed and sighed. Can you resent your sister? No. I only hate those who victimized her. Tang Yun's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. That's sensible. Shen Bingning seemed satisfied and praised. No awakening for life? I don't think so. Shen Bingning sneered. Sister Bingning, you have a solution. Tang Yun exulted. Although Tang Yuan had said that as long as he was knighted, he would be able to awaken. But it is too difficult to be knighted, and I don't know what the monkey years will be. If Shen Bingning has other methods, it would be great. Of course. Shen Bingning laughed. How? Tang Yun said expectantly. Follow me. Shen Bingning said. Tang Yun nodded repeatedly. Do you know where to go? Shen Bingning laughed. Tang Yun hastily shook his head again. Border. Shen Bingning slowly said. Border? Tang Yun was slightly stunned. The borderlands, with their frequent wars, can be dangerous places. The great Xiao royal family and council's hold on the border is not that strong. Over there, I will arrange a new identity for you to obtain an awakening quota. Shen Bingning continued. Tang Yun sniffed, knowing full well that Shen Bingning's identity wasn't that simple. Of course, the borderland, exceptionally dangerous, not only the friction of the armies of various countries, but also infested with monsters. A little inattention, you will lose your life. Do you want to go? Shen Bingning said. I'm going. Tang Yun didn't hesitate. After what had just happened, he was deeply cognizant of the importance of strength. Awakening. The imperative. Yes. Shen Bingning was quite appreciative. You say goodbye to the family, and I'm going to clean up those rats again. Shen Bingning said as the temperature around him dropped steeply, then disappeared. Tang Yun couldn't help but sneeze. It was at this moment that Wang Xiuhe woke up quietly. Lu Xiao. The man we sent out is dead. Inside a villa, a man in a blue suit reported hurriedly. Dead? Lu Mu, wearing a large pair of pants, suddenly got up. 2 First Order awakened, died silently? Behind that Tang Miaoying, there really is someone secretly guarding them. Lu Mu gritted his teeth. Damn it! If those people hadn't rushed me, how could I have taken the risk? Lumu cursed in his heart. No, I have to get out of the way. Lumu got up sharply and put on his slippers. Young Lu, there are many of us, we may not be afraid of the other side. The man in the suit said while handing clothes to Lumu. What the hell do you know, 2 years ago, those who hit Tang Miaoying's idea, but they all died. There were not even a few second order awakened people. Lumu cursed. This. Lu Xiao, why do we want to provoke such a person? The man in the suit cried out. How should I know, grass? Lumu was furious. Putting on his clothes, Lumu was ready to run away, but soon, a cold air descended, and the two of them were turned into ice sculptures without the power to fight back. It was found the next day, already frozen alive. Chapter 56 Elevation. Nightmare Level Trial. Little Cloud, was the doctor here just now? How is your sister doing? Wang Xiuhe woke up in a daze and heard some movement. Sister is fine, the drugs have all been absorbed. Tang Yun immediately said. It's really much better. Great. Looking at Tang Miaoying's flushed face, Wang Xiuhe's haggard face also revealed joy. Mom, go back to sleep, I'll stay with my sister. Tang Yun was despondent in his heart. No sleep, you go to bed, I'll stay with her a little longer. Wang Xiuhe shook her head. Tang Yun knew that he couldn't dissuade him, and could only nod his head silently. Inside the ward, Tang Yun settled down and stepped into the void realm once more. Endless mode should be able to raise it some more. Thinking so, Tang Yun headed towards the heavenly ladder. Storm clouds are coming. He actually broke through the heavenly stairs again? Isn't it already 40 floors to the top? Is he going to set a new record? Seeing Tang Yun's figure, the crowd was astonished. In the envious eyes of the crowd, Tang Yun stepped directly onto the heavenly ladder. This time, he was faster. The 31st floor, which was as difficult as heaven in the eyes of others, was passed in seconds by Tang Yun. The only thing that takes some time is after the 36th floor. After 40 floors, you enter endless mode again. Again, 10 opponents. This time, however, he swam. Phew! Various skills attacked, and a space jump circled back, easily decapitating one person. The complimentary man and the other 9 killed at the same time. Polar Star Flash. Magic Confinement. Fire Snake Dance. One set of output Tang Yun decapitated 2 more people. Bone Shield. As the others' attacks arrived, Tang Yun braced his Bone Shield. The Bone Shield now also protects against tens of thousands of damage. Even so, he couldn't block the damage from other directions. Luckily, he had plenty of blood and only lost a few thousand. After a fierce battle, Tang Yun's blue amount dropped wildly, and his blood level dropped quite a bit as well. But the harvest was also quite fruitful, with all 10 opponents being beheaded. Swish swish swish. 10 more opponents appeared out of nowhere in the endless space. This time it was 20. Another step up in difficulty. Tang Yun killed 2 people in seconds with space jumps as well as various skills flung out, but with 20 people attacking at the same time, there was no room for evasion. In the end, Tang Yun was unable to fight any longer even after fighting to the death to cut down 3 more people. One must know that the gatekeepers in this endless mode were all top-tier geniuses when they casually took out one of them. He fought against 10 and 20 with one, and to be able to do so was already heaven-defying enough. 9 elite points, keep training. 9 physical training sessions to reach a physical improvement of 100. Monsters drop more attributes. Vitality factor plus 200. Physique plus 50. Strength plus 10. Intelligence plus 10. Spirit plus 5. Speed plus 1 ms. Relying on these improved attributes, Tang Yun broke through the heavenly stairs again. This time, 18 endless guardians were decimated. After many times, Tang Yun was eventually able to chop 22 people. It had basically reached its limit. Continuing to ascend was undoubtedly a waste of time. 7 more training sessions were conducted, and Tang Yun's boost was diminishing. The training house boosts physical fitness to 50. The attributes of the drop are plus 100 vitality coefficient, plus 30 constitution, plus 6 strength, plus 3 intelligence, plus 1 spirit, and plus 2 physical growth. It's time to start the rank-breaking quest. Thinking of that old drunkard back then, and looking at how much he had improved these days, Tang Yun was a bit eager to try. Nickname, Feng Yun No. Prestige, 1. Rank, 10 100% to be broken. Lifesteal, 757900 Physique 1100 Rep, 6.1 S feats plus 5500. Mana, 24450 Spirit 150 Recovery, 6 plus 0.2 S. Physical Attack, 9362 Strength 31 Equipment plus 2000 feats plus 550. Magic Attack, 7380 Intelligence 30 Equipment plus 2000 feats plus 550. Physical Defense, 2756 Physique 4 Equipment plus 400 feats plus 40. Magic Defense, 652 Spirit 4 Equipment plus 600 feats plus 40. Strength, 229 Growth plus 100 for Equipment. Intelligence, 158 7 Growth plus 88 Equipped. Physique, 659 22 Growth plus 30 for Equipment. Spirit, 133 9 Growth plus 30 for Equipment. Speed, 36.5 ms 1.2 Growth Equipment plus 12. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop Unique. Elemental Affinity, Fire 30%, Space 10%, Water 10%. Mindfulness Increase, 40%. Skills, Shin Ice Barrier First Extreme, Sword Chi Lingering First Extreme, Space Jump First Extreme, Fire Snake Dance First Extreme, Magic Imprisonment First Extreme, Extreme Star Lightning First Extreme, Banshee's Curse Passive Extreme, Cracking Heavenly Triple Stance Extreme, Ethereal Steps Extreme, Death Charge Extreme, Skeleton Ball Extreme, Bone Shield Extreme. Technique, Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique 10%, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique 10%, Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique 10%, Spirit Element Tidal Wave Technique 10%. Equipment, Polar Shadow Sword Legendary, Banshee's Battlesuit Epic, Undead Bone Ring Rare, Necromancer's Bracelet Rare, Fang's Necklace Common. Very good. 700,000 Blood. Physical Defense breaks 3,000, and Magic Defense breaks 1,000. Attack Power reaches 11,912. Magic Attack 9,930. More than 20,000 mana, and the recovery ability isn't low either. Looking at his luxurious attributes, Tang Yun was filled with confidence. Even top-tier bosses didn't have attributes like him. Arriving at the street, Tang Yun saw the old drunk from last time lying on the ground, drooling. Tang Yun stepped forward to greet him. "Old man. Go away, I need a drink." The old drunk burped and waved his arms wildly as if to grab his flask. It was hard to catch, but the wine in the jug had long since run out. Tang Yun was a bit helpless and spent 200 copper coins to buy a sobriety pill, mixing it with water and giving it to the old drunk. Hiccup. The old drunk moved his throat and opened his eyes in a daze. "It's you, little one." The old drunk shook his head. "Old man, I'm going to have a rank-breaking trial," Tang Yun said. Very good, such a great improvement in such a short period of time. It looks like you're going to choose the hell trial." The old drunk seems to be sobering up quite a bit. "Nice," Tang Yun immediately said. The hell trial was the hardest, but he was confident. After all, the 31st floor would qualify him to choose the hell trial, and it was natural for him to ascend to the top of the heavenly ladder. 40th floor of the heavenly ladder, you have one more choice, the old drunkard said. "What choice?" Tang Yun was a bit curious. "Nightmare level trial." The old drunk's eyes were a little despondent. "Nightmare level?" Tang Yun was slightly startled. At first the old drunkard said that the rank-breaking quests were 4 grades. They are normal trial, advanced trial, extreme trial, and hell trial. I didn't realize there was an extra trial this time, and it looks like it's above the hellish trial. Tang Yun was somewhat moved. "Good, nightmare trial, you only have one chance. Not only you, but the entire training camp only has one chance as well. After you choose, no matter if you succeed or not, no one else will enter the trial from me. The entire training camp will also slowly dissipate." The old drunk's voice had a hint of compulsion. "Only one chance?" Tang Yun mused. "It seems that this is the only mission that is obviously exceptionally valuable. Challenges are also opportunities, so naturally I can't give up. I choose the nightmare trial," Tang Yun slowly said. "Yes." The old drunkard was suddenly in high spirits as he pointed a finger. Tang Yun only felt a fiery burning sensation appear on his forehead, and soon a gourd imprint formed. "From now on, you can enter the nightmare trial at any time," the old drunkard said. "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you that after opening the trial, unless you succeed, you will be stuck in this trial forever until you die. Say your goodbyes properly and leave no regrets." The old drunk smiled broadly. Tang Yun wanted to say something, but the other party's body vaporized and directly dissipated into the training camp. It was as if it had never existed. Chapter 57 Departure. Broken Dragon Mountain Range. This old dang actually pits me. Tang Yun gritted his teeth. But on second thought, even if the other party had said so ahead of time, he probably would have chosen the nightmare level trial. The nightmare trial is just that. Don't think you can stop me. Tang Yun was determined inwardly. Rank-breaking quests usually take quite a bit of time. There's a bit of a lack of time right now, so let's go to the novice village first. Tang Yun thought for a moment and returned to the novice village from the training camp's teleportation array. At the entrance of the village, Ma Butcher was still there, while there was still a man squatting in the corner with a bitter face. Big brother, where are you? You can't be a pigeon. The white-handed heart murmured. Have you gathered all the materials? Tang Yun walked up and laughed. Biggie. You're finally here. White-handedly excited, the collection is complete. Look. With that, a slew of materials appeared in front of Tang Yun. All that he needs. Nice, here's the money. Tang Yun smiled and pulled out dozens of silver coins. A trip back to the novice village was naturally for the quests that were still pending. Even for him now, this task, insignificant. Thanks a lot, big guy. White-handed excitement said. He had paid a lot to collect these materials. If Tang Yun didn't come, he was going to lose thousands of summer coins. It should. Tang Yun waved his hand and came over to Ma Tufu's side. Your Excellency Feng Yun, you're finally here. The banquet of the village head's family will start soon. I wonder if you've finished collecting the materials I want? The horse butcher was busy. Well, it's been collected. With that, Tang Yun handed over the materials, finally completing the task. Great. Ma Butcher was a little pleased. The quest reward is a gold coin. A gold coin was nothing to him now, but to him a few days ago, it was a huge amount of money. Your Excellency Feng Yun, I wonder if you're going to the village headman's family's banquet? Ma Butcher added. The horse butcher was quite respectful now. Obviously, he had sensed Tang Yun's strength today. Although Ma Butcher was also a level 10 NPC, his strength was no match for Tang Yun. Not going. Tang Yun shook his head. Traveling to the banquet, there should be other tasks. But ordinary tasks were no longer attractive to him. Next, he was going to break the ranks and leave the novice village. Zhongbei First Hospital. When I opened my eyes, it was already dawn. Yun, go back to sleep. Wang Shouha's eyes were filled with heartache. At night, Tang Yun stayed up all night again, galloping through the void realm. It's really trying too hard. Good. Tang Yun looked deeply at the two of them and then nodded. Leaving the hospital room, he dialed Tang Yuan's number. The caller picked up quickly. Brother Yuan, you know Xin Bingning? Tang Yun asked directly. She came to you? Tang Yuan was busy saying that it was obvious that he did recognize it. Aha! Tang Yun nodded. She approached me 2 years ago and gave me a lot of help for the sake of Sister Myriad Shadows. And her identity needs to be kept secret, so she never told you. Tang Yuan whispered. Tang Yun nodded silently. It seemed that Xin Bingning was a trustworthy person. I am traveling with her to the border, and farther, the family would like to trouble you to look after them. Tang Yun said in a deep voice. Tang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, in your current situation, it's good to head to the border, so don't worry about it at home, I'll take care of it. Thank you, Fargo. Tang Yun took a deep breath and said. The phone hung up, and Tang Yun felt a little melancholy in his heart. Messages were ringing inside the cell phone. Without looking, he knew that the men said something. When word of Tang Miaoying's treason spreads, their family will be fingered. Those who used to be friends will also draw a line in the sand with them. It is foreseeable that the family store will close down in the future. Zhongbei City, the place where they had lived for almost 20 years, was no longer suitable for them. Tang Yun didn't say goodbye to his parents and left behind his bank card, which contained more than $10 million that he had earned. A message followed, stating that he and his friends from Tang Yuan were traveling far away and that there was no need to hang around. Below the hospital, Xin Bingning had been waiting for a long time. I'm also sneaking in, I can't take too long, so leave as soon as possible, and don't worry, I'll have someone secretly watch the side as well. Seeing his concern, Xin Bingning comforted. Thank you, Sister Bingning. Tang Yun was grateful. Alright, let's go. Shin Bingning said as she led him to the airport, all the way to the airport unimpeded, followed by a ride on a private jet. Tang Yun hadn't slept for 2 days, and after sitting for a while he felt sleepy. Sleep when you're sleepy, before you're awakened, you're just an ordinary person, after you're awakened, it's fine if you don't sleep for a week. Shin Bingning said. Tang Yun closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. The plane traveled all the way west, over the western capital and straight to the border. Wang Xiuha received Tang Yun's message and burst into old tears. Little Cloud. Wang Xiuha sobbed in a small voice. How could her heart not ache as her daughter lay motionless and her son was forced to leave? Ugh, it's a good thing he left, and father called, and Cloud is with his friends, so he should be fine. Tang Qingyang sighed. Being implicated by Tang Miaoying, Tang Yun could only be subjected to blank stares if he continued to stay here. Leaving now is the best option. My poor child. Wang Xiuha touched Tang Miaoying's face and couldn't stop the tears. Daxia is vast and has a population of 10 billion. It would also take more than 10 hours to fly all the way west from Wanzhong province to reach the border. Looking down from the sky, a winding mountain range stretched endlessly, like a divine dragon sleeping here. This mountain range is called the Broken Dragon Mountain Range. Cut off the connection between Daxia and the western countries. 300 years ago, along with the descent of the Void Realm came a large number of monsters. At first, the human race suffered heavy losses. But after the trials and tribulations in the Void Realm, humanity's strength rose up and restarted their homeworld. Most of the monsters were wiped out, while the remaining ones retreated into the ocean. Others are hidden in places like the Broken Dragon Mountain Range. It's kind of a buffer point between countries. When Tang Yun woke up, the plane had already landed. Stepping out of the cabin, a cold, biting wind hit him. Tang Yun couldn't help but shiver. You have to realize that it's summer in Manzhang province, while it's winter like cold here. Shin Bingning, on the other hand, seemed as if she was fine. Tang Yun couldn't help but envy. This was the benefit of having awakened power. Put it on. Shin Bingning took out the warm clothes from the space. Putting on his warm clothes made him stop shivering. A short while later, a military vehicle drove up. Down came a stout man. Commander Shin. The burly man said respectfully. Aha! Shin Bingning faintly said. Commander Shin, who is this? The burly man glanced at Tang Yun, curious. This is my cousin Shin, who has been naughty since he was a child, and was brought here for some exercise. I'll leave it to you from now on. Shin Bingning said. So it's old brother Shin. Commander Shin, don't worry, I'll take good care of it. The lanky man patted his chest. Shin, you'll follow Li Jiao from now on. Shin Bingning turned her head to look at Tang Yun. Tang Yun also understood that from today onwards, he would steal the identity of Shin. I know, Sister Bingning. Tang Yun nodded his head obediently. Help me put him up at the West Ridge Military University and arrange for an awakening as soon as possible. Shen Bingning continued. Chapter 58, The Trial Begins. Escort Mission. There were many benefits after awakening. At least every time you landed in the Void Realm, you wouldn't be so tired. Moreover, he was confident that once he awakened, the two people who appeared last night were no match for him. Yes. Li Jiao was respectful. According to the school division, West Ridge Military University is considered a first-rate school, but how many abilities one can awaken is mainly up to oneself. There are also many students from second-rate schools that awaken more than 90% of their attributes. Shin Bingning said. School is just a titular name. To really learn things, you still have to be on the battlefield. After all, there is still a considerable difference between the virtual world and reality. Shin Bingning said a lot, and Tang Yun listened carefully to the teachings. The car pulled into the military area in less than 2 hours. Li Jiao. I'll leave the man to you, be stern with me, don't allow this kid to be lazy. If there are no results in a month, I'll hold you responsible. Shin Bingning said sternly. I promise to complete the mission. Li Jiao dutifully said. Afterwards, Shin Bingning was busy with her own things. She ran out for a few days and a bunch of things were waiting to be dealt with. Li Jiao was relieved to see that the people were far away. Phew, Commander Shin's aura is too intimidating. Li Jiao's heart palpitated. Tang Yun couldn't detect it. Come with me, you can call me Team Li from now on. Li Jiao said as he led Tang Yun towards the dormitory. Yes, Team Li. Tang Yun said respectfully. You're not yet awakened, so I can only place you in the reserve camp, and there's usually no mission, just at least 4 hours with the team every day to strengthen your body. This will make it a little easier for you to awaken, and even boost your awakening percentage. Li Xiao said. I know. Tang Yun nodded silently. Soon, arriving at the dormitory building, quite a few people went up and called out to Teen Li, while also curiously sizing up Tang Yun. Under the crowd's surprised gazes, Li Xiao brought Tang Yun to the rightmost dormitory on the 4th floor. Seeing the dormitory environment, Tang Yun was a bit surprised. It's a better house than his family's. Well, this is your dormitory. You can familiarize yourself with it for a few days and come straight to me if you need anything. Li Xiao laughed. Okay, Team Li. Tang Yun responded. Team Li, I have a rank-breaking mission coming up in the Void Realm, and it may take some time. Tang Yun added. No problem. Li Xiao answered with his mouth full. After settling Tang Yun down, Li Xiao left with quite a few people surrounding him. Team Li. Who was that just now? How dare he stay in a single room? Yeah, we're all foursomes. I'm still in an 8-person room. The crowd was envious. Hey, don't pry, this is someone you can't afford to mess with. Li Xiao heatedly laughed. In this way, the crowd became even more curious. Only they didn't dare to interrupt. In room 405, Tang Yun stretched his back and took a long breath before entering the state of meditation. Void Realm. Elite Training Camp. Tang Yun silently communicated the seal between his eyebrows. Whether or not to open the nightmare trial. Yes. The system's voice came from his ears, and Tang Yun didn't hesitate to make a choice. After a moment of heavenly rotation, Tang Yun awoke to find himself in the middle of a forest. Introduction: Zhu Shan was assassinated by his enemies. In order to save his father, Zhu Sisi wants to step into the ancient path of the magic forest in search of medicine. Your identity is the Zhu family invited experts. Mission: escort Zhu Sisi through the old magic forest road. Escorting a mission? Tang Yun gave a slight lurch. Since it was a nightmare-level quest, the difficulty could be imagined. Definitely not an ordinary escort mission, he had to be more careful. Tang Yun carefully surveyed his surroundings. Their caravan was right on top of the trail, with jungle on both sides. The Shu family was no ordinary family either, with over 100 guards. Miss, you shouldn't have invited that Feng Yun. He didn't do anything along the way, he would only hide behind when he encountered danger, and every day he just ate and drank like he was touring the mountains. It's just abominable. Inside the carriage, the maid, Xiaoban, huffed. Little barbarian. There shall be no rudeness. Mr. Wind is an expert invited by Grandma and will naturally step in when in danger. Wishful thinking drank softly. But Barbara was still a little disgruntled. Martial artists have extraordinary hearing. If you say that, perhaps Mr. Wind has already heard it. Wishful thinking reminded. Ah. Little barbarian sniffed and immediately didn't dare to say anything else. Help! Help! Not far away, a scholarly-looking youth came over in a panic, limping. The guards stopped them straight away. What's going on? Zhu Sisi got out of the car and looked at the scholar. Junior Lu Wenjie, bitten by a poisonous snake. I'm afraid I won't live long. Lu Wenjie's lips are black, his eyes are tearful, and he can't see half of his manhood. If you're going to die, why are you still coming toward us? Isn't it bad luck? Barbara chortled. Lu Wenjie was speechless with dislike and just wiped his tears and turned around silently. Wait! Wishes shouted. With that, he crossed over the guards to Lu Wenjie's side and took out a pill from his pocket. This is an antidote pill for most snake venoms. Wishful thinking said. Lu Wenjie stared blankly at Zhu Sisi and whispered, thank you. He broke into the crowd, naturally wanting to ask for help. After being chastised by little Barbara, this didn't have the face to open his mouth. It's a good thing wishful thinking reached out for help. Miss, you're just too kind. This guy might be an assassin sent by an enemy. Xiaoban grunted, except for her own young lady. She now looked at anyone and felt that they were not good people. No, I am by no means an assassin. I just want to head to the magic forest ancient road to collect medicines, and I didn't expect to be injured by a poisonous snake halfway through the journey. Lu Wenjie was mortified. Mr. Lu doesn't have to blame himself. This place is full of poisonous snakes. It's normal to be bitten inadvertently. We are also heading to the magic forest ancient path. If you don't mind, you can go together. Wishful thinking smiled. Ah, no offense, no offense. Lu Wenjie hurriedly said. The girl may have clear water. I lost my luggage in a panic. This pill is too bitter. I'm afraid I can't swallow it. Lu Wenjie's voice was getting smaller and smaller. You, for crying out loud and being afraid to take your medicine, are you a man? Barbara was disgruntled. Lu Wenjie didn't reply. With a chortle, Zhu Sisi took the gourd from his waist and handed it to Lu Wenjie. Lu Wenjie thanked him repeatedly and drank it all down with the pills. It looks like it has suffered a lot. Soon, Lu Wenjie was carried onto the carriage. Mr. Foam, my daughter took it upon herself to bring Mr. Lu along on the road, please forgive me. Zhu Sisi came to Tang Yun's side and respectfully said. No harm done. Tang Yun waved his hand. At this point, he's not sure what difficulties the mission will encounter, so he'll just have to wait and see what happens. Thanks, Mr. Wind. Zhu Sisi made a bow. Miss, if we continue on, it's the territory of the giant axe bandits, we'd better go around. At this moment, the guard commander stepped forward. Detour? Zhu Sisi mused, then looked at Tang Yun. What does Mr. Feng think? How long does it take to go around? Tang Yun sniffed and said indifferently. 2 days. Commander Zhang said. No. Tang Yun shook his head. Are you kidding me? Once a rank-breaking mission starts, it cannot be aborted. If it takes 2 days to run the map, how do you get the follow-up? He hadn't awakened, his body couldn't handle it in reality. Chapter 59 Bandit Corps. Other players. Do you know how powerful the giant axe bandits are? This is a group of hundreds of people. Once we go up against them, we're bound to die and be heavily injured. Commander Zhang said angrily. If we delay for 2 more days, I'm afraid Master Zhu's body can't afford the delay. Tang Yun said indifferently. Mr. Wind has a point, there is no detour. Wishful thinking nodded. She was a skilled healer and was aware of her father's symptoms, and the need to find medication as soon as possible. A 2-day delay is too much. Miss, if we go up against the giant axe bandits, I'm afraid that we won't be able to break into the Demon Forest ancient path when the time comes. Commander Zhang was busy saying. Bandit groups are in it for the money, so give them some favors when the time comes and they should be fine. Wishful thinking said. It is natural to spare no treasure in order to save your father. Commander Zhang sniffed, unable to do anything about it. Although he was the guard commander, he was only an underling. Zhu Sisi was the master. Tang Yun and Zhu Sisi reached an agreement, and the team continued on their way. After resolving the giant axe bandits, they could directly arrive at the Magic Forest ancient road. And at this moment, behind the group, a few guards whispered. Nima, why is this rank-breaking quest so difficult? This one surnamed Wind and this one surnamed Zhang are not simple at first glance. Killing Zhu Sisi in front of them will definitely get you slashed to death. Player 1 said. Yeah, this is too hard. Over 100 guards, and there's only 5 of us, how the hell are we going to accomplish this? Player 2 was also worried. A teamwork advancement quest is definitely not simple, but it's not completely out of the question. Player 3 mused. You have an idea? Several people looked to Player 3. Just now, they said that they will meet the bandit group soon, and it will definitely be exceptionally chaotic at that time, so let's just take the opportunity to kill Zhu Sisi. Player 3 laughed. No, we can grind our way to the top, or even unite with a bandit group for a huge advantage, but have you guys ever thought that the advancement quest would be so simple? Player 4, however, said. The crowd was deeply impressed. In my analysis, the bandit group is definitely not a match for the escorts, and we're definitely going to suffer if we make a rash move. Player 4 continued. Makes sense. Several people nodded in succession. So what do you say? Player 5 ran out of ideas. It's obvious that the one surnamed Feng and the one surnamed Zhang don't deal with each other, and they're the only 2 strongest in the team. If we stir up a bit of trouble from this, and they kill each other, the bandit corps will have a chance. Player 4 said. A few people sniffed and their eyes lit up. Number 4 has a similar strategy to number 3, killing people while they're in trouble, just with the extra provocation. Undoubtedly the odds of winning would be higher. Thinking of this, several people rushed to implement the plan. Following the team, Tang Yun had been thinking about the difficulty of the mission. There were just too few clues for him to do much at the moment. Mr. Wind. Suddenly, a guard sneaked up on him. Tang Yun raised an eyebrow. Mr. Phone, Commander Zhang has long been displeased with you, and I've gotten word that he'll kill you when the bandit group makes their move. Player 4 said carefully. Oh, Commander Zhang. Tang Yun looked towards Commander Zhang, only to see the other party's eyes also fall on him, the disgust in his eyes, obvious. Tang Yun understood that in Commander Zhang's opinion, Tang Yun was just an outsider, yet he was trusted by Zhu Sisi. It certainly threatened his position. The probability of making a move on him is very high indeed. It seems that this is one of the difficulties of the task. Good. I got it. You go down. Tang Yun said. Player 4 retreated silently. It didn't take long for a strange cry to come. The band of bandits came encircling from the mountains. The three people at the head of the group, holding huge axes, were so imposing. Zhu Sisi was not afraid of the danger and said in a delicate voice, Zhu family Zhu Sisi would like to borrow the road from you all for $1,000. 1,000 gold coins. It's worth a lot, but today we want money as well as people. The big boss had a scarred face and looked quite fierce. Kill! 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 The bandits shouted and killed. Miss, these guys, they're obviously being directed by someone. Commander Zhang immediately said. It was true that the average bandit was only in it for the money, and 1,000 gold coins was not a small amount. It was just a borrowed passage, but the bandit group was desperate enough to make a move, obviously with greater interests in mind. Mr. Phone, Commander Zhang, please. Wishful thinking said. Yes. Commander Zhang drank. Tang Yun also nodded slightly. Soon, the bandit group and the escorts fought to a standstill. The Shu family escort guard was not bad, but the bandit group was numerous and no less powerful. The three pawns, in particular, were virtually unstoppable. Mr. Wind. You're still not making a move. What are waiting for? Could it be that you're waiting for all of our people to die? Commander Zhang drank. Heh, it's your guy, not mine. Dead is dead. You're not in a hurry. What am I in a hurry for? Tang Yun snorted. His mission was to escort Zhu Sisi, the others had nothing to do with him. You. Commander Zhang was furious. But he had gotten word that this one called Feng Yun had long been bribed by the Shu family's enemies to do something against him. Now it seemed that this guy was really looking for a moment to deal with him. Unfortunately, the lady doesn't believe him. Kill. Scarface killed one man with an axe and let out a roar. The bandits were furious. The escort lost a third of its force at once. Commander Zhang shouted angrily and killed out, he couldn't wait any longer. Good. Surname Wind, kill him. The 5 players looked on. However, to the disappointment of a few people, Tang Yun didn't move a muscle and seemed to have no intention of making a move. Mard, is the brain of the surname Feng problematic? This doesn't even make a move? Player 4 cursed. This guy shouldn't be a silver lance. Player 3 wondered. Look guys, the bandit group has the upper hand. Commander Zhang can't seem to stop the 3 leaders either. Player 5 was busy saying. In the middle of the field, Commander Zhang fought 1 against 3, gradually falling into a disadvantage. The escort was even more resistant. These bandit groups were well trained and unexpected. Good. Looks like we were overthinking it, the bandit group's strength crushed the escort. Brothers, fall back. Kill Zhu Sisi. Player 1 exclaimed. Do it. If we're killed by the bandit group, we might be counted as failures. Player 2 chimed in. Protect the lady. Player 4 shouted, and several people gathered towards the wagon. Mr. Phone, it seems that Commander Zhang can't hold on much longer, please help me, the Shu family will be grateful. Wishful thinking was getting a little anxious. Good thing too. Tang Yun mused. We don't know what's in the magic forest ancient path yet, and it doesn't seem good for too many people to die. Sword Chi Ling Xiao. Swish swish swish. The majestic sword chi descended from the sky, and wherever it landed, the bandit troop fell over, bloodied and mangled. More than a dozen bandits were surprisingly cut down in an instant. It's now. Player 4 bellowed, and the 5 of them rushed towards the wagon. Zhu Sisi panicked, not expecting her own guards to turn against her. Protect the lady. Barbara was horrified, but she still blocked the way. Zhu miss. Run. Lu Wenjie looked flustered. Miss. Commander Zhang turned around, saw the 5 people killing towards Zhu Sisi, his eyes were wide with rage, and in a moment of inadvertence, he was injured by the 3 people. Seeing that Zhu Sisi was about to become a dead soul under the knife, a figure appeared out of thin air. With just one sword, the 2 people in front of him were cut down. A set of sword dances followed, instantly killing 3 people. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 60 Magic Source Ancient Tree, Lord Boss. How is that possible? Commander Zhang was stunned. Who the hell is this guy? The 3 pawns were even more wide-eyed. Mr. Wind is surprisingly so strong, I misunderstood him before. Barbara was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect such strength from Mr. Wind. Zhu Sisi was also surprised. 5 players were killed, which also meant that they had failed their mission. The one surnamed Wind is also too ruthless. It should be a spatial skill. This nigga, how can our mission be accomplished with him around? This difficulty isn't right. The fact that we failed the mission and didn't lose any levels should be a compensation. There's something wrong with this quest, forget it, hurry up and change the quest. The 5 gathered and conferred. Normally, dying in a rank-breaking quest would also result in a level drop and then weakness for a while. You can only re-practice and then break rank again. This time, however, it was different, and the punishment was waived. They can inspire other rank-breaking quests. Boss, what now? The second leader whispered. Spell it out. The big dog gritted his teeth. Bang! Commander Zhang was once again sent flying. Polar star flash. Tang Yun transformed into a phantom, instantly charging behind the 3. With an output of over 100,000, the trio failed to block it, and their blood levels bottomed out. Casually adding a sword, he completely decimated the 3. Great! Mr. Wind is just too strong. These curmudgeons are not an enemy. Mr. Wind is mighty. The crowd cheered. All 3 leaders were killed in battle, and the remaining bandits fled. Mr. Wind, I was wrong before, please forgive me. Commander Zhang was ashamed. No harm done, move on. Tang Yun waved his hand, he only wanted to finish the mission quickly now. Quite a few people in the escort group were injured, but after Zhu Sisi took out some medicines, they recovered quickly. After passing through the lair of the giant axe bandits, it wasn't long before they arrived at the Magic Forest Ancient Road. It was rumored that this Demon Forest Ancient Road possessed a large amount of treasures, but monsters ran rampant inside, and there was even a terrifying Great Demon, and no one who had seen the Great Demon survived. On the pale ancient road, the surrounding sky-high ancient trees stood like guardian gods, the wailing of strange birds came from time to time between the branches and leaves, and from time to time there were the flickering figures of strange beasts in the deep forest. Miss, ahead is the Magic Forest Ancient Road. Commander Zhang respectfully said. Well, everyone be careful. Zhu Sisi had long since gotten off the carriage and followed the crowd's lead as they broke into the ancient path. Roar! From time to time, there were monsters showing their teeth, but strangely enough, these monsters didn't come forward. Miss Shu, I think this place is a bit strange, why don't we just stop and let Mr. Foam go in to get the medicine? Lu Wenjie shivered and said. No, I must fetch this medicine myself. Wishes shook his head. Tang Yun glanced at Lu Wenjie, and the other party smiled nervously, seemingly unable to sense his dissatisfaction. One should know that his mission was to escort Zhu Sisi through the Magic Forest Ancient Path. If you stay outside, this mission will naturally not be considered complete. As the crowd continued to move forward, there were more and more monsters, but these monsters just looked vicious, but never made a move. Such a bizarre thing puzzled the crowd. Tang Yun was also pumped up. Without realizing it, the crowd had already reached the end of the ancient path. At the end, 2 peaks stood tall. And between the peaks was a huge ancient tree. This ancient tree actually connected 2 peaks. Swish swish swish. Countless vines spread from the ancient tree, their speed was extremely fast, and for a while, many people were hit. And the monsters around them fled. How dare you disturb the Demon Source Lord's slumber? A voice of majesty entered everyone's mind. And the ancient tree in the center came to life, topped with a huge human face, and between the opening and closing of its lips, an oppressive force came over it. Ancient Tree of Magic Source Lord Boss. Grade, 10. Life value, 1 million. Physical defense, 5,000. Magic defense, 7,000. Lord Boss. Tang Yun was a bit surprised. This Lord Boss was in existence that was quite a bit more powerful than a normal boss. There's really no way for the average player to fight it. Such a big guy. Is this the great demon of the magic forest ancient path? It's so scary. Can we really beat it? The crowd gasped in shock. Facing the demon source ancient tree, the crowd had no resistance at all. Ms. Zhu, come on. Lu Wenjie pulled Zhu Cixi, mission drag. No. I need its juice to save my father. Zhu Cixi said stubbornly. Mr. Feng, I can only rely on you. Zhu Cixi deeply worshipped. You guys protect Miss Zhu. Tang Yun said, taking a step forward, facing the demon origin ancient tree without the slightest fear. Swish. The devil origin ancient tree swung its vines towards the crowd to kill them. Tang Yun's sword only barely cut through the vines. The others are even more human. Protect the lady! Savage yelled. Commander Zhang desperately guarded it, but he could only block one vine. Metaphysical ice barrier. Tang Yun threw a Xian ice barrier to Zhu Cixi. And he himself made a space jump and killed in front of the demon source ancient tree. You can inflict damage on your opponent by cutting through the vines, so you can only do it to the main body. Skeleton ball. The skeleton ball that sandwiched three elements was incredibly lethal. However, this demon source ancient tree wasn't weak either, and the vines instantly blocked the skeleton ball. Polar star flash. Tang Yun took one step further and killed directly in front of him. 99,299. One skill, nearly 100,000 output. Roar. The devil origin ancient tree hissed angrily, and a large number of vines attacked towards Tang Yun. Ethereal steps. Tang Yun's speed and agility increased greatly. Split sky 3 styles. 23,420. 19,732. One slash from Tang Yun was nearly 20,000 blood. The 3 rift heaven styles would be able to hit more than 100,000 output. Fire snake dance. Sword Qi Lingxiao. With a flurry of output from Tang Yun, the demon source ancient tree's blood level fell wildly. Such a huge body was a living target for Tang Yun. The devil origin ancient tree roared mournfully, its demonic aura swirling. Wherever the demonic chi passed, the vines were tougher and faster. And Tang Yun's blood was dropping, 100 blood a second. Tang Yun didn't retreat in the slightest and continued his output. Finally, the demon source ancient tree was decapitated. After a long time, the demonic aura receded, and the crowd looked at everything in amazement. How? Lu Wenjie was shocked. Mr. Win's strength is actually so terrifying? Commander Zhang was stunned. Ancient tree divine liquid. Father is saved. Wishful thinking was even running with the container. Everyone was rejoicing, but Tang Yun couldn't be happy. Because he killed the demon source ancient tree, but there was no reward. And it all seems a bit simplistic. Suddenly, a ground shook, and a vine on the ground suddenly came out, aiming straight at Zhu Cixi. Tang Yun's eyes were quick, and a skeleton ball was flung out. However, in the next moment, a large face emerged from the ground and swallowed Zhu Cixi in one bite. A stronger, thicker magic origin ancient tree catapulted out of the ground. No! Lu hissed. Tang Yun was also anxious, but it was simply too late, everything was too fast. With all of his skills, he only managed to grab the corner of Zhu Cixi's coat, and was ultimately devoured by the demon source ancient tree. What's going on? 2 lord bosses? Tang Yun was filled with doubt. In the next moment, the surrounding space rapidly collapsed. Miss, you shouldn't have hired that storm cloud. Chapter 61 Illusion. Lu Wenjie's weirdness. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Tang Yun was slightly stunned. It seems everything is an illusion. Tang Yun instantly came to his senses. Right in front of him, the escort was still there, and Zhu Cixi was sitting in the carriage, and everything was back to square one. He had suspected it back when there was no reward for killing bandits. His talent was 100% explosive, and he would at least explode a little bit of coins. But the other party didn't explode anything, and at the time, he thought it was the special nature of the rank-breaking trial. But then killing the Lord Boss actually didn't reward it either. That's even weirder. Now that he was back at the very beginning, he realized it. But even if it's an illusion, how am I supposed to accomplish my mission? Tang Yun frowned. Unable to think of anything, Tang Yun decided to walk again, and this time, he wanted to take a closer look. Getting up and arriving in front of a few guards, Tang Yun instantly killed one with his sword. It was one of the 5 who rebelled last time. Surname Wind, what are you doing? Commander Zhang roared angrily. How could he not expect that Tang Yun would dare to kill his men in public? Miss. Surname Feng is crazy. Barbara was horrified. Everyone around the guards was also in danger. Everyone was fearful of Tang Yun. Zhu Sisi also frowned. Mr. Feng, what do you mean by this? Ms. Zhu, this person has been bribed by the Yao family. Get rid of him early to prevent future troubles. Tang Yun said indifferently. The Yao family is precisely the Zhu family's nemesis, and Zhu Shan's serious illness is also attributed to the Yao family. And along the way, got them into a lot of trouble. Nonsense. What proof do you have? Commander Zhang was enraged. If you don't believe me, you'll know later. The Yao family has long since joined forces with the Giant Axe Bandit Corps, and a vicious battle is inevitable afterward. Tang Yun said. What? The Giant Axe Bandits were bought off by them? Impossible. Commander Zhang remained unconvinced. Tang Yun, however, didn't bother to explain. The reason he killed was to test if there were any other players. There was something strange about these 5 people last time, and although he couldn't see the information, Tang Yun surmised that a few people were also players. But the mission was to assassinate wishful thinking. And now that he had decapitated one of them, the other 4 were only left in shock. And the men did not gather to discuss anything. It is clear from this that the players were not there for this reprise. It would be easy if it was an assassination mission, but alas. Tang Yun sighed slightly in his heart. Despite having their own protection, as long as a few people followed the convoy to the end, as long as they didn't die in the middle of it, they would automatically complete the mission. Unfortunately, last time, those 5 people did too much, and that's why the mission failed. Help! Help! Not far away, Lu Wenjie once again came calling for help, diverting the attention of the crowd. Zhu Sisi also turns around and rescues Lu Wenjie, and everything is back on track. Tang Yun, on the other hand, carefully searched for a breakthrough. This time, keep a good eye on this Lu Wenjie. Tang Yun said darkly. Of the caravan, this man is the most bizarre. The point is that it's no good for, it's a pure drag. Even little Barbara had stepped forward to protect Zhu Sisi. Instead, Lu Wenjie says that he traveled to the magic forest ancient path to collect medicine, but kept dissuading Zhu Sisi from stopping midway. Contrary to the mandate. At first, he thought that Lu Wenjie was also a player in disguise and had other tasks on his mind. Doesn't seem like it these days. Soon came to the territory of the Giant Axe Bandits. Just like last time, the bandits didn't negotiate at all. The mission was to kill Zhu Sisi. At this moment, several people were somewhat convinced of Tang Yun. Of the 5 who had previously rebelled, only 4 remained. These 4 also did their best, without the slightest intention to rebel. Tang Yun also counted on confirming his suspicions. While Commander Zhang was powerless, Tang Yun shocked the crowd by destroying and killing the 3 leaders. Once again, he stepped into the ancient path of the Devil's Forest. The monsters around them remained strange, and Tang Yun quickened his pace. At the end of the ancient path, the Demon Source ancient tree woke up leisurely. Tang Yun was slightly startled. The attributes have improved. That's right, this Devil Origin ancient tree in front of him was not the one he had killed. Instead, they become more powerful. The blood volume also reached 1.5 million. How come? Tang Yun didn't understand. It stands to reason that since everything starts over, the boss should be the same. It was just too late to think. The Demon Source ancient tree had already struck. Tang Yun killed again. This time, it took even more effort to complete the decapitation. Zhu Sisi saw this and wanted to go forward to take the medicine, but Tang Yun shouted fiercely, "Don't come over." Zhu Sisi hurriedly stopped her steps. "Mr. Feng? I'll fetch it for you," Tang Yun said. The last time, Zhu Sisi died on the way to get her medicine. No way. This medicine must be taken by me personally to be effective. Wishes shook his head. Tang Yun frowned slightly. It seemed like Zhu Sisi had to step onto the end of the ancient path. "Ms. Zhu, I can't. It's too dangerous." Lu Wenjie grabbed his opponent with a horrified look on his face. Zhu Sisi shook her head slightly and walked forward resolutely. Tang Yun followed the other party closely, and at the same time, put on 12 points. Luckily, there was a scare and the second boss did not appear. Wishing see a successful drug pickup, everyone rejoices. Look out! Lu Wenjie shouted. Tang Yun's heart pounded, and in the next moment, the giant face reappeared, engulfing the two in a lightning-fast manner. Tang Yun stepped in at the critical moment, but without any semblance of effect, this giant face was simply invincible. All of his skills lost their effect. Miss, you just shouldn't. Tang Yun opened his eyes again and was back to square one. At the moment, he already had a hint of a guess. Help, help! Lu Wenjie came running in a panic. Xu Sisi was just about to say something when a flash of swordlight came, and then Lu Wenjie was split in two. Everyone looked at Tang Yun in shock. Immediately afterward, the world in Tang Yun's eyes gradually collapsed. It took a moment of heavenly spinning to wake up again. Sure enough, it's this guy. Tang Yun instantly came to his senses. Although the mission was to escort Xu Sisi, it was obvious that Lu Wenjie was the key. When this guy dies, the mission starts over. At the start of the fourth time, Lu Wenjie cried out for help, and Tang Yun did not make a move. Once again, wishful thinking left it behind. The bandit group killed, and Commander Zhang and the three leaders fought each other, once again falling into a disadvantage. The escorts were killed and wounded. Mr. Phone, please also help me. The Shu family will definitely be grateful. Wish CC was a little anxious. And Tang Yun was unmoved. Don't be hasty, Ms. Zhu. Why isn't there a rush, surname Phone? Why don't you make a move? You sell your name and swindle my lady. Barbara huffed. At a time of life and death, Tang Yun showed no signs of making a move, and Xiao Barbara was furious. As Tang Yun watched with cold eyes, Commander Zhang died tragically, and all the guards were killed by the bandit group. Big Boss glanced at Tang Yun and ignored it, pointing at the carriage and saying, "Kill. I'll fight you all." Little Barbarian opened his teeth and claws and died at the hands of the bandits. Only Zhu Sisi and Lu Wenjie were left in the carriage. Just as Zhu Sisi was about to become a dead soul under the sword as well, the sky suddenly changed and a thunderclap rang out. All the bandits surprisingly all died under the heavenly punishment. Chapter 62 Strategy. The Immortals. Indeed. Tang Yun's eyes lit up, he already knew the way through. What's going on? Wishes exclaimed. Must be God's way of looking the other way. Lu Wenjie was pleasantly surprised. Is that so? Xu Sisi was puzzled, but soon, she turned her head and questioned, why didn't Mr. Foam make a move just now? Because I'm begging for something. Tang Yun said indifferently. Seeking proof of what? Wishful thinking wondered. Seek proof that this place is a dream or not. Tang Yun laughed. Dreamland? The two men looked at each other. Good, everything here is a dream. Tang Yun looked toward Lu Wenjie. How can that be? Xu Sisi clearly didn't believe it. Where is there such a real dream, Mr. Wind? You can't be talking nonsense. Lu Wenjie shook his head repeatedly. If I say that those monsters aren't going to make a move on us when we step onto the Demon Forest ancient path later on, are you too trustworthy? Tang Yun laughed. Impossible, those monsters are even more vicious than bandits, how could they not kill us? Lu Wenjie immediately said. Mr. Wind, your words are unbelievable. Wishes frowned tightly. This time around she didn't trust Tang Yun. In that case, why don't you go along for the ride? Tang Yun smiled. The two of them had 1,000 doubts in their minds, but they still followed. Once again stepping onto the ancient path of the Demon Forest, several monsters showed their teeth. There were no guards around, and Lu Wenjie was directly scared to the point that his legs went weak. Ms. Zhu, why don't we just go? Lu Wenjie stuttered. Xu Sisi was a bit hesitant, although she was eager to take the medicine, she would die 10 deaths without an escort. And Tang Yun had always refused to make a move, much to her chagrin. As I said, in the dream world, everything is an illusion, keep walking and you will reach the end of the ancient path, your medicine is there. Tang Yun's voice seemed to have the attribute of seduction. Xu Sisi actually did take this step, and those monsters were getting more and more numerous, but none of them made a move. Only then did Lu Wenjie build up the courage to follow. Could it be that what Mr. Wind said is true? Wish CC was already somewhat convinced. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the end of the ancient path, and the demon source ancient tree loomed large. The moment he saw the ancient tree awaken, Lu Wenjie was even more paralyzed and could no longer walk. It's not a dream, Ms. Zhu, let's go. Lu Wenjie cried out. Mr. Wind, what should we do now? Xu Sisi ignored it and instead looked at Tang Yun. Everything is a lie, just come forward and take your medicine. No need to be afraid. Tang Yun said. It's better if I do it myself. Zhu Sisi glanced at Lu Wenjie and volunteered. No, it has to be two together. Tang Yun said. Zhu Sisi will surely die if she fetches the medicine alone. Mr. Lu, since that's the case, why don't you follow me to get the medicine? What happened just now was unbelievable, and there's a high probability that Mr. Feng's words are true. Wishful thinking said. Well. Lu Wenjie wanted to refuse, but after seeing Zhu Sisi's pleading expression, he was a bit intolerant and finally stepped forward. The two of them moved forward hand in hand, and Tang Yun was quite expectant. It's coming through. Swish. A vine attacked, and Tang Yun directly ignored it. Pust. The vines instantly pierced through it, dropping tens of thousands of blood at once. What? Tang Yun was quite surprised and looked back at Lu Wenjie. Only to see the other party's face in horror. Fake, what you said is fake, run. Lu Wenjie pulled Zhu Sisi and tried to escape, but tripped. Then rolling and crawling, he turned around and shouted, Miss Zhu, run. Wishbone stopped where he was and shook his head. Damn. This guy has too much guts. Tang Yun couldn't help but spit. Soon, in Lu Wenjie's horrified gaze, a giant face engulfed the two. Waking up for the fifth time, Tang Yun took a deep breath. Since we already know the truth, let's change our strategy. The first time, he was just going through the motions. The second time he had a guess. The third time was an experiment, and the fourth time, a way through was found, but unfortunately it still failed. The clock keeps ticking, and if we put it off too long, our real bodies won't hold up. Help! Help! Lu Wenjie stumbled and stumbled, his face terrified. Zhu Sisi got down from the carriage and was about to offer a helping hand, but was stopped by Tang Yun. Ms. Zhu, leave it to me. Tang Yun volunteered. Miss, how did this guy change his sex? Barbara spat. Along the way, Tang Yun, but like a grandpa, he didn't move a muscle. I didn't expect to come forward to save the day. Tang Yun naturally didn't count on it and took out the gourd that held the water. The divine water in here can make you recover instantly. Tang Yun said. Instant recovery? Lu Wenjie was surprised. Unbelievable? Tang Yun raised an eyebrow. Lu Wenjie hesitated. Humph. Sword Qi Ling Xiao. Tang Yun swung out his sword, and the surrounding trees were instantly moved flat. This. Lu Wenjie was surprised, not expecting Tang Yun to have such strength. This was the case for Commander Zhang, Little Barbarian, and the crowd of guards. Tang Yun can be described as a man who doesn't make a statement without making a sound. I believe it, I believe it. Lu Wenjie said evenly. He gulped down the potion in 2 gulps, such sweet and refreshing divine water, I seem to be getting better. In the blink of an eye, Lu Wenjie's wounds recovered and his entire body was better than ever. Mr. Feng has good tactics, I admire you. Zhu Sisi was even more admiring. I'm a godly man, what's a small injury like this? The bandit group ahead is vicious, and not for wealth, but only to kill Ms. Zhu, you guys stand back. Tang Yun said indifferently. What? Tang Yun spoke out of turn, and the crowd was half convinced. Soon, the giant axe bandits made their appearance, and Zhu Sisi had no success in bribing them with money, so naturally, she believed Tang Yun's words. A bunch of mole crickets. I'll kill them with my hand. Tang Yun coldly said. After saying that, a space jump killed in front of the 3 pawns. 2 skills, instantaneous seconds for 3 people. The bandit group saw this and ran away. Want to go? Heavenly thunder! Tang Yun shouted, and in the next moment, there was a heavenly thunderstorm. Those bandit groups all died violently. Everyone was dumbfounded. Mr. Wind actually has such strength. Zhu Sisi was filled with shock. Lu Wenjie was excited, Mr. Feng is truly a man of God. To actually be able to invoke heavenly thunder. Continue on the road, the monster ahead is haunting, the sky is landing stones, all of you don't need to panic, under my Shin ice shield, I'll keep you all safe. Tang Yun continued. Soon, the crowd hit the road. Not much farther, Tang Yun stopped and said, coming. The crowd was unsure, and in the next moment, boulders descended from the sky and smashed towards the crowd. Mr. Wind! Wishes yelled. Metaphysical ice shield. Tang Yun put up a shield for a few people. The falling stone hit the shield and was indeed blocked. Zhu Sisi and Lu Wenjie were overjoyed. The others weren't so lucky, each one a bloody mess. Thank you, Mr. Wind. Zhu Sisi's heart palpitated. The few times Tang Yin struck out, they were all divine means that were truly astonishing. And his predictions are spot on. There's no need to be polite, I'm a divine being descending into the world, and I'm specially here to help you guys survive this calamity. Tang Yin waved his large hand as if his body was flooded with golden light. The people were all in worship. In front of the magic forest ancient path, the demonic aura was dazzling, and the sound of monsters hissing and roaring was endless, and the hearts of the people were chilled. Tang Yin took the lead, and after what happened in front of him, the crowd naturally trusted him and followed. Strange, these monsters don't dare to come forward. Barbara was surprised. With me here, how dare they make a move? Tang Yun said indifferently. The crowd nodded, unconvinced. Chapter 63, Mission Accomplished, Duke's Medal. At the end of the ancient path, the demon tree stretched across the area, and the crowd could not help but tense up. Mr. Wind, what now? Commander Zhang respectfully said, his attitude a different person after seeing Tang Yun's strength. Not only him, everyone looked at Tang Yun, waiting for his instructions. Everything is an illusion. Tang Yun said indifferently. Illusion? Mr. Wind is saying that this great demon is an illusion? Zhu Sisi was surprised. This great demon is actually just a rotten wood, disguised in its present form to intentionally frighten people, but in reality, it's unbearable. Tang Yun snorted. What? Surprisingly? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Mr. Wind, what should I do now? Wishful thinking was busy. Just go up and get the medicine. But it requires you to go with Mr. Lu. Tang Yun said. Traveling together? Zhu Sisi was puzzled, it was clearly her business, why did she need Lu Wenjie to come along? Why me? Lu Wenjie was also curious. Tang Yun let out a light laugh and whispered in Lu Wenjie's ear, naturally, it's to help you hold a beautiful woman. Lu Wenjie's face reddened as he sniffed. Tang Yun knew that he wasn't coming to collect medicine, he was clearly looking for an excuse to travel with Zhu Sisi. To put it bluntly, it's just teenage boys getting horny. I wouldn't dare. Lu Wenjie hesitated. What are you afraid of? Don't believe me? Tang Yun glanced at Lu Wenjie and said. No, it's just me. Lu Wenjie seems to be in a difficult position. Tang Yun knew that he feared this ancient tree from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, I have magic treasures to bestow upon you. Tang Yun said, lighting up the gourd on his brow, followed by the appearance of a gourd phantom, which he sealed in Zhu Sisi's gourd. Take the medicine from the gourd, and you will be protected from all laws. If you still don't believe me, ice barrier. Tang Yun directly gave double insurance. The gourd exuded a golden light, as if it could drive away all evil spirits. And the Xian ice barrier was also a life-preserving artifact after the previous test. Lu Wenjie is a lot bolder. Follow me. Tang Yun walked ahead, equivalent to the third level of insurance. Look out! A vine attacked, and Lu Wenjie exclaimed. No harm done. It's just an illusion. Tang Yun directly ignored it. Sure enough, the vines passed through Tang Yun and actually turned into powder. The crowd was in awe. What an illusion! Lu Wenjie was excited. Swish swish swish. More and more vines attacked, but when they touched Tang Yun, they all went up in smoke. And those vines that attacked them were also blocked by the Xian ice barrier. The three of them arrived under the demonic tree, and with just a single stroke of his sword, Tang Yun cut through the illusion, revealing a pitch-black ancient tree surrounded by two people. Not as lofty as before. And the ancient tree was dead as a doornail. The two looked at each other and cut through the ancient tree to get the medicine. After taking the medicine, the ancient tree instantly dissipated, revealing a path of golden light. The other end of the avenue, surprisingly, led straight to the Shu mansion. Thank you, Mr. Wind. Mr. Lu. Zhu Sisi ran towards the golden light and plunged headlong into it. Lu Wenjie just giggled dementedly, and everything around him seemed to be dissipating. Old man, I have fulfilled your heart's desire for you. Tang Yun looked at Lu Wenjie and slowly said. In a few moments, Lu Wenjie aged extremely fast and became the appearance of an old drunkard, staring blankly at the gourd in his hand. Oh, you really did succeed. Nightmare level trial, and how is it not my nightmare? The old drunk sighed. I am the son of the Duke of Ben. In the next few moments, the old drunk tells his story. He comes from a distinguished family and is a hereditary duke, but he falls in love with Zhu Sisi, the daughter of the Zhu family. Knowing that the other party had gone up to the mountains in search of medicine, he blended in under a false identity. What I encountered after that was pretty much the same as inside the dream. It was just that the monsters encountered were naturally not as powerful as in the dream world. At that time, everyone was fighting to the death. He was the only one with no hands, watching from the sidelines. Zhu Sisi is also not an ordinary woman, worshipping the medical saint. Not only is her medical skill superior, but her force is also extraordinary, so it can be said that she is both medical and military. The crowd combined their efforts to block the demon, and he was the only one who had a chance to take the medicine. Zhu Sisi begged for help, but he was too intimidated to move forward and missed the opportunity for nothing. It led to the death of the crowd, and in the end, it was the Lukes who arrived and saved him. Since then he has abandoned literature and turned to martial arts, but he has always had a deficit in his heart and is depressed. Even the dukedom was given up. What Tang Yun experienced was all his nightmare. In the dream, Zhu Sisi, like him, didn't know martial arts, and he excused his cowardice by thinking that the medicine could only be fetched by Zhu Si himself. If it wasn't for my incompetence, it wouldn't have gotten them killed. The old drunkard sat paralyzed on the ground with remorse in his eyes. He lives in a nightmare all day and desperately needs a savior to show up. And Tang Yun was one of the experts he had imagined. It was just that Zhu Sisi's tragic situation before she died was unforgettable to him. Subconsciously, he simply didn't believe that Tang Yun could decimate a demonic creature. Even if they did kill it, a stronger demonic creature would appear and kill Zhu Sisi. This was also the reason why Tang Yun's beheading of the demon origin ancient tree was ineffective. In Lu Wenjie's dream world, he was the master. This was also the reason why even if Tang Yun didn't put up a fight, he would still send divine thunder from the heavens to decimate the bandit group. Because in Lu Wenjie's consciousness, Zhu Sisi would die at the hands of the tree demon. Nothing in front of you can get in the way. Tang Yun found all this out when he beheaded Lu Wenjie. Only the fourth time, he did it the wrong way. Telling Lu Wenjie it was a dream, the other didn't believe him. Even if he was confident, the vines killed him, and if Lu Wenjie thought he would be injured, naturally he was injured. Thus, at the start of the fifth time, Tang Yun directly gave him the impression of invincibility. In truth, Tang Yun's invincibility and omnipotence also stemmed from his imagination. First, he was saved from his poison, followed by the beheading of the bandits, and the fabricated falling stone, which was also imagined by Lu Wenjie, was again easily solved by Tang Yun. Lu Wenjie thought that Tang Yun was an invincible being, so the vines naturally wouldn't be able to hurt him, and everything would fall into place. Ostensibly the mission was to escort Zhu Sisi, but in reality, it required cracking Lu Wenjie's obsession. Otherwise, Zhu Sisi would be in his dreams, dying over and over again. The obsession has been removed, and it is time for me to go. This is my Lu family medal. Although I have given up my knighthood, it is still of some use, so I will gift it to you today. The old drunkard pulled out a flashy medallion and handed it to Tang Yun before completely dissipating. Duke's medal prop. After using it, you can connect the two worlds, gain game attributes, and materialize game items. Note, this item has expired and can only be used once. This is Awakening Props. Tang Yun's eyes lit up. Originally I thought awakening was hopeless, but then I learned that you can awaken by being knighted in the game, but it's too difficult. Then later Xin Bingning came to his door and gave him a chance to awaken. And now he can awaken on his own. At the same time, the system's voice came into his head. Congratulations, you've completed the nightmare trial. Chapter 64, Breaking Through the First Order. 100% Awakening. Congratulations, you have completed the nightmare trial, rewarded with life value coefficient plus 2000. Mana value coefficient plus 150. Physical attack coefficient plus 20. Magic attack coefficient plus 20. Physical defense coefficient plus 3. Magic defense coefficient plus 3. Additional 10 levels of attributes. Congratulations, you have successfully broken the rank. Strength growth 5, Intelligence growth 5, Spirit growth 5, Physique growth 5, Speed growth 3. Congratulations, upgraded to level 11, Strength plus 45. Breaking through the first rank. The promotion is actually this big. Tang Yun was overjoyed. With this attribute, I'm afraid that not many in the first rank would be his opponent. After the first rank, you officially step into the Void Realm, a whole new world, and your previous nicknames should be changed, so as not to be caught on the trail. Tang Yun said darkly. At the time, a lot of people in the newbie forums were talking about Stormclouds. He had risen about the same time as Stormcloud, so he was afraid that someone would find out something and find him in reality. Change your name to Treadmill. Tang Yun spent a gold coin to change his nickname after a little thought. He took the name Wind and Cloud because he wanted to stir up the wind and clouds, but now, his dream was to step on this heaven and earth and never bow his head again. Looking at your attributes again, you're already luxuriously unlike a human being. Nickname, Taditan No. Prestige, 1. Rank, 11% First Order. Life, 3,158,900 Physique 3,100 Rep, 6.1 S feats plus 5,500. Mana, 89,400 Spirit 300 Recovery, 6 plus 0.2 S. Physical Attack, 22,287 Strength 51 Equipment plus 2,000 Feats plus 550. Magic Attack, 17,550 Intelligence 50 Equipment plus 2,000 Feats plus 550. Physical Defense, 7133 Physique 7 Equipment plus 400 Feats plus 40. Magic Defense, 2086 Spirit 7 Equipment plus 600 Feats plus 40. Strength, 337 45 Growth plus 100 for Equipment. Intelligence, 263 35 Growth plus 88 Equipped. Physique, 989 110 Growth Equipment plus 30. Spirit, 268 45 Growth plus 30 for Equipment. Speed, 52.1 ms 3.6 Growth Equipment plus 12. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop Unique. Elemental Affinity, Fire 30%, Space 10%, Water 10%. Mindfulness Increase, 40%. Skills, Shin Ice Barrier First Extreme, Sword Chi Lingering First Extreme, Space Jump First Extreme, Fire Snake Dance First Extreme, Magic Imprisonment First Extreme, Extreme Star Lightning First Extreme, Banshee's Curse Passive Extreme, Cracking Heavenly Triple Stance Extreme, Ethereal Steps Extreme, Death Charge Extreme, Skeleton Ball Extreme, Bone Shield Extreme. Techniques, Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique 10%, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique 10%, Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique 10%, Spirit Element Tidal Wave Technique 10%. Equipment, Polar Shadow Sword Legendary, Banshee's Battlesuit Epic, Undead Bone Ring Rare, Necromancer's Bracelet Rare, Fang's Necklace Common. Over 3 million blood, super high defense, and 20,000 attack power. The next step is Awakening. Tang Yun ate something and couldn't wait to use the Duke's Medal. At that moment, he only felt a vast force surging into his body, unceasingly. First, the limbs were sore and swollen, and then the meridians, blood, and flesh were like ants tearing. Such pain did not stop there. The internal organs first felt as if they were on fire, and then it was as if there was a pair of invisible hands that kept squeezing. Tang Yun clenched his teeth, only feeling that every cell in his body was dividing rapidly in general. Without realizing it, Tang Yun fainted. When he woke up again, he felt like the whole world was different. He could feel the power of heaven and earth if anything. Bone Shield. Tang Yun's mind moved, and a half-man-sized shield surfaced before his eyes. The awakening was successful. And all the skills I brought back. Tang Yun was ecstatic. It is important to realize that skills acquired in reality can be fully carried over into the Void Realm. However, there are certain conditions for bringing out the skills in the Void Realm. After all, the senses in the Void Realm were not the same as in reality. How many people, after awakening, only had an increase in various physical attributes? Tang Yun looked at his attribute panel again, and there was no change. 100% awakening. Tang Yun's eyes flickered with precision. Once you have awakened, you can use the Void Realm system to view your attributes. But such an attribute is just a reference. Unlike the Void Realm, this is not a data mined world. Even if the opponent only had 10,000 attacks and cut off his head, he would still have to die just the same. What stinks so bad? No, gotta take a shower. Tang Yun looked at his body with some disgust. This awakening was equivalent to a cleansing of the muscles and marrow, with all the impurities in the body being expelled. The stench is overwhelming. 5 days have actually passed. After washing up, Tang Yun looked at the time and was a bit surprised. The nightmare trial took him 2 days. And the awakening actually took 3 days. But now he was feeling refreshed. I haven't been to the reserve battalion once for the 4 hours of training each day, and I have to go today. Tang Yun put on his clothes and hurriedly set off. Shen Yi. On top of the high platform, a man dressed in officer's clothing named the man. The people of the preparatory battalion on the stage held their heads high, but no one was slow to answer. Where is Shin-yi? How dare you be late for the weekly assembly? The officer man said angrily. Shui War. He's your soldier, tell me, what did he do? The officer man named one person. Team Wang. This, I don't know. Shui Battle said with a bitter face. Your soldiers, you don't know? Wang He chided. Wang team, I really don't know, although he is under my command, but not even one attendance, I dare not control Shui War spat. What? What kind of man is he that you don't dare to care? Wang He coldly said. Shui Zhen spat in his heart, what is his status, don't you know? Although his heart spat, his mouth quickly said, the Shin family, it is said to have a relationship with Commander Shin Bingning. So what if it's a member of the Shin family? Can a Shin family member not follow military rules? Find him for me and deal with him according to military regulations. Wang He drank. Not yet. Seeing that no one acted, Wang He bellowed and the crowd rushed towards the dormitory. What bad luck, we can't afford to offend this Shin family. Mud, we can't afford to offend this Wang team. Getting involved in the fight between these two families is simply going to be bad luck. Don't even say it, Shin Wang's two families are both big families in Xijing, it's not good to offend anyone, everyone learn to be smart. Shui Zhan exhorted. Yes. The crowd said in quick succession. A few people had just arrived at the dormitory floor when they saw Tang Yun's figure. Young Master Shin. Shui Zhuan hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully said. Team Leader Shui. Tang Yun was a bit surprised. Li Zhao had introduced him to some things in the army. Groups of 30 people are usually formed with a team leader. Above the team leader is the vice captain, who manages 10 team leaders. And then the top captain, who manages at least 10 lieutenants, is almost 3,000 to 5,000 men. After that comes the rank of commander and vice commander. All of them are powerful people who manage more than 10,000 people. This group leader is also an official now, treating him so respectfully. On second thought, he was now carrying Shin Yi's name and had Shin Bingning as the commander behind him. It's normal. I'm sorry, there were some delays in the past few days and I didn't participate in the training, so don't blame team leader Shui. Tang Yin smiled faintly. It's fine, it's all small things, young Master Shin, it's just that today is the day of the whole team's roll call, and Team Wang is a bit angry. Shui Warfare carefully said. I know. Tang Yin nodded slightly and followed a few people as they arrived at the training grounds. Chapter 65 Shin Wang's Battle. Tang Yun strikes. Shen Yi. 5 training sessions, 5 failures. Do you still have the general rules in your eyes? Wang He looked at Tang Yun, his words sharp. Team Wang, I've gotten Team Li's approval. Tang Yun frowned. This Wang team, he felt, seemed a bit overzealous. It shouldn't be a big problem for him to move out of Li Zhao. After all, this so-called Team Wang was actually just the vice captain. And Li Zhao is the real captain level. Team Li? Can Li Zhao just ignore the military rules? He's just a mere captain and he dares to trample on military rules? My entire West Ridge army is being messed up by you assholes. If I don't punish you today, how can I manage the ranks? Wang He said with great righteousness. Tang Yin sniffed and frowned, this guy was totally looking for trouble. There are naturally military rules, not to mention military rules. There are rules everywhere. These rules, however, are only used to bind those below them. The Shin family is a big family in Xijing, and Shin Yi, in this capacity, did not start directly as an officer, so it is already very disciplined. Lieutenant Wang. You're just a vice captain too, and you're worthy of disposing of me when Team Li hasn't even given the word. Tang Yin coldly said. He'd already given the other guy face, only this guy gave face. What did you say? Wang He glared angrily. It was as if they wanted to eat Tang Yun. How dare you? Dare to be rude to Team Wang. You're a tiny reserve member. How dare you? Relying on the Shin family's power is just a matter of fact, Team Wang is a direct lineage of the Wang family and isn't afraid of you at all. You must be punished today. No one will do. Wang He said grimly. Punish me? You. Don't. Worthy. Tang Yun's gaze was icy cold. Very well. Take it down for me. Wang He let out an angry cry. Yes. The two players pressed towards Tang Yun on the left and right. As a vice captain, you have your own exclusive team members in addition to managing a group of 10 members. These are the people who are loyal to him. It's over, it's a real mess. Team leader Shui, will we be blamed for what happened to Shenyi? Actually, I think this Shenyi is not bad, much better than those lord's children before. Someone whispered. Don't panic, I've had someone notify Team Li, it should be fine. Shui Zhuan was also a little nervous in his heart. He couldn't afford to offend either of the two parties. Worthy of being a member of Shin's family, so rigid. So what if the Shin family is just a member of the reserve battalion? It's going to be bad luck to anger Captain Wang now. Yes, Captain Wang's team members are all awakened, how dare he, a non-awakened, still too young. Water from afar cannot put out a fire, he is not immune to this suffering. A number of members of the prep camp sighed. Hey, brat, kneel down for me. This fat and dark player on the left squeezed his fists and came up to take Tang Yun. Let me kneel? It's you who should kneel. Tang Yun let out a cold gulp and slapped the fat black man as he jerked him away, spinning 360 degrees in the air, then plopping down on his knees. Another person also came forward, but was kicked away by Tang Yun in agony. This. The crowd looked at the stage, horrified. Tang Yun surprisingly defeated two awakened in 2 moves. So you've awakened? Wang He said with a sullen face. Only after awakening did one have such inhuman strength. What? Is that all you've got? Tang Yun said contemptuously. Brat, but you just awakened and took advantage of someone's surprise, you deserve to be arrogant, let's show you the true strength of an awakened person. Wang He said, taking a mighty step. Team Wang is actually going to do it himself. I heard that Team Wang is about to undergo a second awakening. Not bad, Team Wang is definitely an expert in the first rank. This is going to be a good one. The crowd whispered. Tang Yun stared slightly, and didn't dare to underestimate the other party. Those two just now were not worth mentioning, but this Wang He was not simple. First order levels are 11 to 30. Wouldn't the other party be level 30 if they were to have a second awakening? The level 30 strength attribute, based on the growth value alone, was at least 200. Of course, that's the least of the least of the least. Generally unlikely. Doubling it would be more normal. With a little more strength, the ceiling is less predictable. Drink! Wang He bellowed, his arm muscles bulging, bound to teach Tang Yun a lesson. Tang Yun didn't let up in the slightest, going fist to fist without losing a single step. Wang He was slightly startled, wasn't it just awakened? He was over level 20, and Tang Yun was actually able to equal him? That's it? That's all. Tang Yun snorted. Those guys blew so much steam and it seems to be just average. Seek death. Wang He's face changed drastically. It's just relying on your family's power, but I'll tell you, there are some things that the Shin family can help you with. Wang He said, as if he were a fierce tiger descending a mountain, his moves were vicious. Dragon Tiger Avalanche. Ethereal Steps. Tang Yun naturally wouldn't foolishly eat the opponent's skill, Ethereal Steps opened. His ethereal steps were directly at the level of the extreme realm, and his speed was so fast that he easily dodged a strike. Skeleton Ball. Boom! Wang He received the skeleton ball hard with his iron fist, and the end could be imagined. The entire group stumbled back several steps and almost fell. How? Shin Yi has actually gained the upper hand. What the hell is going on? Is Captain Wang letting off steam? The crowd gasped in shock. Even without equipment, my current attack power is over 20,000. A skeleton ball, extreme realm skill, elemental addition, mind addition, the power is not small. Tang Yun sneered in his heart. Well. You've managed to piss me off. Wang He was gray at the moment, and his face was gloomy to the extreme. How could he not expect that he would fall into Tang Yun's hands? So what if it pisses you off? Taking yourself too seriously. Tang Yun snorted. You seek death. Wang He hissed in anger. With a furious cry, a large sword appeared out of thin air in Wang He's hand, and at the same time, several pieces of equipment surfaced on his body. Tang Yun's gaze was slightly condensed, having equipment and not having equipment were two completely different things. Gear definitely improves people more than it does in the game. The blade light was bitterly cold, and Tang Yun was entangled with his stance, but Wang Yi's strength was clearly not weak either. With his opponent's equipment augmented, Tang Yun didn't dare to fight hard. The Duke's Medallion also has a chance to manifest an item, but you need to spend gold to do so. He doesn't have any money in his hand right now. Bone Shield. Seeing Wang Yi kill with a blade, Tang Yun gathered his bone shield to block in front of him. This Shini is so strong, I wonder how much power he has awakened. If he just awakened, how did he manifest so many skills? It seems like 3 skills have been used. I have a feeling Captain Wang won't necessarily be able to take him down. The crowd marveled. Wang Yi also grew angrier and angrier as his blade blossomed with an astonishing light, then chopped through Tang Yun's bone shield. The turtle shell is broken. I'll see what else you can do. Wang Yi struck again. Tang Yun's gaze sank slightly as he secretly invoked the power of space. Magic Confinement. Chapter 66, Being a Lieutenant? Wang Yi rushed in and was confined to the spot. How? Wang Yi desperately tried to break free, but found himself unable to move. Fire Snake Dance. Tang Yun condensed a thick fire snake that roared. Damn it! Wang Yi stood his ground, holding his sword against him. What? Captain Wang has been confined. Space-based skills? And fire skills, Shini is too perverse. Worthy of being a member of the Shin family. The crowd gasped in shock. Wang Yi was never able to let out a breath in his chest. Die for me! Wang Hop roared and broke free. Polar Star Flash. Tang Yun quickly flashed behind his opponent and struck out at the neck. It was just that his opponent had armor to protect him, and he didn't manage to land a single blow. But Wang Yi also suffered a lot of injuries. Die! 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 Wang Yi didn't care, he must hack Tang Yun to death. Tang Yun roamed around in a stance, dodging attacks. What? This Shui war. Didn't I give Shen Yi to him? How can something still happen? Li Zhao got the news and hurriedly said. Team Li, Team Wang intervened, and Team Leader Shui can't do anything about it. The person who came to report the news said with a bitter face. This Wang He truly ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts. Daring to touch Commander Shen's men. Li Zhao gritted his teeth. Saying that, he rushed out like a wind. Rushing to the training ground and seeing Tang Yun being chased and beaten by Wang Yi, Li Zhao bellowed, "Stop!" Tang Yun was as slippery as a fish, and although it looked like Wang Yi had the upper hand, in reality, he hadn't taken advantage of it at all, and had suffered a lot of losses instead. Team Li. Tang Yun was busy. And as if Wang Yi didn't hear it, he continued to attack. Wang Yi. You stop it. Li Zhao stepped forward and stopped Wang Yi. Looking at Tang Yun, who was hiding behind him, Wang Yi's eyes almost spat fire. Li Zhao. What kind of a thing are you to order me around? Piss off. I have to teach this brat a lesson today. Wang Yi said angrily. Well. What a thing I am. You'll see it today. Li Zhao's face went cold. He was at least a captain-level powerhouse, and this Wang Yi was nothing more than a vice squad member who didn't give the slightest bit of face. After saying that, Li Zhao moved, only to see him waving his big hand, as if it contained infinite power, and slapped Wang Yi directly to the ground. So strong. Is this the strength of the captain? Are you kidding me? Team Li is a second-order powerhouse. It's not true that Team Li is at the second rank, but he actually dared to make a move against Team Wang. He's a member of the Wang family. Obviously, Team Li has completely fallen to the Shin family. The crowd gasped in surprise. Wang Yi was also woken up by Li Zhao's slap. Li Zhao's identity was indeed inferior to his, but his strength was crushing him. You? Li Zhao. You actually dare to make a move on me? Wang Yi gritted his teeth. He's really embarrassed today. Not only could a reserve battalion of recruits not solve the problem, but they were also taught a lesson by Li Zhao in public. In the future, how can he stand on his own feet? Ignoring the orders of the higher peaks, even insulting them and bullying the weak, shouldn't you be beaten? Li Zhao coldly said. This Shen Yi, disregarding military rules, I'm just enforcing them harshly. If you harbor him, you're guilty of the same crime, I'll definitely reflect it to the top. Wang Yi said angrily. Whatever. Li Zhao was pleasantly unafraid, behind him was Shun Bingning, the other party would naturally not ignore him. Good. Very well, you'll see. Wang He glanced deeply at Tang Yun before leading his men away. Li Xiao was here, he couldn't deal with Tang Yun at all. You guys do what you need to do. Shen Yi, you come with me. Li Xiao drank. Tang Yun obediently stepped forward, and the others kept their heads down and got busy. After walking away, Li Xiao's serious face then eased. Shen Yi, what's going on? Tang Yun briefly told the matter once more. Li Xiao coldly snorted, this Wang He, relying on the fact that he is a member of the Wang family, he dares to be arrogant in front of me, and you are doing well by not giving him face. But you actually managed to resist his pressure. Wait, you awakened? Li Xiao suddenly reacted. Nice. Tang Yun nodded. How is this possible? I've only just arranged an awakening slot for you, and it's not even the day of awakening yet. Li Xiao was confused. The game gets some chances. Tang Yun said. There's actually such a thing as a chance in a game. Ha, you just awakened and you can fight against Wang He, my god, what kind of monster are you? Li Xiao said afterward. Team Li is flattering, I'm not a match for Wang He yet. Tang Yun said modestly. Li Xiao was just about to say something when the call came and turned his head. Wait. After picking up the phone, Li Xiao hurriedly said, Commander Shen. Well, how are the arrangements for the awakening coming along? Shen Bingning faintly said. It's been arranged, but... Li Xiao looked at Tang Yun and said with some hesitation. But what? There seemed to be some dissatisfaction on Shen Bingning's side. Commander Shen Yi has awakened, what I arranged is useless. Li Xiao said helplessly. What? Already awakened? Are you telling the truth? Shen Bingning was surprised. Commander Shen, how dare I lie to you? Li Xiao was busy saying. Okay, bring the men here. Shen Bingning said. Yes. Li Xiao was busy saying. It didn't take long for Li Xiao to lead Tang Yun to Shen Bingning's office area. Come in. After the two of them went in, Tang Yun saw that Shen Bingning's demeanor was slightly tired. Awakened? Shen Bingning said. Yes. As Tang Yun spoke, a trace of fire coalesced on his fingers. That's pretty unexpected, how did that happen? Shen Bingning was also curious. A prop obtained after completing a rank-breaking quest was directly awakened. Tang Yun explained. I can't believe there's such a thing, but with your talent, you should have completed the hell trial. Shen Bingning said. With Tang Yun's performance in the college entrance exams, obtaining a qualification for the hell trial would not be much of a problem. Yes. Tang Yun didn't say anything about the nightmare-level trial. Hell of a trial. Li Xiao exclaimed in shock. Shen Bingning, however, only nodded, and then reprimanded, awakening is not a small matter, you kid is too reckless. Every awakening is quite painful, one must be prepared for it, and the stronger the power, the more painful it will only be. You're lucky that you didn't have an accident when you awakened so hastily. I didn't think too much about it. Tang Yun was taught with an open mind. Shen Bingning was right, this time when he awakened, he also fainted to death, next time, he still had to be prepared for it. Never mind, it's good that it's fine. But since I've awakened, there's no need to stay in the reserve camp. Li Xiao, where do you think we should arrange it? Shen Bingning mused. Li Xiao sniffed, looked at the two, and whispered, why don't you become a vice captain first and see? Lieutenant? Shen Bingning raised an eyebrow. Vice captain, that's only for a top first-ranked powerhouse. Tang Yun had just awakened, and it was a bit unorthodox to directly arrange for a vice captain. Of course, some people do get to ignore the rules as well. Li Xiao, you think he's capable of being a vice captain? Shen Bingning said suspiciously. Commander Shen Yi is the equal of Wang He, more than enough to be a vice captain. Li Xiao was busy saying. On par with Wang He? Shen Bingning was a bit surprised. Chapter 67 Robbing Monsters? Longhua University. Yeah, I was. Li Xiao quickly recounted it. Shen Bingning became more and more surprised. Although Wang He is watery, if so, he can indeed barely be a vice captain. Shen Bingning mused. Li Xiao, then arrange for him to be a lieutenant under you. Shen Bingning thought about it. Yes. Li Xiao hurriedly said. Tang Yun was also a bit awestruck, he was going to be promoted to vice captain so soon? Is this what it feels like to have someone behind you? Soon Li Xiao went out to make arrangements for Tang Yun to be a vice captain. And Shin Bingning slowly said, Tang Yun, even though you've awakened, fighting in the game is completely different from reality, you still have to adapt slowly, I think you've already felt it. Yes. Tang Yun nodded. In the game, he had all the skills at his fingertips, but here, when using the skills, he couldn't do what he wanted. It's as if you're playing the game with hundreds of pings on top. And he was not yet able to achieve complete control over his own power. The best way to adapt is actual combat. As a vice captain, aside from some assigned missions, you need to lead your team and hunt enough monsters every month. Shin Bingning said. I know. Tang Yun nodded. Shin Bingning then instructed some more things before Tang Yun left. And Li Zhao had arranged for him to live as a vice captain. Vice captain so soon, but strength is the key. With this thought, Tang Yun dove headfirst into the Void Realm. Finally, we've officially stepped into the Void Realm. Feeling the scene around him, Tang Yun muttered. Upgrade first. Within a few steps, a monster was spotted. Ice Crystal Deer. Grade, 11. Life value, 30,000. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 300. A level 11 normal monster actually had 30,000 blood. The average player, too, would need to spend quite a bit of time before he could kill it. Tang Yun, on the other hand, stepped forward and took care of it straight away with a sword. 80,693. One sword, 80,000 blood. It's horrible. How could a tiny level 11 monster possibly block it? Congratulations, kill level 11 Ice Crystal Deer, experience plus 0.02%, copper coins plus 1. Spirit plus 1. After breaking the rank, it's even harder to upgrade. To upgrade, you need to kill 5,000 level 11 monsters. Tang Yun said darkly. Not only that, but coin collecting is much slower. Soon, another monster came into view, and without saying a word, Tang Yun went up and took care of it directly with a sword. Congratulations, kill level 11 White Flame Leopard, experience plus 0.04%, copper coins plus 2. This time it poured in experience and coins to get a blast. Go on. Go on. Tang Yun continued on, killing 10 more monsters. The experience value came to 0.32% and the increase in attributes was not much. Physique plus 1, speed plus 0.2 ms. The monsters are weak, and the coins given are a bit more, but the attributes are obviously less. Tang Yun wanted to look for higher level monsters so that he could upgrade faster and the probability of being able to explode goodies would be higher. Continuing on, Tang Yun saw a cold pool, and right on cue, a monster of great size, drinking from it. Dragon Horned Beast Elite. Grade, 15. Life value, 180,000. Physical defense, 800. Magic defense, 600. Elite monsters? Not bad. Tang Yun was quite satisfied. Roar. The Longhorn Beast also discovered Tang Yun, letting out a low roar that was especially like a tiger's roar. Two dragon horn-like things flashed with lightning arcs. Boom! An arc of electricity slashed towards Tang Yun. Tang Yun's body shifted and easily dodged it. Then he bullied his way in, one sword. Two swords. The dragon-horned beast also took the opportunity to crash in. Bone shield. Tang Yun braced his bone shield to block the blow, followed by another sword strike that decimated the dragon-horned beast. Congratulations, kill level 15 elite dragon-horned beast, experience plus 1.6%. Silver coin plus 1, dragon scale sword 1. Power plus 1. Power growth plus 1. Exploding equipment? Tang Yun quickly checked the equipment information. Dragon scale sword first grade fine. Physical attack, plus 2000. Fine weapon, increasing attack by 2000, not bad, but obviously not comparable to the extreme shadow sword. Of course, even if it couldn't be compared to a legendary weapon, this first order weapon was comparable to the epic attributes of basic equipment. Stay and sell it for a little money too. Tang Yun smiled faintly. Senpai, I see the dragon-horned beast coming this way. Come on. Mustn't let it get away again. Not far away, there was a rush of voices. Soon, a group of people appeared near the cold pool. The Longhorn is dead. I can't believe I was robbed. Who is this person? Doesn't look like someone from our LWU. The crowd was a little puzzled. Who are you? Not our LWU, right? The person at the head of the group was named Longhua Hongyang, and the people behind him, their nicknames basically carried the word Manhwa as well. No. Tang Yun said indifferently. Holy, it really isn't. Only level 11 and able to kill a level 15 dragon-horned beast? Some ability. So what, running on our turf and robbing monsters, we must kill him to make him learn a lesson. The crowd clamored. Kid, do you know that Cold Cloud Mountain is the territory of our Manhwa University? Hong Yang said. I don't really know. Tang Yun laughed. No? I think you don't have our LWU in your sights. Hong Yang coldly said. Considering it's your first time, immediately compensate 2 gold coins and let us kill you once more, then forget it, otherwise, we'll directly kill you to level 1. Hong Yang continued to threaten. The crowd behind him chimed in. Ridiculous, this Cold Cloud Mountain is engraved with the name of your Manhwa University? Tang Yun lazily said. Senior, don't bull with him, just kill him. Get him, get him. No rules at all. So hateful. The crowd was furious. Brat, you really don't know the sky and the earth, give me death. Hong Yang said, condensing an ice spear towards Tang Yun to kill him. Tang Yun sidestepped and dodged, skeleton ball. Boom! A skeleton ball with 200,000 damage instantly smashed Hong Yang to death. The opponent did not have the slightest resistance. How? A skill that actually took senpai for a second? Who the hell is this guy? Treading heaven? Never heard of it. The crowd panicked. Congratulations, kill player Manhwa Hong Yang, Lunar Lance 1, experience plus 0.2%. Another outfit, nice. Tang Yun was slightly pleased. The remaining 9 cannot be spared. Ethereal steps. Tang Yun's figure shifted, his speed unfolding, and he quickly killed one person with a single sword strike. Next is the second one. Run. Run. Damn it. This guy is too arrogant. Bastard. I won't let him go. Seeing Tang Yun kill, the crowd cursed and began to flee. Death charge. Polar star flash. Space jump. Tang Yun used all of his rushing skills, and in a few moments, he had decimated all 9 of them. Experience value reached 3.67%. And 10 pieces of first-rank equipment. Cool. Tang Yun couldn't help but laugh. Of the 10 pieces of first-order equipment, there was also a necklace that could be replaced. Necklace of the Heart of Genius Grade 1 Fine. Mana regeneration, plus 3s. Returns 9 mana per second while out of combat. Very good. The response is quick, which may save a lot of time. Chapter 68 Siege. Sneak attack. How is that possible? I'm actually getting seconds? Hong Yang got up violently, sitting on the bed. He was still a bit confused. He's a level 20. The other party was only level 11. Surprisingly, he was able to kill him in seconds. Damn it, dropped a level and I don't know when I'll be able to practice back. Hong Yang cursed angrily. Senpai, what will I do if I die? Suddenly, he received a message from none other than his schoolmate. What, you're dead too? Hong Yang marveled. Senior, it's not just me, our team is all dead, what to do? Now, cried the schoolgirl. All dead? This guy is really something. Hong Yang said viciously. Senior, what do we do now? Just let it go? The schoolmate whispered. Forget it? Of course you can't forget it. He must be killed to the first level. This is the consequence of angering our Manhwa University. Hong Yang coldly said. But, senior, we can't beat it, the treadmill, his strength is a bit scary. The schoolgirl said carefully. Terrifying strength, how terrifying can level 11 be? It's just that we were careless, and there are so many of us from Manhwa University, can't we even solve a tiny level 11 player? If we spread the word, what face do we have left? Hong Yang coldly grunted. Senior, we're all at your disposal. Schoolgirl said. Good. Everyone go online first. Hong Yang said. All of them had been awakened, and their physical qualities had improved a lot. Immediately after death, there is little problem getting online. But if you die again, I'm afraid you'll have to take some time off. After Hong Yang came online, he immediately sent a message to the people in his school. Senior Kai. We were wiped out at Cold Cloud Mountain. Hong Yang said. Extermination team? Who? Isn't Cold Cloud Mountain our territory? On the other end, Senior Kai Kai was curious. The opponent's nickname is Treading Heaven, only level 11. Intentionally trespassing into our territory to flaunt their power. Hong Yang said with righteous indignation. Level 11? It's a master. Senior Choi Choi said. But so what if you're an expert? If you dare to be arrogant, you must pay the price, otherwise how can my Manhwa University gain a foothold? Senior Kai Kai coldly said. Don't worry, this revenge will be avenged. I'll have all my classmates in the vicinity of Cold Cloud Mountain to surround Treading Heaven. You send his approximate location. Senior Kai Kai continued. Yes. Hong Yang was busy saying. At the city's resurrection point, the few people who had just been killed came online. Shujun, how are you? Hong Yang looked at the petite woman and said with concern. A little dizzy, but not a big problem. Su Kuan whispered. Senior Hong Yang, what do we do now? Directly look for trouble with Tadian? I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. The other man said. Don't be afraid, I've already notified Senior Kai Kai, he's summoned all the players from Cold Cloud Mountain to surround Taptian. Hong Yang said. Senior Kai Kai. Great! Shujun exclaimed. Setting out for Cold Cloud Mountain, we must show him some color. Hong Yang is hesitant. Wait, senpai, I still need to buy a weapon, it just got blown up, that guy was too lucky. Another person spat. Your weapon got blown up too? Hong Yang frowned. Yeah, I don't know if he's lucky or if I'm just unlucky. Wait, too? Senior, you got blasted too? Xiong Lixiang said. Yes, my moonshot was blown up. Hong Yang gritted his teeth. This crescent gun was a rare weapon that he had spent a lot of money on. The thought of a weapon being blown up also made his heart twitch. At the same time, the hatred in his heart grew even greater. This was the reason why he must take revenge, killing Tang Yun and having his weapon explode back. This is too unlucky, Senior, I'd been blown up too. Another man spoke up. Me too. Me too. The crowd was in a flurry. Suk Koen, what about you? Hong Yang couldn't help but say. Senior, the Xuanqing necklace you gave me was exploded. Shujun couldn't help but cry. What? Hong Yang stormed out. This Xuanqing necklace was also a gift that he had spent tens of thousands of dollars on. Normally, an inferior weapon of the first rank would be in the hundreds, and a normal rank would be in the thousands. There aren't many elite levels over 10,000, but equipment that provides rep will be more expensive. And some of the equipment looks beautiful, loved by female players, the price is also rising. Such is the case with the Xian Xin necklace. Senior, something's not right, why are we all blown up? Xiong Lixiang couldn't help but say. It should be because of this guy's talent. Hong Yang said angrily. In the Void Realm, there are quite a few talents that can explode player equipment. There's even a player's talent for stealing other players' gear. Such people, once found, are either killed outright or taken in for their own use. After all, no one wants the equipment they spent a lot of money on to be stolen. He's actually a gifted, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. So what if a gifted person? It's not like we don't have gifted people at Manhwa University. Hong Yang said. Alright, everyone, let's buy equipment before going to Cold Cloud Mountain. Hong Yang continued. After saying that, the crowd also began to buy equipment. Most of the gear isn't that expensive, $1,000 worth of stuff. Shujun, let's not buy the necklace yet, we'll make that guy spit it out when the time comes. Looking at Shujun's expectant eyes, Hong Yang whispered. It's tens of thousands of dollars at once, and he's a little heartbroken. Well, Shujun said with some disappointment. Hong Yang skimmed his head and pretended not to see the other party's disappointed eyes. That's great, when the time comes to save up some money and materialize your equipment. Tang Yun laughed. The Duke's medallion is not yet completely obsolete, and enables him to manifest game items once, including equipment, naturally. Tang Yun then continued hunting monsters in Cold Cloud Mountain. The number of monsters here is quite a bit. Tang Yun killed another 20 monsters at once. Gain attributes, +1 strength, +2 intelligence, +1 spirit, +1 intelligence growth. Also a number of copper coins and a 0.6% increase in experience. Senior Kai, we found out that treading heavenly empowerment has something odd about it. It was able to boost the burst rate of equipment, and several of our equipment were burst. You guys have to be more careful. On the other end, Hong Yang continued to send messages. What? There's still this kind of thing. That's all the more reason not to keep him. We don't allow people with this kind of talent within the territory of Manhwa University. Senior Choi said. Huh, someone found him, you guys wait for the good news. Senior Kai laughed. Found it. This guy has quite a lot of guts, he actually didn't run away. Go! Get him! How dare you be arrogant even at level 11? Don't worry, this guy has some skills. When the other two teams come, one of them will get him with one skill. It didn't take long for the 4 teams to come together. Throw skills. The leader droned. In an instant, more than a dozen long-range skills whizzed towards Tang Yun. A sneak attack? These guys were obviously more familiar with the terrain, and it was surprising that he had no way of detecting it. But the skill flew over, and Tang Yun naturally noticed it first. Bone Shield. This bone shield looked like a thin layer, but it was like a city wall, blocking all damage. Chapter 69, all wiped out again. You'd better hurry up and buy a house. What? So many skills and no way to break his shield? Funny. Don't worry, the shield will be gone soon. All 40 jumped out. Skeleton Ball. Tang Yun threw a long-range skill over, instantly killing one person in seconds. Asshole. This guy is bursting at the seams with damage. Someone said. The shield is gone. Control him and kill him in one set. Another person spoke up. Swish. In an instant, several control skills were thrown towards Tang Yun. Space Jump. A space jump, and all skills were dodged. Pust. One sword kills one. Split Sky 3 styles. 5 people died in his hands in a few moments. But he rushed into the crowd, and naturally he was slashed a few times. Holy! I can't believe it doesn't break defense. I don't break defense either. My attack power is over 3000. How high is this guy's defense? Finished, how does this work? The crowd panicked a bit. Tang Yun sniffed and laughed coldly. His physical defense was over 7000, and not many of these ordinary players, who were no more than level 20, could break through his defense and deal damage. Skill. Use magic skills. He must not have high magic defense. Another man shouted. Indeed, Tang Yun's magic defense wasn't high, it was only nearly 3000. Out of the 40 people, there were almost 10 magical skills, and all of them were thrown over in an instant. Not to the point of being completely harmless, but a few hundred at most. He had over 3 million blood now, and dropping a few hundred blood was just scratching an itch. No way. No way, this guy is too fierce, we're no match. Retreat first. Wait for the army. Everyone be careful, this guy is tougher than a boss. Naya, what the hell is he? The crowd was in a state of disbelief. 40 people were killed 10 at once by Tang Yun. The rest of them only thought of escaping. After all, it's hard for them to even break defense. Fire Snake Dance. Another long-range skill was thrown, quickly taking 3 lives. Death Charge. Put. Rushing into the crowd, another kill. Dogs, let's split up and escape. Pust. The man had just finished shouting when he was chopped by Tang Yun's sword. Ethereal Steps. Those who hadn't run far were quickly chased down by Tang Yun and subsequently hacked to death. Polar Star Flash. Skeleton Ball. Space Jump. Those who run far away are simply smashed with skill or chased with skill. After catching up, it's a total slash and burn of a little kid. Cozy. Tang Yun couldn't help but laugh. All 40 of them dropped their equipment. If you sell a piece of equipment for 1,000, that's $40,000. Experience has also gone up by 5.3%. This is even faster than killing monsters. Tang Yun exulted. Killing monsters still needs to be found, killing people, that's what they deliver. And it's a surefire way to blow up equipment. What a great word. The only unfortunate thing was that most of the equipment that these people exploded were normal outfits, and there was even inferior equipment. Fine equipment is few and far between. What? A team of 40 people, killed by him? Senior Kai Kai got the news and froze on the spot. Yes, Senior Kai Kai, the other party is too fierce, it's hard for us to break defense, conservative estimate, physical defense is over 5,000. Magic defense is nearly 3,000. And his output is too high, we can't even carry a single slash. The man who had been hacked to death by Tang Yun said with a bitter face. If 40 won't do, then 400. Is our Manhwa University that easy to bully? Call everyone in the neighborhood. Everyone above level 20 come over. Senior Kai Kai said angrily. LWU is not to be insulted. He must be killed. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? It's too much. The crowd at Manhwa University was enraged. Some of those who were still upgrading also headed towards Cold Cloud Mountain. The experience of killing people seems to be a bit higher, kill a few hundred or thousand more and you'll be upgraded. Tang Yun said prettily. Huh, there's actually another one? Without going far, Tang Yun saw another player, and it looked somewhat familiar, as if it had been killed by him just now. I didn't expect to come back so soon to die. Mud. So unlucky to be resurrected in the neighborhood. Big brother LW spat. Turning his head to see Tang Yun, his heart thumped. You haven't left yet. Why should I leave? It's you, you're really not afraid of death, actually not resurrecting in the city, running here to find death. Tang Yun laughed. Mard, don't I want to be resurrected in the city? I can't afford a house in the city. Big brother Manhwa cursed. Within the game, you can only use the resurrection points inside if you own property inside the city. Of course, it is possible to rent a room. A house in town naturally has more than the benefit of resurrection. Additionally, there is a recovery boost within the house. The higher the level, the more you need the house. After all, there are times when a battle comes down to empty blood and empty blue, and it takes a long time to recover on your own. But some of the lower levels, not wanting to waste this money, die once and are resurrected in the wild. The first thing about wild resurrection is that it's just not safe, and it might just brush up against a monster. And this big brother Manhwa is just unlucky. Then you'd better hurry up and buy a house. After Tang Yun finished speaking, he sent him on his way with a sword. Another piece of equipment exploded. After dying twice in a row and dropping 2 pieces of equipment, Big Brother Manhwa was also a bit overwhelmed. Kai Kai Senior That guy isn't human and killed me again. I lost 2 levels. Big Brother Manhwa cried. Damn it! This treadmill is too much. Senior Kai Kai gritted his teeth. You go ahead and rest, we'll take care of the rest. He must be made to pay. When Senior Kai Kai finished, he turned around again and said, Wo-chun. How many people are there? 200 people now. Everyone heard about what happened to Cold Cloud Mountain and responded, and they're all rushing over now. The rough-looking Wo-chun said. Good. 200 level 20s or above and you can't get him killed? Keep shaking people, we mustn't let him escape from Cold Cloud Mountain. Senior Choi Choi said. Yes. The crowd of Manhwa University came towards Cold Cloud Mountain as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. LWU is a third-rate university with a total of about 50,000 students. Above level 20, there are at least 20,000 of them. The upgrading location of tens of thousands of people naturally couldn't all be in this small area of Cold Cloud Mountain. After all, Cold Cloud Mountain is also only suitable for level 11-20 players. Players above level 20 were coming from other places. Did something happen to Cold Cloud Mountain? I see a lot of high-level players from Manhwa University heading that way. I heard the team was wiped out. It's getting ready for revenge. Someone said. Holy, who exterminated it, good job, martyr, all the resources are taken up by these universities, there's not even a place to fight monsters. That's right, bullying us for not going to college. It's so unfair. Brush a monster and you still have to pay them, it's a loss. Finally there's a warrior who can't look away. Alas, unfortunately, it's just a mantis. How can one person fight against a school? Someone lamented. They are players who couldn't get into college and still ride the game. Without a major power to rely on, times are tough. It's not that easy to make money off of this game. Chapter 70 Team Gathering. Terrorizing Tang Yun. Unfortunately, they're all ordinary monsters. During this time, Tang Yun killed another 30 or so monsters. Experience went up 4.6%. In addition, there is also Strength +3, Intelligence +2, physique +1, spirit +2, speed +0.2 ms, strength growth +1, and intelligence growth +1. Encountering an elite monster just now can only be described as luck. Tang Yun sighed slightly. Normal monsters don't pop out too well. The equipment is also all inferior and worthless. Elite monsters and bosses, as soon as they appear, I'm afraid they'll be killed by LWU's people. It's not my turn. Tang Yun said darkly. Tang Yuan had said that when he formally stepped into the Void Realm, he would feel the cruelty of this world. Now it seems that it does. The places to brush monsters are occupied by others, so if you want to upgrade, you have to rob them. I killed so many of them, I don't think they'll let me go. It's just as well, it's not bad to kill players to upgrade. Tang Yun was ruthless in his heart. It didn't take long for the group of over 200 people to all step into Cold Cloud Mountain. These guys have props that pinpoint his location. Tread heaven. Senior Choi Choi stepped forward. What can I tell you? Tang Yun was pleasantly unafraid. Hand over everything, and in addition, let us kill 51 times, and this matter will be turned over, or else, in the future, the entire Void Realm will not be able to accommodate you. Senior Kai Kai's voice was cold. Ha? Want to kill me? Then do it with skill. Tang Yun didn't bother with nonsense. Good. Arrogant enough, truly a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers, daring to offend a university, no one can save you. Do it. Senior Kai Kai drank. Swish swish swish. In an instant, nearly 100 skills were flung over. Metaphysical ice barrier. That's nearly 200,000 shields. He can't eat every skill of his opponent either. This bombardment didn't hurt half as much. There are actually other shield-type skills. This treading heaven, there are a bit too many skills. Hong Yang exclaimed. Senpai, can Senpai Tsai Tsai and the others handle it? Shu Jun was a little confused. Of course we can handle it, these are all level 20 plus seniors. As powerful as this Tartarus is, he's only level 11. Look, his shield disappeared and he died right away. Hong Yang laughed. Space jump. Tang Yun killed the crowd. Sword Chi Ling Xiao. Fire snake dance. 3 styles of heaven splitting. Sword Chi Ling Xiao instantly killed more than 10 people, and fire snake dance killed 3 people. The 3 styles of split sky is also a trio. But rushed into the crowd and made up a lot more swords. In a moment, more than 20 people died on the other side. Ethereal steps. Tang Yun was extremely fast, with a top speed of nearly 200 ms. He weaved his way through the crowd, and if he couldn't kill with 1 sword, then 2. Soon, 10 more people were killed in action. This guy's strength is really terrifying. I'll control him. Senior Kai Kai coldly shouted and threw out a small ice crane. The ice crane flapped its wings and flew towards Tang Yun. Death charge. As he was about to touch, Tang Yun directly rushed elsewhere, dodging the attack. Still, quite a few other skills fell into place. Thousands of blood dropped at once. Just dodge some control techniques. Tang Yun said darkly. These people's skills are basically a scratch for him. It's so hard to break defense, and there's the Banshee's battlesuit to mitigate the damage. And he's 3 million blood, it takes a bit of time to stand and give them a beating. Ah! Suddenly, a section of noise struck, and Tang Yun was shaken. Gifted demon tsunami? Tang Yun was slightly startled. It worked! Quickly output! The crowd shouted. Excellent! School sister Lei Huiying's talent magic whistle, combined with the stealth skill, excellent divine skill, perfect control. Hong Yang clapped his hands. Magic whistling talent, the louder the voice, the stronger the control and the wider the range. The downside is that it doesn't do much damage. One-on-one, not very useful, after all, when you use the magic whistle, you can't move yourself. But in a group battle, it can be quite useful. That's how Tang Yun got hit. 1 hit and hundreds of skills blasted through. Space jump. After Tang Yun reacted, he immediately changed his position. How is his spatial skill so fast? This guy is like a loach. With all those skills hit, did he lose blood or not? The crowd sputtered. Although Tang Yun had dodged the vast majority of the attacks, he was still hit by a few skills. Thousands more blood dropped. Magic confinement. Tang Yun controlling Lei Huiying. With this skill, he directly locked on to the opponent's space. There is no flight path at all and you have to keep moving your position to avoid being controlled. But to cast a magic whistle, one is required to stand still. Finished by Tang Yun. Magic imprisonment directly caused the opponent to drop over 100,000 blood. Skeleton ball. Protect sister. Many people blocked the front and intercepted the skeleton ball. Good job. The crowd's confidence grew. Polar star flash. Tang Yun failed to land a single blow and continued to attack. What the hell kind of skill is running behind me? Quick! Stop him. Throw a skill to protect your senior sister. The crowd shouted. Anyone who knew who Tang Yun was attacking flew over with one skill after another. Lei Huiying had a lot of shields on top of her at once. And many of the control skills predicted Tang Yun's direction. Tang Yun naturally wouldn't foolishly rush over to eat the skill. Turning to kill the crowd, he cut down 7 or 8 more people. Sword chi lingering. Space jump. Skeleton ball. Tang Yun was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing them all. But in doing so, his blood level was dropping wildly. Over 20,000 blood dropped in one go. Nearly 1% now. And at this moment, Tang Yun had already killed 40 to 50 people. Mud, why isn't he dead? How many skills did you take? He has high defense. The blood count is also explosively high. It's okay, he's definitely dying, everyone step up. The crowd cheered each other on. Senior, can we win? Why do I feel a bit off? Shu Jun whispered. Don't worry, it's fine, I'll get your necklace back for you. Looking at the Xuanqing necklace equipped on Tang Yun, Hong Yang was furious. A gift he paid for and actually wore around another man's neck. Outrageous. Space jump. Skeleton ball. Tang Yun seized the opportunity to take Lei Huiying away. As of this moment, no one who could threaten him existed. Sister was killed. Why does this guy have so many skills? The key is that his spatial skills are too fast. There's no way to restrain it. Why does he have so much blue too? Hasn't he used it all yet? The crowd cursed. Tang Yun's skills are used when they are good. Especially the space jumps, which keep changing positions. It leads to a lot of empty skills. Asshole. Kai grew up cursing. One less member of your own main force. Don't panic everyone, he must not have enough blue, blast him hard for me. Senior Kai commanded. The crowd sniffed and attacked even more violently. Not enough? Tang Yun laughed in his heart, he had 90,000 blues and had only used less than 10,000 now, how could it not be enough? Time passed, and Tang Yun killed another 50 people. This now puts the number of people killed at over 100. The people around them, though, were growing. Chapter 71 Humanoid Boss. Almost winning? Of course, most of them were some players below level 20. After all, the area around Cold Cloud Mountain was full of level 11-20 practicing places. It's the fastest for players of this rank to rush over. Senior Kai, this guy can still fight, we've already gotten half of us killed. One student was already a bit scared. Forget it. Retreat first. Wait for backup. With a clench of his teeth, Senior Kai gave the order. 200 were killed for 100, and as it continues, only more will die. As for those below level 20, the vast majority of them, which couldn't even break Tang Yun's defense, were even less useful. Senior Kai, why do I feel that this guy is even harder to fight than a boss? Another person said. Senior Kai sniffed and grunted coldly, even if it's a boss, we still have to brush him off. Wait for someone first. After that, the crowd began to withdraw. Want to go? Tang Yun naturally wouldn't let them go. These are all experiences. And all of them were level crossing kills, with experience rubbing off on them. Experience now at 42.4%. Continue. Ethereal steps. Tang Yun rushed into them and killed several more. Getting cut twice doesn't hurt. Asshole. Tread heaven. Really think we're afraid of you? Senior Kai was a little exasperated. Don't retreat, kill for me. Notify those who died to choose the nearest location to resurrect. Don't revive in the city, I'll drag him to death. Senior Kai said angrily. Right. Kill. It's too much. Mard, I'll hack him for 1,000 blood even if I fight to the death. Yes, as long as we combine our efforts, we can definitely kill him. The crowd hissed. Since everyone wasn't running, Tang Yun was even more excited. But in doing so, he was losing blood quickly. Without realizing it, 300,000 blood was gone. The blue amount is also depleted by more than 10,000 tons. And at the moment, a team of 200 people were all killed by him. 200 level 20 plus players were actually killed by him alone? Hong Yang's eyes widened. Those can be juniors and seniors, and the opponent, only 11th grade. Senpai, he's coming toward us, what should we do? Shu Jun was a little flustered. It wasn't just him, the others were panicking too. At this moment, Tang Yun was like a god of killing. Skeleton ball. Fire snake dance. Various skills flew over. Brothers, put up a fight. Being able to drain his blood is victory. One of them shouted before dying. Spell it out. The crowd hissed. But to break the defense, you have to do over 7,000 physical damage to do it. But a lot of them only have like 2 or 3,000 attacks, so that's not enough. Tang Yun rushed into the crowd, carrying damage and killing indiscriminately. Congratulations, kill player, experience plus 0.18%. Congratulations, raise to level 12, strength plus 47, intelligence plus 37, physique plus 110, spirit plus 45, speed plus 3.6 ms. Upgraded. Cozy. Tang Yun said excitedly. After the upgrade, Tang Yun's strength had risen considerably again. If someone had swept through the sky, they would have been able to see this amazing scene. A player who was only level 12 was actually chasing after a group of players who were more than 10 levels, or even more than 20 levels, to cut them down. It's crazy. How's it going now? After the resurrection, Senior Kai Kai asked. Senior Kai Kai, we've done a rough calculation, the treadmill has dropped at least 800,000 blood. 800,000 blood? Still not dead? Senior Kai Kai couldn't help it. It should be soon, this guy is still chasing after our people to kill them. The person who spoke said with some indignation. How about our casualties? Senior Kai Kai added. Those above level 20 basically all died once, those above level 10 also died quite a few people, total deaths, at least 300 times. 300 visits. Senior Kai Kai gritted his teeth a bit. That means at least 300 levels. A great shame. An absolute disgrace. Senior Kai Kai, we've suffered heavy losses, level 300, give it to a leveling team, that's at least a few million. And every time we die, we also drop equipment. The opponent has hundreds of pieces of our equipment in their hands. The Longhua statistician's voice already sounded like he was crying. The damage is too great. Damn it. Damn it. Show everyone the group message, I have something to say. Senior Kai Kai exasperatedly said. Good. The LW statistician nodded. Soon after, Senior Kai Kai posted a message in the group. You all know what happened at Cold Cloud Mountain, treading heaven, an outsider, indiscriminately barged into our territory, robbed Hong Yang and the others of their monsters, and killed them. As the person in charge of this area, I have the responsibility to seek justice for all of you, but unfortunately, I was not strong enough and commanded incorrectly, resulting in heavy losses for all of you. Inside the group, Senior Kai Kai's voice was touching. After many people heard this, those who had originally spat at Senior Kai Kai were silent, and at the same time, the hatred was transferred to Tang Yun. It's not Kai Kai who's to blame for this, it's that Tap Tian who's too hateful. We should be united. Lei Huiying also spoke up. Her strength, among the crowd, was considered top-notch, but it was a pity that she was targeted by Tang Yun. That's right. Unanimous to the outside world. Senior Kai Kai's command is fine. Bullying and insulting our Longhua University, surely justice must be done. Justice must be done. Kill back. The crowd was righteously indignant. I know we'll lose more if we continue, but I'm not afraid. I'm going to fight him to the end. I'm going to prove that we, Longhua University, are not that easy to bully. Senior Kai Kai continued. That's right. We're not that easy to bully. Can't let anyone look down. Spell it out. Fight. The crowd empathized. I'll put my words here today, even if he kills me 1,000 times, I'll fight him to the end. Senior Choi Choi roared. Fight to the end. Fight to the end. Never let go. Anyone who offends me, Manhwa, will be executed even though he is far away. Dry. It has to be done. The crowd's blood ran hot. I know everyone has a lot of losses, but he's not intact. After the firefight just now, we knocked out more than 1 million of his blood. Everyone, put in more effort and him up. Elder Kai encouraged everyone, and the 800,000 blood that was counted out became more than $1 million. Over 1 million. This guy's blood is so thick. It's comparable to a boss. I seriously doubt that he's a human boss. Anyway, we're so awesome, we hit him with almost 2 million blood. Manhwa is awesome. Even if it's 3 million blood, he'll still have to be ate over. The crowd was excited that their efforts were bearing fruit. Now I'm calling on all those who are in the vicinity to rush to Cold Cloud Mountain. Our sole purpose is to kill Treadmill. Redeem our losses. Senior Kai continued, of course, those who don't want to go, cannot go, I don't do force. Go. Must go. Treadmill will die. Treading heaven shall die. Killing him once is not enough, I'm going to kill him back to level 1. Wrong, kill him once you see him so he can't get a foothold in the game. After Kai's speech, the crowd was enthusiastic. Cold Cloud Mountain had gathered a group of over 500 people at once. Chapter 72, Upgrading Again. Talent Alienation. 13.2% experience, that's fast. Looking at his dabbling experience, Tang Yun couldn't help but say, it's a shame there are no wide-range attack skills. Tang Yun was still a bit sorry. When he encountered such a crowded team, he could kill up to a dozen of them with one skill. It also has to be a case of the other side gathering together. Extremely inefficient. Here we go again. Good coming. Looking at the Manhwa crowd that was killing towards his side, Tang Yun dove in headfirst. The small Karami of more than 10 levels was no match for him at all. But he's up a level now, while a number of people have dropped a level. Now that you kill players, upgrading is a lot less efficient than before. But even that is faster than killing monsters. What's going on? He actually upgraded? Senior Kai looked at Tang Yun in the distance and said in a daze. Whatever, I'll go over and shade him, you guys pick up the skills. Lei Huiying said. The crowd nodded in unison. Lei Huiying turned on her stealth skill and sneaked near Tang Yun. A devilish whistle followed, deafening. Hearing the voice, Tang Yun sensed something bad, but it was still too late. The whole thing was bounced off the ground and then shocked. At the same time, various control skills were thrown over. This time, the other team matched up significantly better. Just for a moment, 1 million blood is gone. There were too many people, and even though he had amazing defense, he couldn't carry the attack of so many high-level players. What? This set goes down. I can't believe he's still alive. How much blood does he have anyway? Damn it! The crowd couldn't help but curse as they watched Tang Yun put up his shield. So many skills had been thrown over, but they hadn't actually been able to send Tang Yun away. Space jump. Tang Yun instantly killed to Lei Huiying's side. Lei Huiying was a level 30 player, but of course, she was now level 29 and strong. But Tang Yun taught her to be human with a single magical confinement. And she was too close in order to maximize her control over Tang Yun. Being instantly approached by Tang Yun, a set of output took it away. Her teammates stepped forward to help, and Tang Yun carried the damage to kill her, only dropping hundreds of thousands of blood. Next, it's time for another massacre. Tang Yun rubbed his fists. Without Lei Huiying, other control skills, basically, can't hit him. After all, he had a flexible stance and high burst movement skills like Death Charge and Polar Star Flash. Coupled with space jumps, it's simply unbeatable. Skeleton Ball. Ice Barrier. Fire Snake Dance. Tang Yun's skills flew and killed in a big way. But there seemed to be an endless stream of opposing men. Congratulations, raised to level 13, strength plus 47, intelligence plus 37, physique plus 110, spirit plus 45, speed plus 3.6 ms. Without realizing it, Tang Yun had once again upgraded. What? He's upgraded? Wait, he didn't even kill the monster. Asshole. He can upgrade by killing players. No wonder he's staring at us. Damn it. So he's been eyeing us for a long time. The crowd was furious. He kills players and actually gets experience. Senior Kai Kai gritted his teeth. Kai Kai, how's it going over there? I've heard a lot of players talking about the trouble you guys are in. Do you still need support? At this moment, another senior from LWU sent a message. Need. Aoki. Hurry up and get your men backed up. Want an expert. This guy is taking us for a leveling brush, it's just too egregious. Kai Kai said hastily. Players over 10 levels had trouble dealing damage to Tang Yun. Only players above level 20 could threaten him. Unfortunately, there were only 200 level 20 plus players on his side. And both dropped a level and a little bit of strength. I'll be right there. Aoki said. Everyone step up, Aoki support is coming. Kai Kai yelled. The crowd was also seething with anger and blood, and regardless, they were about to engage Tang Yun in a firefight. Blood is down by 3 million and blue is running low, withdraw first. After 2 levels up, the space was also lying full of equipment. If not burst to a few pieces of space equipment, just by virtue of the undead bone ring is afraid that it cannot be loaded. He can't. He's going to run. Someone with sharp eyes spotted Tang Yun's intentions. Go after them. Charge. Intercept him. The crowd yelled. Come on. Senior Kai Kai was also excited. After paying for almost 1,000 lives, finally was seeing the light of victory, they naturally wouldn't let Tang Yun run away. How dare you chase me? Tang Yun wasn't spoiling for a fight, and the few people who caught up with him were killed by him within a few clicks. Everyone take it easy, just harass and don't let him get out of the fight. Senior Kai Kai was busy. In the Void Realm, you have to get out of the battle to get off the line. And when they went offline, the characters disappeared with them, so there was no way for them to kill Tang Yun. Of course, it came back online again and was in place. Tang Yun naturally wouldn't give them a chance to guard the corpse. Tang Yun killed as he retreated. If he didn't have enough blue, he would have been killed. In addition, his blue recovery was fast, and even though the combat state only had half the recovery at most, he had returned quite a bit of mana in the meantime. Aoki! Stop him! Kai Kai learned to growl. There are people coming again. We must hurry into the city, or else we'll really be worn out by them. Tang Yun said darkly. As strong as he was, it was still a bit hard to fight hundreds of them right now. If it wasn't for the powerful skills, even if it was a few million blood, it would have been gone long ago. Ethereal steps. Tang Yun was extremely fast, running so fast that many people were left behind by him. Want to go? Ask me not. Manhwa Changmu shouted angrily, and his entire body transformed into a giant green eagle. Gifted alienation? Tang Yun was slightly startled. There are quite a few talents in the alienation category, and they're usually at least D-ranked. What's more, they can be alienated into boss form and are super strong, up to S rank. This Manhwa Changmu naturally couldn't be S rank talent. But even so, transforming into a flying monster was quite difficult. Stay. The green-colored giant eagle spat out human words, and its giant claws also grabbed towards Tang Yun. Tang Yun swept his sword away, but his opponent followed again. It seriously affected his speed. Seek death. Tang Yun's eyes changed, and when the green-colored giant eagle killed again, he made a direct move. Magic confinement. Fire snake dance. Split sky 3 styles. Look out. Senior Kai Kai reminded loudly. Unfortunately, this Manhwa Changmu didn't even know how powerful Tang Yun was, and without defense, he was taken away in one set. Senior Aoki was actually killed. This guy is too perverted. Level 13 seconds over level 30 Senior Aoki? Who the hell is this guy? The people Aoki brought with him were dumbfounded. In their eyes, Aokina was already a big brother. But this big man was directly scum in front of Tang Yun. Not good, there's no one to hold him back. Senior Kai Kai frowned. Bone shield. Space jump. Killing Aoki wasted some time as various skills flew by. Tang Yun directly used a space jump to escape, while also propping up a bone shield to fend off some preemptive skills. I have to say, these guys have a great strategy. Continuing to fight hard, he was sure to be exhausted. Chapter 73, Entering the City. Player public enemy? If he really wanted to escape, it would be difficult for these people to chase after him. After all, his speed could soar to over 200 meters per second. There are also displacement skills. The Manhwa crowd chased further and further away. There were a few, barely keeping up, but it didn't help. Damn it! Senior Kai cursed. Tang Yun flew all the way, and hundreds of people from Manhwa University chased after him furiously, forming a beautiful scenery line. Holy, what the hell? Who is that guy, being chased by LWU? Only level 13, how dare you mess with LWU? Those people at LWU look like they're angry, what's going on? On the way, some passers-by also stopped to watch and later inquired. Those in front, stop treadmill for me. Senior Kai roared. The passers-by were a bit overwhelmed by what they heard. What? Want us to stop? This takes itself too seriously. A passerby with a hammer couldn't help but say. Go, this guy is not simple, we don't need to get into the muddy water. Stop the these guys run us over like, why should we listen to him? The crowd muttered. Soon, Tang Yun swept past like a wind, unimpeded. Asshole. I told you to stop him, can't you hear me? Senior Kai chided loudly as he caught up. He was too fast to react. Someone tried to voice their displeasure, and a slightly older man jumped in. Wastes. It's all crap. Senior Kai cursed. The crowd dared to be angry. Who let LWU power, they are small shrimp, no one backing, offend LWU, that is, do not want to mix. After chasing and fleeing, Tang Yun was finally able to see the city. The city has NPC guards and does not allow private fights. Unless you can resist a city, you have to follow the rules. Senior Kai, he's gone into the city, what should we do? Guo Chun frowned. Keep an eye on him. Our men are all coming soon too, if he dares to leave the city, he'll die. Senior Choi is full of confidence. Not a moment later, Long Hua Changmu walked over, his face a bit ugly. The higher the level, the harder it was to practice, and now that you had dropped a level, it would take quite a bit of time to practice back. Aoki, you're too careless. Kai frowned. Damn. I didn't expect this guy to be so perverted, and you didn't say so earlier. Aoki was a little disgruntled. He came for backup and ended up hitching himself up. What else do I have to say? He killed so many of us, how strong is he, don't you have any idea in your heart? Kai couldn't help but say. What do you mean? I came to help you and you blame me instead, why don't you blame yourself for being useless? Aoki was also on fire. Help me? Are you here to help us, or are you here to see a joke? Don't fail to see the joke and become a laughingstock yourself. Kai said coldly. Aoki died once, the fire was great, but what about him? So many people died in battle under his command. If he didn't have an explanation, he would spend his whole life in shame. Alright, stop arguing, let's wait for Yuan Feng and the others to come over and we'll discuss it. Lei Huiying became a peacemaker. She was killed twice, and although she logged on again, it would be an overdraft if she continued to strike. What's the point of discussing, just ask the teachers of the second rank to step in and slap him to death. Aoki gave Kai a disdainful look. Asking a teacher to make a move? If you don't mind being humiliated, I still mind being humiliated. Kai said coldly. You're still afraid of losing face, it's a laugh, do you have any face now? How many people are watching you laugh? It doesn't matter if you're humiliated, but don't bring us Long Hua along with you. Aoki said nonchalantly. You. Aoki. You're deliberately picking a fight, aren't you? Kai said angrily. Two best friends, actually arguing over Tang Yun. Enough. What's there to quarrel about? The key now is to recoup the losses. Lei Huiying growled. Tang Yun had hundreds of pieces of their equipment in his hands now. And she had two good pieces of equipment on her that had been blown out, a huge loss. Damn it! How to redeem? My rare weapon was exploded by him. Marred. I should have known better. Aoki was furious. Rare weapons were exploded too? Lei Huiying was slightly shocked. Rare weapons of the first rank start at $100,000. No wonder Aoki stormed out. Of course, they don't feel good about it either. Who's to blame if you got blown up for not using it yourself? You think my weapon didn't get blown up? I'm a rare weapon too. Kai said angrily. Alas, the losses were heavy. Lei Huiying sighed. It wasn't just the three of them who had losses. Almost everyone involved has been killed. And both dropped their equipment. The average student is fine, dropping some inferior, common equipment is nothing. But some of them are in good condition, and it still hurts the flesh when you buy a fine suit and drop it. It wasn't long before a few more people came in support. All are regional heads and they bring their own teams with them. After learning that Tang Yun had already entered the city, the crowd cursed. What's the deal now? Guard him? How much time is this going to waste? The player named Yuan Feng said. Our reputation at LWU isn't enough for the NPCs to kick him out of the city. We can only wait. Lei Huiying said. If you ask me, it's better to talk to him and get him to return all his equipment, and we can still give him a chance to forget about his past. The player named Three Guns said. No. Kai Kai and Aoki said in unison. I'm not happy about it. Kai Kai added. I had to kill that kid once. Aoki chimed in. What's your hurry, you're just fooling him. The Three Guns rolled their eyes. He's afraid he won't fall for it. Lei Huiying frowned. How can it be? We gave him a chance to put aside old enmity and promise not to trouble him, can he not be moved? Can't it be that he really wants to fight our Manhwa University to the end? Three Guns rode. Just him, a level 13 player, what gives him the right? If he wasn't afraid, he wouldn't hide in the city and not come out, a smart person knows what to choose. The Three Guns continued. There was a moment of silence as the crowd sniffed. Three Guns is telling the truth, there's no way anyone would dare challenge a university. Even if they're only a third-rate university, they're not comparable to a single one. What exactly is his gift, you guys? Lei Huiying suddenly said. What we know now is that when he kills a player, he can explode equipment almost 100% of the time. And the equipment didn't fall on the ground, it was directly picked up by him. Aoki said in chagrin. Generally, when you drop your own gear in a group battle, you can pick it up and not buy it again. But what's happening now is that the equipment is dropped, it's not even on the ground, so how do you pick it up? He kills players to gain experience and thus upgrade, at first he was only level 11. Kai Kai took a deep breath. What? Killing players can still be upgraded? I've never heard of that before. Yuan Feng was a bit surprised. So it seems that it's a new talent, and it's specialized for the player base. Lei Huiying mused. Specializing in player talent, this is not a player public enemy. The news is released, this kid is dead. The Three Guns said at once. Chapter 74, Buying and Selling. Threats. I just don't know this kind of talent, what level it is. Lei Huiying muttered. Whatever his rank, even if it's an S-rank talent, he'll be left in the lurch. Aoki said coldly. The remaining few people, too, nodded their heads. In all their years, they had never encountered anything so egregious. Go get your gear back first. Three Guns said. Immediately, the crowd entered the city in unison. Jianyang City. It's just a small city with a population of hundreds of thousands. Just as we entered the city, the smell of smoke and fire hit us. Sell the gear first. There were almost 800 pieces of equipment in the space now. It's not a problem to sell for $1 million or so at random. There are a few pieces of equipment in particular that are of decent quality. Weapons-wise, though, he was in no hurry to change. Though a first-rank rare weapon, with an increased attack, already exceeded the base suit's legendary weapon. But the legendary weapons, there are also strength and intelligence bonuses. The most critical, 2 phrases, 30% bludgeon chance, and 30% increased damage. This is something that rare weapons can't compare to. The Banshee's battlesuit was the equivalent of 4 epic suits, and he wouldn't be able to replace it easily. The rest is also jewelry. Soon, Tang Yun arrived in front of a vendor. It says high price for equipment. At first glance, it looks like a businessman who is mixed up in the game. Boss, how do I collect? Tang Yun walked over. That depends on what kind of equipment it is. The owner, who had an octogenarian beard, hemmed and hawed. This one. Tang Yun directly took out a long sword. Rare weapons. The 8-bearded boss's eyes lit up. It's common sense that the higher the grade of the weapon, the higher the profit. It's like Thai gear like this that's worthless in the first place, and only makes a few bucks or so when you flip it back and forth a bit. And it doesn't sell well. How much? Tang Yun said. I'll give you 8 gold. The 8-bearded boss gave an 8 sign. 8 gold? Selling it to an NPC won't even give you that. Tang Yun cursed. 8 gold is worth $80,000. The market price of a first-rank weapon, inferior, common, and refined might be a little lower, but a rare weapon, 100,000 to start. This is the watershed between elite and average players. No one should have the nerve to call themselves an elite when they don't even have a rare weapon. The weapon he took out was one that had popped out of Aoki's body, and at a guess, it was at least a dozen gold to start with. After saying that, Tang Yun was about to leave. Wait, brother, trading, if you think it's too cheap, let's discuss it again. The 8-bearded boss hurriedly said. Dude, how much do you want? The 8-bearded boss smiled cheekily. 20 gold. Tang Yun opened the bidding. 20 gold? This weapon is average, 20 gold is no good, I can't get it, I'll give 12 gold at most. The 8-bearded boss shook his head repeatedly. 12 gold? Tang Yun frowned slightly, a little low. It's no good. What the hell, I bought a weapon for 30 gold and you say it's no good? Aoki entered the city just in time to see this scene, and his lungs were about to explode. 30 gold. Tang Yun was also slightly shocked, his offer of 20 gold was still less. His knowledge of equipment prices was only skin deep. Almost got screwed. Who are you? Robbing business? Quoting nonsense and disrupting the market conditions, right? The 8-bearded boss was a bit displeased. Who is the old man? You show me who I am. Aoki said angrily. The 8-bearded boss took a closer look, and the people's nicknames carried the word Manhwa, and they wore the appropriate insignia on their clothing. Someone from Manhwa University. Ego, it's me who has eyes to recognize and to tie, sorry. The 8-bearded boss hurriedly said. Get out of my way, my weapons, you're not allowed to get your hands on them. Aoki drank. The 8-bearded boss opened his mouth and didn't dare to retort, but only muttered something obscure in his heart. Treadmill. Return the weapon, and I promise, I won't come after you. Aoki reached out with his big hand, about to ask for a weapon. Ha! Why should I give you back the weapon I exploded with my skills? If you want it you can, take the money and buy it, I don't charge indiscriminately, 30 gold is enough. Tang Yun said. 30 gold? You just wanted 20 gold to sell to this old guy. Now you want 30 gold from me? Aoki said angrily. I didn't know the price just now, but now that I do, it's naturally 30 gold. Of course, I can discount it, 28 gold, how about it? Tang Yun said. How's it going? You mud, I'm not giving a cent. Are you going to give it to me or not? Aoki was furious. You don't pay and you want equipment? How dare you? Tang Yun snorted. Ing. Aoki rolled up his sleeves and was about to curse. Oh? Going to do it? Tang Yun played with the flavor. Aoki instantly calmed down at the sight. Although he had been gullible just now, he had been killed by Tang Yun in seconds, and knew that he was probably not an opponent even if he responded with his full strength. And there are severe penalties for daring to do it in town. Tell me what the hell it's going to take to give me back my equipment. Aoki took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Like I said, take the money, not just for your gear, but for all of your gear, I'll take the money and I'll give you a discount. Tang Yun once again emphasized that he could get a discount. You discount, is that what I need? Aoki couldn't help himself a little. The original price is fine. Tang Yun said indifferently. Of course he knew that Aoki was trying to whore himself out, just to piss him off on purpose. Aoki was about to mouth the fragrance when the 3 guns pulled away from each other. Tap Tian, I know that you and us, Manhwa University, have some small misunderstandings, but this time, I'll be the peacemaker, how about letting this go? After all, you don't want to be hunted by us all the time, don't you? 3 guns laughed. Sure, I'm not losing out anyway. Tang Yun immediately said. After a big battle, he had risen 2 levels and had so much equipment. It was the LWU crowd that suffered. Hee, in that case, you return the equipment to us first, and let's sit down for a meal and laugh it off. The 3 guns laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? The equipment is in my pocket. What do you mean give it back to you? I told you, if you want it, take the money and buy it. Otherwise I'm leaving. Tang Yun was a bit impatient. With so much equipment, it's really not possible, he'll sell it to an NPC. The three guns' faces twitched as they said in a deep voice, treading heaven, do you want to be hunted to the ends of the earth by my Manhwa University? As long as you soften up now and admit your mistake, we can forget about it and pretend that nothing has happened. Joke. You guys? Think I'm afraid? Just come at me. Tang Yun disdainfully said. Good. Very good. Do you really think that's all I can do at Manhwa University? 50,000 students, each with a mouthful of spit, can spit you to death. We also have second and even third order experts. One finger is enough to crush you. How can you compete with us? Three Guns said coldly. You're the only one with a backstage? You didn't think I was alone, did you? Tang Yun kindly laughed. Chapter 75 Harvest. Buying treasures. What to do? This guy doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Yuan Feng whispered. What are you afraid of? Even if he has a backstage, then he has to follow the rules. Kai Dao. Indeed, and if you don't kill monsters on your own turf and run to our turf to cause trouble, how can we say it, we're the ones who are justified? Aoki chimed in. Treading heaven. It seems like you're just refusing to drink until you're forced to do so. The three guns had run out of patience too. Huh, these are the people from LWU, right? Looks like they're deflated, what's going on? Seeing a few people arguing, a number of people gathered around. The players are curious. I heard that there's a fierce man who killed a lot of people from Manhwa University, it can't be him. When did this happen? This is only level 13. So fierce? I'll go, calling out LWU, what's the story? There's a good thing going on. The crowd murmured. I, for one, won't eat any wine, so I won't serve it. Seeing that there were more and more people, Tang Yun didn't say any more and headed towards the auction house in the city. LWU is so powerful that players don't dare to take his goods. It can only be sold to NPCs. The auction house in the newbie zone doesn't charge, but it's naturally different when you're out of the newbie zone. Little friend, what are you? Auction house master Yen looked at the equipment piled up in front of him and said with some curiosity. All sold. Tang Yun said. Haha, well, someone quickly come and take inventory. Master Yen was beaming with joy. The LWU crowd followed behind, their faces green. My god, what's with all the gear? Hundreds of pieces, I think. Which great power is this robbing? That's too much, this must sell for millions? Keep it down, it looks like LWU gear. This Tartarus is also too fierce, it really doesn't give any face at all. Inside the auction house, many players exclaimed in shock when they saw the scene. The faces of the people of Manhwa University became even more ugly. This actually really threw our equipment to the NPCs, now how to get it? Aoki said angrily. We can only guard him, if we don't get him killed, our Manhwa University's face is considered lost. Three Guns said coldly. You keep watch, I'm going to rest first. Lei Huiying said. She was killed twice in a row, and when she logged in again, she was already unwell, so when she saw this, she quit the game. When several people saw this, they couldn't say anything, it was indeed a bit humiliating. It didn't take long for the NPCs to finish inventorying their equipment. It's worth 213 gold coins in total, what do you think, little friend? Master Yen laughed. 213 gold coins. Not bad. Tang Yun thought to himself, he had thought that selling for 100 gold would be about right. It seemed that he had still underestimated the gold content of the equipment. Yes. Tang Yun nodded. Soon the transaction was complete and he looked at some more items in the auction house. Among them, there were many materials needed for feats, and some treasures that could accelerate the improvement of skill perception and so on. He doesn't need any of these. As for the equipment, he couldn't look at the trash equipment, and the good equipment was too expensive. Excellent equipment is going to be millions. Tang Yun secretly smacked his lips. With all the equipment he had sold adding up, it would only be enough to buy 1 or 2 excellence outfits. The point is he can't see it. Admittedly, the first rank of exceptional equipment already provides attributes that are greater than the base legendary equipment. But without a good phrase, Tang Yun was still a bit reluctant to part with the extreme shadow sword. He's only replaced 3 pieces of jewelry so far. Power bracelet grade 1 fine. Strength, plus 60. Ring of Nascent Souls grade 1 fine. Space, plus 60 cubic meters. Looking at the attributes again, they have also changed quite a bit. Nickname, Taditan No. Prestige, 1. Rank, 13 3.56% First Order. Life, 3,847,100 Physique 3100 Rep, 6.1 S feats plus 5,500. Mana, 117300 Spirit 300 Recovery, 6 plus 3S. Physical Attack, 29,376 Strength 51 Equipment plus 2,000 feats plus 550. Magic Attack, 21050 Intelligence 50 Equipment plus 2,000 feats plus 550. Physical Defense, 8687 Physique 7 Equipment plus 400 feats plus 40. Magic Defense, 2737 Spirit 7 Equipment plus 600 feats plus 40. Strength, 436 47 Growth plus 140 Equipped. Intelligence, 341 37 Growth plus 80 Equipped. Physique, 1211 110 Growth plus 30 for Equipment. Spirit, 361 45 Growth plus 30 for Equipment. Speed, 59.7 ms 3.6 Growth Equipment plus 12. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop Unique. Elemental Affinity, Fire 30%, Space 10%, Water 10%. Mindfulness Increase, 40%. Skills, Shin Ice Barrier First Extreme, Sword Chi Lingering First Extreme, Space Jump First Extreme, Fire Snake Dance First Extreme, Magic Imprisonment First Extreme, Extreme Star Lightning First Extreme, Banshee's Curse Passive Extreme, Cracking Heavenly Triple Stance Extreme, Ethereal Steps Extreme, Death Charge Extreme, Skeleton Ball Extreme, Bone Shield Extreme. Technique, Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique 10%, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique 10%, Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique 10%, Spirit Element Tidal Wave Technique 10%. Equipment, Extreme Shadow Sword Legendary, Banshee's Battlesuit Epic, Xuanqin Necklace First Order Fine, Powerful Bracelet First Order Fine, Nascent Soul Ring First Order Fine. Over 30,000 physical attacks. This is the benefit of a high attack factor. And he's grown more than the majority of players. Almost 4 million blood, just by relying on its own blood return, it's only 20,000 or so an hour, and there's also just over 30,000 mana. At the current rate of progress, he'd have to be at full mana for 3 hours, and blood would take almost 200. It's no wonder that some powerful people don't make it easy. Tang Yun said darkly. If he's not 4 million blood, but 40 billion, it's going to be a monkey's life. 100 copper coins for a potion will only return 100 blood, a high-grade potion, a gold coin to return 10,000 blood, is also useless, you can only buy treasures. Tang Yun looked at the prices of some of the items. The pills to restore blue and blood are too expensive. This also results in gear that boosts rep being quite a bit more expensive. Violet Jade Arcane Water Consumable, restores 20% of blood within 3s. Note, only effective on those who possess an affinity for the water element, and the effect is boosted according to the affinity. Not bad, only 15 gold is enough. Tang Yun thought for a while and bought it directly. Purple Jade Xian Shui can restore 22% of his blood. The equivalent of 800,000 blood. The reason it's cheaper is because at 15 gold, it's the equivalent of getting 150,000 blood back to make it cost effective. But very few people in the First Order have more than 750,000 blood. Also, the water property is needed. First Order medicines, too, are greatly reduced or even ineffective against Second and Third Order. That's what makes the price not so high. Fire Featherwood Consumable, restores 30% of blood within 5s. Note, effective only on those with fire elemental affinity and enhances the effect based on the degree of affinity. It suits me better. Tang Yun's eyes lit up. He has 30% fire elemental affinity. When you ignite the fire featherwood, you can restore 39% of your blood. Fire featherwood is a bit more expensive though, 20 gold coins. But great value for money. Tang Yun didn't hesitate and bought it, and was considered to be rich. The stuff is expensive, but it comes in handy in a pinch. Especially when LWU was still after him. Get more potions that restore mana. A high-level blue returning potion worth 1 gold coin that could return 10,000 mana. It's more than enough. 100 bottles. Tang Yun instantly spent 100 gold coins. After shopping, come to the street. People came and went, players and NPCs. Over there is the Colosseum? Tang Yun looked at the direction where the crowd had gathered, somewhat curious. Chapter 76 Single Player Copy. Fire Cloud Crypt. Brother Wolf, how does this Colosseum work? Inside the Colosseum, a rank 11, slightly shorter youth was filled with curiosity. Gambling, whoever you fancy, you can place your bets. Of course, if you fancy a certain NPC girl, you can also pick her up, absolutely free. Wolf hemmed and hawed. Brother Wolf, look, can't I go up to the stage to fight the beasts and then by myself? You can upgrade and make money. The youth exclaimed. Good idea. I'm with you. Wolf gave a thumbs up and laughed. Wolf, is there something wrong? The youth quickly calmed down and asked again. Of course there's a problem, not to mention the fact that players can't bet, or if you want to go on stage, you're not qualified. Wolf said. How do I qualify? The youth seemed eager to take the field himself. Nah. Over there by the entrance, there's a single copy quest, complete it and you'll qualify. Wolf pouted. Single copy quest. The youth was slightly startled. The copybook is difficult enough, let alone the single player. Not bad, after brushing this single copy, you'll be qualified to go on stage, and it's said that if you don't perform well, you'll be able to get the favor of the big shots and trigger some quests, but the difficulty isn't normal, so we're not going to think about this kind of casual player. Wolf said, pulling the other man towards the door on the other side. Entering the Colosseum, Tang Yun also sighed. The imaginary world can be considered a real world. Tang Yun thought of the words his teacher had taught him. A single copy, I'd like to try it. Tang Yun thought, heading directly towards the enrollment office. How to qualify for the stage. Tang Yun opened the door and asked the NPC gatekeeper at the entrance of the gladiator. The gatekeeper shot Tang Yun a somewhat careless glance, but upon closer inspection, his attitude shifted again. Travel to the Fire Cloud Crypt and fetch the Earth Dragon's skull, and you'll be qualified to become a gladiator. Mission, go to the Fire Cloud Crypt and kill the Golden Earth Dragon. Hint, the level difference is too big, the quest suggests level 30. A level 30 single copy. Tang Yun was also slightly stunned. He was only level 13, and in the eyes of an NPC, he was definitely not qualified to participate in this quest. I didn't expect the other party to release the mission directly, but it was free of a lot of words. Good. Thanks a lot. Tang Yun said. When he finished, he went back to the house rental office. Although Jianyang City was only a small city, the house prices were not cheap. Any house would cost hundreds of gold coins. And it's just the most ordinary house. Tang Yun naturally didn't need to buy, just rent one to make do. Older brother, buying a house? A lewd uncle-looking NPC came up. Not buying, renting one. Tang Yun said. Hey, just look for me, look at this, the most junior room, 1 silver coin a day, 20 a month will do. The lewd uncle showed Tang Yun a sample room. It's only about 30 square meters. How did it work out? Tang Yun asked. Increased your rep by 50%. Uncle Creepy said. 50%? Tang Yun frowned slightly, somewhat lower. He needs to get back to full strength as soon as possible. And look at this. A double bed. The lewd uncle introduced another one to Tang Yun. What's the point of a double bed? Tang Yun is a little curious. Look at the introduction, just increase a little bit of space, but do not increase the reply but instead, it is twice as expensive. Double beds can sleep 2 people, so we do offer special services, you know. The lewd uncle grinned. Of course, the price is also a little more expensive. No, I want a quick reply to the house. Tang Yun waved his hand. Look at this, top-notch accommodation with 400% increased rep. How's that? The lewd uncle added. 400% increase. Not bad. Tang Yun nodded. You can actually add double beds here too. The lewd uncle continued. Tang Yun's face stiffened. No need. Really don't need it? White skin and long legs. The sleazy uncle continued his sales pitch. Enough. I want a quick recovery. The faster the better the room. Tang Yun was busy. Well, I can see that you're in a monkey's way. The lewd uncle spread his hands. Tang Yun was somewhat speechless. There just happens to be a superlative room. 10 times recovery. Slightly more expensive, how about 30 silver coins a day, 7 gold a month? The lewd uncle was suddenly quite proper. 10 times recovery. 20 hours to get back to full strength. Tang Yun's heart moved. But the rent is also super expensive, equivalent to 70,000 summer dollars a month. To have a good gaming experience, you basically have to spend all the money you make on the game. Brother Yuan is only 100,000 a month now, so he definitely wouldn't rent such an expensive house. Tang Yun thought. Of course, Tang Yuan had joined a group, which was equivalent to working for someone else inside the game. In this case, the group will be all inclusive of equipment, shelter, etc. Rented for a month. Tang Yun said. He still had dozens of gold coins in his hand now, enough to splurge. And he's making money pretty fast. It'll be even faster when you finish the single copy quest and get on the fighting stage. Tang Yun thought. It's just that he can't go out of the city now that LWU's people are guarding outside. Get your status back first. After arriving at the room, Tang Yun didn't think too much about it and directly settled in, exiting the game. If you are not in such a room, you exit the game, and the whole person leaves the world. In this case, the state will not recover on its own. And only this particular room will leave a phantom that recovers on its own. Are you buying a house, a couple of old guys? The lewd uncle looked at Kai Kai and the others walking towards him and raised his eyebrows. I wanted to ask, how long has that guy just rented the house? Three Guns asked. Information about our guests is not to be told, I'm a principled salesman. The lewd uncle said faintly. Good, we like people with principles, do you think this is round enough? The Three Guns said and took out a bright gold coin. The leering uncle's eyes lit up, round. Tell us and this one is yours. Three Guns laughed. He rented it for a year. And kept asking me if I had special services. I feel like this guy is scum, but in business, there's no way around it. The lewd uncle spoke eloquently. So is there a special service or not? Yuan Feng inquired. This well. The lewd uncle was a little hesitant. The other three also looked at Yuan Feng in amazement. You're usually a decent guy, but I didn't think you'd like it too? Ahem, I was trying to learn more about this treadmill. Jenkei's is a bit of a lusty one. It's a good thing a few people didn't say much. This dog, taking my money and looking for women in the game? Aoki was a little exasperated. This guy is renting for so long, he's trying to fight a long war with us. That's good, just keep someone watching all the time. Let's all disperse, Kai Kai, you need to think about what to tell those schoolmates. The Three Guns warned. Kai Kai's head was also big when he sniffed. Chapter 77, Crew. Go up the mountain and kill the monsters. Cozy. Feeling the tingling sensation within his body, Tang Yun couldn't help but say. The moment he exited the game, the Void Realm imbued him with power once more. It was also what he gained from this promotion. Compared to the pain of the first time, this one was a lot easier, even less pleasurable. It's also time to meet my teammates. Tang Yun washed up and headed towards the training base. Inside the training base, 15 people were going through their own training. Some throw wild punches, training their strength and control. Others dodged frantically in front of an instrument. Although they had all awakened the power in the Void Realm, they had to train from time to time if they wanted to integrate it. Sayuri, I heard that this new captain of ours has only just awakened, is that true? A half-naked, athletic man wondered. That's right, I've asked around, and it's true that he's just awakened, just transferred up from the reserve battalion to be exact. Lu Xingyao looked a bit svelte, but every time he threw a punch, it was full of force. Holy, it's those males again, isn't it? ING just awakened and you're a vice squad. A man walked up to him and said after gulping down a bottle of water in a few gulps. It's really a prince, with an unusual identity. Shin Yi of the Shin family. A rather tall man in a good military uniform stepped out of the room and said. Shin Yi? I've never heard of it, which young master of the Shin family? Old Fu, you quickly tell me. The stocky man moved a stool and sat down. The rest of the group's attention was on this side. Fuling Tian Hamden Hod, a direct descendant of the Shin family, or a personal cousin of our Commander Shin, you say this identity, the group should take it easy. Commander Shin's cousin. I'll rub it in. Tanwen said, and the finished bottle was thrown into the garbage can through the air. Is it actually Commander Shin's cousin? The crowd was a little alarmed. People are coming, be careful. Someone cautioned. The crowd sniffed and quickly rose. Only a man with a straight posture and a slightly boyish face walked in. Hello, Team Shin. There were 10 people in all, standing in a row. The party's own soldiers, 10 to 20 in all depending on their own arrangements. And these were the very people that Li Zhao had arranged to come over. Aha! Tang Yun looked at these people and nodded slightly. Get ready to go up the mountain and kill monsters today. Tang Yun followed up. Today? Tamwon was a little surprised. What? What's wrong? Tang Yun asked. No. The crowd shook their heads in unison. No problem then, let's get going. Try to finish half of this month's tasks first. Tang Yun said. Yes. Although the crowd muttered in their hearts, they didn't dare to disobey Tang Yun's orders on their faces. The Broken Dragon mountain range, surrounded by mountains, was infested with monsters. The army is on duty and they have real-world missions. Each person must hunt 10 first-order monsters per month to do so. But this isn't like the game world. Dying can be a real death, and one's power play is certainly not as good as inside the game. Overall, there is a fair amount of difficulty in one-on-one situations. Only someone who has been in combat for a long time can do that. Overall, it was a grind for them. The captain's duty, naturally, is to watch them. Also, have your own hunting missions. After going up the mountain, it didn't take long for the few to encounter an ape-like monster. It's the red gold ape. First rank upper class. Ryu Xingyo said. Tough luck, the first monster is actually a first-order upper. A few faces stared. The corresponding level of the first-level monsters in the game is 1130. Outside of the game, the crowd can't see the levels, which are artificially divided into lower, middle, and upper. The upper class is basically the monsters after level 25, but of course, it could be some low-level elite monsters. But it's a more powerful bunch anyway. Of the 10 people, all of them were generally of medium combat power, which was around level 20. It's still a bit difficult to deal with this kind of monster. I'll do it. The lanky man was directly in front. Zhang Hu, be careful. Lu Xingyao reminded. Scared less. Zhang Hu shouted angrily, and the equipment on his body surfaced, but it was all inferior equipment, with a few ordinary outfits. Roar! The red golden ape roared angrily when it saw Zhang Hu's provocation. Boom! The red golden ape slammed his fist, and Zhang Hu rolled over to avoid it. The rest followed. At the same time, there were 3 long-range skills thrown. Just one punch from the red gold ape dispersed several long-range skills. Poof! Poof! During this time, Lu Xingyao and Fu Yingtian had already rushed up and slashed twice. The red gold ape's blood soared wildly, and he became even angrier. Its muscles bulged and its body glowed with golden light, and with a slap, it sent Zhang Hu flying. It was a good thing someone on the team had put a shield against damage on him. That's why it didn't take a serious hit. But even so, Zhang Hu's blood was still churning. Mud, this guy is incredibly strong, all be careful. Zhang Hu said. The crowd was also more careful. One hit misses, then backs away. Some go up, others cover. 10 people toyed with this red golden ape with angry hair. Tang Yun watched from the sidelines and did not make a move. After all, the military is there to train them, not for him to step in and fix all the problems. 10 people carefully cooperated and spent most of an hour before the red golden ape was settled. For this reason, the crowd was also out of breath. Hoo, that was something. Zhang Hu wailed. Where's Team Shin? Fu Yingtian was curious. Holy, Team Shin won't run away first. Tan Wen couldn't help but say. It's really possible. Team Shin just awakened, it's normal to be scared. Mud, keep your voice down, it's not good to be heard. The crowd whispered. Alright, let's not discuss this, all of you know what you're doing. Team Lee asked us to take care of Team Shin, so let's finish the job for Team Shin with this monster. Lu Xingyao said. The crowd sniffed and lowered their heads, not knowing what to say. Tang Yun, as the vice captain, had a mission requirement of killing a first-order upper-class monster to be counted. And naturally, their requirements were a bit lower, a first-order medium monster would do. The top monster is equal to 2 medium monsters. There was some reluctance and dissatisfaction in the hearts of the people. It's just not good to say it explicitly. Not long after, Tang Yun returned, not knowing what he had done. Nice. Tang Yun nodded, quite satisfied with the performance of a few people. Everyone be careful, I can see around here, it looks like there are others. Tang Yun admonished. After his awakening, his insight had also improved. Just now, I went to explore the area. It should be someone from another team. Team Shin doesn't need to worry. In addition, this monster, it will be left to Team Shin to deal with. Lu Xingyo said. Aha! Tang Yun nodded. Monsters you guys just put in your space gear and bring back. Tang Yun waved his hand. Lu Xingyo was just about to say something when a roar shook the heavens. A few people shuddered. Immediately afterward, a giant ape that was clearly one size larger took a flying leap and landed in front of the crowd. Its oppressive force left the crowd speechless. Chapter 78 Super Monster. The Gift of Reality. First Order, Super. Super. Black Rock Giant Ape. The crowd gasped in shock. Above superior, there is superlative. It's basically a high-level elite monster. The strength was amazing, not something an ordinary First Order could deal with. Finished. We're powerless to fight anymore. Damn it, even if we were at our full strength, we wouldn't be able to beat it. Run. Run fast. We're no match. Team Shin. Hurry up and go. We're patting back. Lu Xingyo also roared. Looking at the giant ape that was as tall as a two-story building, the crowd was horrified. Pulling Tang Yun was about to flee the scene. No need to run. Tang Yun, however, was unmoved. Team Shin, you don't understand, we really can't fight. Fu Yingtian was busy saying. Yeah, Team Shin, we're no match. The crowd said in quick succession. In their eyes, Tang Yun was just a backdoor vice captain, the kind of male child that needed to rely on them to take care of him. I know. Tang Yun said. The strength of a few people, he had roughly understood just now. Indeed, it was no match for this Black Rock giant ape. Don't panic you guys, rest off to the side, leave it to me, it's the lieutenant's duty. Tang Yun said, shielding the crowd behind him. The crowd was stunned as they looked at his magnificent body. Lieutenant's duties? I'm practically crying. Is this really a male? Why am I a little touched? Team Shin, it's okay for us to run, it's not a dereliction of duty. Yeah, Team Shin, don't be a hero. The crowd was busy. If Tang Yun was going to die here, they wouldn't be able to eat. Roar! The Black Rock giant ape let out a roar and spat out hot flames from its mouth. Tang Yun took a little step and instantly dodged. The crowd also hurriedly backed away to avoid it. Boom! The Black Rock giant ape roared again and stomped its feet, sending stones tumbling from the ground. These stones attacked instantly. Team Shin. Watch out! The crowd chanted. Polar Star Flash. Tang Yun was as if he was a piece of paper, instantly floating behind the Black Rock giant ape. At the same time, the long sword was already on the opponent's body, leaving deep wounds. His sword, which was just an ordinary longsword, was not game equipment. However, in the face of his immense damage, he was still able to heavily damage the Black Rock giant ape. This. The crowd looked at this scene and looked at each other in disbelief. Team Shin doesn't seem to be as simple as we thought. Tan Wen couldn't help but say. Don't be too optimistic yet. Team Shin may be strong, but super monsters aren't that easy to deal with. Ryu Xingyo said. The crowd nodded in unison. One super monster is enough to destroy them in a group. Boom! After the Black Rock giant ape was injured, its body erupted with fierce black light. The air around them also became hot and dry. These black lights were none other than the black flames on its body. Metaphysical Ice Shield. Tang Yun put up a shield for himself to ward off this damage. Magic Confinement. The three styles of cracking the sky. Fire Snake Dance. Several skills hit in an instant. The line was flowing, and the Black Rock giant ape fell to the ground with a bang. But as a price, his longsword also shattered. What? Dead? That fast? This is a super monster. Team Shin is also too anticlimactic. The crowd watched the scene in awe. You know, they teamed up and it took them half an hour to solve a top-class monster. Tang Yun, on the other hand, took 2 breaths and solved a super monster. That's incredible too. Tang Yun didn't care about the crowd's compliments. At the moment, he was completely immersed in his own world. Congratulations, killing the Black Rock Giant Ape, experience plus 3%. Strength plus 1, physique plus 1. Strength growth plus 1. Talent. Slaying realistic monsters actually has an effect. Tang Yun was overjoyed in his heart. He knows that talent can also be brought back to reality. But one's own talent is somewhat special. His talent, after all, doesn't directly increase strength. Rather, it's an alternative indirect way to improve yourself. The good thing is, one's talents can be used in reality. If that's the case, during the recovery in the virtual world, in reality, I'll be able to ascend as well. Tang Yun got a little excited. In this way, the rate of increase in his strength went up another notch. Plus, fighting monsters gives him a boost in actual combat power. Team Shin, are you alright? A few people looked at Tang Yun's strangeness and rushed forward to inquire. It's okay, I'll borrow your weapons. Tang Yun said. He still hadn't materialized his equipment. The more valuable the item, the more gold it takes to manifest it. Moreover, there are not many opportunities to manifest precious items. For example, the lowest ranked baron may manifest equipment, items, etc., up to ordinary rank. If you want to materialize good things, you can only rely on some big powers with high titles. The Duke's medal could manifest some very top-notch things, and he naturally didn't want to waste it. Team Shin, use mine. Zhang Hu sent his own greatsword to Tang Yun. He's been injured a little bit, so he can basically rest. Good thing too. Tang Yun wasn't fussy. Next. Kill. Tang Yun had a smile on his lips. A few people glanced at each other. They felt that Team Shin seemed a bit different. It didn't take long for another monster to appear. Swish! Tang Yun's figure shifted, and a sword slashed out, directly splitting the monster in two. Gain plus 1 to strength again. This. Several people looked at each other. The monsters they were like enemies were like tofu in front of Tang Yun. Go on. Tang Yun was so excited that he had forgotten one of his duties. That means working out the players. Ow! Several wolf cries came. Lu Xingyao and the others were like enemies, while the sound fell into Tang Yun's ears as if it were a stimulant. Not long after, a full 50 wolf-type monsters appeared in front of the crowd. It's actually wolves. That's not very often. Strange, first the super monsters, then the wolves, what's going on? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? The crowd murmured. 50 monsters surrounded the crowd. The two at the head, large in size and clad in red and white scale armor, should be elite level, equivalent to super monsters. 2 are barely superlative. The rest are all medium. The crowd's heart was not in the right place. Sword Qi Ling Xiao. Tang Yun didn't think much about it and rushed forward alone. Sword Qi Ling Xiao rose up, and in an instant, 4 or 5 iron-armored wolves died in his hands. Death charge. Swish. 2 swords directly cut down a monster. A red and white-headed wolf leapt forward, pushing straight at Tang Yun's face. Spatial confinement. 3 styles of heaven splitting. Fire snake dance. Tang Yun is set to clean it up. Ow. The other red and white-headed wolf was exceptionally angry, fireballs and ice picks killing towards Tang Yun. Bone shield. Tang Yun braced his bone shield to block in front of him. Polar star flash. The super monster didn't last long either. Skeleton ball. Against other ordinary monsters, Tang Yun was even more handy. In just a moment, 46 of the remaining 48 monsters died in his hands. 2 more were taken by the crowd. Looking at the corpses piled up into a small mountain, several people only felt that Tang Yun was a bit unlike a human. After killing so many monsters, Tang Yun had also discovered some differences between talents in reality. Chapter 79 Harvest. Online. First of all, talents don't pop coins or anything like that. Secondly, gear doesn't explode. Or, in fact, items that are physical and won't explode. With 48 monsters, it provided Tang Yun with quite a few attribute bonuses. Strength plus 10, Intelligence plus 10, Physique plus 12, Spirit plus 5, Speed plus 0.3 ms. Strength growth plus 2, Intelligence growth plus 1, Physique growth plus 2, Spirit growth plus 1. Team Shin is simply a man of God. It's incredible. I heard that Team Shin has only passed 18. I can't believe I've comprehended so many skills. Not only that, Team Shin has such battle power after only being awakened. Unheard of. The crowd was horrified. Yes. Tang Yun laughed loudly and swept past like the wind. Wait for us, Team Shin. The crowd followed closely. No one expected that, in the distance, a pair of eyes were staring at them dead in the face. Lord Pierre. Those monsters that Lord Fairma manipulated were all killed, should we strike now? A burly man with dark to shiny skin said respectfully to the red-haired man. No way. We can't disrupt Lord Fairma's plans. Pierre withdrew his gaze. Lord Peel, we've suffered heavy losses this time. If we don't act, I'm afraid we'll be reprimanded when we return. Thorn busied himself. No, as long as we bring back news of this boy, not only will there be no punishment, there will be a reward. Pierre laughed. Thorn rubbed his head, seemingly in some confusion. This guy is so young and has such strength, he's definitely a genius of the Summer Kingdom. Report up and find a chance to kill. It's also getting rid of a future opponent. Peel explained. I see. Thorn's eyes lit up. There seemed to be fewer monsters. Tang Yun frowned. It's so hard to kill, but I didn't expect it to be over so soon. Finally normal. Lin Xingyao and the others, on the other hand, breathed a long sigh of relief. Until dark, Tang Yun had only killed over 100 monsters. There's no comparison to the efficiency of the front. The neighborhood's probably been cleared of monsters. Looking at Tang Yun's somewhat disappointed expression, Lu Xingyao said. Yes? Tang Yun was thoughtful. In the dark, he always felt the presence of other people around him. But when he searched in secret, he found nothing. An illusion? Tang Yun was also a bit uncertain. But overall, it's not a place to stay for long. Close ranks. Tang Yun said. Over 100 monsters, not much, but it was a month's worth of quests for everyone. As for himself, 3 super monsters, that was more than enough. And the overall lift isn't too bad. Life factor plus 50, mana factor plus 10, physical attack factor plus 2, magic attack factor plus 2, strength plus 15, intelligence plus 10, constitution plus 9, spirit plus 6, speed plus 0.5. Strength growth plus 2, intelligence growth plus 3, physique growth plus 3, spirit growth plus 2, speed growth plus 0.2 ms. Feat points plus 6. 9 feat points, not enough to upgrade the feats either, it's a pity. Tang Yun sighed slightly. Take the men back to the barracks. He informed Li Zhao of his slight suspicions. As for what the other side did with it, it was none of his business. Returning to his residence, Tang Yun slept beautifully, and when he woke up, he directly entered the Void Realm. What? That Shani not only became the vice captain, he also led the team and hunted over 100 monsters? Wang He got the news and his face was a bit ugly. Yeah, Team Wang. That Shin Bingning, nepotism, and Shin Yi being the vice captain is completely out of order. The short fat man at his side said. This Shin Bingning. Relying on her strength, she acts recklessly, just wait, my Wang family will clean her up sooner or later. Wang He said indignantly. To put it bluntly, the fact that Li Zhao dared to teach him a lesson in public was that he had Shin Bingning behind him. But it wasn't as if his Wang family had no one. The Shin family and the Wang family, both of them were great families in the western capital, one of the most important existences. The fight has been going on for a long time. Both are trying to overpower each other, only the last few times, it's been obvious that he's the one who's been on the losing end. I can't deal with Shin Bingning, but this Shin Yi, don't think it's going to be easy, keep a close eye on me, next time he makes a move, come and report it earlier. Wang He admonished. Yes. The few people under his command answered in succession. Just now you said they killed over 100 monsters? How could they kill so many in one day? Wang He suddenly thought of something. Yes, everyone is very strange, but it's all been rumored, it doesn't seem fake. Chen Yuchen busily said. In reality, people aren't as strong as they are in the game. And there was also only one life, the probability of being injured was too great when fighting monsters of the same level. Therefore, killing over 100 monsters a day can be difficult. Humph, it must be Shin Bingning who sent someone to arrange it. So as to pave the way for this brat. Wang He sneered. So that's how it is, Team Wang is wise. Chen Yuchen thought about it this way and came to a realization. Shen Yi. Just wait, I'm going to get you killed. Killing intent flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. Void Realm, Jianyang City. Tang Yun woke up from his room, his status already back to full. It's time to go to the Fire Cloud Crypt. Tang Yun walked out of the room and went to the auction house to buy 2 more blood recovery treasures before leaving the city. Quickly. Found treadmill. Notify Senior Kai Kai immediately. I'll follow him. He went to the auction house. It feels like he shouldn't have left the city. Tang Yun's actions were seen by the people of Manhwa University. Treadmill is online? Good. Very good. Kai Kai got the news, and his whole body was full of energy. The last time Tang Yun entered the room and went offline, he pacified those of his schoolmates. Even if he was sincere, there were still people who were disgruntled. It couldn't be helped, he had caused everyone to lose so much money, it was obviously impossible to think that it could be done with just a few words. The only way was to kill Tang Yun, and even if he couldn't recover his losses, he could still get his face back. Otherwise, the schoolmates of LWU would definitely not serve him. The future is also in jeopardy. Genkei's 3 guns. Lei Huiying. Aoki. Choi Choi pulled in a bunch of help straight away. What's wrong? Aoki was still a little angry when he saw Kai Kai's message. Treadmill is back. Kai Kai said. Just come back, what's the rush, he's not necessarily out of town. Aoki said. Out of town. It's out of town. Hurry up. Kai Kai suddenly said angrily. He hadn't been slow to do so, but suddenly he received word that Tang Yun was actually heading in the direction of the eastern city gates. Assemble at the east city gate. Kai Kai quickly organized his staff. In a short while, a team of 100 people gathered. Then 200, 300, 500. LWU is getting more and more crowded. And they're all good at level 20 plus. What's going on? What is LWU doing? Attacking the city? Crazy, how is it possible to attack the city? Don't want to die? Although Jianyang City is a small city that also has 20,000 defenders, each of them is strong, all the people from Manhwa University came and couldn't attack it. I see, they're trying to round up one person. Suddenly someone said. Who is so capable? Needing so many people from Manhwa University to surround them? All of them are above level 20. The crowd was all curious. Treading heaven. This is a fierce man, only level 13, rumored to have killed several hundred lives of Manhwa University. At this moment, Tang Yun's name had already begun to be sung in Jianyang City. Chapter 80 Weapon Master. Twins. This Tartarus has a lot of guts, actually daring to rob Manhwa University's monsters. I see you've been on your knees for a long time. The monsters in the game, which are supposed to be everyone's, have just been taken over by them. All I can say is that Tartarus did a good job. Keep your voice down, you don't want to die, that's what they say, but you can't twist your arm. It's not like no one has ever fought back before, and basically been killed to stay in the game. With so many people guarding, Treadmill should not dare to leave the city. The crowd muttered. Kai Kai, I think this Tartarus is deliberately teasing us. Aoki grunted coldly. He knows that so many people are guarding, he shouldn't come out either. Lei Huiying also said. Time is money, and if he doesn't come out, we're going to lose a lot of money. 3 Guns frowned. Don't worry, wait a little longer. Kai Kai's eyes kept looking at the city gates and finally saw the red figure. Out. Kai Kai growled. The crowd sniffed and got in the spirit. He is treading heaven. He actually dares to leave the city. There's a good show. Quickly, back off a bit so you don't get caught in the wave. Tang Yun made his entrance, and the onlookers retreated. Looking at the team of 1,000 or so people outside, Tang Yun stood tall, half afraid. Treading heaven. It's still the same, fulfill all of our conditions, or else, you'll wait to be sanctioned. Kai Kai exclaimed. Cut the crap. Skeleton ball. Phew. Tang Yun threw a skeleton ball over. More than 10 skills came out in unison, which shattered the skeleton ball. Ethereal steps. At the same time, Tang Yun directly opened his ethereal steps and ran all the way to the east. Damn it! After them! Kai Kai said angrily. Tang Yun didn't run far before someone blocked the way in front of him. Sword Chi Ling Xiao. Fire Snake Dance. A path was opened up. It was just that this slowed him down severely. Aoki once again transformed into a giant green eagle. This time, he had learned his lesson and didn't charge straight up, instead harassing from the sidelines. Every now and then, he spat out a mouthful of wind blades. "I'll do it!" A furious cry was heard, and immediately a long spear came into view. Tang Yun slashed away with his sword, but immediately afterward, another lance came at him, and he sidestepped to avoid it. "I have a third gun." The three guns were already unavoidable as another shot came in. Bone shield. Tang Yun gathered a bone shield to ward off the damage. Dragon's Bane break. The three guns snorted coldly as the three weapons suspended around him merged into one, emitting a crisp dragon roar. Boom! The gun turned sharply, as if a dragon's head had struck a bone shield. How? The three guns couldn't help themselves. His three weapons add up to another strongest killing move. I can't believe I can't break my opponent's shield. Gifted weapon master. Tang Yun's gaze was fixed. This three-gun talent would be the weapon master, which allows you to equip multiple weapons. And the attributes are all in effect. So far it looks like the guy can equip 3 of them. It's a nice gift. Polar Star Flash. Tang Yun instantly struck with a skill of 300,000 blood. This guy was pretty good in the first rank, and Tang Yun didn't manage to kill it. But it quickly picks up a slash and gets it done straight away. Congratulations, kill player 3 guns, experience plus 0.2%. Star Breaker 1. Kai couldn't help but curse as he saw the scene from afar. In the time it took Tang Yun to decimate the 3 guns, he was also hit by a few skills and dropped 1,000 or so blood. With his current defense of over 9,000, it was still a bit difficult to injure him. Magic Confinement. As the 3 guns powered up, Aoki boldly charged up as well. Unfortunately, the opponent was killed instantly, and it was too late for Aoki to withdraw. After magic imprisonment, a skeleton ball takes it straight away. A lot of people don't even come close to giving the shield. After all, the guys were chasing too fast and had gotten out of touch. However, he had just decapitated the 2 men when another stabbing pain came from his brain. Again! Tang Yun knew that he had been hit by the demon tsunami. The opponent came stealthily, and he didn't have much in the way of countermeasures. Instantly a set of long-range outputs blasted in, while 3 people killed from close by as well. 2 of them were actually identical. Gifted twins. Tang Yun immediately realized. The twin child talent means that the player can split into a doppelganger and have 100% of the player's attributes. The doppelganger can also wear equipment and is another player entirely. It is said that the bilocation and the main body are all killed in battle before they are considered dead. Additionally, by combining the doppelgangers into one, the player can boost their attributes by 100%. As well as the equipment attributes of the other set. It could be argued that this talent is considered more powerful. Better than the average weapon master talent, by quite a bit. Dozens of skills smashed over, and with a few nearby, Tang Yun dropped over 200,000 blood. Skeleton Ball. Tang Yun slammed a skeleton ball at Lei Huiying. Genpu. Lei Huiying shouted, her demonic whine could last forever if it was loud enough. Yuan Feng was the possessor of this twin gift. One of the doppelgangers blocked the front, fending off Tang Yun's skeleton ball. Tang Yun wasn't in a good position to kill up, after all, Lei Huiying's talent was ranged control. Stepping into the range of her domain, they were stunned. Perfectly restrained melee. Sword Qi Ling Xiao. Fire Snake Dance. The remaining 2 remotes were all thrown out. Yuan Feng didn't fight hard either, while Lei Huiying withdrew her divine ability and hurriedly retreated. Space Jump. Tang Yun killed Lei Huiying in an instant. Lei Huiying reacted and prepared to continue releasing the demonic tsunami. But what greeted her was Tang Yun's fierce attack. When Tang Yun's sword went down, it was 100,000 blood. With her frame, it's just 2 cuts. Eventually her gift was used, but with the death of the bout, the control disappeared instantly. In just this moment of time, the 2 Yuanfengs killed in unison. Tang Yun dropped a little bit of blood. Ethereal Steps. Tang Yun's figure soared, and even as he fought 1 against 2, he steadily gained the upper hand. Moreover, the difference in strength between the 2 was too great, and Yuan Feng was simply unable to completely block the damage. In 3 or 2 strikes, a detachment was decimated. That's sick. Yuan Feng couldn't help but say. 3 guns, Aoki, Lei Huiying, these are all good. But he was killed without the slightest resistance. And the same is true of his own bilocation. Retreat! Yuan Feng ran directly in the opposite direction. Obviously don't want to drop levels. Seeing this, Tang Yun didn't pursue. He was going to kill someone, and he was bound to be attacked from behind. Hundreds of thousands of blood had been dropped by now. Death charge. Space jump. Tang Yun stopped pestering and rushed out. The team of 1,000 is fierce but uneven. There's no way to catch up with him. The few that could catch up were only killed. Congratulations, raised to level 14, strength plus 52, intelligence plus 41, physique plus 115, spirit plus 48, speed plus 3.8 ms. Upgraded. Great. His strength had risen again. Damn it. He actually upgraded again. How did he do it so fast? Kai said angrily. This treading heaven is a bit too strong. And with quite a lot of skills, it's no match at all to fight head-on and hard. Yuan Feng also had a bit of a headache. Without exchanging blows, one simply didn't know how powerful Tang Yun was. No wonder so many people from Manhwa University have all fallen into his hands. So what if he's more powerful? There are many of us. Sooner or later, we'll wear him out. Kai Dao. Yuan Feng nodded slightly. It was indeed true, no matter how strong a person was, it would be difficult for them to survive when they were surrounded. The opponent had killed quite a few of them, but their blood level had also dropped by hundreds of thousands. Continuing, it's only likely that they'll win. Chapter 81, Eastwood Wasteland. Tianyu University. After rushing out, Tang Yun made his way east. The back of the room followed closely. It's just that the gap is widening. If it weren't for the constant harassment, Tang Yun's speed would only be faster. Where exactly is this Tartarus going? Yuan Feng said with some curiosity. Wherever he goes, even if it's to the ends of the earth, he must die. Kai said angrily. LWU is dead set on chasing them. Even if they couldn't attack Tang Yun, they were still following behind. The large queue attracted many people to stop by. It's finally here. The Eastwood Wasteland. Tang Yun was delighted in his heart. He had dropped about 1 million blood now. Of course, LWU also suffered many deaths and injuries. Stop. Stop. Eastwood Wasteland ahead. Those going on a quest, pay a silver coin. Outside the wasteland, 2 players hollered. In front of it, there were quite a few players lined up. Off. For those in the way, Tang Yun's 2 swords directly hacked them to death. The people around them, horrified. Who is it, so fierce that people from Tianyu University dare to kill? It's insane. It's a tough guy, and while I'm not willing to pay up, I've never seen one who dares to kill someone outright. If I'm not mistaken, the opponent is only level 14. The crowd murmured. In a few moments, Kai also ran outside the wasteland with his men. He's actually going to the Eastwood Wasteland. Kai exclaimed. The Eastwood Wasteland is the territory of Skyfeather University, we can't afford to mess with it. 3 Guns frowned. Wait, this kid seems to have messed with Skyfeather University. Aoki couldn't help it. What happened? Lei Huiying stepped forward and asked. Seeing that it was someone from Longhua University, the crowd didn't dare to hide it. There was a fierce man just now, who directly killed the people from Tianyu University and ran in. Kill the people from Tianyu University. Kai and the others were shocked. This guy has a lot of guts, no wonder he doesn't take our Longhua University seriously. The 3 Guns mumbled. He's dead. Tianyu University is a first-class institution. There are many geniuses inside. It's Dragon Feather Group, 100 Plume Group, that's a gathering place for all kinds of elites and powerhouses. Aoki sneered. This treading heaven. It's really lawless. Kai said. What do we do now? Lei Huiying couldn't help but say. With so many of them, it was naturally impossible for them all to go to the Eastwood Wasteland. After all, they couldn't possibly break in hard. He will definitely die, and will definitely be resurrected in Jinyang City after his death, so let's just continue to wait there. Kai Dao. They were naturally unsatisfied when Tang Yun died once. Everyone's goal was to kill Tang Yun to level 1, and forever, so that he couldn't stay in the game. That works too. The crowd nodded. Do you guys think that he will survive? Yuan Feng suddenly said. How is it possible? Even if Heavenly Feather University can't deal with him, the people from the Dragon Feather Group are nearby, and with them striking, how can Tap Tian still live? Aoki said immediately. Sky Feather University is the equivalent of a talent pool. The best students, upon graduation, join these top groups. With a normal practicing speed, going up 4 to 5 levels a year is not a problem. Some, too, will be faster. In 4 years, they usually reach level 30 as well. But there's also a big gap between the 30 levels. Many people who stayed at level 30 for many years, the various attributes are not small. In addition, there is skill proficiency, the number of skills, is not a grade. Overall, some of the elite teams are certainly not comparable to the average college student. I always feel that this guy is very strange. The skills he casts, there are 10 of them, right? And his skills, they are really hard to dodge. His proficiency must be extremely high, it's really a bit unbelievable. Yuan Feng said. So what? He still has to die. Kai and Aoki said at the same time. After discussing the matter for a while, the people left a few people to guard the place, while the rest were busy with their own affairs. On the other end, Tang Yun came directly to the vicinity of the replica after breaking into the Eastwood Wasteland. There are still people lined up at the entrance to the replica. Quite a few people are stationed here for tolls. To enter the copy, you also have to pay. These big powers, they control almost all the resources. If you want to be promoted, you can either be honestly exploited or you can rob them. The Spider Cave copy count is full. If you break into this copy, you may go. A player from Tianyu University shouted. What? It's full? Isn't there still 2 more chances? The player at the front of the line was disgruntled. Off. These 2 chances are booked, no chance, get the hell away. Tianyu Quicksilver waved his hand to repel. I've been in line for so long and I can't believe I'm saying I don't have a chance. Damn it. The casual player was a bit angry. What? What do you want? Tianyu Quicksilver snorted. The casual player clenched his fists, but in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. Scram! Sky Feather Meteor coldly shouted. Many casual players had no choice but to leave. And Tang Yun ignored everything and came straight to the entrance of the replica. Stop! The Tianyu University crowd chided. Wait, treadmill? It seems to be the person the group said just broke in. What? It's him. Take that. Several people made a sudden move. What's going on? The crowd was confused and backed away. Bone shield. Tang Yun first propped up a bone shield. Polar star flash. Skeleton ball. Death charge. Several skills instantly took away several people from the opposite side. A copy of the Fire Cloud Cave is then opened. Holy! Just kill it? It's a tough guy. He's in the copy, what do we do? Should we go in? Someone was a bit perturbed. Don't! Beware of being taken for an accomplice. Hurry up and go, the people from Tianyu University will surely be here soon. The crowd, somewhat afraid of getting into trouble, retreated. It wasn't long before a group of people did come running. What big guts! Truly not putting our Heavenly Feather University in our eyes. Tianyu Shizhang said. What are we going to do, Mr. Shizhang? Wait. When he exits the copy, kill him immediately. Also, find his resurrection point. Kill him to level 1. Make him exit the Void Realm forever. Shizhang coldly said. Yes. The crowd was excited. How could anyone normally dare to go against them? This was a rare and unexpected event. Senior Shizhang, someone from Manhwa School contacted me just now, they know information about treadmill. A female player named Tianyu Chioshin said. Oh? What information? Tim Vladimir inquired. Treading Heaven has killed quite a few of them, and it's speculated that his talent is to kill players to gain experience as well as explode 100% of their equipment. Also, this person is very strong. Tianyu Chioshin said. Oh, there's still this kind of talent. No wonder he dares to kill our people. I think he's crazy for wanting to upgrade. He must be made to pay the price. It's better to be strong, it's no fun to kill if you're not. Tim Vladimir sneered. When the crowd heard this, they became even more excited, as if they had found a good prey. Chapter 82 New Skill. Fiery Ring of Fire. Fire Cloud Crypt. Just as he stepped into it, a heat wave hit him. Inside the crypt, fiery red magma kept rolling over. There is only one pathway available. If you accidentally dip into the lava, you are bound to lose a lot of blood. Gulp. Grr. Strange sounds came from the lava. Soon, a group of slimes burrowed out of it. These slimes were coalesced from magma throughout their bodies, and their exteriors shone with an orange-red glow. Lava slime. Grade, 30. Life value, 500,000. Physical defense, 1500. Magic defense, 2000. Sword Qi Ling Xiao. 539,848. 539,848. Wherever the sword Qi passed, the lava slimes died in battle. In an instant, all 12 slimes were reduced to a puddle of magma. If you go over there at this point, you're bound to get burned. Congratulations, kill level 30 lava slime, experience plus 0.17%. Copper plus 17. Physique plus 1. Congratulations, kill level 30 lava slime, experience plus 0.34%. Copper plus 17. Intelligence growth plus 1. 12 monsters, overall, plus 2 strength, plus 1 intelligence, plus 2 physical attack factor, plus 1 spirit, plus 0.3 ms speed. Gulp. Grr. I had just finished killing a bunch of them when suddenly, bubbles kept rising from within the lava. More and more lava slimes then surged out of it. At a cursory glance, there were at least a couple dozen of them, and the number was increasing. Soon his landing spot was occupied. Tang Yun attacked back as he walked forward. Skeleton Ball. Fire Snake Dance. For a moment, Tang Yun couldn't kill all the monsters. Metaphysical Ice Barrier. As the monsters gathered, Tang Yun put up his shield. Blocked a lot of damage. But soon, the duration of the Xian Ice Barrier disappeared. Tang Yun then braced his bone shield. Unfortunately, bone shields are flawed after all. Tang Yun is still hurt. After paying the price of tens of thousands of blood, Tang Yun was able to kill all of these lava slimes. And he reaped no small harvest. Life factor plus 50, mana factor plus 10, physical attack factor plus 2, magic attack factor plus 3. Strength plus 11, intelligence plus 9, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 7, speed plus 0.5 ms. Strength growth plus 3, intelligence growth plus 3, physique growth plus 2, spirit growth plus 2, speed growth plus 0.2 ms. Life regen plus 0.5. Feat points plus 6. Feat points. Upgrade the Polar Shadow Meteor Technique. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique has increased to 11%. Strength plus 10. Speed plus 4 ms. Speed growth plus 0.2 ms. Now my base speed has reached 69.1, and with the equipment, that's 81.1 ms. With the ethereal steps plus the mine increase, the maximum burst speed can reach 250. It's an absolutely terrifying speed. It was mainly because the ethereal steps of the extreme realm were too amazing. Also, his mind increase was quite remarkable. Otherwise, normally, his speed would only be excellent. Tang Yun continued to move forward. A swirl of magma appeared to the right, followed by the rush of a rather large monster. The exterior has the features of a lion and a scorpion, with a fiery, flaming barb on its tail. Fire Scorpion Lion Elite. Grade, 30. Life value, 2 million. Physical defense, 4,000. Magic defense, 5,000. At the same time, there were quite a few lava lizards crawling out around them. These lava lizards, like slimes, were bathed in flames and could not be touched easily. Tang Yun grabbed the first strike and attacked the Earthfire Scorpion-tailed lion. Magic Confinement. Death Charge. Split Sky 3 styles. 286,386. Tang Yun's output was extremely high right now. A single magic imprisonment was an output of over 200,000. Death Charge, on the other hand, does over 300,000 damage. The 3 styles of cracking the sky were even more terrifying. The whole set of hits was 700,000 damage. Together with the pummel, it was a total output of over 1 million. Complementing the Fire Serpent dance, the Earthfire Scorpion Tail Lion didn't even last a moment before it was reduced to a puddle of magma. Congratulations, you have killed the level 30 elite earth fire scorpion-tailed lion, experience plus 2.5%. Gold plus 2. Intelligence plus 5, intelligence growth plus 2. Skill fiery ring of fire. First level skill points 2. Skills. Finally a skill. Tang Yun was delighted in his heart. After several battles, he felt that the importance of skills was more important than attributes. Unless the attributes are absolutely crushing, making it impossible for the opponent to break the defense. Otherwise, facing a siege, it was no match at all. Learn the fiery ring of fire. Congratulations, the ring of flaming fire has reached initiation. Fiery ring of fire first level introductory, forms a ring of fire within 3 meters around the body, dealing 30% magic attack damage per second to enemies within the range, consumes 50 mana s. Cooldown time 1 second. Good. It's actually a persistent skill. As long as there's enough mana, it can be released all the time. Tang Yun was ecstatic. This way, there's no fear of those close-by sieges, but unfortunately, the range is just a bit small. Raise the fiery ring of fire. Congratulations, Ring of Flaming Fire has been upgraded to proficiency. Fiery Ring of Fire First Order Proficient, forms a ring of fire around the body within a range of 4 meters, inflicting 40% magic attack damage per second on enemies within the range, consuming 50 mana s. Cooldown time 1 second. Good. A proficiency boost and a range boost. Tang Yun was delighted in his heart. Fiery Ring of Fire. Instantly, a blazing circle of fire appeared in a 4-meter radius with him at the center. Lava lizards that crawl into range keep dropping blood. This skill doesn't do enough damage and consumes a lot now, but boosting it up, it's definitely extraordinary. Tang Yun was quite looking forward to it. After clearing out the dozen or so magma lizards, Tang Yun added a small amount of attributes. Strength growth plus 2, intelligence growth plus 2, physique growth plus 2, spirit growth plus 2, speed growth plus 0.2 ms. Continuing on, this section of the road was surprisingly free of any monsters. Tang Yun was more careful. In a short while, a burning sensation appeared around him, and at the same time, he lost a lot of blood. While Tang Yun quickly left, a vortex of flames appeared in its place. Fireballs were constantly spewing from the flame vortex. The fireballs didn't attack Tang Yun, but these fireballs didn't dissipate, instead gathering together to form a new vortex of flames. Flame Elemental. Grade, 30. Life value, 400,000. Physical defense, 1200. Magic defense, 2300. Without waiting for Tang Yun to strike, more and more flame vortices appeared. At the same time, a huge magma fireball separated from the magma. Something seemed to be writhing inside the fireball. After the lava disperses, a statue monster appears. The 2 eyes of the statue constantly shot out rays of flame, while the mouth continuously spat out fireballs. These fireballs also slowly formed whirlpools. Magma Guardian Elite. Grade, 30. Life value, 2,300,000. Physical defense, 5,000. Magic defense, 5,000. Magical imprisonment. After the Magma Guardian fully manifested, Tang Yun instantly killed up a set of skills that shattered the statue. It ended up providing him with quite a few attributes. Another skill. Tang Yun was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 83 Flame Vortex. Golden Earth Dragon. Congratulations, kill level 30 Elite Magma Guardian, experience plus 3.2%. Gold plus 3, intelligence plus 5, magic attack factor plus 1. Skill Flame Vortex, first level skill points 2. Learn the Flame Vortex. Congratulations, Flame Vortex Initiation. Flame Vortex First Stage Introduction, coalesce a 1-meter diameter, constantly rotating vortex of flame, inflicting 80% of magic attack damage per second on the enemies therein for 10s, with a cooldown of 30s. 200 mana consumed. Note, bonus by Fire Elemental Affinity. Raise the Flame Vortex. Congratulations, Flame Vortex has been upgraded to proficiency. Flame Vortex First Order Proficient, coalesces a 2-meter diameter, constantly rotating vortex of flames, inflicts 90% magic attack damage per second on enemies therein for 10s, cooldown 30s. 200 mana is consumed. Note, bonused by Fire Elemental Affinity. Range boosted. Not bad. This kind of skill, it must be highly proficient to be effective. Tang Yun thought to himself. A meter in diameter at entry, it basically just hurts 1 unit, maybe 4 if you're lucky. The vortex lasts for tens, but it's a bit of a chicken. After all, no one is stupid enough to stay put. The vortex is absorptive, but not strong after all. However, after elevating to the proficient stage, the diameter becomes larger and the adsorption force is getting stronger. Tang Yun expects a qualitative leap to happen behind him. Flame Vortex. Tang Yun directly threw out a vortex, and the flame elemental pulled at each other. This fiery elemental that doesn't move, instead, allows the flame vortex to do its full damage. It didn't take long for all of these monsters to be decimated by Tang Yun. Strength +3, Intelligence +2, Constitution +2, Spirit +1, Speed +0.3 ms. After resolving these, Tang Yun didn't linger. A giant with a height of about 10 meters appeared in front of him. The whole body was covered with fiery red rocks. Behind it, there were a number of rolling stone-like monsters. These monsters exploded as they rolled to Tang Yun's side. Tang Yun quickly propped up his bone shield. Roar! The giant monster hissed as it charged towards Tang Yun. Magic Confinement. Flame Vortex. Split Sky 3 styles. As it was, this kind of elite monster couldn't stop him at all. Congratulations, kill level 30 elite lava giant, experience +3.5%, gold +3, constitution +5, constitution growth +1, life regeneration +0.5, lava ring 1. First level skill points 2. Lava ring first order rare. Intelligence, +30. Space, +100 cubic meters. A rare ring that also adds 30 points of intelligence, that's not bad. Tang Yun directly replaced the nascent soul treasure ring. 2 skill points, let's boost flame vortex first. Tang Yun used the skill point after a little thought. Congratulations, flame vortex has been upgraded to proficiency. Flame vortex first order proficient, coalesce a 3-meter diameter, constantly rotating vortex of flames, inflicting 100% magical attack damage per second on the enemies therein for tens, with a cooldown time of 30s. 200 mana consumed. Note, bonused by fire elemental affinity. Congratulations, flame vortex has been upgraded to a minor accomplishment. Flame vortex first order minor achievement, coalesce a 5-meter diameter, constantly rotating vortex of flames, inflicting 120% of magic attack damage per second on the enemies therein for tens, cooldown 30s. 200 mana is consumed. Note, bonused by fire elemental affinity. Sword Qi Ling Xiao. The rolling stone monsters were also all destroyed by Tang Yun. Strength +1, Intelligence +3, Physique +1, Spirit +2, Speed +0.2 ms. Feat points +2. After resolving these, Tang Yun continued forward. The end of the trail was soon reached. The trail also ends in huge lava pools. He distinctly saw a behemoth bathing in it. Its body was large and athletic, and it swam freely even in the boiling lava. Roar! The monster revealed a large head, and then the entire body crawled out of the lava. Its entire body was covered with scales of golden luster, and these scales, under the reflection of the magma, seemed as if each piece contained the light of the sun, so bright and dazzling that people did not dare to look directly at them. Its eyes, like 2 deep rubies, contained an endless tyrannical aura at the same time. Golden Dragon Boss. Grade, 30. Life value, 15 million. Physical defense, 15,000. Magic defense, 15,000. Roar! The golden earth dragon opened its mouth and a mouthful of magma spit came spreading out. At the same time, the surrounding magma boiled and surged. Metaphysical ice shield. This lava fills the trail. Tang Yun was in the middle of the lava. The blood drops by 100 and 100. The Xian ice shield could only withstand it for a few seconds. Swish! The golden geoduck flew on all 4 feet and rushed over like a lizard. Magic confinement. The golden earth dragon was instantly immobilized. Flame vortex. Fire snake dance. Skeleton ball. Sword Qi lingering. Tang Yun's several skills were all thrown out. 294,835. A magic imprisonment is 290,000 blood. And flame vortex and fire serpent dance don't do as much damage as expected. The golden earth dragon is immune to some of the fire damage. Tang Yun frowned slightly. But that's hard to beat. The 3 styles of splitting the sky. 84,231. 195,763. 78,821. 837,651. The first two are fairly normal, but the last one does damage and triggers a blast. The damage amounted to over 800,000. After a set of output hits, the boss dropped 3 million blood. Polar Star Flash. Tang Yun climbed onto the Golden Earth Dragon and frantically output. 1 sword. 2 swords. Blitz. The Golden Earth Dragon's blood level fell wildly, dropping another million in an instant. Without skills, his flat slash is also bursting with high output. Especially when triggering a blitz, a slash also has an output of over 100,000. Roar. The Golden Earth Dragon kept shaking its body. The space around them shook and magma poured in. Tang Yun dropped over 100,000 blood in a single slip. Rocks kept falling from above as well. Ethereal steps. Tang Yun dodged sharply. Roar. The Golden Earth Dragon hissed and spat out a huge fireball. Space jump. Tang Yun dodged the attack. The fireball exploded like fireworks. Flaming fireworks fall, and a casual touch is tens of thousands of damage. Tang Yun made an impact and came directly underneath the Golden Earth Dragon. Rocks, flaming fireworks were all dodged. Cracking Heaven 3 styles. Skeleton Ball. Tang Yun frantically output. The Golden Earth Dragon dropped another 2 million blood. At this moment, Tang Yun felt like his output wasn't quite enough. Killing bosses of the same level was quite a bit easier. However, it was still a bit difficult to kill bosses over 10 levels. And it's a copy mode, and the bosses are harder than normal. Also, he's gone up a few levels, but the boost isn't really that big. At least there's no qualitative improvement, it's a total crapshoot. After all, he had only broken through the first rank not long ago. After he was level 30, with his talent, he would improve in all aspects, and it would definitely be simpler to deal with these bosses at that time. Only now he couldn't wait. Roar. The Golden Earth Dragon kept hissing. Magma erupted from the ground, engulfing all space. Bathed in lava, Tang Yun's blood level fell wildly. Good thing it didn't last long. Even so, he dropped hundreds of thousands of blood. As the magma dispersed, Tang Yun continued to strike. Death Charge. Magic Confinement. Skeleton Ball. Various skills have come out of the woodwork. The Golden Earth Dragon's blood level dropped rapidly. It didn't take long before there were only 3 million blood left. Chapter 84 Second Order Skill. Epic Bracelet. Golem. The Golden Earth Dragon turned around and burrowed into the underground magma. It came out with 5 million more blood straight away. Tang Yun frowned slightly, it seemed that he had been a little too generous. He came in with less than 3 million blood. Today there are even only a million or so left. Just to be on the safe side, Tang Yun took out a fire feather wood from his space and instantly lit it. Phew! Take a deep breath. The blood is also recovering quickly. Within 1,700,000 blood was restored. What a treat! Tang Yun sighed. After all, it's also worth $200,000 and the average person would never be able to afford to use it. What followed was a bit of a protracted battle. When the Golden Earth Dragon is low on blood, it burrows into the lava to regain blood. However, the amount of blood it recovers each time is less and less. For the last time, the Golden Earth Dragon's blood level dropped to 1 million blood before it was ready to burrow into the magma. Seized by Tang Yun, he magically imprisoned it and then killed it in a set. So tired. Tang Yun let out a long sigh of relief. This battle had lasted almost an hour. A lot of skills and leveling were blocked by the Golden Earth Dragon. Fire skills, in particular, are sometimes directly swallowed by it. Congratulations on killing the level 30 boss Golden Earth Dragon, experience plus 35%. Gold coin plus 40. Gold bracelet 1. Earth Dragon Skull 1. Skill Heavenly Fire Salute, first level skill points 5, second level skill points 2, first level equipment sublimation card. Strength plus 10, intelligence plus 10, physique plus 10, physical attack factor plus 3, magic attack factor plus 3. Fire affinity plus 10%. Congratulations, leveled up to 15, strength plus 56, intelligence plus 49, constitution plus 118, spirit plus 52, speed plus 4.4 ms. Upgraded. Tang Yun was slightly pleased. When you upgrade, the status doesn't go back to full, but it does restore a small portion, which is not bad. After becoming a gladiator, I'll be able to get those NPCs to find me monsters. Looking at the quest Prop Earth Dragon Head Bone, Tangyun was in a great mood. Soon, he looked at the newly popped bracelet again. Gold bracelet first grade excellent. Strength, plus 120. Intelligence, plus 120. Bonus, increases physical attack by 5% and magic attack by 5% during combat. Excellent grade bracelet. And additional words, excellent. Tang Yun was delighted in his heart. In that case, the equipment sublimation card will be used directly. Tang Yun said darkly. Originally, seeing that it was a bracelet, he was going to save the equipment sublimation card to use on top of his weapon. Now, it seems that this extreme bracelet is certainly extraordinary even after it has been upgraded. Use the equipment sublimation card. Congratulations, the quality of the gold bracelet has been upgraded to epic. Is it only epic, unfortunately? Tang Yun sighed slightly. Obviously, the higher the quality of the equipment, the harder it is to upgrade. Getting a legendary weapon before was also a stroke of luck. After organizing his mind, Tang Yun looked at the epic attributes. Gold bracelet first order epic. Strength, plus 300. Intelligence, plus 300. Bonus, increases physical attack by 20% and magic attack by 20% during combat. A 20% increase. It's already tops. Tang Yun was in a great mood. Heavenly Fire Salute. My first second rank skill. Learn. Tang Yun's mind moved, and all the various wonders of the skill surfaced in his mind. Congratulations! Introducing the Heavenly Fire Salute. Celestial Fire Salute second stage introductory. Unleash a large fireball that explodes when it reaches its highest point, dealing 200% magic damage to all enemies within the target. Cooldown time 120 seconds, consumes 1000 mana. Note, bonused by fire affinity. Large range attack skill. The magic bonus is also high. But the consumption is really huge. Tang Yun was a bit surprised. Typical second level skills are at least 300 mana drain. Most are 500. This Heavenly Fire Salute actually wants 1000 straight away. The range, of course, seems to be affordable for what it consumes. Even if it's just for starters, it's estimated to blow up dozens of people. Elevate the Heavenly Fire Salute. Congratulations, Heavenly Fire Salute has been upgraded to proficiency. Celestial Fire Salute second proficient. Unleash a large fireball that explodes when it reaches its highest point, dealing 230% magic damage to all enemies within the target. Cooldown time 120 seconds, consumes 1000 mana. Note, bonused by fire affinity. Raise the Flame Vortex. Congratulations, Flame Vortex has been upgraded to Great Perfection. Flame Vortex First Order Great Perfection, coalesce a 20-meter diameter, constantly rotating vortex of flames, inflicting 240% of magic attack damage per second on the enemies therein for 10s, with a cooldown time of 30s. Consumes 200 mana. Note, bonus by Fire Elemental Affinity. A 20-meter diameter vortex, yes. Tang Yun was quite excited. The bigger the vortex, the stronger the suction. This has grown into a group attack skill as well. There's one more skill point to boost Fiery Ring of Fire. Congratulations, Ring of Flaming Fire has been upgraded to proficiency. Fiery Ring of Fire First Order Proficient, forms a ring of fire around 5 meters, dealing 50% magic attack damage per second to enemies within the range, consumes 50 mana s. Looking at his attributes, the smile on Tang Yun's face brightened. Nickname, Taditan No. Prestige, 1. Rank, 15.4.32% First Order. Life, 4,860,800 Physique 3200 Rep, 7.1 S Feats plus 5,500. Mana, 169,950 Spirit 330 Rep, 6 plus 3S. Physical Attack, 58410 Strength 59 Equipment plus 2,000 Feats plus 550, 60960. Magic Attack, 52687 Intelligence 59 Equipment plus 2,000 Feats plus 550, 55237. Physical Defense, 10633 Physique 7 Equipment plus 400 Feats plus 40. Magic Defense, 3605 Spirit 7 Equipment plus 600 Feats plus 40. Strength, 610 56 Growth plus 380 for Equipment. Intelligence, 483-49 growth plus 410 equipped. Physique, 1489-118 growth equipment plus 30. Spirit, 485-52 growth plus 30 for equipment. Speed, 74.2 ms 4.4 growth equipped plus 12. Talent, infinite treasure drop unique. Elemental affinity, fire 40%, space 10%, water 10%. Mindfulness increase, 40%. Skills, Celestial Fire Salute 2nd rank proficient, Arcane Ice Barrier 1st rank Extreme Realm, Sword Chi Overpowering 1st rank Extreme Realm, Space Jumping 1st rank Extreme Realm, Fire Serpent Dance 1st rank Extreme Realm, Magical Confinement 1st rank Extreme Realm, Polar Star Flash 1st rank Extreme Realm, Flame Vortex 1st rank Great Circle, Fiery Fire Ring 1st rank proficient, Banshee's Curse passive Extreme, Cracking the Sky in 3 styles Extreme Realm, The Ethereal Steps. Extreme Realm, Death Charge Extreme Realm, Skeleton Ball Extreme Realm, Bone Shield Extreme Realm. Techniques, Double Spirit Demon Heart Technique 10%, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique 10%, Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique 11%, Spirit Element Tidal Wave Technique 10%. Equipment, Polar Shadow Sword Legendary, Gold Bracelet 1st Level Epic, Banshee's Battle Dress Epic, Lava Ring 1st Level Rare, Xian Xin Necklace 1st Level Fine. Blood Quantity almost 5 million. Physical Attack over 60,000. Magic Attack is about the same. Combat Status, and a 20% increase. I'm sure those guys are still out there guarding me, just in time, to see my new skills. Tang Yun was a bit eager to try. Chapter 85, Wild Bombardment. Invincible Tang Yun. Senior Tim Zhang, it's been so long, that guy should have died in the copy, right? Tianyu Quicksilver couldn't help but say. At this moment, outside the replica, hundreds of people from Tianyu University stood guard. Zhou Xin, what did the LWU side say? Timothy frowned. They had been waiting for a long time, and there was no sign of Tang Yun. They said they didn't see treadmill at the resurrection point. It must still be in the copy. Tianyu Qiuxin said. If you die during a copy, you can be resurrected at the corresponding city or at the location where you entered the copy. There's only one natural possibility for them to be guarding this place. Tang Yun is still inside. After all, you can't just exit the Void Realm in a copy. Then keep waiting. Tim Vladimir said. Senior, why don't you go ahead and take care of other things, and I'll notify. As soon as there's a situation. Autumn Heart said. No need. The most important thing for me right now is to kill this man. Tim Vladimir said. Senpai, you seem to be giving this person too much importance. Tianyu Quicksilver tried. He had been killed once, but felt that it was just a small casualty, not worth all of them guarding outside for over an hour. So many people from LWU didn't take advantage of it, it's always good to be careful. Tim Vladimir said. He had also originally thought that Tang Yun was just an arrogant person. But after getting the news from Manhwa University, he took Tang Yun seriously. Gather hundreds of people to come at once. Don't worry, senior, we are naturally not comparable to the district Manhwa University. Another man raised his voice. Not bad. Those that Manhwa University can't kill, we, Skyfeather University, will kill. It's also good to show these people what is the level of a first-class university. Third-rate universities, there's still some gap between them and us. This Tap Tian, after bullying Manhwa University for a bit, he thinks he's invincible and actually dares to provoke us. When he comes out, we'll send him home in one wave. The people of Tianyu University were confident beyond measure. Shi Zhang sniffed, but did not say much. Even though he valued Tang Yun, he thought so in his heart. The district Manhwa, how can it be compared to their Tianyu? Soon, a fluctuation came from the entrance of the replica. Out. Autumn Heart was busy. Kill. Do it. Skills flying around. Holy. What's going on? What's with all the people? What are you doing? Mercy. The group of people who had just exited the copy were horrified. It was hard to finish the copy, but when they came out, hundreds of people were surrounding them. Are they breaking the rules of heaven? Misread it. Autumn Heart smiled awkwardly. It's okay. Shi Zhang shook his head, not caring about the death of these people. Mud, waste of my skills. What are these losers running out for? What bad luck. Anyway, whoever comes out, it's a round of bombing. The Tianyu crowd cursed. Soon, the entrance to the replica fluctuated again. Hundreds of skills blasted over successively. Bang, bang, bang. The skill slammed into the shield with a thud. It's him. He's out. Increase firepower. The crowd was excited beyond belief. Tang Yun had anticipated that these people would be waiting for him, and came out instantly to directly set his shield. Bone Shield can withstand almost 320,000 output. And the Arcane Ice Shield is resistant to 650,000 output. It adds up to almost against 1,000,000 outputs. But even so, with so many skills blasting up, the Bone Shield instantly ruptured. Space jump. Tang Yun made an instantaneous move to a relatively safe location. That way. Autumn Heart yelled. Everyone redirects and continues to attack. Many people also rushed up. Oomph. Flame Vortex. Tang Yun condensed a 20-meter diameter vortex in front of him. The huge suction force of the vortex distorted the surrounding space. Mud, can't walk. Why is this vortex so big? No good, it's being sucked in. Now Flame Vortex, that's 400,000 damage a second. These people can't resist at all. Those who landed within range were instantly killed. The people at a distance didn't dare to come forward at all. The information from LW's side, there's no such skill. Autumn Heart couldn't help herself. Is it hard to just learn? Quicksilver said. How is it possible? Skills have to be learned in the hands of an NPC, and this skill doesn't look like it's as simple as just getting started. Shi Zhang immediately dismissed the other party's remarks. It seems like he was hiding something before. This person is not easy to deal with, everyone must take it seriously. Tim Vladimir said. At this moment, many people also recognized Tang Yun's power. Although the flame vortex blocked the way, many people bypassed this section and attacked. And those with long-range skills continued to bombard. Just in time. Let you guys experience the bombing too. Heavenly Fire Salute. Tang Yun condensed a huge fireball, which rose into the air with a loud bang, then transformed into countless small fireballs and fell. Each fireball carries a huge amount of damage. Even if it doesn't hit and lands on the ground, it will do explosive damage. 369,015. Each fireball was over 300,000 damage. Only a very small number of people can top that. Boom! Holy! What is this? I can't believe I've been seconded. Run! Such a wide range. Is this a first rank skill? The crowd gasped in shock. In an instant, more than 40 people were killed in action. And that's just the skill at the proficient level. When he gets a few more levels, the destruction will be even more amazing. Senior Tokyo. This. Autumn Heart was a little unsure of what to say. This can't be happening, everyone in front of us charge up. Tim Vladimir roared. Good coming. Fiery Ring of Fire. At once, a huge ring of fire rose within a 5-meter radius. Those who favorably encountered it instantly took over 80,000 damage. How did he do so much damage? It's outrageous. I've seen this skill before, it's not this exaggerated. Can't rush up. We can only rely on long-range output. The crowd cursed. Of course, there were still people who utilized their sprinting skills to cross the ring of fire and kill in front of Tang Yun. Meh. Tang Yun lightly laughed, ethereal steps opened, and slashed his opponent to death in 2 slashes. His long-range output is awesome, and his melee combat is equally invincible. Mud. This guy's not human. How does this fight? I don't feel right. How did those guys from LWU whisk him away? The crowd of Tianyu University was a bit skeptical. Tang Yun topped himself with the ring of flaming fire and charged towards the pile of people. Space jump. Death dash. Zigzag. In 1 second, several people died. Run. Run. Can't beat it. I can't. Asshole. Totally outclassed. He has too many skills. The crowd cried out. Fire Snake Dance. Flame Vortex. Skeleton Ball. Tang Yun threw various skills over. Wherever they go, people fall over. In that case, it seems only right to upgrade the Ring of Flaming Fire. Tang Yun thought to himself. If the flaming ring of fire reached the great perfection or even the extreme realm at this moment, wouldn't it be whisking these people away? Flame vortex isn't bad though, with long-range skills and control. How come? Tim Vladimir murmured. A team of hundreds of people was actually being chased and killed by a single person. Chapter 86 United. 10,000 ranks. Don't mess. Don't mess. Counterattack. Fight back. Timothy snarled. The large force had been somewhat confused after being dispersed by a heavenly flame salute from Tang Yun. And those who rushed up were easily decimated by Tang Yun. Now that Tang Yun had rushed in, one actually only knew how to run. Tim Vladimir was a bit of a hater. In 1 minute, hundreds of people were killed by Tang Yun. Everyone listened to the command. Fight him. Mud, what are all running for? Do it. What are you afraid of? Skill smash him. Many others reacted and attacked violently. However, these people rushed over and were scalded by Tang Yun's outer circle and hacked by his inner circle, and they were gone in a flash. Those with long-range skills also came back to their senses and started releasing their skills. And with a space jump, Tang Yun rushed inside these people and made it hot. On the other side, throw in a flame vortex. During this time, Tang Yun had also been hit by quite a few skills. Got a lot of cuts too. But he broke 10,000 physical defense and his magic defense was in the thousands. Skill hits and doesn't do much damage. Dropped hundreds of thousands of blood, no problem at all. Tang Yun had killed 200 players, and the other side still had more than 300. Bye. Tang Yun laughed loudly and swept past like the wind. He's leaving. He can't, stop him. Damn it. Can't let him get away. After them. Seeing that Tang Yun was about to leave, the crowd's confidence doubled. Obviously it wasn't working and that's why they wanted to pull out. Go after them. Tim Vladimir yelled. The crowd came around. Want to die so badly? Tang Yun teased. Heavenly fire salute. Tang Yun once again condensed a huge fireball. Bang! The fireball exploded like fireworks. No good. The crowd knew how powerful this skill was and fled. Nah, there were still dozens of people blown up. Gone. Gone. Play next time. Tang Yun smiled broadly. He was already in a dissatisfied state, and he had lost a lot of blood just now. Naturally, there is no need to be hardcore. Tang Yun turned around and walked away, and the people behind him fought to catch up, but they couldn't catch up at all. Kill. He cannot be spared. Damn it. Tim Vladimir gritted his teeth. For those who ran after him, Tang Yun naturally wouldn't stay his hand, and anyone who chased too fast was killed by him. As soon as the skill cooldown was up, he threw a heavenly fire salute to the back, as well as a flame vortex. A group of more than 500 people was killed by him just like that. Except that these people, again, chose to be resurrected at random locations in the wilderness. So the number of people chasing him is only increasing. No, keep shaking people. All of you, all of you. Shi Zhang recounted Tang Yun's shameless behavior in the group. Tang Yun ran all the way back to Jianyang City. The people along the way were a little confused. What's going on here? It seems like someone from Tianyu University. This is Tap Tian. He actually offended someone from Tianyu University again. My goodness, this man is too fierce, he dares to offend anyone. The crowd murmured. The name Treadmill was already known by players in the vicinity of Jianyang City. Knowing that he was being hunted by LWU, he didn't expect that, so soon, he'd messed with a new enemy. He's doing what so many people want to do, but are afraid to do. What? Tianyu University actually didn't take him down. Kai was shocked to get the news. Not only did they not take it down, it's rumored that they were also whisked away and killed, and if it wasn't for the fact that Treadmill had finished playing a copy and was in a dissatisfied state, they might have all been destroyed by the group a few times. Lei Huiying couldn't help but say. This is Tianyu University? A first-class university? It's not even as good as us. Aoki spat. Yeah, well, at least we're chasing after Treadmill to kill. The three guns shook their heads as well. Quickly! Gather the men to intercept him. Kai said in a hurry. Soon, people from LWU also gathered over. But it was late after all. Thousands of players, all with their own thing going on. Nobody waits around forever. It's a little difficult to regroup. Dozens of LWU players stood guard in front of the city gates. Tap Tian. Don't you be obstinate. Be a good boy and die. Kai exclaimed. Not bad, don't make unnecessary struggles, it's a complete waste of time. Aoki chimed in. I think you're the ones who are stubborn. Heavenly fire salute. Tang Yun threw a giant ball over. An explosion followed, and the people that Longhua University had managed to gather were instantly annihilated. This. Kai and the others weren't directly killed in seconds, but they were also heavily injured. New skills? Yuan Feng said in shock. Polar Star Flash. Tang Yun killed with his sword. Bang! The three guns tried to resist, and were cleaved away by Tang Yun's sword, though the guns were used to block the sword. Still, it took a toll, and a life was lost. The other three died directly under Tang Yun's Polar Star Flash. For a while, only Yuan Feng was left alone. This guy could use his doppelganger to escape, so unless he wanted to die, it was really hard to kill him. Tang Yun naturally didn't waste any time and directly entered the city. Not long after, the people from Tianyu University chased them to the bottom of the city, while the people from Longhua University also resurrected up. Not only that, but the assembled have come together. At one time, a procession of nearly 2,000 men was formed. Treadmill has returned to the city? Shi Zhang grimaced. Yes. Kai didn't look too good either. Rubbish. I've informed you in advance, why didn't you stop it? Tim Vladimir said angrily. And you guys have the nerve to say that you were given so much information and still let him get away. Kai is not letting up in the slightest. What do you mean? Intelligence? Is that intelligence of yours useful? If it wasn't for your faulty intelligence, we wouldn't have lost so much. Shi Zhang glared angrily. Ridiculous, you are also so far in advance that we are short-handed, causing us to die in vain. Sai is also pursuing the blame. For a while, both sides felt that the other was a waste. Stop it, I think we'd better have a calm talk. Tian Yuqiushin rushed forward. Indeed, this treadmill is not easy to deal with, we'd better combine our efforts. Lei Huiying also said. The two girls spoke and a few of the people in charge calmed down. Quarreling now wouldn't help, Tang Yun had to be killed for that to happen. Otherwise their school's prestige is gone. Well, it's me who's a bit impulsive, this treading heaven, it's very uncomplicated, all the skills, the proficiency is amazing, and it can easily second people. There is also a large range attack skill. Tim Vladimir said. Well, there's something wrong with us too, the whole thing, all of it was caused by treading heaven, we are all victims, we really should join forces. Kai chimed in. Aoki, 3 guns, and the others nodded. Since treading heaven has already entered the city, my suggestion is to gather more men, we must deal him a fatal blow. If we let him escape again, everyone's face won't look good. Tim Vladimir said. Indeed, how many people do you think should be gathered? Kai mused. More is better. As many as we can, preferably 10,000 or more. Shi Zhang's gaze was deep, and it was obvious that he was completely enraged. 10,000 or more. Kai and the others glanced at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. Chapter 87 Gladiator. Silver Medal of Honor. A university, though, is tens of thousands of people. But everyone is spread out, and near Jianyang City, there are only 10,000 people. In addition, it had to have a high attack power, at least level 20 to be able to do so, otherwise it would be difficult to even break Tang Yun's defense. Secondly, not everyone wants to get involved in this fight. All these points add up to a team of 10,000 people, and it's not that simple to gather them. Give me time, on our side, to gather up to 5,000 men. Kai said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll find as many people as I can, the people from the Dragon Feather Group are also nearby, I'll ask them to lead the team. Tim Vladimir said. Dragon Feather Group. The crowd's eyes lit up at the words. Treading heaven is powerful, even if there are many of us, he has nothing to worry about, it's because there's no one who can threaten him, if there's someone who can put pressure on him, it'll be much simpler. Tim Vladimir said. Worthy of Tianyu University. Admirable. Kai said in a hurry. The crowd was also complimentary. The faces of the Tianyu University crowd also looked better. After being messed up like this by Tang Yun, they also felt humiliated. The scene must be recovered, or go out embarrassed to say they are from Tianyu University. Yo, Vladimir, how come you have time to contact me? A bald player in the game chuckled. Brother Quan, we've encountered something this time, and without your help, I'm afraid our Tianyu University's face will be lost. Tim Vladimir said. What's the situation? Dong Quan was surprised. We met a player. Soon after, Shi Zhang told the story. Dong Quan frowned straight after hearing this. According to you, this treading heaven has millions of blood and tens of thousands of attacks, so in the first rank, he's already at the absolute top. Other than some pervert-level existences, no one should be able to surpass him. Indeed, after speculation, his blood quantity should be 3 million, but the skills are very powerful. Shi Zhang guessed, I suspect that it's someone from some big power who is deliberately causing all this. It doesn't matter if it's a big power, he broke the rules and must be punished. Dong Quan said. We've already lost too much, that's why we asked Quan to come out, otherwise I'm afraid we'll lose even more. Tim Vladimir was busy. Shi Zhang, I also came out of Tianyu University, and your brother and I are also friends, but the Dragon Feather Group, after all, is not Tianyu University, and we all have to charge for our efforts. Dong Quan was a bit embarrassed. The Dragon Feather Group was backed by Tianyu University, but after all, they were not one and the same, and they were profit-oriented. You have to know that a group that raises a group of elites up requires a huge amount of resources. The equipment, skills, feats, etc. on their bodies belong to the group's property. To strike out randomly without the group's permission would be to jeopardize the group's interests. Brother Quan, I naturally understand, I just don't know how much is needed to kill a treadmill? Shi Zhang said, in addition, I will ask the many schoolmates to join forces and the Dragon Feather Group will only assist from the sidelines. Well, if that's the case, we'll send out an elite squad, after all, we're working for Tianyu University, so we can make a discount, 800,000. Dong Quan said. 800,000. Just as well. Timothy nodded. This is not an expensive charge. After all, with a squad of 10 people on a mission, it was natural to take a commission. 20,000 for one is not too much. Also, this kind of quest is risky, if you die once and drop your equipment and level. It's all a huge loss. This is a risk that the group needs to take. So $800,000 charge is not expensive at all. Send a message in advance of the operation. Dong Quan said. Yes. Tim Vladimir said in a hurry. When he finished, he started pulling people from the school group. Quite a few people responded, and of course there were those who didn't want to get in the middle of the action. It's all about everyone's freedom. On the other side, Kai and the others were also shaking people like crazy. They expounded on Tang Yun's shameless behavior, stirring up hate and having the reputation of defending the school's honor. The crowd was also holding their breath and just wanted justice. And at this moment, Tang Yun had already entered the city to hand over his mission. Earth Dragon Head Bone. You actually completed the mission. The doorman was a bit surprised. I can be a gladiator now? Tang Yun said. That's natural, you are fully qualified to be a gladiator. The doorman was busy saying. I wonder if this gladiator has any perks? Tang Yun asked. Naturally, there is. Upstairs there are spirit-gathering spell formations dedicated to gladiators resting, at least 20 times the recovery speed. In addition, every once in a while, there is an opportunity for the Holy Spirit to bless the full state of recovery. It's all free. For every win, you will receive corresponding points, which can be exchanged for precious items. The Gladiator Arena also releases some gladiator-exclusive quests, and there are also generous rewards upon completion. Gladiators may also be looked upon by great men, and even reach a certain point where they have the opportunity to be knighted and have their own territory. The doorman said, a little envious. All in all, becoming a gladiator holds many benefits. Knighthood. Tang Yun's eyes lit up. Knighthood is a very important part of the game, concerning awakening and embodiment. Reputation could be knighted at a certain level, but he only had a little bit of reputation up until now. And it's obtained in the novice village. Now that he had officially stepped into the Void Realm, it would be even more difficult to gain prestige again. Those big powers wouldn't miss the chance to get prestige. Points can be exchanged for precious items that money can't even buy. Tang Yun looked at the items that could be exchanged and was heartened. Those things that players auctioned off were small potatoes compared to this place. It seems that even though the game has been going on for 300 years, NPCs are still the masters of this world. Tang Yu said darkly. I'm going to recover a bit and then have a joust. Tang Yun said. Yes, please follow me. The doorman said, guiding Tang Yun up the stairs and into a VIP room. Inside the VIP room, Tang Yun's recovery speed soared. As useful as the house was, I was able to get offline for a bit. Tang Yun thought and chose to go offline. After going offline, the power came from the Void Realm once again, and Tang Yun boosted so much this time that his body vaguely ached. But it survived. After settling the chores of training, eating, etc., they huffed and puffed. When the time came, he immediately went online. Lord Treadmill, I am your personal assistant, Morning Dew, and this is your silver medal. A petite and cute beautiful NPC brought a plate with medals on it. The silver medal? Tang Yun was a bit curious. Every gladiator has a rating, the lowest being bronze, and the Earth Dragon skull you brought is proof enough that you have the strength of a silver gladiator. Morning Dew grinned. So it is. Tang Yun nodded. It seemed that the task given to him by that doorman belonged to the category of being somewhat difficult. When do I make my debut? Tang Yun asked. It's been arranged, and you're next. Morning Dew laughed. Yes. Tang Yun was quite looking forward to it. Also check out the properties of the silver medallion. Silver medal special. Strength, 100. Intelligence, 100. Physical fitness, 100. Mental, 100. 4 dimensions plus 100. Good stuff. Tang Yun was slightly pleased. It seemed that this was the quest reward. Chapter 88 Debut. Purple Electricity Poison Python. Please welcome the newly promoted silver medalist gladiator, treading heaven, to the arena. His opponent is the purple electric poison python from the underworld canyon. In the gladiatorial arena, the host chanted. The NPCs below also applauded enthusiastically. Brother Wolf, who should we pick? I lost a lot just now, I flushed $10,000 and I'm almost out of money already. The youth said bitterly. Don't rush, look at the person first, the name Treadmill is a bit familiar. Wolf muttered. Dude, you don't even know about Tap Tian? This is a fierce man who stomped on Dragon Hua and slashed Heavenly Feather with his palm. A nearby player chimed in. It's him. I remembered. Wait, he's actually a silver gladiator. Wolf exclaimed. A silver gladiator must have the strength to kill bosses solo. But this purple electric poison python is level 30 and he's only level 15, can he do it? One player was a bit skeptical. Row. It has to be okay. Support Treadmill. Wolf shouted. Brother Wolf, listen to this big brother next to you, it makes sense, it's 15 levels short, it's not easy to earn some money. The youth was a little hesitant. What are you afraid of? This is treading heaven. Just because he destroyed Long Hua and Tianyu, he must be supported unconditionally. Wolf patted his chest. Indeed, as fellow casuals, we should support it, by a small amount. Another player also said. Buy. 2,000 up front. Wolf gave a big wave of his hand. A few, this Tatian strength is strong, but how can it be a match for a level 30 boss? At this moment, a player named Mountain City Crouching Dragon spoke up. That's it, buying him to win for the sake of some sentiment, isn't that going against the money? One of the Huling Phoenix chicks beside him said. Who the hell are you cursing? Wolf was a bit unconvinced. It's just the truth, how come I'm scolding you? You're not allowed to tell people when you have a bad brain? Yamashiro Crouching Dragon laughed. You guys are the ones with bad brains, treading heaven is someone who isn't even afraid of Long Hua, as well as those people from Tianyu who all suffered losses at his hands. Wolf retorted. Che, what do you know, Long Hua and Tianyu are only suffering a temporary loss, now they are all blocked outside the city, look at this Tartarus, dare you leave the city? In the future, I'm afraid I'll be blocked to death here. Yamashiro Crouching Dragon snorted. Indeed, if you ask me, this treading heaven will end up the same as his forefathers, killed to the first level, with no foothold in the Void Realm ever again. Lake Ridge Phoenix also said. You two are LW's dogs, aren't you? Wolf couldn't help himself. What's wrong with being a dog? Just like you don't even deserve to be a dog. Yamashiro Crouching Dragon disdainfully said. That's right, you're not even qualified to be a dog if you want to be, I'll buy 10,000, purple electric poison python. Lake Ridge Phoenix laughed out loud. Among the players, there were also many who defected to the big powers. Usually saddled them with a lot of news. It's also considered supernumerary. Likes to act like a pussy in front of some players who have no power. So it's two dogs, don't bother talking to you guys, I'll buy 5,000 treadmill to win. Wolf was a bit pissed off and immediately said. Shay, swollen face. The two men snorted with laughter. They give people dogs and naturally have better days than most players. Some of them don't see Wolf as a self-proclaimed noble man. The betting was complete, and Tang Yun and the purple electric poison python were sent onto the gladiatorial stage at the same time. Purple electric python boss? Grade, 30. Life value, 9 million. Physical defense, 12,000. Magic defense, 14,000. 9 million blood, it's weaker than the golden earth dragon. Tang Yun said darkly. Good. This purple electricity poison python is so powerful, it can surely up Tatian. Hill City Crouching Dragon claps his hands. Brother Wolf, I'm afraid treading heaven won't work. The youth had some regrets. What's the point of panicking? Trust brother. Wolf patted his chest. Believe you, you've lost all your pants. Lake Ridge Phoenix Daisy teased. Even your master lost, how dare two dogs bark? Wolf was nonchalant. Who lost? This Tartarus was whisked away and couldn't even get out of Jianyang City, and there are still people supporting him, it's a laugh. Yamashiro Crouching Dragon disdainfully said. That's right, if you have the ability to kill your way out, what kind of ability is it if you only hide? Lake Ridge Phoenix echoed. It's called strategy. What the hell do you know? Wolf didn't budge either. The bickering of a few people was also the current opinion of Jianyang City's players towards Tang Yun. Most of the players were in his favor, but of course many of them were just watching. Nor do I want to watch LW and other schools get better. The other part, on the other hand, favored LW, as well as felt that individual players could not possibly stand up to the big powers. On the gladiatorial stage, the purple electric poison python's sinister eyes shot out two streaks of thunder. Tang Yun rolled over to avoid it. But the lightning didn't stop, instead it swept in. Death charge. Tang Yun killed forward with a sprint. Hiss. The purple electricity poison python made a spurt, and the green venom smelled fishy. Bone shield. Tang Yun's current bone shield could withstand 350,000 output. These venoms don't do much instant damage, it's mostly the toxin that continues to drop blood. But the venom was all blocked. Swish. The venom was blocked, and the purple electricity poison python's tail swept across. Space jump. Tang Yun advanced instead of retreating, instantly killing in front of the purple electricity poison python. Spatial confinement. 412,599. Skeleton ball. 665,962. The three styles of heaven splitting. Fire snake dance. Tang Yun's output was extremely high right now, and any random skill was hundreds of thousands of damage. Almost 5 million output after one set. The purple electric poison python directly dropped half of its blood. Hiss. The purple electricity poison python hissed, its mouth opened, and a sky full of poisonous mist descended. Tang Yun instantly dropped thousands of blood, and this amount of blood continued to fall. At the same time, lightning was released from the small horn that was about to protrude from the purple electricity poison python's forehead. These lightning bolts, delivered through the toxin, do more damage. Good. This is the killing move of the purple electricity poison python. Toxin plus lightning. Who can resist it? Hill City Wolverine clapped his hands together. Brother Wolf, this purple electric poison python is a bit strong, players are afraid that it will be hard to beat it. The youth couldn't help but say. Yeah, don't panic, the great god of treadmill is fine. Wolf said again. As soon as the words fell, a huge vortex of flames coalesced. These toxins were also sucked in by the power of the vortex. Tang Yun also didn't expect the flame vortex to have this function. And the purple electricity poison python was constantly taking damage in the vortex. Hiss. The purple electric poison python roared angrily. It quickly broke free of the vortex's control, its large head biting towards Tang Yun. Polar star flash. 708,271. Tang Yun leapt behind the purple electricity poison python, then slashed violently. 232,225. One slash was more than 200,000 blood, and after the blitz, it was more than 400,000. In a few moments, another 2 million or so blood. The purple electricity poison python reacted quickly and struck with lightning. Space jump. Tang Yun switches positions. Skeleton ball. Sword chi lingering. Skill plus flat A, directly decapitating the purple electric poison python. The whole thing took less than a minute. Tang Yun had already decimated a boss. Everyone was silent for a few moments before loud applause broke out. Chapter 89 Elevation. Gold Medal Challenge. To decapitate the purple electricity poison python so quickly is pretty strong amongst the silver gladiators. I didn't expect our Jianyang city to produce such a silver medal gladiator. I feel like he's on track to grow into a gold medalist gladiator. The NPCs in the game were talking about it. Good. Good job. Worthy of treading heaven. Wolf was excited. This guy. How can this be? Yamashiro Crouching Dragon said angrily. It must be this purple electricity poison python that was injured. The Lake Ridge Phoenix fledgling said with a stiff upper lip. No, it must have been your dog daddy who deceived you, huh? Wolf grinned broadly. The two men were furious and lost 10,000 for nothing. Even if they work as dogs for LW, they can't make much money. 10,000 is not a small amount for them. On the gladiatorial stage, Tang Yun was also immersed in joy. Congratulations on killing the level 30 boss, Purple Electric Poison Python, experience plus 20%. Gold plus 30. Purple Electricity Whip 1. Skill Purple Electricity Ray, first level skill points 5, second level skill points 2, feat points 5. Strength plus 10, intelligence plus 10, physique plus 10, spirit plus 10, speed plus 1 ms. Physical attack coefficient plus 3, magic attack coefficient plus 3. Thunder affinity plus 10%. Purple Electricity Whip, unfortunately, it's only a rare grade equipment. Tang Yun lamented. This rare equipment is estimated to be 30 gold. But if it's exceptional, it's 100 gold in an instant. After selling the equipment obtained from the Tianyu University explosion earlier, there was also about 200 gold. With what he had now, his overall coinage was almost 300 gold. With an additional item of Thunder Affinity, I can learn Thunder skills as well. Tang Yun's mind moved, and he instantly learned the Purple Electricity Ray. Congratulations on your introduction to the Purple Lightning Ray. Purple Electricity Ray First Stage Introductory, condenses a ray of thunder, dealing 180% magic attack damage to the target. Cooldown time 20 seconds, consumes 100 mana. Note, bonused by Thunder Affinity. A first rank skill with a 180% bonus to damage is also quite impressive. It's better to raise the Flame Vortex to the Extreme Realm first. Tang Yun said darkly. The Flame Vortex was already a grand completion, and was only 3 first order skill points away from being upgraded. Congratulations, the Flame Vortex has been raised to the Extreme Realm. Flame Vortex First Order Extreme Realm, coalesce a 30 diameter, constantly rotating Flame Vortex, inflicting 400% magic attack damage per second on enemies therein for 10s, cooldown 30s. 200 mana consumed. Note, bonused by Fire Elemental Affinity. 1 skill point left, raise Fiery Ring of Fire. Congratulations, the Ring of Flaming Fire is upgraded to a minor accomplishment. Fiery Ring of Fire First Order Minor Achievement, forms a ring of fire around the body within a range of 7 meters, inflicting 65% of magic attack damage per second on enemies within the range, consuming 50 mana s. Cooldown time 1 second. Very good, and the Flame Vortex does a lot of damage. Tang Yun was secretly delighted. Doing full damage is a bit difficult though. Next, raise the Heavenly Fire Salute. Congratulations, Heavenly Fire Salute has been upgraded to proficiency. Celestial Fire Salute Second Proficient, unleash a large fireball that explodes when it reaches its highest point, dealing 260% magic damage to all enemies within the target. Cooldown time 120 seconds, consumes 1000 mana. Note, bonused by Fire Affinity. Congratulations, the Heavenly Fire Salute has been raised to a minor level. Celestial Fire Salute Second Stage Minor, unleash a large fireball that explodes when it reaches its highest point, dealing 300% magic damage to all enemies within the target. Cooldown time 120 seconds, consumes 1000 mana. Note, bonused by fire affinity. The damage has reached 300%, not bad, and the critical range has gotten wider. Tang Yun was quite satisfied. My lord, your performance was outstanding. This one gained 100 points. Offstage, Morning Dew was excited. I'd like to keep fighting, I wonder if that's possible? Tang Yun said. He became a gladiator for the primary purpose of taking on these top-tier monsters. The weakest ones in the gladiatorial arena were elite-level monsters. A rare resource for any player. Lord Treadmill, don't you need to rest? Morning Dew said suspiciously. No need, it didn't consume much just now. Tang Yun shook his head. Killing the purple electricity poison python had only dropped tens of thousands of blood in total, and the blue consumption was not much. Okay, if your lordship wishes to continue the battle, he needs to apply for the challenge mode. Morning Dew said. Challenge mode? Tang Yun was curious. That's good, turn on the challenge mode, and the gladiatorial arena will keep placing stronger opponents on you until you fail, or become a gold medal gladiator. Morning Dew explained. Gold medal gladiator. Good. I'm going to request a challenge mode. Tang Yun didn't hesitate. I will apply for you right away. You can now go to the gladiatorial store and purchase some items. Morning Dew was busy. Tang Yun nodded, and after Chun-Lu took him to the store, he left on his own. Dragonfish fruit. Worth 100 points. Can increase strength by 10 points. Good stuff. Tang Yun took one look at it. These treasures that increase attributes are very precious. Although it was not as talented as him, it was only the top players of some big powers that were qualified to obtain it. In addition to treasures that can increase attributes, there are also some rapid recovery type medicines, as well as feats, skills to learn, and so on. It's said that the higher the gladiator rank, the better the quality of the treasure. Looks like I'll have to step up my game. Tang Yun was hesitant. Lord Treadmill. Your application has been approved, but are you ready? Once you start the challenge mode, there will be no stopping it. Morning Dew said. Ready. Tang Yun said. Yes. Chun-Lu nodded and quickly arranged the next match for Tang Yun. Ladies and gentlemen. This is exciting news. Our treadmill warriors have opened the gold medal challenge. The rest of the venue will be all in the hands of our treadmill warriors, so please cheer to your heart's content. The presenter's voice was high and impassioned and drove a lot of people. Gold medal challenge. It's actually a gold medal challenge. Wolf sniffed with excitement. A gold medal challenge? What does that mean, Wolf? Jay wondered. A gold medal challenge means that Tap Tian has to fight all the way to the end until he becomes a gold medal gladiator, and during that time, his challenges will gradually increase in difficulty. I've heard of quite a few challenges, and none of them have ever been completed. It seems that only NPCs have done it. Wolf explained. That hard? Then Tatty and he. Jay frowned. It doesn't matter, it's fine if you fail the challenge, instead, win once and these bosses can have great rewards. Wolf said with some envy. For players, bosses can be resources. This treading heaven is really looking for death. Mountain City Crouching Dragon called out again. I could tell long ago that this kid is just wild to the core. The Lake Ridge Phoenix child snorted with laughter. I'll see how he dies. Mountain City Crouching Dragon coldly said. Aren't you an idiot who wants to support Tap Tian all the time? If you're capable, you can always buy him to win. How about it? Do you dare? Ha ha. Lake Ridge Phoenix provoked. Chapter 90 The Two-Headed Serpent of Ice and Fire. Che, I don't dare. I'll buy 10,000. No, 100,000. I'll charge you. Treadmill wins. And I'll buy it to the end. Wolf waved his hand in a big, arrogant way. He naturally didn't have so much money in his hand and could only top up. Buying to the end meant that Tang Yun would keep winning until he became a gold medalist gladiator. During that time, there is no withdrawal allowed. But once Tang Yun won, he could receive an additional 10 times the reward. And of course, this is incredibly difficult. Basically, no one dares to do that. Usually when you see something wrong, you don't follow it. No one has a problem with money. Brother Wolf, didn't you say it was hard too? Why are you so impulsive? Jia sniffed and said with some urgency. Scared less. This time is your chance for Wolf to turn over a new leaf. Wolf put his heart on the line. He was cool with this kind of gambling and lost a lot. This time Tang Yun gave him hope. On the one hand, they were supporting Tang Yun's spirit of challenging the powerful, and on the other, they were also trying to make a buck. Of course, it's more about trying to get out of the way. Seeing that Wolf had bought 100,000, Mountain City Crouching Dragon and Lake Ridge Phoenix were not to be outdone. Fine, I'll follow you. $100,000, by treading heaven to lose, haha. Yamashiro Crouching Dragon smiled broadly. Hey, at the end of this one, your wife is afraid to run away. Lake Ridge Phoenix also made fun of it. Humph. Just wait. Wolf's heart was a little weak even after he bought it. Mud, just now it seems a bit impulsive, this 100,000 lost, I can't lift my head up in this life. Wolf had some regrets. And at this moment, Tang Yun was already on stage. His opponent, a two-headed snake. Treading Heaven's opponent, the ice and fire two-headed serpent, also from the underworld canyon, is even more powerful than the purple electricity poison python. The host's high-pitched voice resounded throughout the gladiatorial arena. Twin-headed snake of ice and fire boss. Grade, 30. Life value, 13 million. Physical defense, 14,000. Magic defense, 14,000. Hiss. The two large snake heads of the ice and fire two-headed snake stared deathly at Tang Yun, emitting an oozing sound. Click, click, click. In an instant, ice slag floated beneath Tang Yun's feet, and these ice slags spread rapidly. Metaphysical ice shield. Tang Yun put up a shield. Skeleton ball. Boom. The skull ball was thrown out, and the twin-headed snake of ice and fire spat out a huge fireball as well. The two balls collided, rubbing out violent sparks. At the same time, the other head spat out a large amount of frost power. Space jump. Tang Yun quickly adjusted his position. Magic confinement. 877,075. A magic imprisonment that directly triggered a blitz, with damage as high as over 800,000. Hiss. The ice and fire two-headed snake struggled violently, and its two heads were raised high. The three styles of heaven splitting. Sword chi overwhelming. Fire snake dance. Major skills out the wazoo. It instantly knocked out 3 million blood from the ice and fire twin-headed snake. At the same time, the ice and fire two-headed snake broke free, and with a flick of its long tail, the ice on the ground shattered into countless ice spikes. Bone shield. Tang Yun once again braced his shield. Still took a lot of damage though. Too many ice spikes in all directions. Polar star flash. 753,880. The ice spikes were still attacking, and Tang Yun didn't stop, continuing his output. For every skill, it was a large hundreds of thousands of output. Also with flat A, the output breaks 1 million. Flame vortex. Just as the twin-headed snake of ice and fire was about to counterattack, Tang Yun threw out the vortex. Click, click, click. The flame vortex kept searing and tearing the ice and fire two-headed snake. The twin-headed snake of ice and fire wanted to rush out of the vortex. But the flame vortex of the extreme realm had a stronger suction. And Tang Yun kept up with the output, each sword slashing at its aorta. Purple lightning ray. Skeleton ball. Skill articulation pu attack, Tang Yun output burst high. Beat the ice and fire two-headed snake can't return the favor. In time, millions more blood was dropped. Tang Yun, on the other hand, had only dropped tens of thousands of blood. The output of these bosses was also very high, and a casual touch was tens of thousands of blood. And Tang Yun also had a 20% damage reduction. This treadmill is also too powerful, the ice and fire two-headed serpent isn't even a match for him? Where is this not an opponent, it's simply a pressurized fight. He's excessively strong. Not bad for a prestigious powerhouse. The crowd of NPCs were talking. How? Mountain City Crouching Dragon and Lake Ridge Thingy said in succession. Ha, good. Let's see how you guys lose this time. Wolf was also excited. No. It won't. The twin-headed snake of ice and fire will strike back soon. Just you wait. Lake Ridge Phoenix Fawn said angrily. Good. Sure enough, it counterattacked. Yamashiro Wulong clapped his hands. In the middle of the field, the ice and fire twin-headed snake was also overwhelmed and rushed up to the sky. The two heads erupted in unison. A giant ball of ice and fire formed. If the giant ball fell, it was feared that it would cause huge amounts of damage. Boom! The giant ball smashed into Tang Yun. Space jump. Space jumping threes apiece isn't that easy to hit him. Crossing over the giant ball, Tang Yun faced the ice and fire two-headed snake directly. Another flurry of output. And the giant ball hit the stage, creating a huge impact. And the whole environment of the arena stage has changed dramatically. On one side, there's ice and snow, and on the other side, there's a fiery hell. And Tang Yun had already leapt to the head of the ice and fire two-headed snake. With a chop of his sword, he finally severed a head. The ice and fire two-headed serpent's life value was also minimized. But as Tang Yun prepared to continue striking, the ice and fire two-headed snake's life skyrocketed, instantly returning to full. This is the special feature of the ice and fire two-headed snake. In a dying moment, it will immediately return to full strength, equivalent to 2 lives. Of course, the price is to shed 1 head, 1 attribute. The host said. Good. Great. Great. The Lake Ridge Phoenix chick screamed in excitement. Wolf, this is a disaster. Jia was busy. Humph, what's the point of panicking? If Treadmill can knock out 1 life, he can knock out a second, it's just a matter of taking more time. At this moment, Wolf had full confidence in Tang Yun. Boom! The ice and fire two-headed snake was revived with full blood, and at the same time, Tang Yun was shaken down. Tang Yun continued to lose blood on the ground. Phew! The only remaining head of the ice and fire twin-headed serpent once again spat. This time, it should be called the Frost Giant Serpent, as its fire attribute had been decimated. Again! Tang Yun wasn't the least bit afraid and charged once more. The Frost Giant Serpent's agility seemed to be higher, but against Tang Yun, it only held up for a little while longer. Congratulations, kill level 30 ice and fire twin-headed snake, experience plus 28%. Gold plus 30. First level skill points 5, second level skill points 2, feat points 5. Strength plus 10, intelligence plus 10, physique plus 10, strength growth plus 3, intelligence growth plus 3, physique growth plus 3. Water affinity plus 10%. Congratulations, upgraded to level 16, strength plus 59, intelligence plus 52, physique plus 121, spirit plus 52, speed plus 4.4 ms. Raise the fiery ring of fire. Consuming 4 first rank skill points, the ring of flaming fire was instantly upgraded to grand completion. Congratulations, the ring of flaming fire has been raised to great perfection. Fiery ring of fire first order grand completion. A ring of fire is formed around the body within a range of 18 meters, inflicting 150% of magic attack damage per second on enemies within the range, consuming 50 mana s. Cooldown time 1 second. Chapter 91, Successive Enhancements. Successive boss slaying. Boost the purple lightning ray. Congratulations, the purple electricity ray has been upgraded to proficiency. Purple electricity ray first level proficient. Condenses a ray of thunder, dealing 200% magic attack damage to the target. Cooldown time 20 seconds, consumes 100 mana. Note, bonused by thunder affinity. Elevate the heavenly fire salute. Congratulations, the heavenly fire salute has been raised to a great success. Congratulations, the heavenly fire salute has been upgraded to the subtle. Celestial fire salute second stage inception. Unleash a large fireball that explodes when it reaches its highest point, dealing 450% magic damage to all enemies within the target. Cooldown time 120 seconds, consumes 1000 mana. Note, bonused by fire affinity. The heavenly fire salute is even more powerful. Tang Yun was quite pleased. It's also an icebreaker skill when facing large teams. A skill to disrupt the opposing team. Enough merit points, raise the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique. After consuming 12 feat points, the Polar Shadow Meteor technique was successfully upgraded. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique has increased to 12%. Strength plus 12. Speed plus 5 ms. Speed growth plus 0.3 ms. This upgrade is another no-brainer. Nickname, Taditin No. Prestige, 1. Rank, 16.745% first order. Life, 5,632,000 physique 3200 rep, 7.1 s feats plus 5,500. Mana, 223, 410 Spirit 330 Recovery, 6 plus 3s. Physical Attack, 73842 Strength 62 Equipment plus 2000 Feats plus 550, 76392. Magic Attack, 66030 Intelligence 62 Equipment plus 2000 Feats plus 550, 68580. Physical Defense, 12320 Physique 7 Equipment plus 400 Feats plus 40. Magic Defense, 4739 Spirit 7 Equipment plus 600 Feats plus 40. Strength, 711 59 Growth plus 480 Equipped. Intelligence, 555 52 Growth plus 510 for Equipment. Physique, 1630 121 Growth Equipment plus 130. Spirit, 547 52 Growth plus 130 Equipped. Speed, 83.6 ms 4.7 Growth Equipped plus 12. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop Unique. Elemental Affinity, Fire 40%, Space 10%, Water 20%, Thunder 10%. Mindfulness Increase, 40%. Skills, Heavenly Fire Salute 2nd level into the Subtle, Shin Ice Barrier 1st level Extreme, Sword Chi Lingering 1st level Extreme, Space Jumping 1st level Extreme, Fire Serpent Dance 1st level Extreme, Magical Imprisonment 1st level Extreme, Extreme Star Lightning 1st level Extreme, Flame Vortex 1st level Extreme, Blazing Ring of Fire 1st level Grand Circle, Purple Electricity Rays 1st level Skilled, Banshee's Curse Passive Extreme, Death Rush Extreme, Bone Shield Extreme. Skeleton Ball Extreme, Bone Shield Extreme, Bone Shield Extreme. Extreme, 3 styles of Rift Extreme Realm, Ethereal Steps Extreme Realm, Death Charge Extreme Realm, Skeleton Ball Extreme Realm, Bone Shield Extreme Realm. Feats, Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique 10%, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique 10%, Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique 12%, Spirit Element Tidal Wave Technique 10%. Equipment, Polar Shadow Sword Legendary, Gold Bracelet 1st level Epic, Banshee's Battle Dress Epic, Lava Ring 1st level Rare, Xian Xian Necklace 1st level Fine. The attack power reaches 76,392. The magic attack power also has 68,580, and with the gold bracelet boost, it can also be increased by 20%. The attack power is as high as 91,670. In addition, the life value is also over 5 million. More than 200,000 mana and a large increase in speed. And I still have a lot of upgrading to do. Tang Yun was filled with anticipation. No. Impossible. How could the Ice and Fire two-headed snake be so weak? Yamashiro Crouching Dragon's eyes were glazed over. Something must be wrong somewhere. The Lake Ridge Phonine said in succession. Tang Yun won, and they lost 100,000 at once. They're also just average to mediocre players. There is decent income in the game though by being a dog for LW. But it still hurts. Winning. Really won. Jay was excited. Wolf bought 100,000, a lot of which was his money. Humph, how could my vision be wrong? Follow Brother Wolf for food and drink. In the next game, Treadmill will still win. Wolf grunted. He opted for a buy all the way to the end, no need to keep betting, and the nearly 100,000 he earned from this one, plus the principal, was all invested. Hey, Crouching Dragon Phoenix, you guys still want to follow? Wolf teased. The two men's faces were unsightly, and a pang went through their hearts. Heal. Must follow. Mountain City Crouching Dragon said at once. Not bad, we're with you to the end too. Lake Ridge Phoenix chicks flailing. I like your kind of headstrong people, I'm 200,000 for this one. It's up to you guys. Wolf was dejected. 200,000. Mountain City Crouching Dragon's face twitched. Heal. We'll put in $200,000, and if we win, we'll get it all back with interest, and he'll have nothing. Lake Ridge Phoenix Road. You're right. Yamashiro Crouching Dragon nodded. As long as they win the next one, it's still a profit. My lord, is it necessary to apply for rest? Morning Dew asked in a hurry. There is a chance to request a break during the challenge, but of course the break won't be too long, only the duration of one battle. No need. Go on. Tang Yun said. Yes. Morning Dew said evenly. Soon, the second challenge began. Starting the second match so soon. Looks like this treadmill is full of confidence. I have a feeling that this treadmill strength can really punch its way to Gold Medal Gladiator. Gold Medal Gladiators, our Jianyang City, hasn't appeared for a long time, right? Not necessarily, this is only the start of the second match. For the gold medal challenge, at least 10 matches are needed. The NPC audience murmured. Tang Yun's strength seemed to have been recognized by them. On the stage, Tang Yun looked at his opponent, who was a bit stronger than the ice and fire twin-headed snake. But it was useless, his strength was steadily increasing, and killing the enemy would only get easier. Within a few moments, the opponent was once again killed in action. Congratulations, you have killed a level 30 Bonebreaker Golden Elephant, experience plus 24%. Gold plus 30. First level skill points 5, second level skill points 2, feat points 5. Strength plus 15, constitution plus 15, strength growth plus 3, constitution growth plus 3. Life value coefficient plus 50. Raise the fiery ring of fire. Congratulations, the ring of flaming fire has been upgraded to the extreme realm. Fiery ring of fire first order extreme realm. A ring of fire is formed around the body within a range of 25 meters, inflicting 250% of magic attack damage per second on enemies within the range, consuming 50 mana s. Cooldown time 1 second. 25 meters. That's big enough. Tang Yun was quite satisfied. Of course, this 25 meters belongs to your own adjustable, and the skill is completely flexible. 2 skill points to boost Purple Lightning Ray. Congratulations, the Purple Electricity Ray has been upgraded to Proficient. Congratulations, the Purple Electricity Ray has been upgraded to a Minor Accomplishment. Purple Electricity Ray First Stage Minor, condenses a ray of thunder, dealing 250% magic attack damage to the target. Cooldown time 20 seconds, consumes 100 mana. Note, bonused by Thunder Affinity. Elevate the Heavenly Fire Salute. Elevate the Heavenly Fire Salute. Congratulations, the Heavenly Fire Salute has been raised to perfection. Congratulations, the Heavenly Fire Salute has been raised to great perfection. Heavenly Fire Salute second level Great Perfection, releases a large fireball that explodes when it reaches its highest point, dealing 700% magic damage to all enemies within the target. Cooldown time 120 seconds, consumes 1000 mana. Note, bonused by Fire Affinity. Your Honor. Morning Dew hurriedly inquired. Go on. All she got was 2 words from Tang Yun decisively. Winning. Winning. Another win. Jay was excited. It's almost quadrupled in one fell swoop. And Wolf is 100,000 to almost 400,000. Yes. Wolf yelled. Wolf, how much is it if we keep winning? Jay did a double take. The multiplier may be adjusted later, but millions are just a sprinkle, maybe tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Wolf said, a little disbelieving himself. How can he make so much money? The odds are currently close to 1-1 for both sides, but Tang Yun has had consecutive dry wins. The odds are bound to drop a bit. Of course, since he's in continuous combat, it won't drop too much considering that factor. How exactly? It just depends on what the corners do. Chapter 92, Winning Streak. Continuing to elevate. Lost, actually lost. Lake Ridge Phoenix was dumbfounded. Damn. What the hell now? Hill City Crouching Dragon is seething with rage. You lost $300,000 in 2 games. You can't carry it with more money. $400,000. Vote for another $400,000. We can still win. The Lake Ridge phonying gritted his teeth. You're crazy, another $400,000 out of pocket, and we'll lose all the money we've both made over the years. Yamashiro Crouching Dragon said angrily. What else can we do? If we don't go on now, it's all down the drain up front. Lake Ridge Phoenix is not angry. When Mountain City Crouching Dragon heard it, it was the same thing. If you lose money, then you must make it back. Stopping losses in time is never something a gambler should consider. Ha, you guys aren't scared, are you? If you're scared, just say so, or else, let's all buy Tread Heaven to win? Wolf teased from the sidelines. The 2 men sniffed and became even angrier. Humph, even if we lose everything, we won't buy Tap Tion to win. He's bound to lose, and as long as we keep buying, we'll win sooner or later. Lake Ridge Phoenix Child said proudly. Makes sense, must follow. Wolf was in an extremely good mood right now, and was speaking quite gently. After all, it's less than 10 minutes and you've made $300,000. The third game begins. Tang Yun won without any surprise. In the 4th match, Tang Yun won again. In the gladiatorial arena, the spectators were enthusiastic, cheering the name of Treadmill. Lost. Lost. Lost $1.5 million. The entire Mountain City Crouching Dragon was going crazy. The two had lost all the money they had made over the years and were upside down. The Lake Ridge Phoenix child sat on his butt, his person dumbfounded. In the previous 4 matches, you have seen the strength of our great Treading Heaven. Next, we will send a number of powerful monsters to challenge Treading Heaven together. The moderator's voice carries to every corner. Tang Yun's opponent was the first to make an appearance. It was 2 level 30 bosses. Each one was no less than the Ice and Fire twin-headed serpent. 1 against 2. Will it work? Difficult. Although Treading Heaven is strong, 1-on-1 and 1-on-2 are not the same concept at all. Indeed, I'm afraid that 2 monsters working together can tear him apart. The appearance of the 2 monsters made the crowd no longer look favorably on Tang Yun. And Mountain City Wulong and Lake Ridge Fengxiao even looked at each other and put their hearts together. Fight. They scraped together everything they can to get enough money to keep betting. On the other hand, the 2 Wolf brothers were earning so much money that they had become brainless believers in Tang Yun. The start of the 5th game, with 2 opposing bosses, was indeed more difficult to deal with. After all, he couldn't do a direct spike on a boss yet, and 2 bosses working together could hit him with quite a bit of blood. But that's about it. Tang Yun paid the price of 200,000 blood and quickly won the battle. The room was even more silent. In these few games, Tang Yun had decimated 4 more bosses. The harvest is huge. The purple electricity ray had reached the extreme realm, and the heavenly fire salute had also reached the extreme realm. Purple electricity ray first stage extreme realm condenses a ray of thunder, dealing 900% magic attack damage to the target. Cooldown time 20 seconds, consumes 100 mana. Note, bonused by thunder affinity. Heavenly fire salute second stage extreme realm releases a large fireball that explodes when it reaches its highest point, dealing 1200% magic damage to all enemies within the target. Cooldown time 120 seconds, consumes 1000 mana. Note, bonused by fire affinity. In addition, the attributes have been improved considerably. Strength plus 40, Intelligence plus 30, Constitution plus 30, Spirit plus 30, Speed plus 2 ms. Strength growth plus 6, Intelligence growth plus 6, Physical growth plus 6, Spiritual growth plus 6, Speed growth plus 0.3 ms. Lifesteal factor plus 50, Physical attack factor plus 3, Magic attack factor plus 3. Congratulations, raised to level 17. Strength plus 68, Intelligence plus 58, Physique plus 130, Spirit plus 58, Speed plus 5 ms. Raise the Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique has increased to 13%. Strength plus 14. Speed plus 6 ms. Speed growth plus 0.3 ms. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique has increased to 14%. Strength plus 16. Speed plus 7 ms. Speed growth plus 0.3 ms. It's over, it's over. Mountain City Crouching Dragon and Lake Ridge Fengxiao were paralyzed, they were completely finished. I lost all the money I made over the years, and my own family's money went down the drain. On the other hand, Wolf and Jie's mouths were hanging open. What to do with this money? Oh. Wolf sighed. The 2 men sniffed, overwhelmed by the humiliation, and quit the game. I don't know if they are raising funds or licking their wounds to go. The 5th game ended, and Tang Yun still didn't rest as the 6th game began. This time it was a 3-headed boss. Tang Yun dropped hundreds of thousands of blood again. The 7th 4-headed boss. Tang Yun still paid hundreds of thousands of blood to achieve victory. The 8th game had the same 4 heads, while in the 9th game, the number of bosses reached 5. The crowd was at an all-time high. And why wouldn't Tang Yun be? During this time, he had risen another 2 levels, and his various attributes had been greatly improved. My lord! The next will be the last game. Morning Dew reminded. So soon? Tang Yun couldn't get enough. For every boss she killed, he had a huge harvest. Next up are a couple monsters. Tang Yun asked. My lord, there is only one head, you must be careful. Morning Dew was busy. Oh, there's only one head, I see. I need a break. Tang Yun said. After the continuous fierce battle, his blood level had dropped by more than 2 million, and he didn't have much mana left. If he wasn't wrong, the next head would be a lord boss. He had to be at full strength to face it. Yes. Morning Dew finished speaking and immediately went to arrange the following things. And Tang Yun left the stage to rest. Ladies and gentlemen, the Treadmill Warriors are about to have their final showdown. Requesting a break, we will be joined next by the Breaking Warrior. After that, Treadmill Warrior will continue on to challenge the Lord of the Underworld. The host's voice was shaking. It had been too long since anyone had hit this level in Shenyang City. The Lord of the Underworld. It's finally time to see the Lord of the Underworld again. All the previous challengers fell under it. No one has ever gotten through since the Lord of the Underworld was captured by the City Lord. I wonder if Treadmill can win the competition. The crowd was in a state of great anticipation. The battle in the arena also looked a bit boring. This fight was also carefully arranged by the gladiatorial arena. The strength of both sides was between the two, fighting back and forth, giving Tang Yun quite a bit of rest time. Just now, I popped another 2 points of lifesteal back. And after getting 2 levels up and getting a lot of blood back, I'm now only 1,000,000 blood away from full blood. With the exclusive reply formation, I'll be back to full in an hour or so. Tang Yun said darkly. With 16 bosses, not only did he rise 2 levels, but he also popped out a few good pieces of exceptional equipment. At the moment his assets added up to almost another $1,000. Also, the various attribute boosts are not insignificant. Strength plus 130, Intelligence plus 120, Physique plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Speed plus 10 ms. Strength growth plus 20, Intelligence growth plus 23, Physical growth plus 25, Mental growth plus 18, Speed growth plus 2.4 ms. Life value factor plus 200, Mana value factor plus 20, Physical attack factor plus 15, Magic attack factor plus 15, Physical defense factor plus 1, Magic defense factor plus 1. In addition to these, there are quite a few merit points and skill points. When there are no new skills, the skill point burst is quite a bit less, and likewise, the attribute burst is much more. The Extreme Shadow Meteor technique has been raised to 19%. My current base speed, among the first rank, is considered top tier. Tang Yun looked at his attributes and secretly said. Chapter 93 Lord Boss. Stygian Beast. Nickname, Taditan No. Prestige, 1. Rank, 1913.6% First Order. Life, 8,155,000 Physique 3,500 Rep, 9.1 S feats plus 5,500. Mana, 352, 450 Spirit 350 Recovery, 6 plus 3S. Physical Attack, 140,000 Strength 80 Equipment plus 2,000 feats plus 550, 142550. Magic Attack, 113920 Intelligence 80 Equipment plus 2,000 feats plus 550, 116470. Physical Defense, 18640 Physique 8 Equipment plus 400 feats plus 40. Magic Defense, 8056 Spirit 8 Equipment plus 600 feats plus 40. Strength, 127088 Growth plus 480 for Equipment. Intelligence, 91481 Growth plus 510 for Equipment. Physique, 2,200 Growth Equipment plus 130. Spirit, 877 Growth plus 130 Equipped. Speed, 180 ms 9.5 Growth Equipment plus 12. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop Unique. Elemental Affinity, Fire 40%, Space 10%, Water 20%, Thunder 10%. Mindfulness Increase, 40%. Skills, Heavenly Fire Salute 2nd Level Extreme Realm, Ice Barrier 1st Level Extreme Realm, Sword Chi Lingering 1st Level Extreme Realm, Space Jump 1st Level Extreme Realm, Fire Snake Dance 1st Level Extreme Realm, Magic Imprisonment 1st Level Extreme Realm, Extreme Star Lightning 1st Level Extreme Realm, Flame Vortex 1st Level Extreme Realm, Blazing Ring of Flames 1st Level Extreme Realm, Purple Electricity Rays 1st Level Extreme Realm, Banshee's Curse Passive Extreme. 3 styles of Rift Extreme, Ethereal Steps Extreme, Death Charge Extreme, Skeleton Ball Extreme, Bone Shield Extreme. Techniques, Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique 10%, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique 10%, Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique 19%, Spirit Element Tidal Wave Technique 10%. Equipment, Polar Shadow Sword Legendary, Gold Bracelet 1st Level Epic, Banshee's Battle Dress Epic, Lava Ring 1st Level Rare, Xuanxin Necklace 1st Level Fine. Double Attack Power over 100,000. Life Value 8 million. Physical Defense is almost 20,000. Looking at his growing attributes, Tang Yun was excited. As the Polar Star Meteor technique improved, his base speed was even 180 ms. Top speed can soar to 554 ms. It's simply horrible. And I still have 8,000 points unused. I can buy quite a few good things, so let's buy them together when the next one is finished. Tang Yun pondered. His points skyrocketed with each of his late victories. Rested to well and back in pretty much the same shape. Tang Yun didn't waste any more time and walked out of the lounge. Morning Dew also immediately notified the arrangement. The gladiators in the arena get the message and know how to settle the fight. The battle was over and everyone was cheering. Broken Delusion knew that this was not a celebration of his victory, but a welcome to Treadmill. Ladies, gentlemen, let's give our warmest applause to the biggest star of the day, Treadmill. The host cries out to the heavens. His voice infected everyone in the room. Wolf, how much did we win? Jay was thrilled. He no longer dared to forget it. $50 million. It's already $50 million. If we win again, it's 100 million. No, it's a billion. Wolf said, swallowing. As the difficulty increased, Tang Yun's odds didn't drop. He doubled up on almost every play. 10-game winning streak, then 10 times that. It's a money grab. Of course, if they hadn't met Tang Yun, they would have lost their 100,000 long ago. And now that the hardest level had begun, Tang Yun wasn't sure he could win. Wolf, are we going to be rich if we win? Jay's eyes glazed over. $1 billion. Where do they ordinary people see so much money in their lifetime? Of course. If you win this one, Brother Wolf will find you 2 wives. One of them will wash one of your feet. Wolf grinned broadly. 2. Jay was breathing heavily. He hadn't touched a woman yet and usually only dared to think about it. Hey, as much as you want. Wolf was also holding back his excitement. I don't want to wash my feet, I want to sleep. Jay was busy. Wash up before you go to sleep. Wolf's eyes were drawn to the gladiatorial arena and he casually coped. Jay didn't think much of it, and his eyes moved to the field. An unprecedentedly huge monster slowly appeared. The behemoth's body was covered with thick black scales, which shimmered with a dark luster under the light of the underworld flame, and each of them looked like it had drawn endless power from the abyss. Its head was huge and hideous, with a pair of horns as sharp as blades, and between the horns were entwined wisps of ethereal fire, as if it were a bridge connecting life and death. The huge eyes were like 2 never-drying springs of darkness. The behemoth's mouth was riddled with sharp fangs, each of which was strong enough to easily tear through steel, while its breath was accompanied by a stench of sulfur mixed with the scent of decay. A pair of huge wings, like shadows under the night, each swing was accompanied by a thunderous boom, as if even the sky was trembling. Can this monster win? Jay mumbled. Can win. It can be won. Wolf is a little understated. Admittedly, Tang Yun had already won 9 matches in a row, but this last one, the opponent was a bit too tough. All of them were trembling under the other's great body. It was as if the creature could break through the venue's restraints at any time and push right into the audience. It was hard to imagine what kind of mindset Tang Yun, who was dealing with this monster head-on, should be in. Lord Treadmill. Go for it. Morning Dew clenched her fists in hope. Aha! Tang Yun replied indifferently, taking a deep breath and instantly stepping into the gladiatorial arena. Beast of the Abyss Lord Boss. Grade, 30. Life value, 200 million. Physical defense, 60,000. Magic defense, 60,000. Sure enough, it's a Lord Boss. Tang Yun's gaze was composed. Although in the Nightmare trial, the presence of a Lord Boss was encountered once. But that's false, after all. And this one, a living, breathing Lord Boss. The blood count was as high as 200 million. The defense was even more amazing. Normal players can't even break the defense. Roar! The Stygian beast hissed. It stamped its feet on the ground, triggering violent vibrations. Even Tang Yun, who was farther away, felt the shaking. The entire ground is also collapsing. This vibration, too, has no small amount of damage. Metaphysical ice shield. Tang Yun put up a shield to ward off the damage. Skeleton ball. Tang Yun threw out a skeleton ball. Bang! The Stygian beast's forepaw flashed with golden light, and with just a single slap, it slapped the skeleton to pieces. Roar! The Stygian beast hissed again. It opened its huge mouth, revealing its hideous sharp teeth, and then the black flames carrying a ghostly aura suddenly pounced. Space jump! Tang Yun leapt 200 meters. But the spitting hadn't stopped yet, and it was difficult to resist the large-scale spectral flame. Death charge! Tang Yun instantly killed the front, and although he didn't manage to attack the underworld beast, he did dodge the other party's underworld flame. Between one person and one beast testing each other, no one was able to do anything to each other. The Stygian abyss beast roared in the sky, its palms seeming as if it wanted to tear apart this heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura spread out. Chapter 94 Great Battle Against the Lords. Full strength. Roar. Several spectral shadows emerged with a roar that shook people's hearts and souls. These shadows swiftly swept towards Tang Yun. Bone shield. Tang Yun braced his bone shield. His current bone shield could withstand an output of over 700,000. Bang, bang, bang. All of the void's attacks were blocked. Before he could be happy, several heads of shadows unexpectedly passed through the bone shield and, at the same time, drilled into his body. Tang Yun only felt that his body was somewhat out of control. At the same time, the Stygian abyss beast slammed its palm hard. Just like that, Tang Yun dropped hundreds of thousands of blood. An ordinary player, I'm afraid, would have been smashed to death by its slap. Worthy of being the lord of the underworld. Too strong. Treading heaven is also strong, but it doesn't seem to be a match for the lord of the underworld. Ugh, does it still not work? The lord of the underworld is undefeated, and I feel like it's too hard to use it as a gold medal gladiator. The crowd sighed, having already decided that Tang Yun couldn't win. Brother Wolf. What about this? It doesn't seem to be working for Treadmill Big Guy. Jia was in a panic. If they win this round, they'll have a huge $1 billion, and if they lose, they'll have nothing. No? Who said no? Treading heaven is invincible. It's just a little bit of blood dropped. Take a closer look. Wolf clenched his fists, and although his heart was also anxious, his mouth was unconvinced. Although Tang Yun in the field had been hit with a lot of blood, this amount of damage was still far from enough to completely break him. The control effect of the spectral shadow lifted, and Tang Yun made a space jump to stick his face. Caught the Stygian beast off guard. Magic confinement. 719,303. A magic imprisonment is over 700,000 blood. Fire snake dance. The 3 styles of cracking the sky. Purple electricity rays. 1093535. The fire snake dance is 1,000,000 blood a second. However, the Stygian beast, as a lord-level boss, even the extreme realm skills could only control it for a second at most. Well, this second, Tang Yun's output reached 10 million. The purple electricity ray was originally over 2 million output, and after the blitz, it was directly close to 5 million output. Simply horrible. Roar. The Stygian beast dropped 10 million blood and was a bit angry. It hissed up to the sky and it was deafening. Tang Yun only felt dizzy as his ethereal steps opened, quickly pulling away. Bang! Seeing Tang Yun retreat, the Stygian beast struck again, its huge palm slapping at extreme speed. Polar star flash. Tang Yun bypassed the attack while delivering a frantic output to the Stygian beast's palm. 1447446. 347,300. Tang Yun also had an output of more than 300,000 with a flat of his sword. After a few swords, the Stygian beast dropped another 3 million blood. Phew! Seeing this, the Stygian beast retracted its huge palm and spat out breaths from its mouth without stopping. Flame vortex. 1271595. Another million or so blood per second. And as the flame vortex had an extremely strong suction force, the Stygian beast was also affected, and its spitting stopped as a result. Sword Qi Ling Xiao. Skeleton ball. Death rush. Tang Yun's frantic output caused the Stygian beast to drop another 10 million blood. Skills were still on cooldown, but his flat damage wasn't bad. Slashing madly around his opponent, the Stygian beast's blood level dropped wildly. Fiery ring of fire. 737,417. The damage of the extreme realm's fiery ring of fire wasn't low, it was over 700,000 damage a second. Of course, it required Tang Yun to always adjust the size of the ring of fire. After all, he can't stay in one position forever. Otherwise the Stygian beast could slap him into mush. Roar! The Stygian beast hissed and stomped on the ground once again. Tang Yun reacted and climbed onto his opponent's body, continuing his violent output. Nearly 20 million more blood was knocked out in one fell swoop. The Stygian beast had now dropped 40 million blood. And Tang Yun only dropped less than 1 million blood. The Stygian beast was not able to win, and a strong underworld chi erupted from its body, rushing Tang Yun away. At the same time, its wings vibrated and it leapt up. It's flying. Tang Yun frowned. Air combat, he doesn't have the advantage. Not only that, as the Stygian beast's wings vibrated, the surrounding sky dimmed. In a moment, Tang Yun's field of vision narrowed dramatically. What's going on? How come I can't see it? The audience gasped. This is the dark realm released by the Stygian beast. A more knowledgeable audience member quickly explained. I just thought that treading heaven wouldn't work, but now it seems like there's a chance. Yes, to be able to force the Stygian abyss beast to this point, the strength is extraordinary. The crowd couldn't see the battle within the realm, but it didn't stop them from imagining it. The range of vision is too small, and my speed is affected. Tang Yun said darkly. It was worthy of being a Lord-class boss with strong strength. Immediately afterward, an ethereal aura came from the underworld, and Tang Yun dropped hundreds of thousands of blood again. At this moment, the blood level had dropped by 1 million. Unable to see his opponent's position, Tang Yun was caught in a passive position. Heavenly Fire Salute! Tang Yun threw huge fireballs into the air. After the fireball exploded, the darkness before Tang Yun's eyes was briefly broken open. There! Tang Yun found an opportunity to space jump, and Polar Star Flash rushed onto the back of the Stygian beast. And Heavenly Fire Salute is dealing huge amounts of damage at the moment. 412-0544. With an output of 4 million, it was also Tang Yun's current highest damage skill. Also, it is the widest in scope. After rushing onto his back, Tang Yun began to frantically output. A sword has more than 300,000 blood. A blitz is nearly 700,000. Clip skills from time to time. And a fiery ring of fire burning every second. The Stygian beast's blood level fell wildly. 80 million blood. Tang Yun said silently. Of course, he lost a lot of blood himself. The underworld flame that glowed from the underworld beast had been attacking him. Although there was a metaphysical ice shield and a bone shield, it could not completely protect against these damages. Luckily, he had only dropped 2 million blood now as well. If it continued, it would be the Stygian beast that would die first. Obviously, it's not going to sit still. With a hiss, several spectral shadows attacked. Again! Tang Yun gave a slight lurch. This guy had a control technique that he had no means of restraining. Ice shield. Bone shield. Tang Yun put up 2 shields for himself. Although the spectral shadow controlled him, most of the damage from the Stygian beast was blocked. Tang Yun just dropped about 100,000 blood. My turn. Polar Star Flash. Skeleton Ball. Fire Snake Dance. With a flurry of outputs, the Stygian beast's blood level ended up being only around 50 million blood. And Tang Yun still had 5 million blood. He had lost less than half his blood, while the other had lost 3/4. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Roar! The Stygian beast also sensed Tang Yun's power, and it hissed angrily as a way to express its dissatisfaction. What's going on in there? The Stygian beast seems to be completely enraged? It must be that treadmill strength can't even help the Stygian beast. Could it be that treadmill is going to win? No, it won't. The Stygian beast is afraid that it's going to unleash an even more terrifying skill. The crowd was talking. Looking into a darkened gladiatorial arena, one can only imagine. In the middle of the field, Tang Yun listened to a furious roar, and then a huge shock sent him flying out. The Stygian beast's body exuded a terrifying aura of darkness, and a huge shield wrapped it securely. Afterwards, it opened its huge mouth and the terrifying suction spread out. Even Tang Yun's body couldn't help but move closer to the other party's abyssal maw. At the same time, all of the surrounding darkness was swallowed into its stomach. Chapter 95 Prestige. Devouring Shield. See? Saw it. What's that? What a terrifying power. Is this the strength of the Lord of the Underworld? Looking at everything in the field, everyone was shocked. Great treadmill, make sure you win. Wolf was praying too. The dark elements were all swallowed. Tang Yun was also torn by this force. Skeleton Ball. Fire Snake Dance. The skills he threw out were all devoured by his opponent. This guy. Tang Yun was slightly startled in his heart. Space Jump. Polar Star Flash. Tang Yun once again leapt onto his opponent's back and pounded out his output. However, all of these outputs were blocked by the shield of darkness on the Stygian beast. And it was as if these powers of darkness were endless. Click. Tang Yun output for a long time before he broke the shield. Can't stop it. Tang Yun sighed slightly in his heart. A huge black ball was spat out by the Stygian abyss beast, and this black ball seemed to devour everything in the world. Tang Yun was also dropping blood. The black ball was still expanding, and even attacking it wouldn't help, but rather speed up its molding. Tang Yun didn't strike at the black sphere, instead aiming his output at the Stygian beast's main body. 10 million. 20 million. The Stygian beast's blood level fell violently. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the black ball cracked with a bang, the darkness eroding every corner. Tang Yun took out a fire featherwood from space and lit it. The blood level scuffed up. It returned over 3 million blood at once. Still feeling unsafe, Tang Yun took another sip of violet jade shen water and his blood level was full. Metaphysical Ice Shield. Bang! The power of darkness swept over everything, and the Stygian beast roared in anger. At this moment, Tang Yun's blood dropped by millions. Launching this strike, the Stygian beast seemed to have used all its strength as well. Tang Yun resisted the output and bullied his way up, slashing to death with his sword. Although the Stygian beast was still resisting, it was not much of a threat to him. Pay a little and take it down. Congratulations, kill a level 30 Lord Boss, experience plus 150%, gold plus 100, Stygian Scepter 1. Eclipsing Crystal Necklace 1. Skill Spectral Infestation. Skill Darkness Devouring Chop. Skill Devouring Shield. Skill First Level Skill Points 10, Second Level Skill Points 5, Feat Points 20. Strength plus 50, Intelligence plus 50, Physique plus 50, Spirit plus 50, Speed plus 3 ms. Reputation plus 10. I can't believe there are so many rewards. Tang Yun was excited. Congratulations, raised to level 20, Strength plus 93, Intelligence plus 86, Physique plus 160, Spirit plus 81, Speed plus 10.5 ms. Level 20 now. 2 equipment, 3 skills. And Dark Affinity, 10 reputation points. Tang Yun couldn't suppress the smile on his face. With 11 reputation points, he's kind of made a name for himself. It is said that there is a chance to be knighted when you reach 100 reputation. Raise the Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique has increased to 20%. Strength plus 28, Speed plus 13 ms. Speed growth plus 0.5 ms. The Stygian Scepter and the Eclipsed Crystal Necklace are both perfect grade. Unfortunately, there are no sublimation cards. Tang Yun felt slightly sorry. Scepter of Stygian Abyss First Order Perfect. Magic Attack, 30,000. Physical Attack, 10,000. PS when surrounded by lurking units, trigger Stygian Echo, causing them to manifest and inflicting a stun. Eclipsed Crystal Necklace First Order Perfect. Life Regeneration, plus 30s. Mana Regeneration, plus 10s. It's all good. Tang Yun was slightly startled. The Scepter of the Underworld increases magic attack by 30,000, plus, there are additional words. Equipped with the Stygian Scepter, it's fearless to that Lei Huiying, but the damage is still not as good as the basic ranked Extreme Shadow Sword. Tang Yun mused. After a little thought, he did not choose to change his equipment. On the contrary, the Eclipsing Crystal Necklace, which increases 2 reps, should definitely be worn. Learn the skill Spectral Infestation. Congratulations, Introduction to Psi Infestation. Spectral Infestation First Stage Introduction, summons a specter that possesses the enemy, deals 100% magic attack damage when the specter dissipates, cooldown 30s, consumes 200 mana. Note, bonused by Dark Affinity. This is the control skill of the Stygian Beast. Tang Yun was slightly pleased. The skill caused him a lot of trouble at the time. The skill description is simple, but after the specter possesses the enemy, he can also control their actions. It can be considered a powerful skill. Raise the Spectral Infestation. Congratulations, Spectral Infestation has been raised to the Extreme Realm. Spectral Infestation First Stage Extreme Realm summons a specter that possesses the enemy, dealing 300% magic attack damage when the specter dissipates, cooldown 30s, consumes 200 mana. Note, bonused by Dark Affinity. Previously, he had accumulated quite a few skill points, and the Spectral Infestation was instantly raised to the extreme. It doesn't deal a lot of damage, but the focus is on controlling the enemy. Of course, what he felt was not high was also compared to other Extreme Realm skills. In fact, with this skill, he did a lot more damage than the others. The next two are both second-order skills. Tang Yun was quite looking forward to it. Learn the Darkness Soul Devouring Slash. Congratulations, Dark Soul Devouring Chop Introductory. Darkness Soul Eating Slash Second Stage Initiate releases a Dark Sword aura that deals 220% physical attack damage to enemies in a line. Consumes 800 mana, cooldown time 40 seconds. Note, subject to Dark Affinity bonus. Physical damage skill. Not bad. Tang Yun secretly nodded. Currently, most of his skills are magic damage now, and it's nice to have an additional means of physical output now. Raise the Darkness Soul Devouring Slash. Previously, he had accumulated 30 second-order skill points, and with the 5 just now, there were 35, while a skill, from nothing, required 11 skill points. Congratulations, Dark Soul Devouring Chop has been upgraded to the Extreme Realm. Darkness Soul Devouring Slash Second Stage Extreme Realm releases a Dark Sword aura that deals 1500% physical attack damage to enemies in a line. Consumes 800 mana, cooldown 40s. Note, subject to Dark Affinity bonus. 15 times the skill damage. Simply terrifying. High damage, of course, means high consumption. Fortunately, he had sufficient mana value and was not afraid. Learn the skill Devouring Shield. Congratulations, Devouring Shield Initiation. Devouring Shield Second Level Introductory condenses the power of darkness to form a shield that absorbs all upcoming damage, absorbs damage up to 200% of magical attacks, 3% of the absorbed damage restores one's own blood, consumes 1000 mana, lasts for 3s, cooldown time 120 seconds. Absorbing damage and returning blood? Good skill. Tang Yun was slightly pleased. The blood return isn't much, but that's just for starters. Definitely more back when it's elevated. Raise the Shield of Devouring. Congratulations, the Devouring Shield has been upgraded to the Extreme Realm. Devouring Shield Second Order Extreme Realm condenses the power of darkness to form a shield that absorbs all upcoming damage, absorbs damage up to 2000% of magical attacks, 30% of absorbed damage restores one's own blood, consumes 1000 mana, lasts for 3s, cooldown 120s. Doing the math, one skill returns 1,000,000 blood. Tang Yun was excited and couldn't wait to test it out. Chapter 96 Jianyang City Lord, Underworld Canyon. Tread the Heavens. Tread the Heavens. Invincible treading heaven. The Lord of the Underworld was actually beheaded. Too strong. His strength is already the first under the City Lord. A gold medal gladiator. At this moment, all the NPCs were frantically shouting out the name of Treading Heaven. It's also a reflection of his elevated reputation. Winning. Winning. Wolf, we won. Jay yelled in excitement and hugged Wolf. Snap. But all that was welcomed was a slap from Wolf. Wolf? Jay was confused. Does it hurt? Wolf muttered. It doesn't hurt. Jay shook his head back and forth in joy, suppressing the pain. Anyone who wants to give him a few $100 million and a few slaps on the wrist, he can do it without pain. Ah. No pain? Are you really dreaming? Damn it. Wolf said, slapping himself hard. Terrific. It's not a dream. You kid is sick. Wolf cursed, then said excitedly, wealthy. Wealthy. Oh, Wolf, you're my own brother. Jai came up. No, Tap Genius is our own brother, no, our own father. Wolf growled. My own father wouldn't give me this much money. Jay muttered. Let's go, get paid. Wolf couldn't contain the smile on his face at all. The entire gladiatorial arena ushered in an unprecedented frenzy. Lord Treadmill. You've succeeded. Excellent. Morning Dew was thrilled. Thank you. Tang Yin smiled faintly. Morning Dew smiled coyly, holding her head high as she excitedly said, I didn't do anything, it's because Lord Treadmill is too powerful. I'm a gold medal gladiator now, and my next opponents are all of the level of the Stygian beast? Tang Yun was somewhat curious. A gold medal gladiator is exceptionally honorable, the arena will not arrange for you to fight easily, and there are not that many opponents for you to arrange. Morning Dew shook her head. So it is. Tang Yun was a bit sorry. If his opponents were all lord bosses in the future, although they were difficult to fight, the rewards were not small, and it would only get easier and easier as his strength increased. Lord Treadmill, I've received word that Lord City Lord is waiting for you on the top floor. Morning Dew was busy. Lord of the City. Tang Yun's expression stared. The Jianyang City Lord was the strongest person in Jianyang City. Strength is second order. The Stygian beast was also captured by the other party from the underworld. Visible strength. Lead the way. Tang Yun said. Yes. Morning Dew said evenly. Soon, arriving at the room where the City Lord was, Morning Dew hastily retired. There were only 2 people left in the room. Lord of the City. Tang Yun said rather respectfully. Well, it's nice. The Jianyang City Lord looked like an elegant middle-aged man with a smile on his face at all times. Lord City Lord is too kind, the City Lord called me here, but what is the mission? Tang Yun asked directly. Indeed. Jianyang City Lord laughed. The underworld canyon to the west of the city seems to be showing signs of revival again. I'm appointing you as the inspection captain, go and scout for me, and naturally, you will not be spared any favors when the time comes. Mission, explore the underworld canyon. Underworld canyon. Tang Yun nodded silently. Most of the bosses in the gladiator are from the spectral canyon. Suffice it to say that this is an extremely treacherous place. At your service, Lord City Lord. Tang Yun immediately said. Very well, this gold medal will be yours. The Jianyang City Lord said, handing over a medal. Gold medal special. Strength, 300. Intelligence, 300. Physical fitness, 300. Spirit, 300. 4 dimensions plus 300. It's so much better than the silver medal. Tang Yun said darkly. I'm taking back your silver medal. The Jianyang City Lord laughed. Tang Yun didn't hesitate, removing the silver medal and handing it over to the other party. Lord City Lord, I will go to the underworld canyon to explore. Tang Yun said. Go on. The Jianyang City Lord waved his hand. Tang Yun left immediately. Now that the blood level is less than half, the skill can return blood, so there's no point in delaying. Tang Yun said mentally. Thinking so, he strides towards the city gates. With my current strength, those people who want to surround me, I'm afraid they're a bit inadequate, just in time, to settle these annoying flies. Tang Yun's killing intent was boundless in his heart. The Clayman still had 3 more breaths, having been surrounded by people from Longhua University as well as Tianyu University, he was naturally no exception. Looking at his attributes, Tang Yun's confidence grew. Nickname, Taditan No. Prestige, 11. Rank, 2063.6% First Order. Life, 9,590,000 Physique 3500 Rep, 9.1 plus 30 S feats plus 5,500. Mana, 468, 300 Spirit 350 Recovery, 6 plus 10 S. Physical Attack, 180285 Strength 85 Equipment plus 2000 feats plus 550, 182835. Magic Attack, 149600 Intelligence 85 Equipment plus 2000 feats plus 550, 152150. Physical Defense, 21920 Physique 8 Equipment plus 400 feats plus 40. Magic Defense, 10704 Spirit 8 Equipment plus 600 feats plus 40. Strength, 144193 Growth plus 680 Equipped. Intelligence, 105086 Growth Equipment plus 710. Physique, 2410 160 Growth plus 330 for Equipment. Spirit, 1881 Growth plus 330 Equipped. Speed, 206.5 ms 11 Growth Equipment plus 12. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop Unique. Elemental Affinity, Fire 40%, Space 10%, Water 20%, Lightning 10%, Dark 10%. Mindfulness Increase, 40%. Skills, Dark Soul Devouring / Second Extreme Realm, Heavenly Fire Salute Second Extreme Realm, Devouring Shield Second Extreme Realm, Spectral Infestation First Extreme Realm. Techniques: Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique 10%, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique 10%, Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique 20%, Spirit Element Tidal Wave Technique 10%. Equipment: Polar Shadow Sword Legendary, Gold Bracelet First Order Epic, Banshee's Battle Dress Epic, Eclipsing Crystal Necklace First Order Perfect, Lava Ring First Order Rare, Gold Medal Special. Physical and magic attacks combined are over 300,000, 20% bonus, that's 400,000. All skills, all extreme realms. There are also 3 second rank skills. With such luxurious attributes coupled with a skill set, it's almost unbeatable. Senior Kai. Treadmill is online. Kai was still resting, and when he got the news, he also came online immediately. Everyone gather up. Kai was busy. Those who could be summoned, he had already notified in place. At a command, more than 5,000 people can be quickly assembled. And Tianyu University is even better than ever. A group of over 10,000 men stood guard outside the city early on. Tianyu cannot be insulted. The crowd from Tianyu University shouted under their breath. Tang Yun had killed so many of them, causing a first-class university to lose face. A team of 20,000 people. This guy, dare he come out? Kai frowned. Humph, whatever, we must get him killed today. Aoki said viciously. On the other end, the people from Tianyu University also received the news. More than 10,000 people quickly hit the ground running. Quan, Treadmill is on the line, he's leaving the city, come quickly. Timothy sent the message immediately. Be right there. On the side of the Dragon Feather Group, Dong Quan immediately organized his manpower. Chapter 97, Siege? It's a massacre. Tang Yun slowly headed out of the city. And many people around him looked at him with strange eyes. He's treading heaven. I can't believe he's only level 20. What do you know, when Treadmill became famous, he was only level 13, how long has it been, he's already level 20. People are more angry than people, no wonder they don't put Longhua and Tianyu in their eyes. Unfortunately, the other side is 20,000 strong, and Treadmill is afraid that he will lose his life. Some envy it, some pursue it, and some lament it. Tang Yun ignored these people and took a step towards the western city gate. Outside the city, Longhua and Tianyu's men were already waiting outside. Treading heaven. Today is the day you die. Kai said coldly. Come out and die. Tim Vladimir snapped. Come out and die. Everyone yelled after them. The hissing of 20,000 men was astounding. Holy, it's loud, does Treadmill dare to go out? With so many people, isn't going out looking for death? He can totally hide in the city and waste Longhua and Tianyu's time. Look guys, he's actually going out again. The crowd looked at Tang Yun, only feeling incredulous. Facing 20,000 people, he really dares to leave the city? Longhua. Tianyu. I'll destroy all of you today. Tang Yun's voice resounded through the city and beyond. Arrogant. The people from the 2 major powers cursed angrily. Tang Yun had just stepped out of the city when a bunch of skills were thrown over. Devouring Shield. The black vortex wrapped around Tang Yun, and all of the flying skills were all absorbed by it. The Devouring Shield can absorb 4 million damage. With the output of these people, it was entirely possible to block hundreds of skills. Physical defense was over 20,000 and magic defense broke 10,000 as well. Many of them couldn't even break the defense, let alone do damage to the shield. This guy. How can this be? All of our skills were eaten? What the hell is this? Mud, haven't seen that before? The crowd cursed. Yes. Tang Yun smiled broadly. The output of 20,000 people was a bit fierce, and the shield reached its limit all of a sudden, rupturing while returning 1.2 million blood to Tang Yun. My turn. Tang Yun laughed. Heavenly Fire Salute. Tang Yun condensed a giant ball and threw it out. This big? Kai exclaimed. What's going on? It seems to be even stronger than before. So soon, it's been elevated again? Tim Vladimir was also puzzled. Boom! With a boom, countless fireballs fell from the sky. Run! Run! Why so strong? What a skill! The crowd panicked. A skill that directly blew up hundreds of people. Skyfire Salute is a 5+ million output. How could these people possibly block it? Even if the shields were all stacked up, it would be hard to resist. Don't panic, everyone. Quickly attack. There's more of us, we'll wear him out. Kai yelled. Not bad, I'll attack, the Dragon Feather Group's people are coming soon too. Shi Zhang's words gave the crowd a lot of confidence. Kill. The crowd yelled. Part of them threw their skills remotely, and part of them rushed up. Good coming. Darkness Soul Devouring Slash. Boom. A powerful sword chi seemed to split the entire heaven and earth in two. The enemies on the entire line were all decimated by Tang Yun. Although the number of kills was not as high as the Heavenly Flame Salute, there were still dozens of them. And it disrupts the rhythm of these long-range outputs. Flame Vortex. A whirlpool of flames 30 meters in diameter stood like a large building. And the suction is tremendous. Anyone within 100 meters who didn't have enough speed couldn't escape being devoured. These people who had piled up and rushed up were also killed with ease. Kill. Kill. Can't retreat. Don't be afraid to die. The big deal is to come back to life and do it again. Not bad. Make sure you get him. Go. The crowd yelled. As college students, they can be considered the pride of the world. When has anyone ever been so bullied? The indignation in his heart exploded out at this moment. Humph. Ring of Flaming Fire. A giant ring of fire emerged around Tang Yun. Anyone who touched the ring of fire was instantly scorched to death. The current fiery ring of fire was 1,000,000 plus output a second. How many can resist? Ethereal Steps. Tang Yun's speed was on full blast, soaring to 673 ms. The crowd only saw a phantom flash by. Wherever they passed, players were all killed. Death Rush. After the ethereal steps ended, Tang Yun made a dash and killed the crowd. There was no need for any other skills at all, and the ring of flaming fire died on direct contact. What's going on here? Why is the damage so high? It's finished, it won't go up at all. What to do? The crowd was confused. Senior Shi Zhang, this Tap Tian seems to have gotten stronger again. At this rate, I'm afraid that all of our people will be killed by him. Tian Yuqiushin couldn't help but say. Hateful. Tim Vladimir gritted his teeth. Don't worry, our guys touched it. Kai Dao. The crowd sniffed and stared at Tang Yun in the arena. On the other hand, Lei Huiying sneaked towards Tang Yun after stealthing. She had already struck out a long time ago, but Tang Yun was too fast for her to keep up. Now that Tang Yun had slowed down, she approached swiftly with the advantage of stealth. Almost there. Soon. Lei Huiying quickened her pace. No good. Suddenly, a burning sensation struck, and Lei Huiying felt bad. The next moment, one is dead. Lei Huiying was scalded to death by the ring of fire? Hearing the system's voice, Tang Yun was slightly stunned. Just now, he had killed another piece of people with a space jump, and the familiar name of Lei Huiying was among them. How? Kai and the others exclaimed in shock. When Shi Zhang saw this scene, he also knew that it was not good. At the moment, Tang Yun was completely chasing after the crowd to kill them. Wherever they pass, no one can stop them. Can't organize an effective offense at all. Is this the strength of treading heaven? It's horrible. 20,000 men actually being pressed? What pressuring? That's chasing and killing. It's crazy. Like a lawn mowing game I've played. In front of the city gates, many players swallowed their saliva. Tang Yun's strength made them feel outrageous. Indeed, the current Tang Yun seemed to be mowing the grass. The ring of fire dies in one swoop. All he had to do now was dodge most of the skills and just charge into the pile. Ha ha. Yes. Tang Yun smiled broadly. With a consumption of 50 mana points per second, he could last for more than 2 hours. Congratulations, upgraded to level 21, strength plus 93, intelligence plus 86, physique plus 160, spirit plus 81, speed plus 11 ms. Upgraded. Tang Yun rejoiced even more. Elder Shi Zhang, we can't hold out much longer. Senior Kai, this guy is too perverted. I can't even touch him. Don't want to play hot. At this moment, the two major forces were in mourning. Quan, our man is not working, how long to get there? Vladimir urged. Coming. After Dong Quan finished speaking, 10 figures instantly joined the battlefield. Tang Yun also spotted the other side. These people were significantly faster and had much better equipment on them. Chapter 98, Reunion. God of Slaying. Great! The Dragon Feather Group's people are here. Kill! Kill him now! Charge, charge! He must be killed! The crowd riveted and yelled. 10 silhouettes killed towards Tang Yun at extremely fast speeds. And when Tang Yun saw this, he didn't flinch in the slightest. Space jump! Zip! The fiery ring of fire instantly scalded several people. No good! Boss, his damage is outrageous. I'm down to bloody skin. What's going on? It's outrageous. The few people from the Dragon Feather Group had just made their move when they exclaimed in shock. And then they look at their boss, who's already a corpse. It's too fast. Just came in and was actually sent back. This. The few that survived looked confused. Without waiting for them to react, the huge fireball engulfed them. Even though they are elites, they actually have a blood count of just over 1 million, 2 million at most. It's good enough to resist for a second. Dong Quan, on the other hand, was slightly stronger, but he was also killed by a spatial confinement from Tang Yun and burned to death. Ha! Kai Kai and the others looked at each other. How? Shi Zhang stared in disbelief. The member of the Dragon Feather Group that he had high hopes for was actually killed in seconds as well. Quan! What's going on? Tim Vladimir inquired hastily. After a while, the other party said, Shi Zhang, I've been victimized by you. The squad was blown up with 10 pieces of equipment. The loss is in the millions. Quan, you guys are dying too fast. Tim Vladimir couldn't help himself. He even suspected that all 10 of them, without even touching Tang Yun, had been killed. It does absolutely zero good. Dong Quan was silent for a while before he said, this treading heaven's strength is too terrifying. A single burn from the fire circle is 1 million blood. It can't be carried. What? Millions of blood. Tim Vladimir couldn't believe it. He actually has this kind of strength. Is it hard to believe that we really have no way to deal with him? Tim Vladimir was a bit reluctant. There's no way out. Amongst the first rank, except for those perverts with S-rank talent, no one should be his opponent. If we continue, the loss will only be greater. We can only ask the second rank to make a move. Dong Quan said. Second order. Second order teleportation is at least several gold coins. I'm afraid it's even more expensive to go out. Tim Vladimir couldn't help himself. This matter can only be reported to the school. Let the teachers handle it. Even if we kill Tap Tian, we won't be able to undo the damage. We can only deal with the forces behind him and have them make compensation. Dong Quan said. It does seem to be the only way. Timothy sighed. Things had gotten to the point where it was out of his hands. Just after the exchange, only a cry of alarm was heard, and Shi Zhang's eyes went black when it was time to choose a resurrection site. With the flaming ring of fire, Tang Yun's killing speed could only be described as terrifying. In just a few minutes, 20,000 people were killed by him. Some of those who ran away were caught up with him. This time, he's just going to leave no one behind. Others who died early and chose the nearest location to resurrect, ran, and sent them again. In a single moment, Tang Yun had killed over 20,000 people. The crowd watched the scene, somewhat numb. Another level up. Tang Yun smiled faintly. Without realizing it, he had risen 2 levels. So much equipment, I wonder how much I can sell it for. Tang Yun was a little excited. More than 20,000 pieces of equipment sold is at least hundreds of millions. After killing these people, Tang Yun raised his head and left. Unlike before, no one dared to chase after them this time. Kai Kai and the others landed up and were silent. The losses were so great that many of the underclassmen said they didn't want to get involved again. Lei Huiying sighed. She was originally level 30, but now she's only level 25. Everyone else on the team, basically. Not only that, but a few pieces of equipment were dropped as well. Others, who were already under level 30, were even lower in rank. And most of them, hot-headed, followed the team to find trouble with Tang Yun. After being killed twice, there's already discontent. This time, it was more of a complete outburst. Kai Kai. Why are you going after Treadmill's trouble? Exactly. If you don't have the power, why are you lying to us? It's so hateful. My equipment. My parents' hard-earned money bought the equipment, just like this you guys screwed up, pay for it. Inside the group, the crowd hurled insults. Gear, leveling it's all money. But there wasn't a single person who had participated in the siege of Tangyun who hadn't been injured. Of course, the only exception was Yuan Feng. One of his doppelgangers wasn't even committed to the battlefield, and one death didn't count as a death, so it could be considered to be alive forever. It's a disgrace, so I'd better report it to the teachers. Yuan Feng sighed. It'll have to do. The 3 guns were also less than enthused. He was 3 guns, now he's become no guns. These weapons weren't cheap, and they were bought with the family's money. Forget it, forget it. Aoki also shook his head and sighed. He had originally hated Tangyun with a passion, including now. But thinking about what happened to the others calmed the mood quite a bit. He was among the few who had less to lose. I know. Kai looked like a deflated ball. After this incident, he was destined to become a disgrace to LW. A lot of people wanted to eat him alive. If he really has to pay for it, how can he afford it? He couldn't help but remember how he had gotten into trouble with this god of killing. Senior, what's going to happen now? If that treadmill doesn't die, am I not going to get my necklace back? Shujun was a little anxious. Shujun, it's no longer about the necklace, I'm afraid Senior Kai will come after us. Hong Yang was in a sullen mood. He naturally saw the message from the group. Choi is now the target of a lot of flack. But the truth was, they were the ones who first provoked Tangyun. In other words, they're the ones who started it. And because of their low rank, several people did not participate in the subsequent siege. Everyone just dropped a level and lost a piece of equipment. Compared to those juniors and seniors, let's just say it was awesome. Once those people knew the truth, they were afraid they would be flayed alive. This can't be, we're not wrong either, it's Treadmill who robbed our monsters. Sukuan frowned. That said, we should be careful. Hong Yang said helplessly. In their perspective, it was naturally correct that Cold Cloud Mountain was originally their territory. Tangyun appeared just to rob monsters and snatch their resources. That's what led to the next chase. But to Tangyun, if he didn't grab it, he could only honestly submit to these people. You even have to look at them for upgrades and be a loser for the rest of your life. It's not what he wants. And in the game, except for the fiefdoms, other places are inherently unowned and occupied by them by virtue of their power. Now that he was stronger, it was only right that he should have more resources. On the other hand, Kai had contacted the teachers of LWU. Director Fan, we've suffered heavy losses because of a player named Treadmill. Kai recounted everything. To do such a bad thing, are you bullying my Longhua to have no one? I'll send a few teachers to the first rank area. On the other end of the message, Director Van grimaced. Chapter 99, Underworld Canyon. Heart. Director Fan, this Tap Tion is strong and emboldened, and according to him, there are also big forces behind him. Kai added. No harm done. Violating the rules, robbing monsters and slaughtering players on other people's turf, no matter who it is, they will be judged. Director Fan said coldly. Director Fan, we've suffered heavy losses, even if we kill Treadmill once, we won't be able to recover our losses, what should we do? Kai was busy. Don't worry, this person should be a genius of some big power, if we make a move, the other party will definitely not be able to hold back, and when the person behind him shows up, then we can just make them compensate according to the treaty. Director Van said. The Void Realm has been going on for 300 years, and there are many unwritten rules in the game, as well as treaties that have been jointly created by several major powers to bind them. Tangyun, on the other hand, had already committed all of the most serious ones. So be it. Kai sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a headache for those schoolchildren to make him compensate? Alright, wait patiently, even though my Longhua University is only a third-rate institution, I won't allow anyone to trample on it. Director Van's tone was firm. Kai was in a good mood when he heard these words, and was doubly pleased at the same time. This is the benefit of having a big power at your back, with people backing you up everywhere. Treading heaven, so what if you're even stronger? The second rank strikes, and you will definitely be made to pay the price. Kai said fiercely. The crowd was also in a good mood when they learned that their teacher had struck. According to the treaty, they will be compensated several times over for their losses. It's kind of a blessing in disguise. Underworld Canyon. As a level 30 wilderness map, the Underworld Canyon was definitely the most dangerous place to be. Inside the canyon, miasma filled the air and blood dropped at all times. 1. 2. As he went deeper, he dropped blood to 10 points per second. Suddenly, a strange cry came into his ears. Immediately after that, a bat monster came into view. Green-headed bat. Grade, 30. Life value, 350,000. Physical defense, 1,000. Magic defense, 1,300. At a cursory glance, there were dozens of them. Flame vortex. A vortex engulfed all of these bats. The experience value rose again, and at the same time, a number of attributes burst out. There's more? Just as Tang Yun was about to call it a day, more and more bats flew out. That much? Each of these bats was the size of a watermelon, densely packed in forward. For a while, the flame vortex strangled hundreds of them. Until the flame vortex disappeared, these bats were still continuous. Devouring shield. Tang Yun put up his shield and didn't attack these bats. And the bats came crashing in. During these attacks, Tang Yun's blood quickly recovered. 1,000,000 more blood was added at once. Fiery ring of fire. The moment the devouring shield ruptured, a ring of fire emerged from Tang Yun's body. The circle of fire widened from small, and the scorched green-headed bats died instantly. Those bats that were still desperately attacking were turned into experience and attributes. Squeak! The bats fluttered their wings, coming from the depths of the underworld canyon. Heavenly fire salute! Boom! With a roar, a massive fireball swept over the green-headed bat. The leakage was also scalded by his ring of fire. Purple electricity ray. Darkness soul devouring slash. Sword chi lingering. Tang Yun killed frantically, and in no time at all, more than 4,000 bats died in his hands. Now that he was level 22, it would take tens of thousands of monsters of the same level to kill if he wanted to upgrade. These 4,000 or so bat monsters had, in turn, allowed him to level up. Also, it's the attributes that talents add that are the biggies. Strength plus 300, Intelligence plus 290, Constitution plus 300, Spirit plus 250, Speed plus 15.5 ms. Strength growth plus 30, Intelligence growth plus 35, Physical growth plus 25, Spiritual growth plus 20, Speed growth plus 3 ms. Life value factor plus 100, Physical attack factor plus 5, Magic attack factor plus 5. Feat points plus 10. There are actually so many monsters here? Tang Yun was a bit surprised. The elation was accompanied by a heightened sense of alertness. The Stygian beasts originally lived here as well, only to be captured by the Jinyang City Lord. After being swept away by Jinyang City, so many monsters could still appear, so it was evident that it was quite dangerous inside. Continuing on, the stench of decay kept coming from inside. Tang Yun couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose. On the ground, there were bodies of monsters everywhere. And at this moment, Tang Yun's blood level changed from dropping 10 points of blood per second to 15 points. Because of the blood drop, he was in a combat situation at all times, with only half the recovery effect. Nowadays blood drop and blood return are relatively equal. But when you continue towards the front, you're dropping 20 blood per second. These miasmas are becoming more and more difficult to resist. Golem. Grunt. There was a gurgling sound coming from the ground in front of them. Tang Yun also slowed his pace. Hiss. Suddenly, something maggot-like erupted from the ground. Except this thing has a mouthful of sharp teeth. And it was huge, at 3 meters. Swish. Tang Yun chopped it into 2 pieces with a single strike of his sword. Golem. Grunt. More and more large maggots popped out, many with pustules on them, quite disgusting. At the same time, there was a rustling sound coming from the surrounding vines. These vine monsters seemed like a flexible poisonous snake. Both monsters attacked in unison. The vines kept emitting poisonous gas from their bodies. And the poisonous fumes seemed to have gotten the big maggots quite excited. Together, the two had increased their combat power by a lot. Flame vortex. Tang Yun stepped back sharply and threw out a flame vortex. The vine monsters and large maggot monsters in front of them were all scorched to death. Except that these big maggots are as numerous as bats. One flame vortex isn't enough to take care of it all. Fiery ring of fire. Opening the ring of fire, Tang Yun charged all the way. It was just that although the ring of flaming fire was strong, it could only handle one plane. And the monsters came from all directions. The combination of poisonous gas and miasma caused Tang Yun to feel quite uncomfortable, and his blood dropped even more. Skeleton ball. Fire snake dance. Sword chi lingering. Any random skill could kill these monsters in seconds. The monsters couldn't do much damage to him. But poison and miasma are hard to resist. At this moment, Tang Yun was losing 50 points of blood per second. If you stay for an hour, that's over 100,000 blood. Not many people can take it. Killing along the way, Tang Yun didn't lose much blood, but instead rose quite a bit. At the same time, the rewards are not small. Strength plus 120, Intelligence plus 110, Constitution plus 130, Spirit plus 120, Speed plus 5 ms. Strength growth plus 10, Intelligence growth plus 10, Physical growth plus 10, Spiritual growth plus 10, Speed growth plus 1 ms. Lifesteal factor plus 100, Lifesteal return plus 2.4 s. The deeper Tang Yun went into the canyon, the miasma inside grew heavier and heavier. At the moment, the miasma alone was causing Tang Yun's blood level to drop by 100 per second. The average person can't even arrive here. The monsters didn't show up much along the way. But there are a lot of rotting corpses around. Step by step, 1 hour later, they finally reached the deepest part of the underworld canyon. A huge curtain of light blocked the way ahead. And on the other side of the curtain of light was a huge ball of flesh. The whole ball of flesh felt like it was alive, trembling with the beating of the heart. It is? Tang Yun couldn't help but slowly approach. Chapter 100 Second Order Union. The City Lord strikes. Bang! Tang Yun stepped forward and was instantly bounced back by Light Mu. Alert, boundary ahead, inaccessible. Inaccessible? Tang Yun gave a slight lurch. It looks like we need to go back and turn in the quest first. Tang Yun said silently. I didn't realize there was such a monster in here, I wonder what level it is. Although Tang Yun was curious, he didn't stay long. The task of exploring the underworld canyon has been completed, and it seems simple. But not everyone can break in here. Even without the sea of monsters, the miasma inside stopped the majority of players. Returning the same way, it took Tang Yun more than an hour to come out of it even with his speed. Teacher Meow. Teacher Gao. Mr. Dai. Kai Kai and the others said respectfully. These teachers are the backbone of the school. One of them, Mr. Meow and Mr. Gao, will teach some students stuff, the real deal preaching. However, Mr. Dai was just an honorific, and in fact, he was considered a guest secretary of LWU. Well, where's that treadmill? Mr. Dai looked a bit dry and thin, but his two eyes were shining. Our men didn't dare to follow, we don't know where they went, but there are our men around the city, so the first time he appeared, we'd be able to spot him. Kai Kai was busy. That's just it, in that case, let's wait a bit. Mr. Day said. The other two nodded slightly. By the looks of it, he seemed to be the strongest of the three. Several teachers, what should we do later? Lei Huiying tried. Let's kill him once and teach him a lesson before we do that. Mr. Dai said. A few people sniffed and their eyes lit up. That's what they want to hear. After all, several people had lost a lot in the battle with Tang Yun. If you don't kill them once, it's really hard to resolve the hatred in your heart. 3 teachers, I think we should hide first, or else this Tartarus might run away all the way. 3 Guns said. Makes sense. Of the 3, Mr. Gao, a somewhat slightly chubby woman, agreed more with the words of the 3 Guns. Good thing too. Mr. Dai nodded in agreement after a few moments of contemplation. Immediately, a group of people hid around Jianyang City. Coming. Coming. Tap Tian is coming toward the West City Gate. Someone shouted. Good coming. We have to get him this time. The 3 teachers stepped in. It's sure to be a handful. Humph, this treading heaven, lawless, killing him 100 times won't be too much. The crowd from Longhua University gritted their teeth. Not only did they suffer heavy losses, their majesty suffered. How many people were watching their jokes in Jianyang City? All thanks to Tang Yun. The crowd was standing by, waiting for Tang Yun to throw himself into the net. Tang Yun rushed all the way back from the underworld canyon, and when he neared Jianyang City, he spotted a group of people sneaking around. Someone from LWU? Tang Yun had doubts in his heart and raised his guard as he continued toward the city gates. Phew! Suddenly, an ice arrow shot towards him. Space jump! Tang Yun dodged the skill with a blink. Swish! In the blink of an eye, there were 3 more people in front of them. 3 teachers. Go for it! The crowd shouted. A teacher from LWU. Tang Yun's gaze stared slightly. That's some skill. Mr. Meow said slowly. Cut the crap and kill once before we talk about anything else. Mr. Dai said lightly. I'll do it. Mr. Gao finished and waved his long whip. Bone shield. Tang Yun braced his bone shield. Click. A shield as high as $1.5 million was actually broken by 2 whips. Tang Yun was a little alarmed. The opponent's attack power was at least hundreds of thousands. Tangle. The long whip in Mr. Gao's hand came on like a python. Magic confinement. Space jump. Tang Yun didn't think much about it, and after fixing the other party, he headed directly towards the city gates. Although he was strong, he was definitely no match for the other 3. And there are so many more people at LWU. Not good. Quickly stop him. Mr. Gao exclaimed. She also didn't expect Tang Yun to escape from her hands. Want to go? Dragon tackle. Teacher Dai snorted coldly and coalesced a pair of large hands to grab towards Tang Yun. On the other side, Mr. Meow also ran towards him. Spectral infestation. Tang Yun directed a spectral infestation at the pursuing Teacher Meow. Bang! When Mr. Meow was controlled, he automatically blocked the skills of the other 2 for him. Mao Qing! What are you doing? Mr. Dai and Mr. Gao said angrily. I don't know what I'm doing. Mr. Meow was in a cold sweat. Ethereal step. Death dash. As the 3 dog eat dog, Tang Yun instantly rushed into the city. Asshole. Mr. Dai roared after him, but he was still a step too late. Damn it. Miao Qing also escaped from the control, his face a bit ugly. Actually ran away? How did that happen? Kai Kai and the others looked at each other. The 3 teachers had made a move and actually managed to let Tang Yun escape. They don't understand. I was the one who was gullible. Mr. Gao was remorseful. Run? Run where? Chase. Mr. Dai said angrily. But he went into the city. Miao Qing frowned. So what? It's just a small city, we'll kill the people and go straight away. When the time comes, we'll pay some fines to the Empire, and we'll still be exonerated. Mr. Dai said, and was the first to rush into town. The other 2 had to follow. I can't believe I chased them in. Tang Yun looked back. These 3 were extremely fast, and after the ethereal steps ended, he was completely outmatched. Phew! Teacher Dai waved his long sword, and an iron cage appeared out of nowhere, imprisoning Tang Yun. Space jump. Unfortunately, Tang Yun possessed spatial skills and fled in an instant. This guy. Mr. Dai cursed. Wind Dragon's breath. With a whine, Miao Qing threw a skill in front of Tang Yun, and a tornado blocked the way. Lord of the city. Tang Yun shouted. In a few moments, the Jianyang City Lord appeared and chopped the Wind Dragon's bane into pieces with a single sword. Dare to kill in my Jianyang City. Seek death. Jianyang City Lord's killing intent sword. Mr. Dai, what now? Mr. Gao cringed a little. What are you afraid of? Same second rank, the 3 of us. Enough to take him down. Mr. Dai said coldly. Of course, he didn't dare to kill a city lord, but a bit of a conflict, he was fearless. Take me down? With you guys? The Jianyang City Lord snorted. After saying that, he waved his long sword and instantly sword chi erupted. The 3 were instantly injured, and they did not expect the Jianyang City Lord to be so strong. Damn it! We're no match. Miao Qing gritted her teeth. Retreat first. Mr. Dai's face was hard to see. Go. Stay. After the Jianyang City Lord finished speaking, a sword came west and instantly killed 3 people. The same second rank, with a world of difference in strength. How? Resurrected outside the city, Mr. Dai was shocked. The 3 of us are level 50. There's actually no resistance at all? Mr. Dai couldn't believe it. How could a city lord of such a small city have this kind of strength? Miao Qing was also puzzled. Dropping a level for nothing. I must break this Tap Tian into pieces. Mr. Gao gritted his teeth. Not good. He's killing out. Mr. Dai's pupils shrunk, sensing something was wrong. Immediately afterward, a figure arrived instantly, and it was none other than the Jianyang City Lord. Chapter 1014 Elephant Sword Formation. Stormy Wealth. Die. The Jianyang City Lord snapped and made his move again. The three were defenseless and died again. This time, don't dare continue the resurrection of nearby locations. You can only choose your own city to resurrect. This. When the crowd from Manhwa University saw this, they were directly dumbfounded. The three teachers they hired were killed twice. City Lord is mighty. Jianyang City Lord is actually this strong. First time I've seen the Jianyang City Lord make a move. It's so fierce. The crowd gasped in shock. As Tang Yun watched the scene, he was also quite awestruck. In this world, NPCs are the strongest. Tang Yun once again solidified this idea. Lord of the city. Seeing Jianyang City Lord return, Tang Yun greeted him. This is the trouble you got me into. The Jianyang City Lord said indifferently. Lord City Lord, it's not my fault. I was so intent on coming back to report what I found in the underworld canyon that I didn't expect to be hunted down by them. Tang Yun was busy. Oh? What did you find out? The Jianyang City Lord didn't seem to care about what had just happened. I found a meatball in the deepest part of Spectre Canyon. Tang Yun recounted what he had discovered. Looks like this guy is coming out of the woodwork. The Jianyang City Lord frowned. What is that, Lord Citadel? Tang Yun asked. An unearthly monster is just a monster. Since you've completed your mission, I'll give you the reward. After Jianyang City Lord finished speaking, his sword pointed at Tang Yun's brow. A wave of obscure knowledge flooded into his mind. Congratulations, for Elephant Sword Formation Initiation. For Elephant Sword Formation. Tang Yun was slightly pleased. This is a direct skill transfer from the NPC, but of course it's just an introduction, and subsequent learning, you need to rely on yourself. For Elephant Sword Formation second stage in. Introduction, condense the formation with 4 types of sword chi, inflicting 200% physical attack damage per second on enemies within the formation for 5s, cooldown 120s, consumes 2000 mana. Note, subject to elemental bonus. This is just for starters, 200% physical damage per second, although it consumes a lot, it's definitely a top skill. Tang Yun couldn't help but say in his heart. Moreover, the damage is boosted by elemental bonuses. Of course, this skill is difficult to learn. The prerequisite is having 4 elemental affinities. I don't know how many people were stopped by this one alone. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Tang Yun hurriedly said. This is what you deserve, and if you can integrate and reach proficiency within 3 days, I have an additional reward. The Jianyang City Lord laughed. Skilled realm? City Lord, wait a moment. Tang Yun smiled faintly. Raise the 4 elephant sword formation. He still had 3 second order skill points. With all of them added, the 4 elephant sword formation instantly became a small success. Congratulations, the 4 elephant sword formation has been upgraded to a minor success. For Elephant Sword Formation second stage minor achievement, condense a formation with 4 types of sword chi, inflicting 350% physical attack damage per second on enemies within the formation for 5s, cooldown 120s, consumes 2000 mana. Note, subject to elemental bonus. Good. The boost isn't small either. Tang Yun was quite excited. The 4 elephant sword formation not only deals high damage, but also blocks the opponent for 5s. An absolute divine skill. For elephant sword formation. Tang Yun condensed his sword chi and instantly formed a sword formation. Little Sengoku level. The Jianyang City Lord froze immediately. So anticlimactic. Worthy of being a chosen one who can receive the gold medal. There was some envy in the Jianyang City Lord's eyes. The chosen is exactly what the NPCs call the players. In that case, I will reward you with an additional 50,000 points. Also, I'll leave that hatchling in the depths of the underworld canyon to you to solve. Jianyang City's main road. 50,000 points. Tang Yun was slightly pleased. He had killed so many bosses and only had 8,000 points, the Lord Boss after that was worth 20,000 points. Together, he now had 78,000 points. Thank you, Lord City Lord, but there's a boundary there, so I can't enter. Tang Yun was busy. This order will break the boundary. The Jianyang City Lord finished handing Tang Yun a token. I want to remind you that meatball is not simple, and if someone of a higher rank intervenes, a great mutation will occur. The Jianyang City Lord reminded. I understand. Tang Yun was busy. Obviously, the Jianyang City Lord's intention was to disallow finding high-ranked helpers. But he hadn't intended to. After bidding farewell to the Jianyang City Lord, Tang Yun stepped into the auction house. Master Yen. Tang Yun said hello. Hee, Mr. Treading Heaven, you're here again. Master Yen laughed. Tang Yun was a regular customer and provided tons of equipment every time. There's a bit too much gear for this one. Tang Yun laughed. No matter, we can eat any more. The smile on Master Yan's face grew even wider. In that case, I'll be polite. Tang Yun said, and all 20,000 plus pieces of equipment within the space were thrown out. So much! Master Yen exclaimed. Previously, Tang Yun had only had hundreds of pieces, but this time, it was actually tens of thousands. Quickly! Someone, take inventory! Master Yen hurriedly said. Soon, a few more NPCs hurriedly came running. Holy, why does he have so much equipment? It's hard not to have robbed some big power. A player exclaimed as he saw the scene. You're right, this is Treadmill, he just robbed the big power. A man explained. Treading Heaven? I've only been resting for a few days, how did such a character come out? It's only level 23, is it strong? How can the word strong be said? He's the student team that annihilated Manhwa and Tianyu. The crowd whispered. The gaze that looked toward Tang Yun had a slight awe. As Master Yen and the others counted their equipment, Tang Yun also looked at the auction house's lots. There's not a lot of good stuff in here. The equipment is at the highest level of excellence and is scarce. Most players trade on their own, with only a few going through the auction house. He couldn't even look at these equipments, and his eyes went back to the consumables. 2 more fire feather woods. Tang Yun was quick on his feet and made a direct purchase. It's something that suits him so well. Just not a lot of them. A lot of good things were monopolized by big powers, so even if you had money, it was hard to buy them. Mr. Treading Heaven, the count is out, the total is 43,000 gold coins. Master Yen trembled. 43,000. Tang Yun was also excited. That's equivalent to over 400 million. It's better to rob and get paid fast. I really want to kill LW and Tianyu's people again. It's just that it's only something to think about. These forces, there are not only second order, but also third order powerhouses, I have to get on good terms with the NPCs. Tang Yun said darkly. Currently among the first rank, he was confident that there was no more enemy. Even if it was Jiang Xiaoyun, with an S-rank talent like Demon Pupil, he wasn't afraid. But with the second and third orders, there are too many people who can cure him. Not to mention the strongest fourth order. These are great men who have lived for centuries. Many of them are knighted in the game's existence. Of course, they were strong, but they were still no match for the NPCs. The whole game has been going on for 300 years and it's far from over. Because the highest level, at the moment, is only 81. But the strongest known NPC is a full 100 levels. Chapter 102 Elder Qingfeng. Crazy purchase. The rules of the Void Realm, only killing monsters of the same level, or high-level monsters gives you experience. The players have hit a bottleneck. That's maps above level 80 that can't be opened. It causes everyone's levels to stagnate. Some experts claim that this is exactly why the game experience is getting less and less and the burst rate is getting lower. The whole world has a future only if new maps are opened. Keep the gold coins for now and go to the gladiatorial arena to purchase something. Tang Yun thought, heading towards the gladiatorial arena. Senior Shi Zhang, a few teachers have come from Longhwa's side. Autumn Heart said. Oh? Longhwa's side is moving so fast? Shi Zhang was surprised. He also reported to Tianyu's teacher, but no one had been sent from above yet. That Tatian was killed by them? Do you know what kind of forces were involved? Timothy asked. The only way to find out where Tang Yun came from now was to ask the people behind him for compensation. No. Autumn Heart shook her head. What? Tim Vladimir frowned. The 3 teachers of Manhwa were too big to kill and entered the city, and were killed by the Jinyang city lord with a single sword. Autumn Heart said. What? Shi Zhang was a bit surprised. He also didn't expect the Jinyang city lord to be so powerful. Not only that, but the Jinyang city lord killed the trio once more as he killed his way out of the city. Autumn Heart said. How could this be? Can it be that Jinyang city lord deliberately defended treading heaven? Tim Vladimir couldn't help himself. Maybe that's it. I'm afraid looking for a second-order expert won't be able to help him. He just needs to hide inside the city. Autumn Heart sighed. No, I have to report it. Tim Vladimir said evenly. After saying that, he went in the game and selected a person named Timothy Feather to send a message. Big brother, the latest news, the Jinyang city lord chopped off 3-second stage with a single sword, and with him protecting him, I'm afraid he's not going to be easy to deal with. Tim Vladimir said in a hurry. His elder brother, Shiryu, was also a genius-level character, and after graduation, he directly entered Skyfeather University to become a teacher. I know, don't worry, after learning the news, one of the elders who just joined the school is preparing to make a move. Tokiwa said. Elder class. A third-order powerhouse. Tim Vladimir exclaimed. To be able to become an elder of Skyfeather University, not only was it the 3rd rank in the game, but in reality, it also underwent 3 awakenings. One must know that a first-order awakening quota is precious, let alone a third-order one. More than 100 times more precious. But anyone who is qualified for 3 awakenings is also strong in the game. With such a character, there are few enemies without the 4th rank. Once this elder strikes, it won't be a problem to exterminate the entire Jinyang city. Of course, the elder won't do that, the gains won't outweigh the losses, but killing a treading heaven is no problem at all, and Jinyang city won't be able to protect him. Tokiwa said. This kind of third-order top-tier powerhouse would be difficult for second-order NPCs to handle. It's just that if he dares to slaughter the city and kill the city lord, the imperial law will never let him go. Even if the 4th-ranked powerhouses were combined, they wouldn't dare to make an enemy of the entire empire. It's actually a third-order powerhouse making a move to kill a chicken. Tim Vladimir couldn't help himself. This is also Elder Qingfeng's meet and greet gift for joining us at Skyfeather. Tokiwa laughed. Then I will greet Elder Qingfeng here. Tim Vladimir held back his excitement. After closing the message, Autumn Heart also hurriedly asked, how's it going? Just wait, this time, Treadmill will die for sure. Tim Vladimir sold out. Certain death? But Longhua sighed. Autumn Heart was a little puzzled. LW couldn't have been any worse, but he put out 3-second rankers, and they all failed. Hee hee, how can Longhua compare to Artianu? Tim Vladimir snorted. A third-order strike is no match for a second order. Autumn Heart was full of doubts, but she didn't ask again. Gladiator Shop. Buy Dragon Fish Fruit, Earth Spirit Herb. Tang Yun started buying like crazy. This is the Heavenly Stripe Blood Fruit. A treasure that can increase the life value factor. Only those with 20,000 accumulated points or more are eligible to purchase it. One is worth 5,000 points. It also costs 50 gold coins. Tang Yun was slightly pleased. This kind of good thing, I'm afraid that those great powers would have difficulty obtaining it. For the big powers, gold is good to get, but points are hard to come by. There are also treasures that increase the attack factor and defense factor. At least 50,000 points to be eligible to purchase them. Tang Yun was dazzled. Many of them also require 100,000 points or more to qualify for purchase. Tang Yun's 70,000 plus points weren't enough to qualify. There are also some treasures with enough points that can be purchased using gold coins without consuming points. This kind of treasure, in general, is not considered precious. The fire featherwood, of which there aren't even many in the auction house, can be purchased here directly with gold coins, and it only costs 20 gold coins. Tang Yun muttered. The condition, of course, was that his accumulated points must exceed 10,000. In addition, there are treasures that enhance potential, i.e. increase growth, etc. Buy. Buy. Tang Yun went on a buying spree. Strength plus 300, Intelligence plus 300, Constitution plus 300, Spirit plus 280, Speed plus 15 ms. Strength growth plus 20, intelligence growth plus 20, physical growth plus 20, mental growth plus 20, speed growth plus 4 ms. Lifesteal factor plus 500, mana factor plus 50, physical attack factor plus 5, magic attack factor plus 5, physical defense factor plus 2, magic defense factor plus 2. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough money. Tang Yun sighed. Originally, I thought that more than 40,000 gold coins was already big money. But when you spend the money, you realize that it's not nearly enough. All of these treasures have limitations. Take too many of the same type of treasure, and the follow-up will be useless. But there was more than one type of treasure that increased attributes, and he hadn't reached his limit yet. Unfortunately, his money reached its limit. The other goodies that increase the coefficient can only be bought with points and wool gathering from these great powers. Tang Yun said darkly. Points have to be earned more too. Just one questing mission, the city lord gave 50,000 points. If we can complete the subsequent missions, the points will definitely be more. Tang Yun was a bit eager to try. It's quite treacherous there, but with my current strength, it should be enough. Looking at his panel attributes again, there was another huge increase. Nickname, Taditan No. Prestige, 11. Rank, 2335.4% First Order. Life, 16,695,000 Physique 4200 Rep, 11.5 plus 30s Feats plus 5,500. Mana, 900, 400 Spirit 400 Recovery, 6 plus 10s. Physical Attack, 299250 Strength 95 Equipment plus 2000 Feats plus 550, 301800. Magic Attack, 261535 Intelligence 95 Equipment plus 2000 Feats plus 550, 264085. Physical Defense, 39,750 Physique 10 Equipment plus 400 Feats plus 40. Magic Defense, 22510 Spirit 10 Equipment plus 600 Feats plus 40. Strength, 2,470 153 Growth plus 680 Equipped. Intelligence, 2043 151 Growth plus 710 Equipped. Physique, 3,645 215 Growth plus 330 for Equipment. Spirit, 1921 131 Growth plus 330 Equipped. Speed, 278 ms 19 Growth Equipment plus 12. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop Unique. Elemental Affinity, Fire 40%, Space 10%, Water 20%, Lightning 10%, Dark 10%. Mindfulness Increase, 40%. Skills, Darkness Soul Devouring / Second Order Extreme Realm, Heavenly Fire Salute Second Order Extreme Realm, Devouring Shield Second Order Extreme Realm, for Elephant Sword Formation Second Order Minor Achievement. Techniques, Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique 10%, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique 10%, Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique 20%, Spirit Element Tidal Wave Technique 10%. Equipment, Polar Shadow Sword Legendary, Gold Bracelet First Order Epic, Banshee's Battle Dress Epic, Eclipsing Crystal Necklace First Order Perfect, Lava Ring First Order Rare, Gold Medal Special. The attack power broke 300,000. The life value is also over 10 million. Physical defense is 40,000. Level 30 bosses don't even have this kind of attribute. Tang Yun had a feeling of swallowing mountains and rivers. Taking advantage of this sensation, he hurriedly went offline, and the vast power in the Void Realm poured into his body. Luckily, his body had adapted quite a bit, and this time the boost carried over. After doing everything in reality, he came online again and headed towards the Underworld Canyon. After the awakening, the physical quality of the body improved tremendously, and the game was played for several days in a row without any discomfort as long as he did not die in battle. Chapter 103 Third Order Strikes. Bounce Back? Yuanyang City. This was a small city that belonged to the control of Skyfeather University. At this moment, a group of people surrounded the teleportation array. The light flashed, and a majestic middle-aged man slowly appeared. Welcome, Elder Qingfeng. Tim Vladimir said in a loud voice. Elder? It's actually an elder. Senior Shi Zhang actually invited an elder. Elders are here to deal with treadmill? A third-ranked elder dealing with treading heaven? That's giving him too much face. The crowd murmured. This. Autumn Heart was also dumbfounded on the sidelines. She didn't realize that Shi Zhang had hidden something so big from them. Welcome, Elder Qingfeng. The crowd responded in unison. Many of the surrounding players couldn't help but look sideways when they saw the scene. A level 73rd ranked player. What is a third-order player doing coming to a first-order map? I heard that Skyfeather University suffered a big loss at the hands of someone called Tap Tion. Can it be that he's here to seek revenge? My god. A third-order elder going against a first-order player? Everyone found it incredible. The name of Treading Heaven became even louder as a result. Well, where is everyone? Qingfeng nodded slightly. Out of Jianyang City, heading west, don't know where exactly, but guessing it's the underworld canyon. Our people don't dare to follow them there. Tim Vladimir was busy. With Tang Yun's current strength, they followed too close and didn't even have a chance to run. Oh, it's out of town, and it saves you the trouble. Qingfeng mused. Although he could kill people in Jianyang City and leave in style, he was in trouble after all. Now that Tang Yun was out of the city, it was much easier. This was the first time he had done something after joining Skyfeather, so naturally he had to do it beautifully. Elder, why don't we just guard Jianyang City? He'll be back sooner or later. Tim Vladimir said. No need. I'll take a trip to the underworld canyon first. Directly revive him from Jianyang City and then continue killing. Qingfeng said, drifting away like the wind, as if he had never been there. Elder Qingfeng made a move. I don't know if it will work. Autumn Heart murmured. Naturally successful. It's hard to believe that there can't be any accidents. Let's follow. Shi Zhang said, leading the crowd to follow along. Underworld Canyon. Having been here once, Tang Yun's map running was a breeze. In the Void Realm, the monsters refreshed extremely slowly and were cleared by Tang Yun. For once, there were few monsters in the way. It's just that the miasma seems to have gotten even thicker. When he came to the boundary, Tang Yun's blood level dropped wildly, around 200 blood per second. Tang Yun took out the golden token, and golden light shone from the token, and instantly the boundary in front of him disappeared without a trace. Dang! Dang! The meatball's heart also became more powerful. Skeleton ball. Tang Yun condensed the skeleton ball and smashed it. A black glow emanated from the meatball, directly engulfing the skeleton ball with the 5 elements. Ha! Tang Yun let out a light eep. Phew! A black skeleton ball was gulped out by it. The target was pointed directly at Tang Yun. Bone shield. Tang Yun braced his bone shield and barely blocked the skeleton ball. This kind of thing had only been seen with that banshee. Purple lightning ray. Tang Yun struck again. A ray penetrated the meatball. Swish! Suddenly, the meatball emitted a black ray that was so fast that it was difficult to react. Space jump. Tang Yun could only use his spatial skills to dodge. This guy is copying my skills? Tang Yun marveled a bit. Meatballs are a total of 300 million blood, but reply quickly. The damage dealt to it by Tang Yun's skills was almost back to full strength. And every time you attack your opponent will return the favor. Shoo shoo. Tang Yun didn't use skills and was using flat A. A sword slashed at a ball of flesh, and at first there seemed to be little reaction. But soon, the meatball dented and spat out a sword chi in a whirlwind. Ding! Tang Yun swung his sword again before blocking the sword chi. So it looks like I'm going to have to settle this quickly. Tang Yun pondered as he tried. The opponent was quick to reply, and he could only decimate with uninterrupted output. But with each output, the opponent will also counterattack. In other words, the faster and harder his output was, the more the opponent's counterattacks improved accordingly. This will be a great test for him. Fire Snake Dance. Dark Soul Devouring Slash. 282-6132. 108756665. The Fire Serpent Dance had an output of nearly 3 million per second. And Dark Soul Eating Slash instantly dealt 10 million damage. Phew! The giant black snake was spat out by the meatball. Space jump. Tang Yun hurriedly dodged. Swish! However, the Dark Soul devouring chop that followed was no longer good enough to dodge. Devouring shield. Click. Nearly 7 million shields instantly ruptured. Nearly 4 million outputs hit the body, although the Banshee battlesuit reduced it by 20%. But still dropped 3 million blood. But Devouring Shield also bleeds back 2 million. Overall, Tang Yun was knocked out around 1 million blood by himself. Tang Yun also figured out that it was most prudent to release only one attack skill. It's just that meatball blood drops very slowly. But it's safer this way. Tang Yun slowed down next. Slowly, the meatball's blood level dropped to around 100 million. Soon. Tang Yun was quite excited. He had a feeling that after killing a special monster like the meatball, the reward would be higher than a lord boss. Sure enough, here it is. Suddenly, a voice came. Tang Yun was slightly startled. The underworld canyon had a natural barrier, so normal players couldn't even break in. Level 70. Third rank. Tang Yun turned his head to look, and a middle-aged man clad in black armor was scrutinizing him. Who are you? Tang Yun frowned. Tianyu University. Xingfeng. Xingfeng faintly said. Tianyu University. Tang Yun didn't expect Tianyu University to even invite the Third Order in order to deal with him. The top powers of Daxia have made many treaties in the game. Among other things, in order to maintain the game environment, the higher ranks are not allowed to strike at the lower ranks. But neither LWU nor Tianyu University cared about these treaties. After all, in their opinion, it was Tang Yun who had first trespassed into the territory and violated the treaty. In fact, the game has a series of treaties, but the implementation of them can be far less than the real world. Tang Yun had long thought that he would be hunted down by high-level players, so he had been raising his strength. I just didn't expect it to be so fast and straight to the third rank. He was simply powerless to resist. We'll talk more about it when I kill you to level 1. After Qingfeng finished speaking, a wind dragon roared. Obviously a third order skill. This Qingfeng didn't give him a chance to live at all. Space jump. Tang Yun barely dodged the blow. Humph. Qingfeng slashed out with a sword and a huge wind blade swept over everything. Tang Yun knew he couldn't resist, but he wasn't willing to die just like that either. Polar Star Flash. A skill that instantly hid behind the meatball. The wind blade was engulfed by the meatball. The whirlwind counterattacked. Qingfeng was clearly not expecting it and took a hard blow of his own. Ha! This monster! Qingfeng frowned slightly. In that case, I'll kill this monster first. After Qingfeng finished speaking, he struck again. A large sword ran through and down, the meatball failed to resist and exploded, revealing a huge and bright red heart. Chapter 104 World Boss. Soul-devouring dragon. Knock knock. The heart beat harder. Tang Yun only felt blood rushing to the sky, while also feeling a bit dizzy. Humph. Qingfeng struck again, and the reddish heart turned pitch black. It was as if the darkness could swallow everything. All of Qingfeng's skills were absorbed by the heart. And this time, the skill didn't bounce back. Qingfeng was a bit puzzled. Tang Yun was also extremely cautious on the sidelines. Suddenly, the pitch-black heart beat frantically, becoming larger with each beat. Tang Yun only felt a huge force knock him out. The good thing about this power, it didn't hurt him, it seemed to just expel him. On the other hand, Qingfeng on the other side was even more thrown by this force, and he didn't know where to go. Soon, the whole heart was the size of a mountain. Everything around it was devoured. I don't know how long it took, but there was a tearing sound and a huge monster crawled out of the heart. This was an extremely huge dragon, its body long enough to span several valleys, its pitch-black scales seeming to devour everything. Its eyes were like two black balls burning with ethereal fire, its back had sharp bone spines, each as sharp as a sword, while its tail was thick and powerful, with a forked end, like two huge sides. The wings were broad and powerful, each feather as sharp as a blade in the night, and the edges of the wings shimmered with an ethereal blue light, like ghostly fires in the abyss. Tang Yun was as small as an ant in front of him. Dark Abyss Soul Eater Dragon World King Boss. Grade, 30. Life Value, 100 billion. Physical Defense, 500,000. Magic Defense, 500,000. Urgent Notice, World Boss Dark Abyss Soul Devouring Dragon King level is born, please all first-rank players, kill the boss within 3 days. World Boss. And it's still a king-level existence. Tang Yun was surprised. How could he not expect a monster of this level to appear? The monster levels are normal, elite, boss, lord boss, king boss, and the legendary boss and god boss. And starting with the bosses, a world-class presence will appear. A world-class phrase means that the opponent has moved up at least one notch. This World King level boss already had a battle power equivalent to that of a legendary boss. This boss, there's no way I can beat it. Tang Yun is self-aware. Spare him the amazing output, all sorts of additions, the other side of this defense, he slashed a knife, but also just barely break the defense. How long does it take to cut $100 billion of blood? Of course, the other party was a world boss, so naturally, he was not alone. At this moment the news must have already spread to the ears of the first-ranked players. Elder Qingfeng. Shi Zheng and the others rushed towards the underworld canyon, but they found that Qingfeng had been bounced back by a force. Damn it! Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Elder Qingfeng, what's going on? Qiu Xian asked in a hurry. But without waiting for Qingfeng to say anything, an announcement resounded in everyone's minds. A world boss. Or a king-level existence. There's actually a world boss out of the first rank too. Roar! World boss, all first-rank players can participate. A king-level boss will have a chance of popping out epic equipment. World king level, it's bound to give out epic it can even give out legendary. This is all trivial. The key to killing this boss will gain great prestige. It's even possible to be directly knighted. Everyone went crazy. It's actually a first-rank world boss. Elder Qingfeng sank his face. Elder Qingfeng, how is Tap Tian? Is it dead? Tim Vladimir asked in a hurry. Nope. The world boss that suddenly appeared saved his life, and after that I couldn't make a move, so I had to rely on you guys. Qingfeng shook his head. The world boss was surrounded by the power of rules, and anyone above its level was excluded. This was also the reason why Qingfeng was directly thrown so far away. He couldn't even get close. Even when the world boss fully revived later, he could only stay farther away. What? By us? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They wouldn't have asked him to step in if they could have solved it. Elder Qingfeng, how did this world boss appear? Tim Vladimir couldn't help himself. Elder Qingfeng frowned, thinking of that strange meatball. This world boss, is it possible that it appeared because of him? Jianyang City. The Jianyang City Lord was dealing with business when he felt the strong fluctuations and rose abruptly. Tap Tian, what has he done? This is a disaster. If we can't stop that monster, the entire city is afraid to be destroyed. With this kind of monster, the higher ranks couldn't make a move, and it could basically run roughshod over the first rank. If it cannot be killed, it will destroy all life. It wasn't just Jianyang City, I was afraid that all the surrounding cities would be destroyed. The NPCs were on edge. And the players are excited. World boss. There's actually a world boss, it hasn't appeared in how many years? As long as we take down this monster, all of our previous losses are back. Kai said excitedly. Don't be too happy yet, World King level, we're afraid we won't be able to deal with it at all. Lei Huiying said. A few people sniffed and fell silent. It's too depressing to have an empty mountain of treasures and not be able to dig for them. There's no rush, countless powerful people will surely dare to come at that time, we'll just get a piece of the pie. Three Guns said. A world boss has descended, won't we have no way to deal with treadmill? Aoki suddenly said. The last time the three teachers were killed twice by the Jianyang City Lord, they were already a bit scared. Currently discussing and preparing to send out the third order to strike at Tangyun. Of course, everything is still under discussion. But now that a world boss has appeared, it's all been disrupted. High-ranked players can't come at all. This. A few people looked at each other and thought of the problem. With their strength, they couldn't deal with treadmill. Everyone, don't be anxious, among the first rank, treading heaven may not be an invincible existence. Those S-rank gifted people from the big powers are not inferior to him, and with this guy's nature, I'm afraid he'll dig his own grave without us making a move. Three Guns road. Makes sense. Let's just wait and see what happens, and then we'll get him when the boss is killed. Kai Dao. The crowd nodded. JHU area. A group of level 30 players were teaming up for a monster kill. But they just beat the monster to the last ounce of blood and stopped striking. Instead, another player kills him. World boss? The distance doesn't seem far. It must be taken. Wait, this is the World King level. I'm afraid a lot of people are going to die. The crowd stopped what they were doing and murmured. First rank World King level. This is an existence that has never existed before. Can it be that it was created specifically for me, Jiang Xiaoyun? Jiang Xiaoyun's heart was pounding. After he broke the rank, these elder siblings went all out to help him upgrade. In just a few days, directly rising 20 levels, this speed cannot be said to be fast. After all monsters were fed to the mouth, and with the power of Jianghai University, there was no shortage of monster resources. He can just lay down and upgrade directly. This was also the condition given by Jianghai University when they recruited him in. Various resources are tilted. The equipment was also served. Schoolmate Jiang, your talent was rated S rank by the council. Even though you're only level 20, your strength far exceeds ours. This time, it's all up to you. A student from Jianghai University said. Don't worry. This time, the person who ends up killing the boss will only be me. Zhang Xiaoyun was confident. Chapter 105, Massacre Again. City Lord, help me. Somewhere in the forest, the crowd that was hunting monsters suddenly stopped. Lord Demon Poople. A World King level boss. Great. A player said excitedly. Still dressed in black robes, Demon Hitomi's mouth smiled. For a World King level boss to appear at this time, the heavens are helping me. Demon Poople Sama's ability works wonders against this kind of boss. Yes, Demon Hitomi Sama's decapitation ability is unique. The World King class boss must be killed by Lord Demon Poople. Let this group of Summerlanders do the grafting for us. A group of people from the Tainted Shade Nation were partying. Departure. Underworld Canyon. With a wave of his hand, Devil Pupil led the crowd towards the Underworld Canyon. In a certain copy, a red-haired young man who was holding a large sword and was in the middle of a fierce battle with a boss also gave a slight lurch. A World King class boss. It's actually a World King class boss. It's not in vain that I stayed at level 30 for so long. Truly the heavens have not failed me. In that case, little one, I won't play with you anymore. After the red-haired youth finished speaking, his blade energy burst out, and the boss in front of him didn't last long before he was cut down. All the first-rank players in the Eastern District had received the news, and almost all of them were heading towards the Underworld Canyon. And at this moment, there was only one player in the Underworld Canyon, and that was Tang Yun. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, Tang Yun didn't step forward. Roar! The dark abyss soul-devouring dragon let out a hiss that shook the miles. Is this a World King level boss? Just listening to that voice makes it feel irresistible. Autumn Heart murmured. Elder Qingfeng. Tim Vladimir exclaimed. In his perspective, this dragon roar came and Elder Qingfeng was actually shaken out and instantly disappeared without a trace. The world boss is awakening, and high-level players can't appear. It's all up to us. Damn it, can we be opponents? Difficult. We'll just have to wait for someone and all work together. I hope they get there early. The Skyfeather crowd murmured. On the other side, Tang Yun also turned around in this roar. Roar! The dark abyss soul-devouring dragon seemed to have noticed the little ant and didn't catch up. The current one had just descended and was still building up its strength. It's the LW's coming. Autumn Heart said. It's a quick move, but it doesn't help. In the eyes of this boss, they're all just ants. Keep waiting for someone. Tianyu's crowd stayed where they were as Kai Kai and the others rushed in, and didn't act rashly. Soon, a figure flew past. Tread the heavens. Xiaoxian's eyes were sharper, and she noticed Tang Yun right away. It's him! Kai Kai and the others also exclaimed. Ha! People from Longhua and Tianyu. Just in time to kill and pop gold coins. Tang Yun's heart fluttered as he charged directly towards the two major schools. What's he up to? Damn it! He's going to kill us. Bastard! We're not looking for trouble with him, but he actually took the initiative to charge up. Treadmill. Stop it for me. Truce now. Timothy snarled. Ethereal steps. Tang Yun sniffed, and his speed increased even faster, instantly soaring to 893.2 ms. Fiery Ring of Fire. Ring of Fire on, 2 million damage per second. None of them can carry it. Tread heaven. Do you really want to fight us to the death? Kai Kai yelled. Tang Yun simply ignored it, and with a sprint, chased after them, continuing to scald these people to death. Hundreds and thousands of people don't stand a chance of being killed. Run. Split up and run. The two schools hissed. The crowd dispersed. That's a smart lesson. Tang Yun laughed. They thought they were fleeing in all directions, and no matter how fast he was, he couldn't catch every one of them. Yet still underestimated his speed. Treading Heaven is also too fierce, not giving the face of the two major schools in the slightest. Yeah, that's crazy, meeting and killing. It's never just them rounding up and hunting, it's US, it's such a relief to watch. Treadmill is invincible, go Treadmill. There were quite a few shouts. World bosses, which were available to all players, were now gathered by many casual players. The crowd marveled as they watched Tang Yun go on a killing spree. Ah! Damn Treadmill! Kai Kai and the others resurrected from Jianyang City, hissing in resignation. Level 24. Lei Huiying sounded sad. The current her had some regrets. If she hadn't been involved in this matter in the first place, she would still be level 30, and her equipment hadn't fallen off. But now, the original equipment is almost gone, and the level is getting lower and lower. How tragic. The crowd sniffed and fell silent. Only Yuan Feng, who had purposely left his doppelganger inside the city, could not die at all. The downside, of course, is that the talent twin becomes a life-saving skill. Instead, it's a talent that strengthens the battlefield. The problem now is that we can't help Treadmill at all, and in that case, there's no way for us to participate in the boss battle. The three guns also said bitterly. It doesn't matter. As powerful as he is, can he still be the enemy of everyone? We, Longhua and Tianyu, won't be the only ones coming at that time. The First Academy and the Heavenly Enlightenment Academy will all be here. Kai Kai said. Not bad. Let him be arrogant for a little while longer. We'll get it all back with interest. Aoki clenched his fists. He was also a person who wanted to be strong, having been killed by Tang Yun so many times in a row. Hate to break each other into pieces. In that case, let's wait. Kai Kai said. Tianyu's side and LW's people had similar thoughts. With a team of over 20,000 killed off, it would be of little use to keep the men coming. Finding some experts, specialized in killing Tang Yun, would be costly. After killing these people, Tang Yun headed directly towards the city. Master Yen. Tang Yun narrowed his eyes and smiled. Mr. Treading Heaven, you're here again. Master Yen was beaming with joy. Tang Yun once again took out thousands of pieces of equipment, delighting in 10 million assets. Getting the money, Tang Yun didn't go to the gladiatorial arena, but directly found the Jianyang City Lord. The Jianyang City Lord received him at the first opportunity. Tap Tian, what exactly have you done? Why did you release such a terrifying monster? If you don't get it right, Jianyang City will be destroyed. Lord City Lord, I was close to destroying that meatball, but another third-ranked chosen one killed him, which caused the current situation. Tang Yun explained. Third order. So it turns out. This person is truly detestable. Tap Tian, I can't make a move, this time, make sure you stop that terrifying monster and don't let it get close to Jianyang City. Jianyang City Lord's face did not look very good. I've come to find City Lord for this matter, no matter what, it's also because I'm not doing my job well. I will definitely not let this beast destroy Jianyang City, it's just that I'm not strong enough to fight against it right now, so I'm still asking City Lord to help me. Tang Yun was busy. This beast is already equivalent to a legendary rank monster, or even stronger, and in the entire history of the Empire, you can't find 3 people that can fight against it. It's normal that you're not an opponent. Jianyang City's main road. Worthy of being an NPC, there are actually people who can resist this kind of monster. Tang Yun was somewhat alarmed. Of course, he knew that what the Jianyang City Lord was talking about was definitely the same rank situation. After all, the world boss, the higher ranks couldn't make a move. Please also help me, City Lord. Tang Yun said again. Chapter 106 $10 billion. Western Capital Power. This matter still depends on you chosen, how do you want me to help you? Jianyang City Lord's expression was a bit ugly. Obviously, the appearance of the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon had caused the Jianyang City Lord to be somewhat displeased. The slightest mishap would be the end of Jianyang City. Not only Jianyang City, but the surrounding cities will also suffer. And it's all because of these chosen ones. How he was not angry. Tang Yun naturally saw the Jianyang City Lord's dissatisfaction. Lord City Lord, this matter started because of me. Even if I have to pay everything, I will definitely kill the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon. Tang Yun said sincerely. Seeing this, the Jianyang City Lord let out a sigh. That's just it. The fault for this doesn't lie with you. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. Although they are both chosen, each one acts differently. He was also in a rage. I can let you have my access to the gladiator store, but points and gold, you figure it out. Jianyang City's main road. The authority of the city lord. Tang Yun's heart was delighted. There were many treasures that he was not qualified to purchase. With the city lord's access, he would be able to buy more treasures. Of course, some precious items still need points to work. But even that was a big favor to him. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Tang Yun was busy. Alright, you go, and remember, make sure you hold Jianyang City for me. The Jianyang City Lord once again urged. Don't worry, City Lord. I will not let it set foot in Jianyang territory for half a minute. Tang Yun stared. The Jianyang City Lord nodded his head slightly and then let him leave. Looking at the treasures within the store, Tang Yun couldn't help but sigh, not enough points, not enough gold coins. I've robbed tens of millions more, but I still don't have enough money to spend. This boss, I must take it. I can only ask Sister Bing Ning for help. Tang Yun said darkly. Since joining the West Ridge Army, he had never asked for help. Thinking of this, Tang Yun once again went offline. After tidying up, he headed toward Shin Bingning's office area. Keep probing. Shin Bingning's voice came out. Soon the doors opened and a captain stepped out. The other party merely glanced at Tang Yun in surprise before quietly leaving. Sister Bing Ning. When Tang Yun entered, he saw Shin Bingning touching her forehead, seemingly annoyed about something. You're here, but what's the matter? Shin Bingning revealed a hint of a smile. Tang Yun had never approached her yet, despite bearing her cousin's name. Sister Bing Ning, I want to borrow some money. Tang Yun whispered. Borrowing money? I almost forgot, in the Void Realm, you do have to spend quite a bit of money if you want to improve quickly. Say how much you want. Shin Bingning laughed. The more the merrier. Tang Yun scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Oh, the more the merrier? Is 10 billion enough? Shin Bingning mused. 10 billion. Tang Yun was breathing heavily. Enough. There is a lot of gladiator store stuff, but a lot of it requires points to buy. He didn't have enough points, and the portion purchased with pure gold coins shouldn't exceed 10 billion. After all, the resources in the gladiator shop were not endless. I'll create an account for you in Shin Yi's name. Shin Bingning said. Thank you, Sister Bing Ning, I will definitely pay back this money. Tang Yun said seriously. No rush, I almost forgot, what's your game number and game nickname? Shin Bingning inquired. Treadmill. Number. Tang Yun didn't hide it. Okay, I'll make a note of it. You've just stepped into the first rank now, and it's considered an official step into the Void Realm. You need to pay attention to a few things. There are many rules in the game. The virtual world for 300 years, the resources of the player world, basically seized. A person is difficult to get ahead. Our West Ridge Army also has its own territory, you can directly teleport over. Shen Bingning continued. But even within one's own territory, a lot of resources rely on oneself to fight and grab. Relying on the family for everything and not experiencing the wind and rain, such a person, growing up, is also a waste. I'll remember that, Sister Bing Ning. Tang Yun behaved himself. The two of them spoke for a while before Tang Yun left. It didn't take long for a bank card to be delivered to him as well. It's worthy of being the Western capital Shin family. $10 billion taken out so easily. Tang Yun couldn't help but marvel. At first, he didn't understand the Shin family in Shijing, but these days, he knew quite a bit. There were a total of 3 big families in Shijing, which were the 3 Shin Wangqi families. Among them, the Shin family and the Wang family have always been at odds, and have been at each other's throats many times. The Qi family watched the fire from the other side of the river, and in turn became the #1 family in Shijing. Of course, this Qi family was only limitedly better than the 2 families. The 3 great clans of the western capital, the 4 great clans of the upper capital, and the 7 great clans of the imperial capital, along with the imperial clan, these were the strongest forces in the entire Xia kingdom. You can see how high the gold content of the Shin family is. Especially in this location in the west, even if people from Shangjing and imperial capital came, they wouldn't dare to make too much of a fuss. 300 years ago, the great summer imperial clan had fallen. The Void Realm had descended, and only then had the imperial clan survived to this day. But their hold on Daxia had been limited to their own acreage. The entire Daxia seemed to be an iron block, but there were dark currents and a 3-legged situation. The strongest was naturally the imperial capital forces, which could be said to be deeply rooted, making it difficult for outsiders to intervene. It's just that there's a lot of internal strife as well. Among the three capitals, the western capital was the weakest, but it was only compared to these top-tier forces. In the eyes of ordinary people, Shinwanchi was basically the sky. Shijing, the Shin family's garden. A bejeweled noblewoman anxiously said, "What's wrong with this child Bing Ning, letting someone lock Xiaoyi up in her home, and now she's using his name to take $10 billion from the family. What on earth is she going to do? Humph, Xiaoyi is just spoiled by you, that's why he's lawless, it's only right to lock him up properly. Bing Ning did the right thing. As for this money, it's all trivial, what's there to ask?" The rather imposing man on the side spat. "I'm just heartbroken for the boy, being cooped up in the house every day is going to suffocate him, given his nature." The noblewoman was a little distressed. "If you can't stand this bitterness, what use will you have in the future? You're not allowed to see him again. Let him reflect on himself, day in and day out. He causes me trouble, he should learn from Bing Ning. When he can understand human language, then send him to the barracks for a good training," the man said, huffing and puffing away. Inside a small bungalow, a thin young man beat his hands and feet. "I was an eagle in the sky, but you broke my wings. Shin Zhao. Shin Bingning, I hate you all." "Oh, I was wrong, I don't hate you guys, just let me out, I don't want to be alone. I swear. My Shinyi's name will be known throughout the world, and when that happens, I'm going to lock you all up." "Oh, Dad, Sis, don't do this to me." Shinyi's face was full of sorrow, grabbing his hair and feeling like he was going crazy. "Damn it, you forced me to do this, Void Realm beings, meet your Demon King," Shinyi said, and could only enter this game world that he didn't even want to play. On the other hand, Tang Yun also landed in the Void Realm once again. Chapter 107, Continued Enhancement. Public Enemy Tang Yun. Gladiator Shop. Tang Yun had the purchasing privileges of a city lord, and was qualified to buy anything inside. However, there are not enough points to buy only treasures that can be purchased with gold coins. Power boosting? Buy. Potential boosting ones? Buy. Tang Yun began to buy and buy. But most of them are treasures that enhance attributes. Relatively few enhancement potentials and even fewer enhancement factors. There are a lot of restrictions on the items you can buy with gold, and for each treasure, it's good enough to let you buy it 2 or 3 times. Even so, Tang Yun's 10 billion gold coins were consumed and he had gained a huge harvest. Strength plus 500, Intelligence plus 500, Constitution plus 500, Spirit plus 400, Speed plus 20 ms. Strength growth plus 20, Intelligence growth plus 20, Physical growth plus 20, Spiritual growth plus 20, Speed growth plus 5 ms. Lifesteal factor plus 200, Physical attack factor plus 5, Magic attack factor plus 5. It's a pity that there are no points, wasting a lot of gold coins. Tang Yun sighed slightly in his heart. There are many things that need to be purchased in the form of points plus gold coins. Pure gold purchases cost much more. Physical attacks were almost 370,000 today, while magic attacks were close to 330,000. It only gets higher with the equipment additions. However, with this amount of strength, it was still a bit difficult to deal with the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon. Basically the ones with some strength will come running, I just need to deliver the killing blow. Tang Yun said darkly. This kind of world boss will drop a lot of things after killing it. And there's an added bonus for the last hit killers. Thinking of this, Tang Yun headed towards the Underworld Canyon. The Underworld Canyon was extremely lively at the moment. The players of the big powers were gathered together, while the scattered players had long been expelled. Some of the strongest forces were none other than these top academies, and their affiliated groups. Even a first-class institution like Tianyu University was not enough to look at in front of these forces. Huang Rui. You actually haven't broken rank yet. The red-haired youth looked at a man clad in white armor with some surprise. Lu Zixuan, you haven't even broken the rank, why should I? Huang Rui snorted. My god, Huang Rui and Lu Zixuan are actually both here. I've heard that they're all top-notch ranked talents, and they've been level 30 for a long time. It's late to break the rank. These two, one First Academy and one Heavenly Enlightenment Academy. There was friction a long time ago. With those two in, don't all the other schools stand a chance? Not necessarily. I heard that this time Jianghai University has taken in a student with S-class talent. What? Another S-ranked talent? The crowd murmured. Class A talent, basically a couple of them come out every year. But S-ranked talents are rarer. Not every year. Of course, that doesn't exclude the fact that some people don't announce their talents to the public. Even so, S-ranked talents were exceptionally rare. The S is not out, the A is, basically, already top-notch. Especially this kind of strong person who had polished themselves at the first rank for so long. Huang Rui and Lu Zixuan weren't necessarily inferior to the S-class gifted who hadn't yet grown up. So many people. Tang Yun arrived near the underworld canyon, and at a cursory glance, there were already hundreds of thousands of people. These hundreds of thousands of people are all elite and strong. Far from being comparable to those at LWU. At the moment, LWU can only be on the fringe. It's him. Treadmill is here. Lei Huiying couldn't help but say when she saw Tang Yun. Tang Yun looked at her as well and smiled faintly. This smile made Lei Huiying a little chilly. What's there to be afraid of him for? There are so many people here, does he still want to take a shot at us? Kai Kai said coldly. On the other side, the Tianyu University crowd had also discovered Tang Yun. Tread heaven. You still dare to come? Shi Zhang said with a sullen face. What makes me afraid? Tang Yun snorted. Huh? What's going on over there? It seems to be Tianyu University. Tianyu University and that person seem to have a beef. Who is this guy? Tayton? Which school's that? Never heard of it. The crowd looked over and murmured. Gentlemen. This person violated the rules and ran into our Heavenly Feather University's territory to spread his wildness, killing quite a few of us. In addition, Longhua University was also poisoned by him. I call upon all of you to work together to expel him. Tim Vladimir said in a loud voice. What? Offending both Tianyu and Longhua at the same time, this person is so brave? It does break the rules. It doesn't look like it's from a major power? Get rid of it, what right does he have to be here? The group murmured. At this moment, Tang Yun had become the center of attention. What's going on? Huang Rui and Lu Zixuan were also attracted to the side and inquired about the people around them. Boss Huang, I know, I asked around. A slightly smaller female player rushed forward. Oh, Riri, go ahead. Huang Rui was instantly interested. This man is treading heaven, he killed more than 20,000 people from Longhua and Tianyu all by himself, and they're all level 20 and above. Ri Rui said excitedly. Over 20,000 killed. Upon hearing this, the two cast a skeptical look at Tang Yun. More than 20,000 people can strike at the same time and the boss can be killed in seconds. He actually managed to kill over 20,000 people? Huang Rui questioned. Boss Huang, the information is absolutely true. It's already spreading around the neighborhood. Ri Rui hurriedly said. So it seems that this treadmill is not of ordinary strength, and is also a great help. Lu Zixuan, however, said. Indeed. Huang Rui also nodded. Although the two were opposites, they had to admit that a World King level boss was not something a certain party could deal with. Everyone must join forces. And Tang Yun's strength clearly possessed utilization value. Expulsion. Expel. What expulsion? It should be killed. Get him. This guy is an abomination to look at. The people from Longhua and Tianyu shouted as hard as they could. These people, however, were just going through the motions, and when they were really let on, they were all scared. Shi Zhang and Kai Kai and the others were a bit excited to see this. It would be good if I could kill Tang Yun by everyone's hands. The cries of the two schools made many others follow suit. Tang Yun coldly swept over the crowd and snorted. These people are really looking for death. He couldn't kill the dark abyss soul-devouring dragon, killing these people was much easier. Enough! Huang Rui walked over and let out a loud shout, everyone shut their mouths. As the head of the first academy, Huang Rui was quite prestigious. And it's also stronger than many of the group's older employees. The primary goal now is that boss, all grudges are put aside for now. Lu Zixuan also said. The two spoke, and the rest of the school nodded. Both of you, I'm afraid you don't know the talent of this treadmill. Kai Kai butted in. Oh? Huang Rui raised an eyebrow, he really didn't know and was a bit curious after hearing that. What would be the talent of someone of such strength? What is it? Lu Zixuan asked. This person is gifted with the ability to grow experience by killing players and is bound to explode player equipment. He is the public enemy of players. Kai Kai exclaimed. What? Killing players increases experience? Must explode our equipment? Everyone was shocked to hear this. After all, in everyone's opinion, it was perfectly normal for them to kill monsters and upgrade. Now that someone is taking them for upgrades, who's the player and who's the monster? Chapter 108 Strength Speaks. Win-win cooperation. Killing players for experience? Huang Rui and Lu Zixuan glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. This kind of talent was also the first time they had heard of it. The two of them looked at Tang Yun and realized that he was surrounded by so many people, yet he remained calm and collected. I must say, the heart is superb. Killing us for upgrades, that's more like it. Wouldn't that be a defense against him? Maybe just a little behind the back. Nima, there's no such thing as 1,000 days of defense against a thief, just kill him back to level 1 and be done with it. Right. That kind of talent shouldn't exist. The crowd was righteously indignant. Kill me? You guys could have tried. Tang Yun snorted. Arrogant. Get him. So arrogant. Must be killed. Dead trash, what makes you arrogant? The crowd roared. One must know that those gathered here at this moment were generally experts. Kai Kai like this, the strength is considered low. Giant cracking fireball. Suddenly, there was a bellowing cry, and a certain player threw in a large fireball, which split into 5 in the air. Altogether, they smashed towards Tang Yun. Humph, looking for death. Tang Yun snorted coldly. Skeleton ball. The skeleton ball was extremely fast and smashed towards the opponent. And he quickly dodged a few fireballs himself. The system voice came, and that player was directly seconded. What a big dog's guts. So many people are here, and he still dares to make a move. Do it. Kill him. Must be Ed. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Devouring shield. Tang Yun put up a shield. With over 8 million shields and tens of thousands of defenses, these guys aren't that good at breaching. Meanwhile, Tang Yun was still bleeding back. Flame vortex. A huge whirlpool, 30 meters in diameter, swept the players to life. With Tang Yun's output, the flame vortex would also die if it was dipped. What? Such a horrible skill. Too much damage. The shield is broken. More power. The people present could be a lot stronger than Longhua and Tian Yu's stream. It's all part of a more elite set of people. Fiery ring of fire. Tang Yun offered his strongest harvesting skill. Ethereal steps. The output of over 2 million a second from the ring of flaming fire was not something they could block. All of a sudden, people are falling over. The system voice was also ringing out. At one time, thousands of people died at his hands. Strong enough indeed. Huang Rui couldn't help but say. Lu Zixuan's face was also a bit gloomy. They were already considered strong, with millions of blood and over 100,000 attacks. However, it did not dare to say that it could navigate through the siege of so many people. The tens of thousands of people who had struck out were swept away by Tang Yun. A total massacre. The people in the back saw this scene and were speechless with shock. Damn it! Abominable! Damn it! Kai Kai resurrected over, the anger on her face not even being able to hide it. The rest of them were also indignant. They had wanted to rely on their large numbers to suppress Tang Yun. I didn't expect that tens of thousands of people would strike and still not escape the poison. These tens of thousands of people are not the gold standard that their two major schools could match when they teamed up before. Ah! I lost my equipment. I lost my equipment too. We all lost our equipment. His talent is truly a player's public enemy. Those players who resurrected over were shocked to find that everyone had lost a piece of their equipment. What's going on? Are we the only ones out there? Damn it! Being victimized by Tian Yu and Longhua's people. It is. How many people did they die? And the level is already low, losing a level doesn't hurt. The crowd criticized. The people from Longhua and Tian Yu's faces twitched as they listened. They were low-ranked, and that wasn't because they were killed like this by Tang Yun? Especially the LWs were killed the most. Many have died 6 times. Not good. He's killing again. These people who chose to revive close by were horrified to find a fiery red figure killing them. Immediately, there was another wail. Tens of thousands of people simply can't resist. A fiery ring of fire reaps wildly. Wherever it passes, not an inch of grass grows. After dying twice, these people have learned their lesson. LWUs are okay and can be resurrected at nearby Jianyang City. But not the others. There are quite a few fees to pay to choose your town and come back over. There's basically nothing good that can come out of these tens of thousands of people who have struck out. And some of the people who were dumb enough to do it were stunned. More people simply don't want to get into this mess. Seeing Tang Yun walk towards them, many people's hearts trembled. Luckily, Tang Yun didn't make a move. As strong as he was, he had to have his own principles. If he kills indiscriminately and really becomes a public enemy of the players, he can't survive even if he is strong. Of course, he was fearless now. After all, they're both of the first rank, who's afraid of who? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. No one had expected Tang Yun to be so ferocious. Mud, this is too fierce, I'm glad I didn't rush. Yeah, what does Long Hua and Tianyu have to do with us? Those who are compelled are really stupid. These people paid the price for their stupidity. This treadmill is really scary, he's perfectly capable of being the main force in a boss fight. The rest of the group whispered. Tread the heavens. Huang Rui and Lu Zixuan stepped forward in unison. We won't intervene in your feud with Long Hua and Tianyu, but what's important now is to kill this boss. I hope we all work together. What do you think? Huang Rui took the lead. Although he didn't recognize the other party, Huang Rui's name was topped with a first in front of it, so he naturally knew that it was someone from the First Academy. A single heavenly feather would be able to send out the third rank to deal with him, not to mention the First Academy, where there were countless strong people. Definitely not something he could shake now. Killing the boss is the most important. If it wasn't for Long Hua and Tianyu's hard work, I wouldn't have done it. Tang Yun nodded in agreement. Leave Long Hua and Tianyu to us, and I hope that for the rest of the day, we can all live in peace. Lu Zixuan also said. Tang Yun looked towards the two, a First Academy and an Apocalypse Academy. Long Hua and Tianyu combined couldn't even compare to one of them. With them out there, Long Hua and Tianyu naturally didn't dare to look for trouble. Tang Yun's most important matter right now was naturally also killing the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon. The first order is not important, what is important is that those second and third order powerhouses. He had to be strong enough to do it. After Huang Rui and Lu Zixuan stepped in, Kai Kai and the others could only subside despite their anger. Depart! The group of people were vastly heading towards the depths of the underworld mountain range. Not much farther, he saw a behemoth sprawled across a winding mountain range. It's huge. This monster, it's worthy of being World King level. Normal bosses are afraid of nothing in its eyes. 100 billion blood. Defense of 500,000. It's unbelievable. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw the attributes of the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon. Even Huang Rui and Lu Zixuan's faces were grave. Brother treading heaven, how about the three of us hold back this soul-devouring dragon and create an output opportunity for the others? Huang Rui was the first to speak. Aha! Tang Yun nodded. But where bosses are concerned, someone must attract hatred, or else it's easy for the group to die. Relying on his output alone was simply not enough, there had to be a sufficient number of people. Chapter 109 Linking Hands. Reunion. Roar. During the crowd's discussion, the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon completely awakened. A low roar shook the 8 directions. All were trembling under the intimidation. What a terrifying might. I feel like movement has been affected. Lu Zixuan frowned. Indeed. Huang Rui also looked grave. Tang Yun, on the other hand, had a stoic gaze as the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon was able to suppress the crowd with just the pressure on its body. Everyone's speed was affected. 500,000 double resistances is too high, must use props to cut it down. As Lu Zixuan spoke, someone had already taken out the appropriate props. Without the props that cut defense, not many of these hundreds of thousands of people would even be able to break defense. This kind of props, however, can be stacked and used very rarely, and there is a time limit. 1 or 2 is of little use to the Dark Abyssal Soul Eater Dragon. Boom! The Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon arose and slammed its foot into the ground, and the entire world trembled. Many people died directly under this skill. The battle hadn't even begun, and already there were folds. Kill. Lu Zixuan was the first to charge up with his large sword in hand. Roar. The dark abyss soul-devouring dragon let out a roar, its voice shaking the sky. The timid are afraid they'll just freeze. Immediately after that, a huge dragon claw came slapping rapidly. Lu Zixuan was inadvertently slapped by it, and his entire body was like a kite with broken strings. More than 1,000,000 blood dropped in one go. Boom! The huge dragon claw slapped Lu Zixuan before he could stop and landed on the ground. Large numbers of people were killed. This slap in the face was the death of tens of thousands of people, to say the least. How horrible! The crowd gasped in shock. Lu Zixuan reacted, his eyes filled with surprise. The dark abyss soul-devouring dragon slapped him with nearly half of his blood. The rest of Wei is even smashing nearly 10,000 people to death. Kill. Lu Zixuan raised his sword and went up again. A unified output against the feat of the dark abyssal soul-eater dragon. At the same time, the crowd dumped their skills and props. After cutting the double resistance, everyone's skills could only output like hundreds, and even some could only deal a dozen points of damage. Even with 100,000 long-range skills thrown out, it was only tens of millions of output. Not only does the abyssal soul-eater dragon have high double resistance, it's also immune to some damage. Also, the blood return is extremely fast. It wasn't as good as the previous meatball, but it was definitely not to be underestimated. It is so that the output must keep up with it. Roar! The dark abyss soul-devouring dragon became even more angry after dropping its blood, and it swung its wings, wanting to tear everyone apart. And lately Lu Zixuan had been hanging around under its nose. The enraged dark abyss soul-devouring dragon moved its claws to deliver a fatal blow to Lu Zixuan, but he dodged it with his skill. As the dark abyss soul-devouring dragon prepared to continue its pursuit, Huang Rui had also struck on the other side. The two of them went left and right, distracting the dark abyssal soul-devouring dragon. Dang! Dang! The dark abyssal soul-eater dragon was like a clumsy giant that couldn't grab people and could only hammer the ground violently. Between the shaking of the ground and the shaking of the mountains, many people fell to the ground, and the formation was in great disarray. The good thing is, there's no real damage. Roar! The dark abyss soul-devouring dragon roared up to the sky and spat out a black flame from its mouth. The flame swept over everything from near to far. Neither Huang Rui nor Lu Zixuan dodged it, but both of them had extremely high attributes and were able to resist the blow. But others just don't believe it. In time, 10,000 more people were killed in battle. But everyone soon gathered again. Unlike being killed by Tang Yun, these people's equipment didn't fall off, they just dropped a level. And basically, they're already awakened and come online immediately after a bout with little impact. Just as the dark abyss soul-devouring dragon was about to charge into the crowd, Tang Yun struck out as well. Magic confinement. With his current magic attack power, a magic imprisonment was an output of over 2 million. But less than 1,000,000 hit the dark abyssal soul-eater dragon. And the confinement effect was instantly broken by the opponent. The principle of magical confinement was simply utilizing the element of space and blocking off a portion of space. It was impossible for a first-rank skill to completely block the massive dark abyss soul-eater dragon. Naturally, nothing works. But even so, Tang Yun's output exceeded everyone present. Hundreds of thousands of blood was nothing to the dark abyssal soul-devouring dragon. But Tang Yun didn't just have one skill. Flame vortex. Fire snake dance. Darkness soul-devouring slash. With a flurry of output, the dark abyss soul-devouring dragon dropped 10 million blood. But it was only 1/10,000th of its blood. And the dark abyssal soul-devouring dragon returns blood at all times. It's a good thing the others are outputting as well. Suddenly, the color of the eyes of the dark abyss soul-devouring dragon changed, and a force of greatness came to the surface. But anyone who was within range seemed to have entered an endless whirlwind. The blood level was rubbing off wildly. Many were killed again. And Tang Yun directly space jumped to escape after realizing that it was bad. Huang Rui and Lu Zixuan weren't so lucky. It's a good thing there's a crowd-stacked shield on them. It was enough to withstand a blow from the dark abyss soul-devouring dragon. Bang! Bang! The two were slapped out. Although there was a shield on his body at all times, the strength of the dark abyss soul-devouring dragon was still too perverse, and his blood level dropped rapidly. On the other side, Tang Yun continued to output. This boss is too strong, the armor-breaking props are almost non-stop, but its blood level, right now, has only dropped by less than 100 million. This guy is bleeding back too quickly. At our current output rate, I'm afraid we'll have to fight for a day. 1 day? You guys are too optimistic. The mission time is 3 days. Right now we're just tickling it, and when we get really serious, I'm afraid it'll be even harder. It's a good thing we have them to hold us back, or else if this boss kills in, we're afraid we'll be instantly annihilated. The crowd sighed. Sparing everyone's extraordinary strength, around 100,000 people died. Tap Tion's strength is really unexpected. I feel like he's quite a bit stronger than Huang Rui and Lu Zixuan. I've noticed that too, he has extremely many skills and all sorts of flutters, it's hard for bosses to hurt him. His output is also massively high, and I've noticed that every time he outputs, there's a noticeable change in the boss blood level. The crowd was talking as they output. While Tang Yun's output was non-stop, his blue level was rapidly decreasing. But he was a million mana and had incredible staying power. Skills non-stop with most of the mana left. As time passed, the blood level of the Dark Abyss Soul Devouring Dragon finally dropped 10 billion. And that's, like, a tenth of its blood. Golem! Golem! Huang Rui and Lu Zixuan kept getting high. Roar! The Dark Abyss Soul Eater Dragon hissed. Immediately afterward a huge black ball fell from the sky. What? Run! Separate! Separate! Run at speed! Shields! Shields! The crowd hissed. Boom! With a loud bang, over 100,000 people died on the spot, and with an explosion, more than 200,000 people died. This was also the first large skill of the Dark Abyssal Soul Eater Dragon. It's amazing that 200,000 people were directly killed. Not only that, it lifted its wings once, and the 3 Tang Yuns were sent flying. After landing in the crowd, the 4 dragon claws seemed like a reaper, and hundreds of thousands of people couldn't resist. Reunion? The crowd gasped in shock. The Dark Abyssal Soul Devouring Dragon had only dropped a tenth of its blood, but it actually destroyed them in a single fit of rage. Even Huang Rui and the others had dropped millions of blood. Who else could be its match? Chapter 110 Entry. Sneak Attack. Hundreds of thousands of people besieged, but they were destroyed so quickly. Not far away, a group of people looked over. They're all college elite, but they need to settle down a bit. A man named Long Yu Yuanbo said. This treading heaven is truly extraordinary, his output alone accounts for at least 1/5 of it. Or even more. Another woman in a tight leather armor whispered. Treading heaven. He's the one who stepped on Tianyu University's head and killed our Dragon Feathers people, isn't he? Long Yu Yuanbo's gaze was deep. In the Dragon Feather group, the crowd couldn't help but look at Dong Quan and the others. A few people kept their heads down and didn't dare to speak. Dong Quan, on the other hand, did not feel ashamed and stepped forward. Captain Yuan Bo, this treadmill's strength has increased quite a bit again. Hee, it seems that this kid's talent, which is somewhat magical, is by no means a simple player's public enemy or something like that. Long Yu Yuanbo's eyes narrowed. LWU speculated about Tang Yun's talent as a public enemy of players, and what they said was shocking though. But the truth was that it couldn't support Tang Yun's current strength either. After all, the player's public enemy was no longer strong, it was just a matter of upgrading faster, exploding the player's equipment, and having a little more money. But Tang Yun's current strength was simply beyond imagination. The talent certainly isn't what LW says it is. Put aside the treading heaven beforehand, it's better to kill this Dark Abyss Soul Devouring Dragon first now. 100 Plumes Guyu said. Under the banner of Skyfeather University, the 2 famous groups, Dragon Feather and 100 Plumes, had already gathered most of the first-rank experts. You're right. Long Yu Yuanbo nodded silently. Holy, this is too fierce. All at once the regiment. Who can deal with this? We can only make a tenth of a blood. It's too hard. It's even harder now that everyone has dropped levels and is weakened. The congregation is resurrected and sighs. On the other side, although Tang Yun's trio hadn't been killed in battle, they had long since retreated. And surprisingly, the Dark Abyss Soul Eater Dragon didn't give chase. After a short while, the crowd rallied again, but the blood level of the Dark Abyss Soul Devouring Dragon was already back to full. As the crowd watched this scene, they only felt a wave of powerlessness. Tang Yun was in no hurry to see this, there were still quite a few strong people around who hadn't made a move. Although these university elites were good, they were certainly not as strong as those who had already graduated and stayed at the first rank for a long time. Within those famous conglomerates, there must be quite a number of people with similar strength to Huang Rui and Lu Zixuan. Well, looks like it's our turn. In the crowd, Long Yu Yuanbo and 100 Plumes Gu Yu each brought their own batch of people to the stage. There were hundreds of people, and each of them was an expert. The blood count is at least 1,000,000 as well. It's someone from the Dragon Feather group and the 100 Plumes group. Someone's coming again. It's the Yunlai group. The people from the Magic Domain group have finally arrived as well. Look guys. That's someone from the Shanghai group. Mountain and Sea group is under Aoyama University. A top group. The crowd gasped. The Shanghai group? Tang Yun gave a slight lurch. Tang Yuan is a member of the Shanghai group. Looking at the arriving group of 1,000 people, Tang Yun made a slight sweep and didn't spot Tang Yuan's presence. More and more people are arriving. The crowd grew larger and larger. Tang Yun understood that these people were only hiding because they didn't want to expend too much strength. If they could handle the dark abyss soul devouring dragon, these people would rush out to pick the fruit. If you can't handle it, you can also consume a wave. I just didn't expect this dark abyss soul devouring dragon's blood level to recover too quickly. And the strength is so perverse that their wishful thinking didn't work. Don't drag it out. Everyone strike out together. And then we'll each go our own way at the end. Bai Chang, the head of the Shanghai group, spoke. Among the people coming now, they were the strongest of the Mountain and Sea group. Every single one of them is good. The crowd nodded. Tens of thousands more were added to the battlefield. And strong enough to crush hundreds of thousands of people. Tens of thousands of people rushed ahead while the university elite output in the back. Tens of thousands of people rushed over, and a wave could hit tens of millions of output. Plus the people in the back, there are hundreds of millions. Tang Yun also cast his skills at random. With the addition of these powerhouses, the dark abyss soul devouring dragon seemed to be powerless to resist. Its blood level is dropping fast. 1 billion. 2 billion. 10 billion. Immediately after that, the dark abyss soul devouring dragon once again released its skills. With the previous lesson, many people dodged the blow, and many of those who were hit did not die instantly. Tang Yun had been frantically outputting on top of the dragon's head. There were also tens of thousands of people spread across the various parts of the Soul Eater dragon's body. Although the dark abyss soul devouring dragon was strong, it was restricted and weakened by various props, and its blood dropped much faster. If it was the early stages of the game, this kind of monster, I'm afraid, would be extremely difficult to deal with. But it's different now. Many big powers have top-notch equipment and top-notch props at their disposal. Of course, the most important thing was that Tang Yun was the one pulling the dragon's head, attracting the vast majority of the dark abyss soul devouring dragon's attention. Unconsciously, the blood level of the dark abyss soul devouring dragon dropped by 90 billion. Only the last tenth is left. More power, everyone! Bai Chang, Yuan Bo, and the others hissed. Their strength was also extraordinary, and they had been rushing to the forefront. And with their respective teams, adding shields to them like crazy, the dark abyss soul devouring dragon didn't manage to kill them in seconds. Of course, everyone else besides them has, more or less, died once. After all, not everyone could withstand the attack of the dark abyss soul devouring dragon. And 1 billion. The crowd has seen the light. 200 million. Everyone looked at the blood level of the dark abyss soul devouring dragon. Go for it! The crowd cried out. 100 million. 50 million. 10 million. Seeing that the dark abyss soul devouring dragon's blood level was bottoming out, the rhythm of everyone's attacks slowed down. Tang Yun knew that these people were preparing to grab the final blow. But was it really that simple? He doubted it. Go to hell. Just as Tang Yun was outputting the dark abyss soul devouring dragon, a danger signal came from behind him. Long Yu Yuanbo took the opportunity to make a sneak attack, and at the same time, there were also Long Yu and the crowd from the 100 Plumes group who killed them. These guys jumped at the chance. Tang Yun was unable to dodge it instead. Bone Shield. Shield of Ice. These two shields were not as good as the devouring shield, but they could resist quite a bit of damage. Ethereal Steps. While using the shield, his speed skyrocketed and he dodged most of the attacks. Spectral Infestation. Tang Yun instantly controlled Long Yu Yuanbua, causing it to output others. It directly disrupts the rhythm of the opponent. He then quickly left the enclosure. After all, the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon was also staring at him. It's really possible to lose a life if you're not careful. No need to chase. After Long Yu Yuanbua recovered, he said in a deep voice. Yes. Kai Kai and the others saw the scene from a distance and clapped their hands. Huang Rui and Lu Zixuan just looked at them and ignored them. They were so intent on fighting for the final blow that it resulted in a lot of deaths in the end. God is helping me. Demon Pupil Soul Devourer. At the critical moment, a group of demon pupils killed out of nowhere. Chapter 111 3 Lives. Crazy output. What? Robbed? Who is this guy? How? It doesn't feel right. The crowd changed from initial shock to disbelief. It looked like the final blow was grabbed by Demon Pupil, but the Dark Abyss Soul Eater Dragon didn't explode anything. As players, we all naturally know what's going on. In the next moment, a huge dragon head roared up to the sky. The sound shook through the miles. Everyone in the vicinity was all shaken out. Those who were closest were even instantly shocked to death. The Soul Eater Dragon fluttered its sky-obscuring wings. Phew! Endless flames spewed down. The surrounding battlefield became a field of fire. Not many people could withstand the wrath of the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon. Looking at its status again, it still has 100 billion blood. Mistake! The Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon is only fully awakened now. How is it possible? The monster that was so ferocious just now still hasn't fully awakened? This is too hard. No good. While the crowd was surprised, one by one, they drank in the northwest under the attack of the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon. After the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon finished killing the crowd, it lifted its wings and headed towards the nearest city. When these world bosses appeared, their first goal was to destroy the city. If no one stops them, they are more than ready to destroy the entire world. Sure enough, it wasn't really awakened just now. Tang Yun looked in the direction of the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon, his brows furrowed. When they attacked the Dark Abyssal soul-devouring dragon, the other party was nestled in a corner like a living target to be beaten. This is not close to what Lord Jin Yang said. After all, in his mouth, this was an existence that was going to destroy a city. How is it possible to not move at all? After the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon awakened, it almost regrouped the crowd and then headed towards Jinyang City. If there was no one to stop it, with its speed it wouldn't take long for it to step on Jinyang City. Ethereal steps. Space jump. Spatial confinement. Tang Yun's speed sword, continuously displacing while using his control skills to leave the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon behind. Roar. How could the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon not expect that there was someone to stop it? A huge black fireball attacked. Bone shield. Tang Yun braced his bone shield and completely blocked the attack. Leaping onto the opponent's massive body, he began to output. Fiery ring of fire. The opponent has high defense and is immune to damage. However, Tang Yun was still able to deal 1,000,000 damage per second. Of course, it will be higher when using skills. But even so, the opponent had a high amount of blood return. Overall, at his current output speed, it would take at least 100,000 seconds before he could kill him. It's a long process. During that time, he was afraid that his mana value wouldn't last. Tread heaven. This is too fierce. He was sneak attacked by Dragon Feather and 100 Plumes people just now, and he didn't have any trouble at all, and he was able to hold the boss in check. Come on. Mud, it's in the sky. I can't output it. Look at my props. At the moment, everyone can't fly, and it's a bit difficult to deal with flying monsters. But there are some props that can contain these monsters. There is naturally no shortage of people of great power. One by one, props were thrown out, and the Dark Abyssal Soul Eater Dragon was pressed into low flight. It only hissed in defiance. And Tang Yun was on it like an annoying fly. Baka, I can't believe I failed. Devil's Pupil cursed angrily, somewhat disgruntled. He seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, not realizing that the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon possessed 2 lives. Lord Demon Pupil, this treadmill strength seems to be extraordinary as well. A player beside him said. Devil Pupil tilted his head and looked up. Tang Yun was holding the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon at bay with his own strength, which gave everyone a chance to output. Treading heaven? Why do I feel so familiar? Magic Hitomi was a bit confused. Lord Demon Pupil. Look over there. Another man pointed to a location. Devil's Pupil looked in the direction, only to see a heavily armed young man, standing proudly, hundreds of people behind him, with a rather strong aura, not simple at first glance. Jiang Hai Jiang Xiaoyun. So he's that new S-class genius from Disya. The Devil's Pupil had a pair of eyes that were dead set on the other party. Jiang Xiaoyun also seemed to sense the presence of the demonic pupil and looked sideways at the other party. Student Jiang, this one called Demon Pupil isn't simple, he's said to be an S-rank genius of the Taintadine country. His talent is quite powerful. Just now, he was the one who finally completed the necessary strike. It's a good thing that the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon didn't really die. A level 30 senior explained. S-class genius? There's no harm in that, there are also strong and weak S-classes. Disya, was able to destroy the Taintadine kingdom in the first place, and now this demon pupil, I don't put it in my eyes either. Jiang Xiaoyun proudly said. On the contrary, what's going on with this treadmill? Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Tang Yun, who was fighting the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon alone. He thought that his strength was already strong, and the equipment on his body was also top-notch. However, entering the first rank was too short, and there was no guarantee that he would be able to take on the World King level head-on. And Tang Yun seems to be swimming with ease? Treading heaven? Haven't heard of it. But now it seems that it should not be underestimated. The people of Jianghai University talked about it. No matter what, kill this boss first. Jiang Xiaoyun said. With that, the crowd joined the battlefield. Not only them, everyone started to output like crazy. The Abyssal Soul Eater dragon moved around, and everyone's output became difficult. Many people took the opportunity to climb on top of each other and desperately output. This results in more output, but is also prone to violent deaths. It's just that people are humongous. Hit enough output even before you die. Even if the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon was strong, it was simply no match. It's a skill that kills a piece, but when one dies, another group comes. It simply can't be killed. Especially since there was Tang Yun to hold them back, and in addition, Jiang Xiaoyun and the others didn't have low outputs. After all, with the use of various props, its defense was no longer so strong and its speed had dropped. Even movement is much more restricted. That's the bottom line for players 300 years into the game. At the moment, there are over 1 million players making outputs. More ants bite more elephants, not to mention, many of these players are not ants, but beasts of prey. The blood level of the Dark Abyssal Soul Eater dragon was dropping quickly. When it was about to die, it opened its huge mouth of the abyss, devouring everything, and its blood level returned to full again. Players died in another piece. Some players forced themselves to endure the discomfort and continued to join the battlefield. There were also players who went offline to rest and wait for the boss to die and get their rewards. World-class bosses have certain rewards for those who participate. How much is rewarded has to do with the individual's contribution. That's why a lot of talent is desperately trying to export. Third life. The crowd sighed and could only continue the output. After an unknown amount of time, the blood level of the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon once again dropped to 100 million. For this, people pay a small price. And by this time, everyone's pace had slowed down significantly. Everyone knew that the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon had reached the end of its strength. 50 million. The Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon made a final counterattack. A lot of people died. Some of the people who had been outputting just a moment ago deliberately bided their time. Causes the Dark Abyss Soul Eater dragon to enter a state of berserkness that is completely uncontrollable. Players are killed at all times. Chapter 112 Kill. Soul-devouring battle armor. 60 million. The Dark Abyssal Soul Eater dragon was even bleeding back. Everyone could only output again, beating its blood level to 40 million. 30 million. Tang Yin no longer stayed his hand when he saw this. Flame Vortex. Fire Snake Dance. Dark Soul Devouring Slash. Purple Electricity Ray. Tang Yun hit all of his output skills at once. The 30 million blood Dark Abyss Soul Eater dragon was instantly seconded. The huge body crashed down, followed by a large pile of treasures appearing. Everyone flocked to it. For a while, no one cared who actually killed the boss. Heavenly Fire Salute. Tang Yun fired a skill shot at the crowd. The group output of over 10 million made everyone confused. Blowing up these people, Tang Yun didn't stop. Ethereal steps. Grabbing the treasures on the ground and loading them into space, Tang Yun was overjoyed. He ended up killing the boss, the exclusive reward, plus the stuff that exploded on the ground. Simply rich. Damn. That asshole. Quick. Stop him. There's an announcement, it's Treadmill who killed the boss. Nima, 30 million blood by his second. He took the final blow and actually tried to rob everyone. Him to death. The crowd cursed. How? The devil's pupil was on the side, shocked. His own decimation line was near 2 million, how could he not expect the other party to be able to output 30 million in seconds off? He's been holding back. Huang Rue and Lu Zixuan instantly understood. The strength Tang Yun had shown had always been strong. But the strong ones are limited. How can this guy be so powerful? Who the hell is he? Zhang Xiaoyun only felt confused in his head. Suddenly, he thought of someone. The more he looked, the more he realized that there was some overlap between the two. No. No way. Zhang Xiaoyun shook his head repeatedly. Tang Yun rolled up his things and ran, he naturally hid his clumsiness. The skill stats were just his highest damage, but down the line, he had complete control. Want to go? Stay. Long Yu Yuanbo said angrily. The Dragon Feather Group, 100 Plume Group, and the others killed over. Humph. Tang Yun snorted coldly as the ring of flaming fire opened up and rushed forward. Previously, he hadn't thought too much about it in order to kill the boss, and these people thought he was afraid. Devouring shield. Tang Yun propped up a shield and then killed the crowd. Space jump. Ethereal step. Tang Yun snaked his way into position and frantically dodged skills. But after all, there are so many people that you can't avoid eating skills. The shield quickly cracked and began to drop blood. Realize that these people are capable of killing a boss with 100 billion levels of blood. If everyone hadn't stopped fighting in the end, allowing the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon to kill quite a few people, Tang Yun wouldn't have had this chance to escape. Treadmill. Stop. Do you really want to make enemies of everyone? Nice. Treading heaven. You hand over the item. We can forget about it. If you don't bring out your stuff today, you can't leave. If you dare to leave, I will kill you to the ends of the earth one day. The crowd roared. These people, many of whom were members of large groups, lost quite a bit of money. For the final treasure. And Tang Yun alone rolled up everything in ruffled feathers. Everyone looked at Tang Yun with red eyes. Tang Yun turned a deaf ear and made his way towards Jianyang City. Suddenly, Tang Yun's heart skipped a beat as he looked up at the sky. A palm that filled the sky suddenly slapped down. Tang Yun tried to dodge, but couldn't. Hint, you have been killed by player Qingfeng, level 1, minus the attributes boosted when upgrading. Please choose a resurrection site. Jianyang City is resurrected. Tang Yun immediately said. Compared to this hall, it wouldn't hurt to die once. And a quick trip back to town would be nice. Looking at his reward, Tang Yun's face broke into a smile. Congratulations, killing the level 30 World King boss Dark Abyss Soul Eater Dragon. Experience plus 1000%. Gold plus 10,000. Soul Devouring Battle Armor 1. Soul Devouring Dragon Heart 1. Skill Amazing Dragon Palm. Skill Abyssal Summoning. First Order Equipment Sublimation Card 2. Third Order Skill Points 10, Second Order Skill Points 50. Merit Points 1000, Strength plus 1000, Intelligence plus 1000, Physique plus 1000, Spirit plus 1000, Speed plus 50 ms. Strength Growth plus 100, Intelligence Growth plus 100, Physique Growth plus 100. Plus 2000, Mana Factor plus 100, Physical Attack Factor plus 20, Magic Attack Factor plus 20. Physical Defense Factor plus 3, Magic Defense Factor plus 3. Life Value Replacement plus 100s, Mana Replacement plus 10s, Dark Affinity plus 30%, Mind Increase plus 10%, Reputation plus 1000. Congratulations, leveled up to 24, Strength plus 273, Intelligence plus 271, Physique plus 335, Spirit plus 251, Speed plus 34 ms. Congratulations, leveled up to 25. It's a direct boost to level 30, a drop of 1 level, but still a big gain. Tang Yun didn't drop anything in this death. In the Void Realm, high levels basically don't drop items when they kill low levels. Of course, he is an exception. And in addition to those rewards, there's an announcement bonus. Announcement: player treading heaven killed the level 30 World King boss Dark Abyss Soul Devouring Dragon. Rewarded with Elemental Heart 1, extra level +3. Elemental Heart Special, mana regeneration is increased by elemental affinity. Great stuff! Tang Yun couldn't help but marvel. After killing the Dark Abyssal Soul Eater Dragon, his mana regeneration reached 26 points per second. And subject to elemental bonuses, it can be up to 57.2 points per second back. The rewards are really generous, and the big one is still in space. The smile on Tang Yun's face simply couldn't be suppressed. If not for his talent, his personal rewards would not be so generous. But the things dropped by world bosses belong to the crowd. The numbers are naturally huge. There are tens of thousands of gold coins alone. Plus, a whole lot of precious materials. All in his pocket. There are a number of treasures that increase attributes, growth, and coefficients. Of course, there were also quite a few treasures that increased skill learning and feat learning as well as equipment. After counting the equipment, Tang Yun's smile grew even wider. Soul Devouring Battle Armor First Order Epic. Physical Defense, 30,000. Magic Defense, 30,000. Strength, plus 400. Intelligence, plus 400. Physical Fitness, plus 400. Mental, plus 400. Speed, 60 ms. Bonus, senses and suppresses 20% of the attributes of surrounding enemies. Suppression by 20%. And it can also sense enemies around it, with the effect of the Scepter of the Underworld. The Banshee battlesuit can finally be changed. Tang Yun was delighted in his heart. If you sublimate it. Thinking so, Tang Yun couldn't help but make his move as well. Congratulations, Soul Eater Battle Armor upgraded to Legendary. Legendary. Tang Yun was overjoyed, checking out the new Soul Devouring Battle Armor. Soul Devouring Battle Armor First Order Legendary. Physical Defense, 50,000. Magic Defense, 50,000. Strength, plus 800. Intelligence, plus 800. Physical Fitness, plus 800. Mental, plus 800. Speed, 90 ms. Attachment 1, senses and suppresses 30% of the attributes of surrounding enemies. Attachment 2, sense an enemy's weakness and gain a bludgeoning effect when attacking the weakness. Weakness Blitz? Very good. The suppression effect was increased by 10%, and all the attributes, too, were greatly improved. The Banshee battlesuit possessed a 4-part composition, while the Soul Devouring Battle Armor was a 5-part composition. Top, pants, shoes, cloak, and a mask. It was safer to have the entire body completely shrouded under the Soul Devouring Battle Armor. Gathering his thoughts, Tang Yun looked at the other equipment. Chapter 113 Mythical Weapon. 3rd rank skill. Soul Devouring Sword First Order Epic. Physical Attack, plus 50,000. Magic Attack, plus 50,000. Strength, plus 500. Intelligence, plus 500. Bonus, after killing an enemy, 10% chance to devour their soul and summon it into battle. Attributes are good, additional words are okay. Tang Yun mused. He was pondering whether or not to replace the Extreme Shadow Sword. So far, it seems that the Polar Shadow Sword still does more damage. But the Soul Eater's sword is better suited for a protracted battle. Slain enemies for your own use. Try boosting it first. Tang Yun thought for a moment and decided to use the equipment sublimation card. Congratulations, the Devouring Sword has been upgraded to Mythic rank. Mythic? Tang Yun froze slightly, his entire body frozen. Immediately, impatiently, he looked at the attributes of this mythical equipment. Soul Devouring Sword First Order Mythic. Physical Attack, plus 500,000. Magic Attack, plus 500,000. Physical Attack, plus 50%. Magic Attack, plus 50%. Strength, plus 100%. Intelligence, plus 100%. Attachment 1, after killing an enemy, 50% chance to devour their soul and summon it into battle. Attachment 2, after killing an enemy, devour 5% of your life value to restore your own blood. PS3, for every boss of king level or higher that you kill, you can add 5% extra damage. Capped at 100%. Good. Good. Worthy of being a mythic grade weapon. Tang Yun's eyes were filled with excitement. That's a weapon that pretty much sweeps everything away. For 300 years in the Void Realm, there had never been a mythic grade equipment. Legendary gear is also 1,000 times harder to get. It's the only mythical weapon available today. Once it was revealed, it was feared that it would cause an uproar. And this weapon, it's useful for 4th-ranked powerhouses who are afraid of it. How much can I get for it? Tang Yun couldn't help but think. Of course, he was only thinking about it, and given more money, he couldn't possibly sell it now. Unless a better outfit comes along. To materialize it, it unexpectedly requires 10 million gold coins. After checking the Duke's medal, Tang Yun was surprised. 10 million gold coins is equivalent to $100 billion. If those big powers knew about it, they would surely rush to it. Not to mention hundreds of billions, I'm afraid that even trillions won't be able to stop their enthusiasm. But he couldn't come up with that kind of money. Make money. Make money. Tang Yun only had these 2 words in his head at the moment. How to earn it, that's the question. It was impossible to make him sell the soul-devouring battle armor for money. It's still up to the guys. Tang Yun quickly thought of Long Yu Yuanhua and the others. The students of Tianyu and Longhua, who had been killed by him a few times, had basically exploded all the equipment on their bodies. These guys aren't very well equipped and aren't worth much. Tang Yun was a little hard to look at. Or is Long Yu Yuan Bo and the others worth more? Now that the strength had been raised by another wave, it was even easier to kill these people. The only thing I'm afraid of is still that 3rd-ranked powerhouse, Jingfeng. Tang Yun couldn't help but frown. He didn't have a bottom for the strength of a 3rd-order powerhouse. The most important thing was that the other party was not an ordinary 3rd order. Tang Yun shook off his head and used up all of his treasures first. The various attributes have increased again. Strength plus 100, intelligence plus 100, physique plus 100, spirit plus 100, speed plus 5 ms. Strength growth plus 10, intelligence growth plus 10, physical growth plus 10, mental growth plus 10, speed growth plus 2 ms. Lifesteal factor plus 500. Dark affinity plus 10%. Now the dark system affinity is at 50%. It even surpasses the fire system. Tang Yun couldn't help but sigh. Next, learn the amazing Dragon Palm. Tang Yun was rather looking forward to this. This was the first 3rd rank skill to appear. To have a 3rd rank skill at the 1st rank, one could imagine how terrifying it was. Congratulations, Amazing Dragon Palm Initiation. Amazing Dragon Palm 3rd Stage Introductory, 300% physical attack damage to a wide range of targets. Consumes 10,000 mana, cooldown time 200 seconds. Subject to Elemental Affinity bonus. 300% damage just for starters. But that's a really big drain. Tang Yun sighed. The consumption is high, but the range is even more than the Heavenly Fire Salute. The effect is better. Tang Yun was able to accept it. After the remaining 3rd order skill points were used, the Amazing Dragon Palm was raised to the level of grand completion. Congratulations, the Amazing Dragon Palm has been raised to the Great Perfection. Amazing Dragon Palm 3rd Order Great Perfection, 1300% physical attack damage to a wide range of targets. Consumes 10,000 mana, cooldown time 200 seconds. Subject to Elemental Affinity bonus. Unfortunately, it's only 1 skill point short of being able to ascend to the Extreme Realm. Tang Yun sighed. Raise the 4-Elephant Sword Formation. After spending 7 second order skill points, the 4-Elephant Sword Formation was also quickly raised to the extreme. Congratulations, the 4-Elephant Sword Formation has been upgraded to the Extreme Realm. 4-Elephant Sword Formation 2nd Stage Extreme Realm, condense the formation with 4 types of sword chi, inflicting 1400% physical attack damage per second on enemies within the formation for 5s, cooldown 120s, consumes 2000 mana. Note, subject to elemental bonus. Good. The damage of the 4-Elephant Sword Formation is simply bursting at the seams. Tang Yun was excited. With damage lasting 5 seconds, trapped enemies, basically, have a hard time running. The damage of the shocking Dragon Palm was currently not as good as the 4-Elephant Sword Formation, but after all, it had a wider range. Just by that comparison, the 4-Elephant Sword Formation was definitely comparable to a 3rd rank skill. And it consumes less. Learn Abyssal Summoning. Congratulations, Abyssal Summoning Initiation. Abyssal Summoning Second Stage Introduction. Summon an abyssal creature. Summon is affected by your own strength, duration 10 minutes, cooldown 120s, consumes 500 mana. Raise the Abyssal Summoning. After consuming a total of 11 second order skill points, Abyssal Summoning successfully reached the Extreme Realm. Congratulations, Abyssal Summoning has been raised to the Extreme Realm. Abyssal Summoning Second Stage Extreme Realm. Summon an abyssal creature. Summon is affected by its own strength, duration 30 minutes, cooldown 120s, consumes 2000 mana. Abyssal Summoning seems to only have a duration and consumption boost when it reaches the extreme level. However, after Tang Yin tried to summon it, he realized that the strength of the summon had also increased. And the probability of summoning powerful monsters is getting higher. Soul-devouring dragon heart props. The heart of a giant dragon clan, possessing a powerful life force that can quickly restore 100% of its life value. Remaining usage times, 5. Props that restore life value. Tang Yun was slightly pleased. Although there is the devouring shield, and the soul eater sword to draw blood. But after all, it's also a life preserver, so I can't say I'll use it. And being able to use it 5 times, it can be considered a great treasure. After taking it in, Tang Yin placed his mind on the Gongfu. This time he had 1,000 merit points. Raise the Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique has increased to 21%, strength plus 30, speed plus 14 ms. Speed growth plus 0.5 ms. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique has increased to 22%. Strength plus 32, speed plus 15 ms. Speed growth plus 0.5 ms. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique has increased to 30%. Strength plus 48, speed plus 23 ms. Speed growth plus 0.5 ms. After consuming 255 feet points, the Polar Shadow Meteor Technique is increased to 30%. Overall, strength increased by 390 and speed by 185 ms. The lift is not insignificant. Next, enhance the Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique. Possessing the soul-devouring sword, Tang Yin felt that his current self wasn't lacking in damage, so he simply prepared to raise his defensive feats. Chapter 114 Feat Improvement. Viscount Seal. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique has been raised to 11%, life value plus 2000, physique plus 12, physical defense plus 7, magic defense plus 7. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique has been raised to 12%, life value plus 3000, physique plus 14, physical defense plus 8, magic defense plus 8. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique has been upgraded to 20%, life value plus 11,000, physique plus 30, physical defense plus 16, magic defense plus 16. Life value factor plus 200, physical defense factor plus 1, magic defense factor plus 1. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique has been upgraded to 30%, life value plus 21,000, physique plus 50, physical defense plus 26, magic defense plus 26. Life value factor plus 300, physical defense factor plus 1, magic defense factor plus 1. Spending 410 feet points, the Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique is increased to 30%. Overall, an additional 230,000 life value, 620 constitution, 330 physical and magical defense, 500 life value coefficient, and plus 1 defense coefficient. For the remaining 300 or so merit points, Tang Yun used them all to enhance the Spirit Elemental Tidal Wave Technique. Congratulations, the Spiritual Elemental Tidal Wave Technique has increased to 11%. Physique plus 12, Spirit plus 12, Life Regeneration plus 2, Mana Regeneration plus 2. Congratulations, the Spiritual Elemental Tidal Wave Technique has increased to 12%. Physique plus 14, Spirit plus 14, Life Regeneration plus 3, Mana Regeneration plus 2. Congratulations, the Spiritual Elemental Tidal Wave Technique has increased to 28%. Physique plus 46, Spirit plus 46, Life Regeneration plus 19, Mana Regeneration plus 3. Eventually, after only 1 feat point was left, the Spirit Elemental Tidal Wave Technique was raised to 28%. The overall lift isn't too shabby either. Plus 522 Constitution, plus 522 Spirit, plus 189 Life Regen, plus 46 Mana Regen. The magnitude of my ascension now is absolutely unprecedented. Tang Yun was excited. Tread heaven. Get out. Just as he finished his ascension, a roar spread throughout the city from outside Jianyang City. Sibei? Tang Yun frowned slightly. Although the boost is great, it's certainly not his opponent, and I wonder if the Jianyang City Lord can block it? Tang Yun was a little worried. Your Excellency, please also retreat or suffer the consequences. The Jianyang City Lord stood on top of the city, facing a third-order powerhouse without the slightest bit of weakness. What are you? Don't think that just because you're the Imperial City Lord, I won't dare to touch you. Let Tread Heaven come out or I'll suppress you today. The clear wind is mighty and unrivaled. As a top-level third-rank powerhouse, a second-rank NPC, he was naturally fearless. Elder Qingfeng deserves to be a third order, he doesn't even put NPCs in his eyes. What's this? I heard that there are some fourth-ranked powerhouses that can sit on an equal footing with the bigwigs of the Empire. Treadmill is dead. Not only is he going to die, he's going to give up everything. The crowd murmured. Everyone was looking forward to Tang Yun's death at the moment. Well. If Your Excellency is stubborn after my good advice, don't blame me for not reminding you. The Jianyang City Lord's face was filled with mockery. Get out! Qingfeng let out a furious cry and was about to make a move. He didn't dare to kill the Jianyang City Lord, but he would not be punished for just defeating him. At this moment, Tang Yun also came out from the resurrection point. Qingfeng's eyes were quick to kill. The Jianyang City Lord actually didn't move at the sight. City Lord! Tang Yun exclaimed. Unbridled. Without waiting for the Jianyang City Lord to say anything, a majestic voice came from the sky above Jianyang City. Qingfeng turned a deaf ear, bound to decapitate Tang Yun again. Seek death. The man in the sky obviously didn't expect the other party to dare to be so arrogant. Immediately after that, a golden pair of large hands fell from the sky. What? Qingfeng was horrified. As soon as the golden hand grabbed the other party, it didn't kill them directly. Dare to strike at the Imperial Viscount. 3 years in custody. Immediate execution. The majestic voice came again. Qingfeng was pinned to the ground and couldn't move. No. Qingfeng was horrified. If the man had killed him, it would have been fine, just a loss of 1 level. But 3 years in custody means he'll be out of action for 3 years. And it only counts uptime. This is the absolute worst punishment for a player. What? The Imperial Viscount? Who? Treadmill has actually been knighted. Nima. The first knighthood in over 200 years. Why is that so? I've heard that a Viscount must have at least 1,000 reputation. It can't be. Everyone has made a move, and if there is prestige, it should be shared equally. The crowd was talking. When everyone put their heads together, they didn't gain prestige at all. Even though Tang Yun was the one who struck down the killers, he shouldn't be the only one to gain the reputation. And it's a straight knighthood. Knighthood? Tang Yun was also delighted. He knew that a high reputation could lead to knighthood, but he didn't expect it to be this fast. Inside Jianyang City, Qingfeng was firmly pressed down by the large golden hand, his face filled with suffocation. And the owner of the large hand traveled through the air and landed in front of Tang Yun. My lord. Tang Yun said respectfully. The other party was dressed in a gorgeous suit, with an imposing appearance, showing the aristocratic atmosphere. There is no need to be polite, Tap Tian, you have been merited for killing the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon. His Majesty hereby grants you a Viscount title, and only when you step into the 4th rank will you be given a fiefdom and a title. Ji Hao took out a piece of paperwork and smiled lightly. Thank you, Your Excellency, thank you, Your Majesty. Tang Yun was ecstatic. Here's your Viscount seal, which is wonderfully useful. Ji Hao said, handing up a delicate seal. Viscount seal props, Viscount of Great Zhou, can open barriers, awakening, materialized items, etc. The Viscount seal meant that he already had the power of a Viscount. Not much power right now though. And only for your own use. After owning a territory, he could only take awakening slots for others to use. Of course, there was a limit to the items he could manifest now. Overall, this Viscount seal is very valuable. Also, as an Imperial Viscount, he is protected by the Empire. When Qingfeng took a shot at him, he was severely punished. Looking forward to the day you become a 4th order, I'm sure it won't take long. Ji Hao smiled faintly as he felt that the chosen one in front of him seemed to have endless potential. Thank you, Your Excellency, I will try my best. Tang Yun said seriously. Ji Hao barked a few words, then pulled himself up and floated away. This was fourth order strength, already able to fly through the air. Lord of the city. Watching the Jianyang City Lord walk towards him, Tang Yun once again said. The Jianyang City Lord didn't make a move just now, obviously having long anticipated the Empire's arrival. So what if it was the third rank? It couldn't turn the tide at all. Qingfeng will even be suppressed in Jianyang City for 3 years. Treading heaven, I really didn't think that you could actually do it. Jianyang City Lord sighed. Lord City Lord, what I promised has been done, I don't know this reward. Tang Yun smiled cheekily. Reward? The Jianyang City Lord froze, he hadn't promised any rewards. However, thinking that it was because of Tang Yun that Jianyang City had avoided destruction, he still took out an object. This item is extremely precious and can give you the power of flight. The treasure that the Jianyang City Lord took out was none other than a pair of thin, green-colored feathered wings. Flying equipment? Thank you, Lord City Lord. Tang Yun was ecstatic. Seeing Ji Hao descending from the sky, he was envious, not realizing that he would have the opportunity to fly so soon. Chapter 1:15 Million Attacks. Terror Boost. These are what you deserve. Now that you are an Imperial Viscount, your status is one step above mine, so just address me as Ishikawa from now on. The Jianyang City Lord laughed. Brother Ishikawa. Tang Yun smiled faintly and arched his hand. Brother Tap Tian. Jianyang City Lord was in quite a good mood. Brother Ishikawa, wait a moment, I have some personal matters I need to take care of. Tang Yun turned his head to look at the crowd outside the city. The Jianyang City Lord understood the situation and just smiled faintly. Windwing Special, can fly through the air when equipped. Tang Yun glanced at Windwing's introduction, and without much thought, he directly equipped it. There are no additional attributes, but the fact that it offers flight is pretty good. Tap Tian. What can you do even if you are knighted? I'd advise you to hand over everything, or else there's no place for you in the greatness of the Void Realm. Long Yu Yuan was said in a deep voice. Not bad. Tap Tian, if you're smart, you wouldn't be struggling for nothing, it's just a Viscount. Can't turn the tide. We have 1,000 ways to deal with you. Bangniang Gu Yu also said. It's not just the Dragon Feather group, but the 100 Plumes group as well. Almost everyone under Jianyang City looked at him. I saw so many precious materials. It was all snatched by him alone, damn it. I even saw a couple pieces of epic equipment. First order epic, more than 1 billion. Holy. If he doesn't hand it over, he's committing a public offense and will surely die. The crowd murmured. Against me? Is that so? Since that's the case, let's settle new grudges and old grudges together. Let me advise you all, if you want to leave now, it's not too late, or don't blame me for showing no mercy. Tang Yun said proudly. Manhwa and Tian Yu he had long been offended, and he had no intention of turning his anger into peace. The others, however, have room to maneuver. Assuming, of course, that these people don't come after him. Leave? We won't leave until we hand over our stuff today. Not bad. Hand it over. That's what everyone gets. We gave so much, why should all the benefits go to you? The crowd was talking, and basically no one was willing to leave. Even some players who hadn't participated in the World Boss Hunt were eager to try. But there are benefits, and who wouldn't want a piece of the action? Great! Tang Yun laughed loudly and killed the crowd. Heavenly Fire Salute! Boom! A salute of heavenly fire and hundreds of enemies died. Kill him! The crowd hissed. Devouring Shield. Tang Yun held up a shield. A shield of over $1 billion is not something these people can just break. In addition, his physical defense was over $200,000. Magic defense is about the same. The vast majority of people can't even break defense. In terms of attributes alone, he might not be as good as a World King level boss. But a normal King level boss, it wasn't really that different. And the key thing is that he has extremely strong skills. I'll do it. Zhang Xiaoyun snapped, and his speed was extremely fast. Fiery Ring of Fire. Tang Yun opened the Ring of Fire. With his current damage, these people, they wouldn't last a second. If you dip it, you will die. Even Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't block it. How is that possible? Seeing Zhang Xiaoyun lie down for a second, the people from Zhanghai University were dumbstruck. What? Isn't this Jiang Xiaoyun an S-rank talent? How come? It's horrible. How did this guy's strength increase so much? Is it hard to believe that he has a hideout when fighting bosses? The crowd was horrified to realize that Tang Yun didn't even need to make any extra movements. Just charge into the crowd. Tadashi. Stop it. You're really crazy. Do you realize what you're doing? Crazy, he really dares to take a shot at us. Is he hardly going to kill us all? Return fire. Fight back. The crowd hissed. Many people threw their skills at Tang Yun. But it doesn't do any damage at all, and even provides blood return. Bleeding back really fast. Tang Yun was beaming with joy. Replies are inherently precious in the Void Realm. Nowadays, his devouring shield could return blood, plus the mythic weapon's blood return. It's perfectly possible for one person to kill through. The opponent hadn't hit the blood as fast as he could get it back. A player with 300,000 blood would give him 15,000 rep. And such a player, with his high defense, simply couldn't output 15,000. It's hard to even run into him. More than 1 million of us can't handle one of him? Everyone was horrified to realize something. Tang Yun crushed all the way. It didn't matter if it was an ordinary player, an elite player, or one of those group elites. Neither was a match for him. There were bodies all along the way. Run! Run! This guy's not human. Cannot be defeated by force. A higher rank must strike. He will pay for this. He's too fast. Can't run away. The crowd was in despair. Congratulations, upgraded to level 30. Unconsciously, Tang Yun's dropped level came back. This upgrade, however, simply brings back the dropped attributes. It does not add additional attributes. Run? How can you run away? Tang Yun snorted. He was now over 800 meters per second without any bonuses. With full speed, none can escape. And he didn't need to slash them one by one, he just slipped around and the fiery ring of fire scalded them all to death. In this case, not to mention 1 million, even 10 million, 100 million, he could still kill. Blood flowed outside Jianyang City. Some casual players saw this scene for a long time. Those untouchable elites turned out to be nothing more than that. Nickname, Taditan No. Reputation, 1011. Rank, 3100% First Order. Life, 75, 605, 800 Physique 7400 Rep, 300.5 plus 30 feats plus 235,500. Mana, 3,776,500 Spirit 500 Recovery, 62 plus 10s. Physical Attack, 207, 3600 Strength 120 Equipment plus 500 000 Feats plus 550, 386, 1225. Magic Attack, 202, 8720 Intelligence 120 Equipment plus 500,000 Feats plus 550, 379, 3905. Physical Defense, 153,255 Physique 15 Equipment plus 50,000 Feats plus 370. Magic Defense, 113,295 Spirit 15 Equipment plus 50,000 Feats plus 370. Strength, 7,190 283 Growth Equipment plus 1,452. Intelligence, 6,973 281 Growth Equipment plus 1,482. Physique, 9,117 345 Growth plus 1,100 for Equipment. Spirit, 6,453 261 Growth plus 1,100 Equipped. Speed, 878 ms 41 Growth plus 90 Equipped. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop Unique. Elemental Affinity, Fire 40%, Space 10%, Water 20%, Thunder 10%, Dark 50%. Mindfulness Increase, 50%. Skills, Amazing Dragon Poem 3rd Order Great Perfection, Dark Soul Devouring / 2nd Order Extreme Realm, Heavenly Fire Salute 2nd Order Extreme Realm, Devouring Shield 2nd Order Extreme Realm, for Elephant Sword Formation 2nd Order Extreme Realm. Techniques, Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique 10%, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique 30%, Extreme Shadow Meteor Technique 30%, Spirit Element Tidal Wave Technique 28%. Equipment, Soul Devouring Sword 1st Level Mythic, Soul Devouring Battle Armor 1st Level Legendary, Gold Bracelet 1st Level Epic, Eclipsing Crystal Necklace 1st Level Perfect, Lava Ring 1st Level Rare, Gold Medallion Special, Wind Wing Special. Life value over 70 million. Dual attack power over 3 million. The soul-devouring sword increases too much. Trigger the bracelet and it's over 4 million. Tang Yun couldn't help but marvel as well. Chapter 116 Feng Yun. Tang Yun. Tread the heavens. Lord Demon Pupil. At the city's resurrection point, the crowd looked at the grim-faced demon Hitomi with some trepidation. Tataton. Who exactly is this treading heaven? How come I've never heard of it? The devil pupil clenched his fists, and his dark eyes seemed to be about to spit fire. He was at least an S-rank talent. Surprisingly, he was killed in seconds. From the time he awakened his talent, he had only lost to 2 people. One wind and cloud, one treading heaven. But Feng Yun could at least touch it, but this treadmill, it was really confusing. It's outrageous. His attack failed to hurt his opponent. Instead, he was instantly scalded to death by the Ring of Fire himself. It's no different from those ordinary people. He's not convinced. How did he die such a lousy death? It wasn't just him, the people involved in the siege all died this way. Lord Demon Pupil, we'll go check it out right now. The minions have said. It must be quick. I have a feeling that this treadmill will be a stumbling block on the road to revenge for the Martial Cherry Kingdom. It must be resolved as soon as possible. Magic Pupil said. If you can't solve it in the game, then solve it in reality. Devil's Pupil said with extreme firmness. Yes. The crowd was in a flurry. Why is that? Kai Kai was puzzled. They had clearly chased after Tang Yun to kill him in the first place. At that time, although Tang Yun was powerful, he was still good to deal with. But now what? Over 1 million people, all killed by him like chickens. Not in the same league at all. We guessed wrong, his talent is definitely not as simple as player public enemy. Lei Huiying said. This time she didn't make a move, just watched from afar on the periphery. Nei still gets killed. Among the people of Longhua University, only Yuan Feng had never died. Everyone else, almost 10 levels down. Jiang Xiaoyun. Shanghai University's newest S-class talent. As usual, he died in his hands. Is it hard to believe that this guy is still above S rank? I'm a little confused. I don't get it either, how can he be so strong? Those aren't the point is how much he's grown. It's only been a few days? The crowd spoke, and there was a collective silence. Alright, we don't need to care about treading heaven's matter, it's not something we can control, leave it to the people above to worry about. Kai Kai sighed, finally giving up on the idea of dealing with Tang Yun. The power behind him didn't step forward even after making such a big fuss. Can it be that he is really a loose cannon? If so, we might be able to recruit him. Lei Huiying suddenly said. Soliciting? The crowd's minds were reeling. At first, there was only anger in everyone's hearts, and it was widely believed that Tang Yun had other forces behind him that could not be recruited. But now it seems that it doesn't. It's impossible to say, it's better to wait and see what happens. If there's no one behind him, recruiting him would be making an enemy of the whole world. We, Longhua, can't carry it, and if there's someone, it's even more impossible to recruit him. Kai Kai shook her head. Indeed, let the people of Sky Feather worry about it, this time, they're the ones with the most to lose. The 3 guns also said. The 2 major groups under Sky Feather, Dragon Feather and 100 Plumes, the First Order elite powerhouses, were all wiped out. The losses are enormous. Of course, it's not just these 2 major groups, but people from other groups, too, who end up in this situation. No one could block Tang Yun. Inside the resurrection point of Tianyu University, the 2 major groups also made a collective appearance. Everyone didn't look too good. Long Yu Yuanbo slammed his fist on a side pillar, hateful. Too much loss this time. No one expected this treadmill to be so strong. 100 Plumes Guyu side, we, Dragon Feather and 100 Plumes, are both majoring in the First Order market, and we originally thought that, this time would be our chance, but surprisingly, such an individual would appear, not giving a living at all. Although Tianyu University was powerful, it was still dwarfed by those above it. The competition was even fiercer in the second and third orders, and they simply couldn't get a foothold. But now, Tang Yun alone had crushed their entire group. Elder Qingfeng killed him once, but paid a terrible price. Long Yu Yuanbo bowed his head. The crowd sniffed inside. As an Imperial Viscount, killing him now would have to be costly. It's better to leave it to the top. After 100 Plume Guyu finished speaking, the whole seemed to relax a lot. 1 against a million. Who is Tap Tion? Such a fierce first order? Make sure you find out. Could it be another S-rank talent? The news of Tang Yun's beheading of 1 million people spread quickly, and all the major powers were speculating. Everyone wanted to know who he was, but it was like he popped out of nowhere and no one knew where he came from. The first school in Imperial Capital. Gu Chongfeng's eyes sharpened when he got the news, treading heaven? Suspected to be an S-class gifted person? And even more terrifying? Jiang Xiaoyun, Feng Yun, and that tainted country demon pupil, and now with the addition of treading heaven, there are actually 4 S-ranked talents at once? Gu Chongfeng tapped his fingers on the desktop, his thoughts turning over. A phone call followed. Principal Gu. Director Kim said hastily. Well, did you find out about that storm cloud? Gu Chongfeng asked. Can't find out, there doesn't seem to be anyone in the game. Director Kim said. Director King added with some hesitation, but I have a guess. Oh? What guess? Gu Chongfeng said indifferently. Feng Yun could be Tang Yun. Director Kim said. Tang Yun? What Tang Yun? Gu Chongfeng said doubtfully, seeming to have forgotten about this person. Director Jean let out a bitter smile. Sure enough, Gu Chongfeng no longer remembered this person. It's the original first-place winner from Wanzhong province, only to have her results cancelled and her sister, Tang Miaoying, to commit treason. Director Kim explained. Surprisingly, it's him. Feng Yun is Tang Yun? Is there any basis for that? Gu Chongfeng frowned. Yes, the two rose at about the same time, and also disappeared at about the same time. In addition, some people saw the wind cloud and the devil pupil of battle, skills, and Tang Yun has quite a lot of similar. So I presume that the wind cloud is Tang Yun. Director Kim said. Your analysis makes some sense. What about Tang Yun? Has he given up on himself? Gu Chongfeng asked. I can't find out any accurate news about him. He should have gone to Sichuan province. Director Kim said. Sichuan province? Gu Chongfeng frowned. The first academy was naturally an imperial capital powerhouse, and the Sichuan province was basically completely controlled by the Sichuan capital. They can't get their hands in there. Forget it, don't worry about it, there's an even more powerful treadmill now. I don't know if you've heard about it. Gu Chongfeng didn't dwell on it too much. Treadmill? Director Kim was a little taken aback. He's mostly focused outside of the game, and the treadmill thing is only a first-order area. If it wasn't for the great impact of this world boss, these great powers, they probably wouldn't have even heard of this name. You'll find out about it later, and in addition, check out this treadmill. Find out what kind of person he really is. If possible, recruit him. Gu Chongfeng said. Yes. Director Kim quickly said. Immediately, he began to look into the matter of treading heaven. It's a shock not to find out. Chapter 117 10 million gold coins. Kill the door. Going from level 11 to level 30 in a few days? Director Kim froze. But it's acceptable, after all, upgrades are slow now, but only for normal people. The geniuses of some great powers were not slow in upgrading at all. After all, in the Void Realm, there was an experience bonus for killing monsters at a higher level, and in addition, the bonus for killing high-grade monsters was also very high. There's even a professional practice team. Killing players to upgrade? Must explode player equipment? Player public enemy? This talent is indeed good. Director Kim nodded silently. What? Kill 1 million people? Director Kim was completely stunned. Even if it's an S-rank talent, can it kill 1 million people? Not to mention, Jiang Xiaoyun couldn't even last a second in his hands? Director Kim was a little unsure of what to say. Check. I must find out. Director Kim was breathing heavily. As a matter of fact, it wasn't just him, all the major powers were probing who treading heaven really was. And at this moment, Tang Yun counted his harvest. Master Yen, here I am again. Inside the auction house, Tang Yun lightly laughed. Lord Viscount. Master Yen hurriedly saluted. Although Tang Yun now only had honor and no territory or power, he was at least the face of the empire. They naturally didn't dare to slack off. Master Yen doesn't need to be polite, there's a bit too much equipment this time, I hope Master Yen can give a good price. Tang Yun laughed. Don't worry, Lord Viscount, it's natural. Master Yen was busy saying. Tang Yun said, taking out several spatial equipment. The whole room was then loaded with gear. So much. Master Yen was surprised. And Tang Yun laughed. When all the equipment is taken out. Master Yen and the staff of the auction house were stunned. Over 1 million pieces of equipment is a significant amount of money wherever you put it. Quick! Count it out. Master Yen commanded. The auction house was also busy up and down the street. It was only after a long time that Master Yen smiled and said, Lord Viscount, the total is 12,300,000 gold coins. Yes. Tang Yun was very satisfied. Most of these 1 million or so people are relatively elite beings. All of them had at least 1 or 2 pieces of fine equipment on them. Many of the group's elites, however, were covered in rare and exceptional equipment. Some even have perfect gear. It's worth a lot when it pops out. Tang Yun earned a lot of money. I have some more materials here. Tang Yun said, taking out the materials that the Dark Abyss soul-devouring dragon had exploded. Sold a lot more gold coins. The soul-devouring sword can materialize. Tang Yun was ecstatic. I had thought that 10 million gold coins would take quite a bit of time. I didn't realize it was so soon. Wanting to manifest the soul-devouring battle armor is still a bit short. In that case, ask them for a bit more. Tang Yun said darkly. He had killed so many people that reconciliation was long overdue. Might as well kill more. With this in mind, Tang Yun headed directly towards the Dragon Feather Group in the game. The Dragon Feather Group controls a large area. It's basically a level 30 leveling area, and there are quite a few rare materials that can pop up in the area. Whoever, stop, enter the Leaping Dragon Valley and pay 10 silver coins. In front of Leaping Dragon Valley, a player blocked Tang Yun's path. 10 silver coins? I'm afraid that's not enough. Tang Yun let out a light laugh. There was some confusion around the room. Tread heaven. He's Treadmill. It's really him. What's he doing in Leaping Dragon Valley? I know, he's here for trouble. Many players are excited. Looking for trouble? The person from the Dragon Feather Group's heart snapped and hurriedly contacted the top. Nice. Tang Yun snorted and instantly made his move, decapitating several of Long Yu's men. He then stepped into the Leaping Dragon Valley in search of Long Yu's team. What? Treading Heaven broke into the Leaping Dragon Valley? In the Leaping Dragon Valley, a player from the Dragon Feather Group was shocked when he heard the news. Treading Heaven is here? Vice Regiment Liu, what do we do? The man next to him panicked. There's no rush, he's not that fast, let's get rid of these monsters first. Looking at the huge number of monsters in front of him, Vice Regiment Liu was a bit reluctant. Everyone step up. Vice Regiment Liu raised his voice. Not good. Treadmill is coming. Someone shouted. Only a black figure was seen flying past. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. What luck, second team up and so many monsters. Tang Yun laughed in his heart and charged straight ahead. People and monsters, he wants all of them. Stop. Tread the heavens. We reconcile. Asshole. Don't come over here. The crowd hissed as they fled for their lives. Tang Yun naturally ignored it, these were all money. Also, monsters have the opportunity to provide attributes. Phew. Tang Yun scurried out as if he were a sharp arrow. Run. Deputy Liu yelled. Unfortunately, the speed of these people was like a snail in Tang Yun's eyes. After killing the people, Tang Yun didn't stop. Inside the Leaping Dragon Valley, not a single person from the Dragon Feather Group remained. When they encountered monsters, they were also killed quickly. What? Treading Heaven has killed the door? Damn it! Long Yu Genba was furious. Before they could make a response, the other party had unexpectedly killed them already. Where's the man? Where are they now? Long Yu Yuanhua asked. It seems to have gone to the 100 Plumes group. A player said. Guyu, be careful. Long Yu Yuanhua hurriedly informed the other party. And Tang Yun had already killed his way into another venue. For a while, people were falling over. It wasn't just Dragon Feather and 100 Plumes that were attacked by him. All the other level 30 maps were swept by him. For a while, there were tens of thousands more pieces of equipment. And every single one of them, they're all rare grade or higher. In addition to the equipment, his attributes were also slightly improved. Strength plus 50, Intelligence plus 47, Constitution plus 60, Spirit plus 40, Speed plus 2 ms. Strength growth plus 3, Intelligence growth plus 4, Physical growth plus 5, Spiritual growth plus 1. Feat points plus 6. This behavior of Tang Yun's caused yet another uproar. And these great powers are not so easy to mess with. Previously, they were the ones actively looking for trouble, and Tang Yun was passive and defensive. They lose, and they find a way to get back. But now the nature was different, and Tang Yun actually took the initiative. This behavior is extremely excessive. Violation of their rights. This Tap Tian must die. I, the Dragon Feather Group, will not rest in death with him. So do I, the Ba Ling Group. Yunlai Group, Magic Domain Group. Longhua University. Haidong University, Guanghan University. For a time, all the major powers had crusade against Tang Yun. We're not a match for his current strength, it must be the second or even third rank that strikes. And find out who he is in reality. Not bad, this person is really detestable. Definitely cannot be spared. Treading heaven shall die. The crowd swore. Many forces had already sent second-order powerhouses and even third-order powerhouses to descend. However, after Tang Yun finished killing people, he returned to Jianyang City and chose to go offline. Hiss. A rip-roaring pain struck. This time, he elevated too much. The power of the feedback from the Void Realm nearly made him faint. Cozy. The pain was followed by a wave of relief. Soul-devouring sword. Tang Yun's heart moved, and the soul-devouring sword unexpectedly appeared out of thin air. Chapter 118, Up the Mountain. Missing. Team Shin. Lu Xingyao and the others shouted. Since the last time he had been on the mountain, the crowd had been extremely impressed with him. Well, this one's not only about killing monsters, but also about probing the reason why someone from the team disappeared during this time. Tang Yun said. After getting offline, he was ready to bring his teammates to continue killing monsters on the mountain. It was just that Li Zhao had given him a new task, and that was that in the Broken Dragon Mountain range, the army had disappeared quite a few people these days. Let him probe in passing. Yes. The crowd chimed in. Soon after, Tang Yun led the way as the group headed towards the Broken Dragon Mountain range. Xin Yi went up the mountain? Wang He had been having people keep an eye on Tang Yun. Eyes straightened at the news of him. When Tang Yun had made him look bad in front of the crowd, he had held a grudge to this day. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, Team Wang. Short and fat Chen Yuchen hurriedly said. Very well. Call up the men. I'm going to show him something this time. Wang He's eyes grew cold. Team 1, want to. Chen Yuchen made a killing gesture. It's natural to get him killed when you have the chance, and anyway, it's not impossible to make him disappear for a bit now that someone is missing. Wang He sneered. Yes, I'll make the arrangements. Chen Yuchen is very energetic. As a dog's leg, his status wasn't low, but the last time he was Tang Yun, it made him the butt of jokes for a long time. To Tang Yun, how could he not hate him with a passion? But without Wang He at the front, he didn't dare to go looking for trouble at all. Well, Wang He was also moved to kill. The two of them clicked together and set off up the mountain after Tang Yun and the others. Strangely enough, after we came down that day, a number of teams were rumored to have people missing. The burly man, Zhang Hu, said. Indeed, it's a bit strange. Last time, there was actually a super monster. If it wasn't for Team Shin, maybe we'd have accounted for it too. The big tall man, Fuing Tian, also said. Did some powerful monster run out? Tam Man couldn't help himself. Everyone should still be careful. Lu Xingyao reminded. As Tang Yun sniffed, he couldn't help but think of something strange from last time. He always felt as if someone was secretly watching them. Just probing around to no avail. This time it felt the same way, and it felt even more intense than last time. But he remained motionless. Take your time and look around. Soon, two monsters appeared in front of everyone's eyes. First order medium. A few people breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Tang Yun didn't make a move. A monster of this level would be of no benefit to him anymore. 10 people against 2 monsters was naturally a handful. Teams of 5 work well together. Monster double-fisted. However, because people didn't want to get hurt, they were overly careful and it took some time to kill the monster. Kill the 2 monsters and move on. This time 5 monsters appeared directly. All are first-order medium. Lu Xingyao pulled both monsters at the same time. The other 9, in groups of 3, dealt with the 3 monsters. Lu Xingyao was under the most pressure, but his strength was also the strongest among the crowd. In the end, he suffered a small injury and the others combined their efforts to decimate the monster. The last 10 people against 2 monsters was a lot easier. It's just that everyone is panting after this battle. Phew, holy, so tired. Tam Man sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. You're tired? It's Ryu who's the most tired. Zhang who didn't have the good sense to say. In the team, aside from Tang Yun, he admired Lu Xingyao. That's just it, you're tired when you haven't done anything? Fu Yingtian also spat. Didn't do anything? I killed 2 monsters, okay. Tanvin was unconvinced. That's robbing the monster. The crowd continued to spit. Tang Yun was on the sidelines, watching the jokes of the crowd, only feeling incomparably joyful. What's so happy? Suddenly, an untimely voice rang out. More than 20 figures then appeared in front of the crowd. When Lu Xingyao and the others heard this, they all stood up with a jolt. Tang Yun, on the other hand, didn't even turn his head, and didn't seem to put these people in his eyes. Captain Wang. Why are you guys here? Lu Xingyao got up and said. Wang He smiled contemptuously and did not reply. What kind of a thing are you to talk to Team Wang? Get off to the side and let your master come over to answer. Shen Yuchen let out a chortle. When the crowd heard this, their faces tightened, everyone knew that these people were coming from a bad place. Team Shen. Lu Xingyao's face stiffened as he came to whisper in front of Tang Yun. This Wang He is a vindictive person, he's definitely here for trouble. No harm done. Tang Yun said indifferently. He had been observing in the dark, and although he didn't find anyone spying on them, he found Wang He and the others. It just wasn't taken to heart. Shen Yi. You're making me wait. Wang He took a step forward and clasped his hands to his chest in a heavenly king-like manner. The corner of Tang Yun's mouth hooked and he didn't reply. Wang He's face sank, and Shen Yuchen also stepped forward to chide, Shen Yi, you really think you're something? Our Team Wang is talking to you. Shen Yuchen, how dare you talk to Team Shen like that? Lu Xingyao shouted angrily. The crowd behind Wang He was even moving forward with their heads held high. Tam Man and the others couldn't help but get up, just a little less imposing. You're something. Get out of here. Wang He's gaze froze and he glared fiercely at Lu Xingyao. Lu Xingyao opened his mouth, the words reached his lips but he didn't dare to push back. After all, this was Wang He, not only was he at the vice squad level, but he was also a member of the Wang family. If he offended Wang He, if the Shen family did not protect him, his life would basically be ruined. I told you to get lost, do you hear me? Shen Yuchen looked like a dog in the fight. The crowd hated it, but they had no choice but to look at Tang Yun. And you, pretending to be a ninny. Team Wang wants to clean you up, so stand up straight and take a beating. After scolding Lu Xingyao, Shen Yuchen berated Tang Yun. Tang Yun's eyes changed as he turned his head, something that doesn't know how to die. After saying that, a slap directly slapped Shen Yuchen's head, rolling on the ground a few times before stopping. Shen. The crowd behind him was in a state of shock. Shen Yi. How dare you touch my people? Wang He said angrily. You've got a lot of nerve for touching your people? Do you believe I can still whip you? Tang Yun sneered. Good, very good. Shen Yi, am I giving you face? Did you really think you won last time? If it wasn't for Li Zhao that you would have been killed by me long ago. Wang He coldly said. He's been holding a grudge about what happened last time. Oh? Get me killed? Tang Yun raised an eyebrow. He was now carrying Shen Yi's name, and this one he dared to kill him? Shen and Wang's families are really on the same page. What? Scared? It's too late. Get on. Let's kill these losers first. Then we'll blame it on the accidental disappearance. Wang He ordered. When the crowd heard this, their hearts were scared. How could they not expect Wang He to want to kill them? Chapter 119, Kill Them All. Western Leaguers. Ha, still want to resist? You guys didn't consume a lot just now, did you? Chen Yuchen climbed to his feet and gave a hideous smile. Scumbag! Zhang Hu cursed. In the battle just now, they had indeed consumed a lot. Now facing Wang He's men, incapable of fighting again. A loser is a loser. Only making excuses. Go! Wang He ordered again. Everyone swarmed. What to do? The crowd was a bit anxious and looked toward Tang Yun, Team Shin. Since they're looking for death, I can only give them a ride. Tang Yun sighed slightly. Shin Yi, you punk. Do you really consider yourself a thing? Wang He laughed out loud. The people behind him, too, looked up to the sky and scoffed. Leave this loser to me and kill the others. Wang He said, his entire body's equipment surfacing as he straightened up and killed towards Tang Yun. Tang Yun was unafraid, slightly sidestepping and slapping his palm towards the top of his opponent's head, from top to bottom. There was a clicking sound. The bones in Wang He's entire body fell apart, and his entire body went limp and died. When Chen Yuchen and the others saw this, they all froze on the spot. Team Wang, dead. Dead? The crowd was confused. Not only were Chen Yuchen and the others confused, even Lu Xingyao, Zhang Hu, and the others had their mouths open in disbelief. Your turn. Tang Yun said indifferently. He had killed countless people in the Void Realm game, but it was the first time he had done so in reality. I expected to feel discomfort, but I didn't feel anything. You're dead. You're really dead, you killed Team Wang. You're hopeless. Chen Yuchen was horrified as she backed away. I don't know if I'm saved or not, but you're definitely not saved. Tang Yun struck out like a ghost, slapping people to death. It's too easy. Even without equipping the soul-devouring sword, his attack power was over 1,000,000. If it was a full-force strike, it could have opened up mountains and cracked the ground. It's too easy to kill someone of Wang He's caliber. This Wang He was not as strong as the likes of Kai Kai from Longhua University. Not to mention goods like Chen Yuchen. Spare my life. Captain Shin, spare my life. Tang Yun killed 2 people in a row, and the rest fell to their knees in terror, begging for mercy. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Tang Yun said indifferently. Many thanks to Captain Shin. Thank you, Captain Shin. The crowd said in quick succession. You're just missing. After Tang Yun finished speaking, a ring of fire lit up around him. In an instant, 20 people were reduced to ashes. Zhang Hu was dumbstruck, looking at Tang Yun as if he were looking at a monster. The rest of them swallowed. I don't need to practice these skills diligently, I just brought them all back. It saves a lot of work. Tang Yun had thought it was the awakening of the Duke's medallion, which had allowed him to bring out all his skills. But now it seems that it should be related to talent. Team Shin is invincible. Tam Man shouted. Team Shin is invincible. The crowd roared along. Team Shin, I'm afraid there will be trouble if this Wang He dies. Lu Xingyao was a little worried. Don't worry, this Wang contract is just like these people, they've all disappeared and it has nothing to do with us. Tang Yun said as a fire burned Wang He to the ground. We're on this mission to probe the disappearance as well. Lu Xingyao reminded. No need to check. Tang Yun said. What? Lu Xingyao was uncertain. I've found them. Tang Yun suddenly turned his head to look at a place. Then the whole person was like a sharp arrow coming off the string. Lord Peel, he spotted us. The dark-skinned Thorn said in horror. The red-haired Pyrr was busy saying, quickly. Send a message to Lord Fima. A few people couldn't react in time, and Tang Yun's figure had already killed. Last time, he couldn't discover it, it was low strength. But now, with the increase in strength, the perception aspect had naturally strengthened quite a bit. Just now, when Wang He and the others made their move, these people were dumbfounded. Tang Yun guessed that the disappearance in the Broken Dragon Mountain range was related to these people. A Western Union man? Tang Yun looked at the crowd, somewhat surprised. West of the Broken Dragon Mountain range, there were countless powerful countries. These powers formed an even stronger alliance called the Divine Providence Alliance. These Western Leaguers share a common faith and are basically considered an ironclad. It is said that hundreds of years ago, there was constant warfare between Daxia and the West. It was only because of the existence of the Broken Dragon Mountain range that the two sides harmonized a lot. In this world, there were quite a few powerful forces besides the Grand Xia. The Divine Providence Alliance was just one of them, located in the western part of the Great Summer. The other, the Southern Barbarians group of countries, is located in the south. It is a place of nations in constant warfare and chaos. There used to be another Dongling Islands in the eastern part of Dacia, a group of robbers who relied on having a geographical location. Repeatedly tried to take over Dacia. And the leader of the pack is the Tainted Een Kingdom. The biggest thing that happened was that a strong person with blood pupils from the Tainted Een country led the crowd to fight their way in. Luckily, at that time, the Great Summer was also flourishing, and several powerful people stepped in to annihilate the group. Even destroyed the lairs of these people. After that, the dirt fled to the southern barbarians, and only recently has it moved again. In addition, there was also a Northern Plains Empire to the north, with a strength similar to that of the Grand Xia. The Western allies ran into my Great Xia's territory. How did you guys get over here? Tang Yun scrutinized. The Broken Dragon mountain range stretched across this area, and there were quite a few ferocious beasts in it, so it wasn't simple to pass through the Broken Dragon mountain range. If the army went out, it would surely lose a lot of money and the other side would know about it. So east and west, there were many years of peace. Dacia people, don't misunderstand, we just got lost and came here by mistake. Pierre speaks fluent Dacia. Lost? Guess I believe that? Tang Yun sneered. With that, he instantly subdued a few people, and Lu Xingyao and the others rushed over. Bastard, let go of us. Do you want to start a war between God's Providence and Grand Xia? Pierre stalked off. Take them away and interrogate them properly. Tang Yun didn't bother. It's out of his hands. Yes. The crowd chimed in. Pierre and the others saw this and struggled desperately. Pop. Chang Hu slapped Thorn across the face. Black as a sheet, honest. Roar. Thorn grimaced like a wild animal. Tramp, looking for death. Zhang Hu punched hard a few times and smashed off a few of his opponent's teeth. Lord Fermat. Lord Fermat. Pierre chanted desperately. Lord Fermat? There's someone else nearby? Tang Yun also raised his guard. The fact that he couldn't discover his opponent only meant that this person was very strong. Go! Tang Yun was unwilling to stay long and led the crowd away. Pierre and the others were a lot more honest after eating a guy. Not much farther along, a chirping cry alerted the group. Lord Fermat. Peel and the others rioted again. Tang Yun had a vague bad feeling. Not long after, the ground shook and the roars of the monsters came from the distance. Roughly speaking, there are quite a few. What situation? Zhang Hu was uncertain. Not only him, but everyone was in a state of confusion. And Peel and the others were unusually agitated. Chapter 120 Beast Tide? Scheming. No good, it's hard to believe it's a beast tide? Lu Xingyao exclaimed. Beast tide. Everyone was shocked to hear that word. Foolish Summerlanders, your time has come. Let us go now and Lord Fermat will still give you a hard time. Pierre squirmed and said. Mouthy redhead, looking for a fight. When Zhang Hu heard this, he slapped him hard a few times on his mouth. Pierre had blood in the corners of his mouth, but didn't beg for mercy. Kill it. Tang Yun frowned. Bringing this group would definitely slow them down. With the beast tide coming, no one has the time to care about these people. Woo! Pierre couldn't make a sound and could only keep shaking his head. The remaining few people also yelled, they didn't want to die. Kill! Zhang Hu and Lu Xingyao made their moves and killed all of these people. After killing the man, he headed down the mountain. Knock knock! Vibrations were heard in the distance, and everyone's hearts trembled. Chirp! A high-pitched chirp was heard, and immediately a flock of white eagles attacked. Team Shin, you go first, don't worry about us. Ryu Xingyao shouted. Yeah, Team Shin, you go first. Zhang Hu gripped his large sword tightly. Among the crowd, Tang Yun was the strongest and most certain to leave. Take it easy. Tang Yun couldn't see the slightest bit of panic on his face. This composure of his gave the crowd a lot of confidence. Is it hard to believe that Team Shin has a solution? Such an absurd thought could not help but pop into the minds of all. Shoo! Shoo! The white eagles spit out wind blades, ice spikes, and fireballs. What to do? What to do? Everyone held their weapons and fended off the skills. But the White Eagles are quite intensive in their output as an air force. They can only play passive defense, and at this rate, they don't stand a chance. Purple Lightning Ray. Tang Yun found an angle and a thunder ray cleaved several White Eagles to death. Yes. Team Shin is so strong. Even the ones in the sky can be killed. Hurry up, don't drag Team Shin behind you. The crowd rushed all the way down the hill. Darkness Soul Devouring Slash. Tang Yun swung out his sword, and a black sword light seemed to split the world in two. In a line, even as nearby White Eagles fell in droves. Roar! The roar of the monster came from all directions. Apparently, the beast tide was really coming. It had been so long since there had been a wave of beasts that everyone had almost forgotten about the horrible disaster. It didn't take long before a group of monsters surrounded the crowd, and at a cursory glance, there were at least tens of thousands of them, and they were growing in number. Could this beast tide be manipulated by someone? Is it the FEMA that redhead is talking about? Tang Yun couldn't help but speculate. Why so fast? The hearts of the people were as if they were dead. Roar! The monsters rushed in unison. Spell it out. With a loud shout, Zhang Hu rushed forward. But it didn't take long to be toppled back, and a few injuries. The crowd didn't know what to do. Stay around me and don't go too far away, Tang Yun said. The crowd didn't doubt it, and they all leaned in close to Tang Yun. Seeing that the monster was getting closer and closer, sweat fell like rain on many people's foreheads. Fiery Ring of Fire. After the monsters stepped into range, a ring of fire lit up around Tang Yun. It's not as good as the Ring of Fire in the game, but it's extremely lethal. The monsters in front of them dipped into the Ring of Fire and died instantly. This is... The crowd was shocked. Holy, Team Shin is too strong. Tamwon couldn't help but marvel. Tang Yun shook his head, the skill was brought out but not skilled enough. Nowadays, he can only control the Ring of Fire within a range of 5 meters. This range is still too close for the monsters. Roar! The monsters hissed and spat out various skills. There was also a constant output of flying monsters in the sky. Metaphysical Ice Shield. Tang Yun put up a shield to block the attack for a moment. Team Shin, your strength is perfectly capable of killing your way out. Don't mind us, Lu Xingyao said with some emotion. He used to think that the children of these big families were the kind of people who had their eyes on the top and never put ordinary people like them in their eyes. In the eyes of these people, ordinary people are existences that can be bullied and trampled on at will. But now, Tang Yun was trying to save them. Yeah, Team Shin, you go. Tam Man and the others spoke in unison. Don't worry, if it's not possible, I'll go. Tang Yun laughed. For some reason, a wave of peace came over the crowd as they watched him smile. Spectral Infestation. Tang Yun used the skill on a large white eagle in the sky. In the next moment, the white eagle came straight at him. Get up there! Tang Yun whooped and threw a few people up. The white eagle was manipulated by him and flew all the way. The rest of the white eagles seemed to be a bit confused, not knowing if they should go after them or not. As the few people walked away, the white eagles attacked in unison. The white feathers fell as if they were rain. Team Shin! The crowd hissed. How could they not expect that Tang Yun would put himself in danger in order to save them? Tang Yun, who was caught in the siege, faced the attack without the slightest fear. With his defense, it would be difficult for these monsters to do much damage to him. Phew! Tang Yun's speed unfolded as he rushed into the group of monsters. It was the players who affected his play just now. Now that there were no dragons, he could give as good as he got. Although their strength is greatly reduced, these monsters, to me, are just training tools. Tang Yun said darkly. Killing into the group of monsters, most of the monsters also melted instantly when they encountered the Ring of Fire. Strength +1, Intelligence +2, Constitution +3. In his head, various prompts came. Lord FEMA. What's with the sudden advance? On top of the mountainside, a blonde-haired youth spoke respectfully to a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. With the incident at Pierre's side, Daxia will surely know of our presence, there's no need to wait any longer. Fermat's gaze was deep. This time, when we trigger the beast tide, I wonder if we can wipe out the West Ridge army. The blonde youth said somewhat expectantly. Isn't that what we've been preparing for so long this time? Fermat laughed. Lord Fema alone can stand up to 1,000 armies. The blonde youth said excitedly. I've got to go check on my baby, I'll need it later, Bellin, I'll leave it to you here. Fermat said. Don't worry, Lord Fermat. Baron said respectfully. Not long after Fermat left, a man with strange eyes came hurrying in. Lord Baron, I saw a Dasha man, killing quite a few monsters, and those monsters couldn't seem to stop him. The odd man was busy. Oh? Let me see. Baron said. The strange man nodded repeatedly, his eyes emitting golden light, and instantly, the scene around Tang Yun surfaced in front of him. On the screen, Tang Yun was charging all the way across the room, and the swarm of monsters were as if they were papier-mâché in front of him. This man. Baron frowned. My lord, what should we do? Should our men do it? The odd man was busy. Don't worry about it, although his strength is good, sooner or later he will run out of strength, and his injuries are getting worse. It won't last long. Baron waved his hand. After saying that, he maneuvered more monsters to surge in Tang Yun's direction,